Chapter 1. Outside the capital of the Roland Kingdom, in the blessed land, a luxurious carriage, drawn by two magnificent blood-scaled horses, ambled forward at a leisurely pace. On either side of the carriage, 20 well-equipped knights closely followed, their formidable presence lending an air of grandeur to the procession. Within the opulent carriage, adorned with exquisite decorations, a young lad reclined languidly upon the elongated, delicate legs of a stunning golden-haired maid, whose gentle expression suggested that the boy was the very center of her universe. Another breathtaking maid, possessing fox-like ears and a fluffy white tail, tenderly fed the boy peeled fruits of an unknown variety, her movements graceful and elegant, with a flicker of fervor in her gaze. The boy, named Lynn in Jean Che, sported short, ink-black hair and a handsome, yet somewhat youthful face, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens. He turned slightly, gazing through the ornate window of the carriage at the receding silhouette of the capital, its contours gradually blurring, revealing a hint of maturity that belied his years. Lynn was the last surviving member of the Jean Chouet family, and currently held the title of Count Jean Chouet. Today marked the day he was to commence his duties in the territory. At last, I am leaving this city that has instilled so much fear in me. Lynn reflected upon his years of existence. He was a transmigrator upon his arrival. He had lost his mother during childbirth. Fortunately, his father, a count, had showered him with affection, allowing him a blissful childhood until the age of 8. However, everything changed that year when his father fell in battle against the Orc Empire. In recognition of his father's valor and achievements, the kingdom granted Lynn the right to inherit his father's title, which he would formally receive upon reaching adulthood. While this was indeed good news, the kingdom's higher-ups seized his family's territory, citing his tender age and lack of a formal title. Though they provided an annual compensation of 10,000 gold coins, it felt like a mockery, considering the family's territory generated no less than 100,000 gold coins each year. Nonetheless, Lynn regarded the situation as fortunate. At least they had not left him destitute, indicating that the nobility of this kingdom still had some semblance of honor. He was subsequently relocated to the capital, which was the source of his ongoing trepidation. The root of his anxiety stemmed from the talent assessment he was subjected to. In this world, where magic and martial arts thrived, the talent assessment determined an individual's eligibility and aptitude for cultivating magic and martial skills. That fateful day, clerics from the church arrived at his residence with a crystal for the assessment. Following their instructions, he placed his hand upon the crystal. His aptitude for martial arts was deemed satisfactory. Lynn vividly recalled the cleric's praise. However, their expressions shifted abruptly, and weapons were drawn against him. To this day, he could not forget the terror-laden, murderous gazes of those clerics. The sensation of a spear and a broadsword pressed against his throat sent chills down his spine. In that moment, Lynn felt death looming. He pondered the many experiences he had yet to savor in life and despaired at the thought of perishing before his time. Yet, rather than acting immediately, the clerics stripped him for a thorough examination. The crystal had turned black, a phenomenon only witnessed when a witch was present. Yet upon inspection, Lynn, being a boy, could not possibly be a witch. In the capital, and as a member of the nobility, they refrained from immediate execution, for if this were anywhere else, they would have simply inspected his corpse. The church was the most formidable power in the blessed land, and their primary mission was to eradicate witches. Given the circumstances, they reported the incident to the bishop stationed in the Roland Kingdom. From that day forth, Lynn endured a grueling routine of minor checks every 3 days and major ones every 5. Due to the dense population of the capital, Lynn's intentional promotion of the incident caused it to spread rapidly, earning him the moniker Magical Boy. Fortunately, the crystal never turned black again, and the church found no witch-like traits in him, leading them to continue their inspections without taking further action. In truth, the church's decision to eliminate him could have been justified. Lynn's thoughts returned to the golden-haired Alice and the demure white-haired half-fox maid, Adele, who were near him. Alice possessed a cascade of radiant golden hair, her exquisite features framed by deep blue eyes that shimmered with intelligence and vivacity. Adele, with her fluffy fox ears occasionally twitching, exhibited a breathtaking beauty, her white hair and majestic visage complemented by a softly draping tail that exuded a unique allure. They were undeniably beautiful now, yet unadorned, their natural beauty surpassed that of any makeup. Should they choose to forego cosmetics, their beauty would transcend reality, pure and unblemished, capable of rendering the world around them dim in comparison. The clerics would never suspect that these two maids, who attended to Lynn day in and day out, were witches, brazenly flaunting their presence before the church's personnel. As Lynn's gaze lingered upon them, Alice's sapphire eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation. She gently bit her lip and softly inquired, "Master, do you think our makeup today is too unappealing?" Her voice, akin to a gentle breeze, carried a hint of sweetness that caressed Lynn's ears. Beside her, Adele nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it is certainly less appealing than before. Yet, if their current appearance could be deemed unattractive, then the world would surely be devoid of beauty." Lynn shook his head gently, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he cast a warm gaze towards the two, silently conveying his thoughts. As if sharing a silent understanding, Alice and Adele shifted closer to Lynn, their movements soft and deliberate, naturally leaning against him. Both held freshly picked fruits, their vibrant colors glistening with morning dew, exuding an enticing aroma. Occasionally, they would offer the fruits to Lynn, their eyes brimming with tenderness. Lynn slightly parted his lips to accept the fruits, savoring the refreshing flavors as they burst in his mouth. Alice's golden tresses cascaded beside her, shimmering under the sunlight, each strand appearing as if kissed by the sun, radiating brilliance that was almost ethereal. Through the gently swaying window of the carriage, the once magnificent walls of the Capitol slowly faded from view. Those walls had once symbolized confinement and order, yet they were now gradually vanishing from sight. From this moment forth, the sky was vast for the birds to soar, and the sea wide for the fish to leap. Lynn was about to embark on a new path. As a true magical boyar, the future demon king set forth into the expanse, ready to commence his legendary journey and inscribe a brand new chapter that belonged solely to him. In the blink of an eye, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red. Ahead, the knight captain, Lucas, riding a majestic blood-scaled horse, approached the luxurious carriage. Though Lucas appeared somewhat aged, his posture remained upright. With a respectful demeanor, he leaned slightly and quietly asked, "Young master, it is already evening. Traveling at night may prove inconvenient. There is a clearing up ahead, quite spacious, suitable for setting up camp for the night. What do you think?" Moments later, Lynn's drowsy voice emerged from within the carriage, laced with a touch of languor. "Let us make camp." Inside the carriage, Lynn was snugly embraced by his two stunning maids, lost in a sweet slumber. Indeed, the carriage's exceptional shock absorption made an ideal haven for rest. Upon hearing Lucas' voice, Lynn slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, observing the busy knights preparing dinner. Alice gently draped a cloak over Lynn, shielding him from the evening chill. Adele obediently followed suit. Lynn strolled around the campsite, taking in the distant scenery. With Alice on one side and Adele on the other, their beauty radiated even more magnificently in the glow of the setting sun. Returning to his opulent tent, Alice and Adele began preparing dinner for Lynn. With practiced ease, they arranged the tableware and retrieved delectable dishes from their spatial rings. Lynn reclined in a comfortable chair, observing the industrious figures around her. After dinner, she leaned back, while Alice gently massaged her shoulders and Adele sat nearby, engrossed in a book, softly narrating intriguing tales. The gentle night breeze caressed the tent, and the campfire flickered with a warm glow, enveloping them in a serene and enchanting world. Suddenly, a glint of cold malice flashed simultaneously in Adele and Alice's autumn-like eyes. Adele slightly turned her head and whispered, "Master, someone is approaching." "Oh, Lucas, we have esteemed guests, please attend to them," Lynn called out nonchalantly to Lucas, who was a short distance away. His voice was calm and unhurried, as if he were indifferent to the impending arrival. "Yes, young master," Lucas acknowledged, gracefully mounting his steed. He declared loudly, "Team 1, accompany me to welcome our guests. Team 2, remain here to safeguard the young master." No response was forthcoming, yet 9 individuals silently mounted their horses, their movements synchronized and precise. The group of 10 gradually rode towards the horizon, vanishing into the night. The remaining 10 were also mounted on their blood-scaled steeds, standing alert, their eyes filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, Lynn leisurely sat in his chair, as though everything around him were of no concern. Alice continued her storytelling, her voice clear and melodious, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring. "Master, how is the pressure?" Adele inquired softly, her gaze tender as if the earlier malice had never existed. A kilometer away from the camp, a cavalry unit of 100 was steadily approaching. These riders were clad in full armor, their eyes obscured. They wielded long spears, their tips gleaming ominously, seemingly poised to pierce the hearts of their foes at any moment. The war horses beneath them donned protective gear, enhancing their imposing presence. It was evident that this was a meticulously arranged elite cavalry. "Charge!" A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder, and 10 knights surged forth like unleashed beasts, charging towards the elite cavalry. Their eyes blazed with fervent battle fire, exuding an unstoppable momentum akin to an indomitable torrent of steel. "This is bad, we've been discovered. Charge!" The leader of the armored cavalry cried out in terror, prompting his meticulously organized unit to hastily engage. Yet, they were unaware that a brutal nightmare awaited them. In an instant, the 2 formations collided like 2 tumultuous waves crashing together. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of metal. The numerically superior armored cavalry presumed they could easily overpower their adversaries, only to find that the long spears wielded by Lucas and his fellow knights were akin to the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping their lives. The armor that adorned them crumbled under the knights' piercing strikes, resembling fragile parchment, utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocious assaults. In one charge, amidst the chaos, the armored cavalry suffered devastating losses. Blood spurted forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, inducing nausea. Meanwhile, Lucas and his fellow knights operated like relentless machines of slaughter, their movements swift and efficient, devoid of hesitation or mercy. On the battlefield, flashes of blades and torrents of gore filled the air. Although the armored cavalry fought valiantly, their defenses steadily crumbled under the knights' overwhelming force. With each swing of the long spear came blood-curdling screams. With every gallop of the war horses, shadows of death loomed closer. Lucas and his knights appeared as if possessed by the gods of war, weaving through the enemy ranks with ease. Wherever their long spears struck, foes fell like autumn leaves, utterly incapable of resisting their onslaught. The battle raged on, the numbers of the armored cavalry dwindling, while Lucas and his knights maintained their fervent resolve. Behind them, Lynn remained comfortably seated in the camp, seemingly unconcerned about the fierce conflict unfolding. Alice continued her narrative, her voice a clear melody, starkly contrasting the chaos of the battlefield. At last, with the fall of the final armored cavalryman, the battle reached its conclusion. Silence enveloped the battlefield, save for the pungent scent of blood and the multitude of corpses that bore witness to the ferocity of the recent clash. Lucas and his knights slowly returned to the camp, their bodies stained with blood, yet their eyes betrayed no signs of fatigue or fear. They simply regarded one another silently, tending to their wounds, resting where needed, and patrolling where required. Upon noticing their return, Lynn embraced the 2 young maidens and retired to the tent for rest. He exhibited no concern regarding the identity of the cavalry's dispatchers. Their slow progress of merely 500 miles was also a signal from Lynn, granting his adversaries a fleeting opportunity to comprehend that all their steeds are blood-scaled horses. genuine magical beasts capable of traversing 1,000 kilometers in a single day with effortless ease. The distance to the royal capital is merely 500 li. And yet, there are those who have come to pursue him. Although their strength is not particularly formidable, their equipment is of the finest quality, typical of the nobles from the royal capital. On the following dawn, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tent. "Master, you are awake." Alice gazed at him with eyes as brilliant as jewels, while Adele stood beside her. Both are witches, who, in truth, require little sleep, yet they slumber merely to accompany Lynn. Awakening early as if perpetually poised to serve their master. "Master, your clothes." Alice presented a garment, smilingly gesturing for Lynn to rise and dress. The youthful vigor of the morning invigorated Lynn, and it took the two stunning maidens quite some time to assist him in donning his trousers. Once properly attired, Lynn stepped outside. Alice and Adele freshened up and adjusted their garments before hastily exiting the tent to pursue Lynn's figure. Upon stepping outside, Lynn found the knights already partaking in their breakfast. He approached, and each knight had before them a large platter of magical beast meat, a goblet of wine, along with an assortment of vegetables and fruits. Noticing Lynn's arrival, Lucas promptly fetched a chair for him. Exclaiming, "Young master, please take a seat." The others also rose, calling out, "Young master." "Yes, please continue your meal," Lynn replied as he settled down, gesturing for them to resume their dining. The knights complied, returning to their meals while Lynn silently observed them. These 20 individuals were specifically entrusted to him by his father before his departure. They were all relatively young, around 30 years of age. Among them, Lucas served as the captain, appearing unusually aged, despite being merely 30. He bore the visage of a man in his 50s. His prowess surpassed all others, boasting formidable strength at the peak of the Golden Knight tier. The rest were also of Golden Knight caliber, each at various stages of early and mid-level ranks. Their formidable abilities were a direct result of Lynn's diligent training over the years. This world is a wondrous realm filled with martial energy and magic. Martial practitioners encompass various professions such as swordsmen, knights, and assassins, while magic practitioners chiefly include wizards and priests. The ranking system is identical, although the nomenclature differs, ascending from the lowest to the highest as follows: apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, gem, earth, sky, legendary, saint, demigod, and divine. Despite Lucas and his cohort being merely at the Golden Knight level, which may seem lowly, they are indeed exceptionally powerful. To illustrate, an apprentice knight can easily handle several fully armed elite cavalrymen. At the Golden Knight level, an individual can effortlessly slay 100 fully armed elite cavalrymen. If Golden Knights are so formidable, one can only imagine the sheer strength of those at the legendary level. In a single phrase, "He has safeguarded me for 8 years, even instilling a sense of caution in the church's division." Lynn pondered the man he had never met, yet who had shielded him for 8 years, his grandfather. The legendary swordsman, Duke Robert Windsor. However, Duke Robert Windsor harbored no affection for him. In fact, he could be said to disdain him. This was primarily because Lynn's grandfather had never wished for his daughter, Lynn's mother, to wed Lynn's father. In his eyes, the Warhammer family was merely a transient lineage, rapidly ascending through military exploits only to swiftly decline, a fate he had witnessed too many times to believe they would endure. However, his daughter had forced his hand, compelling him to acquiesce to her marriage to the Warhammer family. Little did he anticipate that mere years later, his daughter, Lynn's mother, would perish during childbirth. How could one expect him to harbor fondness for Lynn under such circumstances? After Lynn's father fell in battle, despite his lack of affection, his grandfather nevertheless proclaimed his intention to ensure Lynn's safety until he reached the age of 16, after which he would no longer concern himself with him. This was one of the reasons Lynn had been able to navigate the past 8 years in the royal capital without incident. In truth, Lynn's 8 years should have been quite comfortable. However, comfort hinged upon the church not discovering his secret, for if they did, no one could guarantee his safety. Although the church's division was wary of his grandfather, it was merely a division within a kingdom. For above the kingdom loomed an empire, and the church held dominion over the empire. This reality had rendered Lynn's years fraught with trepidation. Lynn bore no resentment towards his grandfather. In fact, he felt a degree of gratitude. For at the very least, he was still alive, was he not? "Master, your breakfast has arrived." Alice's melodious voice broke through Lynn's reverie. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Alice presenting an exquisitely prepared portion of fried meat, its golden hue emanating an enticing aroma. Adele followed with a vibrant juice, radiating an essence of boundless vitality. With graceful steps, they approach Lynn, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in the warmth of spring. In a few swift bites, Lynn finished his breakfast, and the camp was already in order. "Let us depart," Lynn declared, stepping into his luxurious carriage, with Alice and Adele following suit. Lucas led the way ahead, and the caravan resumed its slow advance. Not long into their journey, another contingent of cavalry, the allegiance of which remained uncertain, awaited them ahead. Following a clamor of battle cries, Lynn's carriage rolled forth, the wheels ruthlessly compressing the fallen bodies beneath. Through the carriage window, Lynn observed the sprawled corpses, his countenance as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turmoil. That he understood well that such a brazen assassination attempt was merely a test of his grandfather's response. He was acutely aware that the true assassination awaited them further down the road. As for why the nobles sought to eliminate him, that remained an enigma. There are numerous reasons. His mother was once the beloved white moonlight in the hearts of many in the capital. Yet she chose to marry his father, an act that undoubtedly offended countless individuals. Most significantly, their family, the Jancha family, has risen to prominence over the past century, usurping many interests from the nobility, thereby incurring the wrath of several clans. Many harbor an intense hatred towards the Jancha family, wishing nothing more than to see them eradicated. Moreover, it is certain that some shadowy figures are fanning the flames behind the scenes. Thus, Lynn's entourage commenced their journey at full speed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and Lynn's group had traversed a distance of 10,000 kilometers from the capital, Gladestone. Over these 5 days, they encountered several assassination attempts, all deftly resolved by the knights with silent efficiency. Tomorrow, they would enter the Storm Territory, a newly designated realm by the Roland Kingdom, vast in expanse, yet fraught with peril, for the Storm Territory is essentially a mountain range known as the Storm Mountains, said to have derived its name from a colossal storm dragon that slumbered here a millennium ago. The kingdom recently renamed this area to Storm Territory and allocated it to Lynn as his domain. As for the land previously held by his family, the kingdom has reclaimed it, leaving no chance of return. Lynn was acutely aware that they would enter Storm Territory the next day, and tonight would be the most treacherous time. The probing had nearly reached its limit. Duke Robert Windsor had truly ceased to concern himself with Lynn, allowing them to proceed with their assassinations unrestrained. The sun had long set, plunging the landscape into complete darkness. The campsite had been established, with a bonfire crackling at its center, as the knights gathered around, enjoying their evening meal. Lynn sat leisurely by the fire, its flickering flames casting a warm glow upon his youthful and handsome visage. He wore a smile, engaging in cheerful conversation with the knights. They encircled him, their faces alight with genuine smiles, their eyes reflecting respect and loyalty towards Lynn. The comforting firelight danced, as if enhancing the warmth of their camaraderie. Yet, several kilometers beyond the camp, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Darkness shrouded the land, as if it sought to consume all within its grasp. Not a whisper of wind stirred. Even the leaves stood motionless, seemingly awaiting an unseen event. Occasionally, a nightbird would soar past, emitting a piercing cry that shattered the brief stillness, only for silence to swiftly reclaim its dominion. In this nocturnal ambience, Alice made her entrance. Her golden tresses cascaded like a shimmering waterfall against the night, and clad in a white maid's outfit, her exquisite attire accentuated her graceful figure. Clad in thigh-high black stockings, she exuded an air of mysterious allure amidst the shadows. Alice emerged from the darkness, each step imbued with a unique rhythm, seemingly altering the very space around her. The once tranquil atmosphere now bore a barely perceptible ripple, the air thickening with an unseen tension. "Come out, all of you." Alice's melodious voice shattered the silence. A strange tremor rippled behind her, and from the shadows, a glint of cold steel shot toward the back of her head like a bolt of lightning. Remarkably, Alice appeared oblivious to the lethal threat, her smile unwavering as she advanced with elegant poise. A faint sound emerged from behind. A figure abruptly materialized from the darkness, sprawled upon the ground, blood seeping from every pore. Clutched in his hand was a dagger gleaming with a chilling radiance, its icy light flickering in the night. Not coming out? Then perish. Alice took several more steps, and upon noticing the absence of any response, she uttered softly, with a focused gaze, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror, splintering into countless shards. The anguished cries echoed from the fragmented reflections, their chilling tones sending shivers down the spine. Blood gushed from the rifts in space, staining the earth crimson. Alice's expression returned to calm, the surroundings swiftly restoring to their former state, as numerous chunks of flesh, each the size of a thumb, cascaded from the air like a horrific rain of blood. In an instant, her figure vanished, as if she had never existed at all. Meanwhile, Adele stood silently, her petite form exuding an aura of mystery and danger against the night's backdrop. She too was enveloped in a pool of blood, the deep crimson shimmering with an eerie glow beneath the moonlight. Surrounding her lay several pairs of corpses, seated in grotesque positions, as if they had experienced unimaginable terror in their final moments. Their weapons were deeply embedded in one another's bodies, the sharp blades and pointed spearheads radiating an air of despair. The lifeless eyes of the deceased were wide open, reflecting boundless fear, as though they had witnessed an unspeakable horror in their last breath. Adele's white gown fluttered gently, starkly contrasting with the macabre scene. Untouched by a single drop of blood, her lips curling into a smile as she surveyed her handiwork. As night enveloped the land, Alice and Adele appeared like twin gusts of wind, swiftly darting into Lynn's tent. Upon entering, the two of them resembled weary birds returning to their nest, eagerly diving into the warmth of Lynn's cocoon. "We re back," Lynn murmured, his eyes half open, glancing at the two and feeling the warmth of their skin against his. "Hee, master," Adele chimed, her starry eyes twinkling with mirth, a blush gracing her cheeks as she spoke sweetly. "We've dealt with all those fellows. We deserve a proper reward this time. Lynn emitted a soft hum from his nasal cavity, a smile of indulgence dancing at the corners of his lips as he allowed them to run amok around him. Simultaneously, memories of their past encounters unfurled in his mind like a carousel of vivid imagery. It was when Lynn was merely 13, strolling leisurely down a bustling street, that his gaze was inadvertently ensnared by a frail figure on the sidewalk. That was Alice, at the time a disheveled little beggar, exuding a pungent odor that rendered her conspicuously out of place amidst the throng. Yet, Lynn perceptively discerned her extraordinary essence, marked by a towering, translucent beam of light that seemed to stretch from the heavens to the earth, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Additionally, the unique aura emanating from her imparted an inexplicable sense of familiarity and solace to Lynn. Passers-by hurried along, seemingly oblivious to this peculiar sight, but Lynn was resolute in his belief that she was no ordinary individual, and he decided then and there to bring her into his life. From that moment onward, Alice became his devoted and cherished maid. As for Adele, their acquaintance blossomed in the slave market of the royal capital. Also at the tender age of 13, Lynn navigated through the throngs of slaves awaiting sale, when suddenly, a blinding red beam of light caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he beheld Adele, her delicate form poised beneath the radiant light, her eyes reflecting a spirit of defiance and yearning. The familiar, special sensation surged within him once more. And without hesitation, Lynn cast down a substantial sum to purchase her. Inside the tent, Lynn's thoughts drifted lazily. Beside him, Alice and Adele were eagerly demanding the rewards they had long desired. The air within the tent seemed to ignite, suffused with an intoxicating warmth. Their soft laughter and tender banter intertwined, weaving an invisible web of desire that ensnared the three of them. The warm yellow candlelight flickered and danced, casting suggestive shadows upon the tent walls. As if peering into this intimate revelry, Adele partially veiled her starry eyes, her ruby lips parting to release a warm breath imbued with a hint of sweetness, like a sinuous serpent gliding along Lynn's neck, causing his skin to quiver with delight. Alice, nestled against Lynn's other side, traced delicate circles on his chest with her soft fingers, her hair tousled and damp, a few playful strands brushing against his arm, each touch igniting a jolt of electricity. Their bodies entwined closely, warmth merging, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. As the night deepened, the alluring sounds of their merriment gradually receded like the ebbing tide. Lynn felt enveloped in a languid satisfaction, every limb tingling with post-pleasure bliss. He slowly closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound meaning and lingering sweetness, as if completely consumed by the tender embrace of dreams. Surrendering wholly to a realm steeped in sweetness and reverie, the residual atmosphere of intimacy within the tent continued to whisper of the fervor that had transpired on the following day, as dawn broke. Casting its gentle light upon the earth, Lynn's entourage swiftly mobilized, preparing to depart. Unlike the previous days filled with various assaults, today was remarkably tranquil. Along the journey, they encountered no disturbances, as if the entire world had fallen into a serene hush. However, as they progressed, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous, signaling their entrance into the Storm Mountains. The Storm Mountains, with their perilous landscape and rugged pathways, teemed with dangers. Lynn had no choice but to stow his luxurious carriage within a spatial ring and proceed on horseback. Riding a bloodscale horse, this magical beast, upon reaching maturity, possessed a formidable level of power, making it an exceptionally prized steed for knights. Adele and Alice rode gracefully on another horse, their forms resembling two ethereal fairies. "Master, do you think they will come from the Storm Lord to kill you?" A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Adele's eyes, akin to a chilling blade that sent shivers down one's spine. She then gently leapt from her mount into Lynn's embrace, resembling a tender kitten, gazing at him. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, awaiting his response. "I am uncertain, but it should not happen in the short term," Lynn replied, one hand affectionately caressing her fluffy tail, which felt soft and warm, akin to a cloud of cotton. With his other arm, he firmly embraced Adele's slender waist. Although the assassins from the previous night had been effortlessly dealt with by Alice and Adele, it did not imply their weakness. Many among them were of golden and gemstone caliber, with one being a rare Earth-level swordsman that in the Roland Kingdom, Earth-level warriors were exceptionally rare, even in the event of such a being's demise. The nobles would need to ponder whether Lynn was truly someone they could contend with. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The ensuing tale is even more thrilling. In the royal capital of the Roland Kingdom, Glaston, within the magnificent palace, the once wise King Roland VIII perused a piece of intelligence. Now aged, his hair resembled winter's snowflakes, over 200 years old. He had occupied the throne for nearly a century. His face was etched with wrinkles, the marks of time. Gazing through murky eyes at the royal guard captain, Gailey, standing not far away, he inquired, "Do you believe it is the Duke of Windsor who is secretly protecting him?" Captain Gailey, not much younger than the king, had shared a deep friendship with him since childhood, yet he appeared remarkably youthful, embodying the image of a robust middle-aged man, a testament to his considerable strength. Responding calmly to the king's query, Gailey remarked, "Perhaps. However, I believe Lynn, the Warhammer is not as simple as one might think. Your Majesty, would you like me to take action and eliminate him directly?" Their exchange bore the familiarity of old friends rather than that of sovereign and subject. King Roland VIII shook his head. "I have already dispatched an Earth-level swordsman. His failure indicates that Lynn is supported by a formidable force, most likely the Duke of Windsor. Alas, let this matter rest. Let the Dracula family and their foes contend amongst themselves." Roland VIII sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. When he mentioned the Duke of Windsor, a look of frustration mixed with resentment crossed his face. Over the years, the Roland Kingdom had enjoyed a semblance of peace, largely attributable to the Duke of Windsor. However, how could the royal family of the Roland Kingdom, a lineage that should stand above all, harbor any fondness for such a family? Even Lynn had become a target of royal disdain. The decision to spare Lynn had been a desperate measure. After all, if the royal family did not intervene, the Duke of Windsor certainly would. In such a scenario, it was more prudent to owe him a favor. At least this maneuver had secured the lands of the Warhammer family, yielding some tangible gain. Roland VIII gazed at the intelligence report regarding Lynn in his hand, lost in contemplation. In the Stormhold, Lynn's party gradually ventured into the forest. Looking around, they were surrounded by towering trees, their leaves lush and dense, intertwining to form a verdant canopy that shielded most of the sunlight, creating an atmosphere of serene mystery. Among the lofty trees, some lowly thorns grew, their branches intertwined and adorned with sharp spikes, with dewdrops glistening upon them. Fortunately, a narrow and winding mountain path meandered through this woodland. The terrain was uneven, strewn with stones of various sizes and pockmarked with depressions, making the journey arduous. Yet, this also indicated that life thrived within the Stormhold. Lynn sat tall and steady upon his magnificent blood-scaled steed. In contrast, Adele resembled a delicate cloud, curling tenderly in Lynn's warm embrace, one of his arms encircling her, her silky hair, akin to a lively sprite, brushed lightly against Lynn's chest, carrying a subtle allure. Alice clung tightly to Lynn from behind. The three of them rode together, progressing slowly through the forest. As noon approached, they looked up to see a thick plume of smoke rising from the dense woods, likely the result of someone cooking a meal within the forest. "Help! Help!" At that moment, several panicked cries for assistance faintly reached Lynn's ears. The voices were sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a desperate soul teetering on the brink of death. Lynn's expression hardened, and with a decisive gesture, he commanded. Knight Commander Lucas immediately understood, nimbly dismounting like a swift cheetah, quietly moving toward the source of the smoke. His steps were light, making no sound, as if he had melded with the forest itself. Before long, Lucas returned, his face solemn as he reported to Lynn, "My lord, there are 20 ogres. Only one is of level 4. The rest are all level 3, and level 4 corresponds to the golden tier among humans. While level 3 aligns with the silver tier, let us investigate. Upon hearing Lucas's report, Lynn felt compelled to witness the nature of these creatures. Moreover, it appeared that someone had been captured by the ogres. After all, this was his territory, and those people were his subjects if there was a chance to save them. He felt it was his duty to act. Upon receiving Lynn's command, Lucas gestured with both hands, and the other knights swiftly took action, scattering to encircle the source of the smoke. Lucas then mounted again, leading Lynn forward at a measured pace. Not far along, Lynn peered through the gaps in the trees and spotted an open area beneath a large tree, where 5 bonfires blazed brightly. Surrounding each fire were several towering figures. These creatures had skin resembling dull, ancient rock, their mouths filled with jagged teeth, and their limbs robust and grotesque. They were clad in tattered rags that fluttered weakly in the wind, further emphasizing their disheveled appearance. Next to the bonfires, they were roasting a person, impaled by a tree trunk as thick as a fist, cruelly suspended over the flames. The body had long since charred to a blackened crisp, with blood rapidly evaporating under the intense heat, sizzling ominously. Occasionally, drops of blood would fall into the fire, producing faint popping sounds that made the flames dance more violently. Nearby, several individuals were bound to a tree, their faces a mask of sheer terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their complexions were ashen, devoid of any hint of life, as if their very souls had been siphoned away, leaving behind mere shells quaking in fear. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down their faces, mingling with the tracks of tears, rendering their visages a portrait of utter despair. Their heads hung low, too fearful to witness the horror before them. Their bodies tightly bound with coarse, resilient ropes, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Lynn's demeanor turned steely, his arms sweeping sharply. In an instant, Lucas gripped his knight's lance tightly, its slender form slicing through the air with a menacing arc. Aiming directly at the towering, grotesque figure of the ogre leader, clad in heavy armor that gleamed ominously under the sunlight, he resembled a moving fortress of iron. The blood-scaled steed beneath him reared majestically, kicking up clouds of dust and emitting a fierce neigh. Meanwhile, the surrounding knights responded rapidly. With a thunderous battle cry, they surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, the thunder of hooves shattering the forest stillness. The ogres, initially engrossed in their gruesome feast or raucous laughter, were taken aback by the sudden commotion, scrambling to react in confusion. Yet, it was already too late. The knights moved with the swiftness of lightning, reaching them in an instant. A dull thud shattered the brief standoff as the first lance struck home. The sound of lances piercing the ogre's course, thick bodies echoed in rapid succession. The 20 ogres scarcely had time to mount any effective defense before being overwhelmed by the tempestuous assault. The once menacing expressions on their faces transformed into shock and fear, their massive forms swaying under the onslaught, blood gushing forth from their wounds, swiftly staining the ground a vivid crimson. Lucas thrust upward with his lance, effortlessly lifting the 3-meter-tall ogre leader off the ground, tossing him aside like a rag doll, raising a cloud of dust. Lynn, seated upon his steed, slowly emerged from the thicket, where the knights had already liberated the captives bound to the trees. Before Lynn stood 7 individuals, all robust young men, their bodies radiating the flow of fighting spirit. They were likely aspiring swordsmen, as evidenced by the pile of swords next to the fire. The 7 men rushed to Lynn's horse, barely managing to steady themselves before dropping to their knees, fervently exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for saving us. Thank you, my lord. Thank you." They expressed their gratitude, repeatedly bowing their heads against the ground. "Enough. Rise, that I have questions for you," Lynn commanded. Lynn maintained a tranquil demeanor, one hand securely cradling the delicate Adele, who resembled a fragile flower. That he spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the 7 individuals before him, observing their every movement with a composed air. Upon hearing his words, the 7 slowly rose from the ground. Perhaps still haunted by the recent brush with death, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and their stance appeared somewhat unsteady. Cautiously, they lifted their heads, their eyes first landing on Lynn, and then naturally drifting towards the exquisite Adele nestled in his arms, along with the closely huddled Alice behind him. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar glint flickered in their eyes, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. One among them, seemingly the leader, steadied himself and stepped forward. On his previously pallid countenance, a semblance of a sincere smile forced its way through, albeit imbued with an inexplicable oddity. He bowed slightly to Lynn, his tone saturated with humility as he spoke. "My lord, please feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. We shall divulge everything we are aware of." His voice trembled slightly. The cause unknown. Fear or something else entirely. A faint smile graced the corners of Lynn's lips, his eyes lightly scanning the group before him as he slowly inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The individual who had just responded hesitated momentarily, his gaze flickering with a hint of panic. After a brief pause, he continued, "We are residents from the nearby area, here to hunt. But we never anticipated encountering those ogres. Alas, had it not been for your timely arrival, my lord, we would surely have become their next meal. We are truly grateful for your immense kindness." As he spoke, he unconsciously wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, attempting to appear more natural. "Ah, is that so? Very well. You may leave," Lynn replied nonchalantly, his tone shifting abruptly, revealing little interest in their response or desire to pursue further inquiries. Upon hearing this, the responder's eyes flashed with a barely discernible urgency, and his already pale complexion grew even more ashen. The expressions of the others also shifted subtly, though they strived to mask their apprehension. This change was well concealed. Without careful observation, an ordinary person might not discern the underlying tension. However, Adele and Alice were no ordinary individuals. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in their eyes, akin to two small flames poised to erupt, quietly smoldering deep within. My lord, the day is waning, and traveling through the storm mountains at night is perilous," the earlier speaker interjected, sensing Lynn's intent to dismiss them. His tone brimmed with urgency and concern, as if genuinely worried for Lynn's safety. "Our village lies not far from here. Why not stay with us for the night, my lord? We would be most grateful to repay your life-saving grace. You and the noble knights saved us today. We cannot simply let you leave without offering our hospitality." As he spoke, his expression radiated eager anticipation, presenting himself as genuinely wishing to invite Lynn and his companions to their village in gratitude for their salvation. Lynn, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced at the sky. It was only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight still bright, with several hours remaining until darkness fell. Plenty of time to continue their journey under normal circumstances. However, Lynn, bold and astute, aimed to uncover the true intentions of these individuals, curious about the motives hidden beneath their words. Moreover, he sensed a hint of something unusual about them, which prompted his acquiescence. "Very well. You shall lead the way," Lynn responded after a moment of contemplation, granting his consent and gesturing for them to proceed ahead. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you," the man exclaimed, his voice brimming with elation, as if he had just received the most precious treasure. He hurriedly stepped forward, exuberantly calling out, "My lord, and all noble knights, please follow me." With that, he strode ahead with a buoyant gait, while the other 6 hastily followed in his wake. Lucas had been standing quietly to the side, observing the interaction between Lynn and the 7 individuals at that moment. He glanced at Lynn, his eyes behind the mask reflecting a hint of inquiry. Lynn met his gaze and gave a slight nod. Instantly understanding, Lucas's expression sharpened, and he raised his right hand, his fingers swiftly forming a series of intricate gestures, conveying a covert message only they, trained knights, could comprehend. The gestures completed. To the untrained eye, it merely appeared as if Lucas had raised his hand. After finishing the signals, Lucas turned, his gaze coldly surveying the vigilant knights behind him. Then, gently squeezing his steed's flank, he urged the horse forward, and the entire group followed suit, moving at a measured pace behind the 7. Lucas's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on the movements of the individuals ahead, his vigilance piercing through any subtleties. Their fleeting glances, slight accelerations or decelerations, all meticulously noted. The knights behind him mirrored his caution, their faces obscured by their masks, rendering them indistinguishable even if the individuals ahead turned to look. Furthermore, their horses seemed impeccably trained, moving in perfect harmony. Each step taken by the horses precisely matched the imprints left by those in front, as if they were one entity. The procession continued steadily towards the village they had mentioned. As they advanced, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a dappled pattern, yet it did little to dispel the underlying unease among the group. Lynn rode on, subtly scrutinizing the surroundings. Adele nestled closely and his arms appeared delicate, yet her keen gaze betrayed her vigilance. Occasionally, she exchanged glances with Alice behind her, both evidently wary of the 7's invitation. The 7 walked ahead, occasionally glancing back, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, their voices filled with expressions of gratitude, striving to create a congenial atmosphere. After approximately an hour, the trees ahead began to thin, revealing an open area where a small village emerged from the haze. The village appeared modest in scale, with several households scattered harmoniously, wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, lending an air of tranquility and serenity to the scene. "My lord, up ahead lies our village. You and the noble knights have finally arrived," the leader exclaimed, his face beaming with a smile, though a flicker of something unusual glinted in his eyes. Lynn nodded slightly, signaling for the group to proceed. Upon entering the village, several villagers emerged from their homes, curiously regarding these unexpected guests. Their expressions bore a mix of surprise and delight, each face flushed with vitality, clearly indicating a life well lived. The leading man hurriedly conversed with the onlookers for a moment before returning to announce loudly, "Quickly, prepare some food and drink to properly host our life-saving benefactors." Several villagers responded with a murmur and hurriedly departed. Lynn and his companions were led to a clearing in the heart of the village, where the knights dismounted and arranged themselves in a neat line. Maintaining a high level of vigilance, Lucas remained steadfastly by Lynn's side, his gaze never straying from the individuals who had escorted them. In a short while, a number of villagers rushed in from various corners of the village, either carrying or shouldering makeshift tables and chairs. Although the furniture appeared somewhat rudimentary, it was impeccably clean, exuding a sense of rustic charm. Soon, several tables were firmly positioned in the clearing, and before long, many villagers emerged with platters of cooked meats and jugs of wine. The rich aroma of the meats and the robust scent of the wine instantly filled the air, eliciting an involuntary salivation. The villagers carefully placed trays of well-cooked dishes upon the tables, featuring tender, flavorful wild boar meat that glistened enticingly, releasing an alluring fragrance. Alongside it, golden, crispy mountain chicken, its skin sizzling with oil, seemed to whisper of its delectable taste. The wine jugs were arranged neatly, the liquid within swaying gently, producing a soft sound. In no time, the tables were laden with an abundance of food and drink. At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair ambled out from behind a nearby building, his gait slightly unsteady. His murky eyes appeared to scan Lynn and his knights briefly, yet in that fleeting instant, a barely perceptible glimmer of greed flickered deep within his gaze. Almost immediately, the old man's face transformed into a mask of gratitude, his tone brimming with heartfelt appreciation as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for saving the 7 brave souls of our village. Had it not been for your timely intervention along with the noble knights, they would surely have met a tragic fate at the hands of those vile ogres." The old man bowed deeply. His movements, though somewhat clumsy due to his age, were resolute as he prostrated himself before Lynn. Lynn sat there in serene silence, his expression calm, allowing the elder to continue his gestures of reverence without interference. After a few resounding bows, the old man naturally rose to his feet. Still wearing that exuberant smile, he warmly urged, "Noble lord, esteemed knights, please take your seats. In this humble countryside, we have little to offer, so I hope you will forgive our modest hospitality." Lynn's gaze gradually fell upon the array of meats and wines on the table. Pondering to himself, this was most certainly not a mere simple repast. Such a lavish spread of food and drink would likely surpass even what some minor nobles could indulge in on a regular basis. He gave a slight nod and slowly took his seat, gesturing for the knights to do the same. They complied, each adopting a proper posture, their eyes still vigilant, showing no signs of relaxation despite the seemingly warm welcome. "Please, everyone, eat," the village chief called out, his face beaming with smiles, his voice resonating in the central clearing as if to transmit his warmth to everyone present. Lynn nodded slightly, and seeing this, the knights gradually lifted their cold, hard visors, revealing faces that were either resolute or stern. Only then did they begin to partake of the food laid before them. Lynn observed quietly, his gaze sweeping over the food and drink, ensuring everything was satisfactory. "Come forth, pour wine for the noble lord and the knights," the village chief shouted, his voice carrying an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Almost immediately, a group of 20 or so robust village women emerged from the crowd. Each one appeared strong and sure-footed, swiftly making their way to the knights. With somewhat simple smiles adorning their faces, they began to pour wine for the knights. Lynn remained seated, calm and composed, watching this scene unfold. When one of the women approached him with a cheerful expression, seemingly to pour him wine, she was swiftly intercepted by 2 of the young maidservants standing behind him. "There is no need. We shall serve our master," Adele stated, raising her chin slightly, her expression impassive yet exuding an air of unassailable authority. the village woman immediately turned red with embarrassment. Standing awkwardly with the wine jug suspended in midair, she soon cast a pleading glance at the village chief. Noticing her distress, the chief hurriedly put on a smiling facade and said to Lynn, "My lord, I sincerely apologize. This woman is unacquainted with the customs and has inadvertently offended you. Such a transgression is truly unforgivable. I hope you will show mercy and not take offense." With that, the chief shot a stern glare at the village woman, his tone suddenly turning severe. "Why are you still standing there? Look at yourself, making a fool of yourself and tarnishing the Lord's eyes. Just wait until I deal with you." The village woman, trembling at the chief's reprimand, quickly turned and scurried away, disappearing into the crowd. The village chief instantly reverted to his ingratiating demeanor, continuing to warmly invite Lynn and the others to dine, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Lynn, unhurried, continued to eat the meat before him, his movements seemingly casual yet infused with an innate elegance. His eyes occasionally drifted towards the center of the village, where a unique aura, one only he could sense, persistently drew him in. Before long, the villagers had their fill, and much of the food had been consumed. With the wine nearly depleted as the daylight faded like a slowly drawn curtain, darkness began to envelop the village, adding a deeper shade of mystery to the already enigmatic surroundings. Observing that Lynn and his companions had ceased their meal, the village chief hurried over, his face alight with obsequious smiles, as though he had received a great boon. He bent slightly, his tone replete with flattery. "My lord, it is quite late now, and we have prepared a resting place for you in our humble village. Please, follow me." "Thank you. Lead the way," Lynn replied softly, his expression gentle. This was the first sentence he had spoken since entering the village. The chief, taken aback, repeatedly murmured, Of course. It is our honor to host you and the noble knights. We consider it a privilege." With that, he cautiously led the way, his pace measured, neither too quick to seem disrespectful nor too slow to waste Lynn's time. Lynn and his party followed leisurely behind, the rhythmic sound of hooves resonating on the quiet village path. Not long after, they arrived before a house enclosed by a low wall. Within the enclosure lay a spacious courtyard, its grounds simply paved with stone yet fairly level. The house itself appeared quite decent, constructed from sturdy stone blocks, its roof tiles meticulously arranged, emanating a sense of rustic solidity. The chief hurried a few steps to the wooden door of the enclosure, gently pushing it open, then stepped aside with a beaming smile. "Noble lords, you shall rest here for the night. Our village may lack the grandeur of the city, so I hope you will not find it lacking." Lynn merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, his gaze unconsciously drifted across to the opposite side, where stood another house with a spacious courtyard. Unlike the one he occupied, the walls of that house loomed higher, appearing sturdier and more resilient, as if safeguarding something of great significance. Moreover, a large, imposing lock adorned the door, its weighty presence implying formidable security. Lynn cast a fleeting glance before turning to walk into his own courtyard. At this moment, the knights had deftly settled their horses in one corner of the yard. Lucas, particularly attentive, retrieved bundles of premium fodder from his spatial ring, the fragrant grass unmistakably well selected and processed. He meticulously placed the fodder in the troughs for the blood-scaled horses to enjoy. Furthermore, he produced vials of magic potions from his spatial ring, methodically administering one to each horse. These potions represented an extraordinarily precious resource for cultivation. Generally, they are meticulously refined by skilled alchemists from the cores of magical beasts, combined with various rare materials in strict proportions. Each vial encapsulates immense effort and valuable ingredients, thus commanding a significant price. Even the most basic level 1 potion would cost several gold coins, if not more. In the marketplace, it is essential to note that within this world's monetary system, 1 gold coin equates to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, making 1 gold coin equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Furthermore, a single copper coin roughly corresponds to the purchasing power of $1 on Earth. Therefore, even a simple feeding of these blood-scaled horses, assuming they consumed the most basic potions, would cost dozens, if not hundreds, of gold coins. This sum is certainly not trivial. For an ordinary family, it would take a lifetime of hard labor to amass such wealth. The village chief stood silently observing all of this, his eyes glinting with barely concealed greed. His gaze was fixated on the magic potions in Lucas's hands and the blood-scaled horses, as if, in his eyes, They had transformed into heaps of glimmering gold coins. As his thoughts raced, the avarice in his eyes intensified, as though he wished to claim everything before him as his own. "Gentlemen, please rest early. I shall take my leave," the village chief said, suppressing his greedy desires, yet maintaining a beaming smile as he bowed deeply to Lynn, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. He then turned, humming a cheerful tune, and departed with evident delight. If only he knew that the blood-scaled horses were consuming even more valuable level 2 potions, he would likely be overjoyed to the point of soaring into the air. Night descended like a vast, heavy black curtain, enveloping the entire village in profound silence, save for the occasional chirping of insects, which resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. At this moment, Lynn sat quietly in his chamber, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows upon the walls. The knights remained seated in the outer hall, their postures erect as if they were statues, clearly not intending to succumb to slumber, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Adele stood obediently behind Lynn, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders in a rhythmic motion, the touch soft and soothing. Just as this seemingly serene moment unfolded, an unexpected figure materialized beside Lynn without warning. Yet, neither Lynn nor Adele displayed any signs of alarm. Their expressions remained as calm as still water as they slightly lifted their gazes to the newcomer, for they recognized her as Alice. Alice stood gracefully, her golden hair cascading like sunlight over her shoulders, shimmering with a golden glow in the candlelight, as if draped in a radiant veil. Her exquisite visage featured skin as smooth and delicate as mutton-fat jade. With finely proportioned features, particularly striking were her emerald-green eyes, reminiscent of a crystal-clear lake, deep and vibrant. She parted her lips slightly, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, as she spoke. "Master, I have just conducted a reconnaissance and discovered that a half-orc is imprisoned in the basement of that house across from us." At this juncture, Alice paused momentarily, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze before continuing. "Moreover, I sense that the villagers have seemingly departed quietly. Now, apart from us and the half-orc in the basement, this village is utterly deserted." Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression remained unperturbed, his deep-set eyes revealing no trace of turmoil. He merely nodded slightly, his tone steady and resolute as he commanded, "Bring the half-orc here." "Yes, master," Alice responded obediently, her voice barely fading as her figure vanished like smoke in an instant, astonishingly swift, in the blink of an eye. Alice reappeared, a person in tow. She gently set the individual down, who appeared dazed, evidently struggling to comprehend the abrupt change in surroundings. Lynn scrutinized the newcomer with an inscrutable demeanor. She was frail and emaciated, as if a mere breeze could topple her, standing less than 1.30 meters tall, rendering her particularly diminutive among others. Her long, raven-black hair fell in silky strands, cascading loosely down to her waist, enhancing her pitiable appearance. Her face was grimy, obscured by dirt, making it difficult to discern her features, while her tattered clothing resembled that of a beggar. Notably, atop her head sprouted a pair of pointed cat ears, occasionally twitching as if alert to sounds around her. A long, black cat tail trailed behind her, languidly resting on the ground, swaying gently from time to time. After a while, she regained her senses and stammered, "Are you the ones come to purchase me?" Her voice was youthful, tinged with a hint of fear. In a manner of speaking, "Yes, you shall follow me from now on," Lynn replied calmly without further explanation. "Very well, master." The little cat girl gazed at Lynn, inexplicably feeling a sense of safety, warmth, and an urge to draw closer to him. "What is your name?" Lynn inquired. "I am called Meatsai," she promptly responded. "Alice, Adele, please assist her in cleaning herself up," Lynn instructed. "Yes, master." As they spoke, the two women led her outside, fortunate that they had prepared warm water well in advance. Before long, after finishing her bath and changing into fresh clothes, Millie was brought before Lynn by Adele and Alice. There stood Lynn, a vision of sheer adorableness, reminiscent of a little sprite that had stepped straight out of a fairy tale, exuding an irresistible aura that beckoned one closer. Her petite face resembled a meticulously carved piece of jade, fair yet subtly tinged with a delicate pink, as though a gentle squeeze would yield a drop of water. The fine texture of her skin retained a soft luster even in the dim light, enveloped in a hazy glow that lent her an ethereal quality. Her dainty nose, slightly upturned, resembled a smooth pearl adorning the center of her face, quivering gently with each breath, adorably playful. Those rosy lips, akin to vibrant rose petals, were slightly puckered. Above all, her large, round eyes sparkled like two exquisite black gemstones set upon her delicate visage, drawing immediate attention. The irises were particularly striking, aflame with a fiery red hue, resembling two mysterious crimson stars twinkling in the profound night sky. Each time she blinked, her red irises danced like lively flames, imbuing her entire being with a blend of innocence and an ineffable allure. Her entire form was petite and fragile, yet brimming with vitality, each movement radiating an innate charm. Anyone who beheld her would likely be instantly captivated by her pure and innocent cuteness. Complemented by the black maid's dress, clearly a relic of Alice's past, this attire suited her perfectly, enhancing her charm to such an extent that it could melt the hardest of hearts. Little mistress, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. The sweetness of her presence was akin to a delightful candy, blooming with endless sweetness and joy within the heart. So charming that adorable scarcely sufficed to describe her. Let us fetch some treats for her. Let us see what they are up to, Lynn declared, striding outside with a stern demeanor. Upon hearing this, Alice skillfully retrieved several exquisite pastries from her spatial ring. Smiling as she presented them to the adorable little Millie, Millie gazed up with her round, curious eyes brimming with anticipation. She cautiously extended her tiny hand to accept the pastries, bringing them to her nose to take a gentle sniff. The moment she inhaled, her eyes sparkled with delight, as if two brilliant stars had ignited within her gaze, radiating pure surprise. Then, she slightly parted her rosy lips, a smile curving her mouth as two tiny, adorable canine teeth peeked out, before she delicately took a bite of the pastry. That instant, her expression brightened further, akin to two flickering flames, glowing with enthusiasm. Her cat-like ears twitched excitedly, and her black cat tail wagged joyfully, revealing just how delectable she found the treat. All right, follow your master. There will be pastries like this every day, Alice said, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch Millie's peach-like cheek, her voice filled with tenderness. Millie nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing like a charming rattledrum. Chewing on her delightful pastry, she fixated her gaze on Lynn's retreating figure, then took her small, somewhat unsteady steps to follow Alice and Adele, eagerly chasing after Lynn. That moment, as Lynn emerged from the building, the knights who had been waiting in the hall stood in unison, their posture straight as pines, their expressions stern and resolute, each face reflecting a readiness for whatever might come. Mount up, prepared for battle, Lynn commanded, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the knights before him, his voice resonating powerfully in the stillness of the courtyard, heightening the already tense atmosphere with a palpable sense of urgency. Yes, young master, the 20 knights replied in unison, their voices not particularly loud per Lynn's instruction to avoid alarming the enemy. But the confidence in their synchronized response was unmistakable. It was a testament to their self-assurance, suggesting that no matter the challenges they faced, they would triumph against all odds. The knights mounted their steeds, their expressions grim, eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Gripping their 3-meter-long lances, they glistened with a cold light under the muted moonlight. Lynn gently squeezed his steed's flank, guiding the formidable blood-scaled horse beside Adele, but he extended his hand, securely helping her onto the horse, where she nestled against him like a docile bird finding solace in a warm nest. Meanwhile, Alice nimbly mounted another blood-scaled horse, gently placing Millie in front of her. Millie sat atop the towering horse, appearing even smaller and more endearing. With everything set, Lynn and his entourage began their slow journey towards the village. The night had grown deep, enveloping the world in a heavy black shroud, the outside cloaked in darkness so thick one could hardly see their hand before their face. Yet, for Lynn and his powerful companions, the oppressive darkness posed little challenge. Their keen senses acted as invisible eyes, allowing them to detect the slightest rustle of leaves or the faintest whisper of movement around them. Perched atop the high blood-scaled horse, Millie felt as if she had entered an enchanting new realm, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She excitedly gazed around, her wide eyes darting about, as if trying to capture every detail of the darkened surroundings. Then, she reached out her small hands, feeling the solid texture of the horse's back and gently playing with its mane. Judging by her lively demeanor, it seemed she had not been captured by the villagers for long, still retaining a childlike innocence and curiosity. Meanwhile, on a small hill outside the village, shadows flickered among the trees, resembling a horde of ghastly specters dancing wildly in the dark. The villagers had quietly gathered, their eyes fixed greedily on the direction of the village, their gazes filled with avarice and cunning. Among them stood the leader of the 7 whom Lynn had rescued, standing respectfully beside the village chief. His face was plastered with a sycophantic smile, overflowing with greed, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, eager for a share of the bounty. He rubbed his hands together, slightly trembling with excitement. And then, with a face full of flattery, addressed the chief. "Uncle Dong, just look at this splendid haul of sheep I've brought back. My luck is truly remarkable." The village chief, named Anton, nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his wrinkled visage. The smile appearing rather sinister, with narrowed eyes, he spoke in a low, gravelly tone. "Indeed, they are exceptionally fine. The most prosperous catch since the village's inception." Upon hearing this, the leader's enthusiasm surged, his smile growing even more ingratiating. Almost squeezing his facial features together, he continued to grin and rub his hands, his expression brimming with greed, as though he could already envision countless treasures beckoning to him. Leaning in closer, he eagerly proposed, "Uncle Dong, since this haul is so substantial, could I possibly receive an extra share? After all, it was my ingenuity that led them to the village. Without me, we wouldn't have this opportunity." Anton, whose face was initially adorned with a smile, found that expression abruptly frozen upon hearing those words, gradually fading away. His countenance darkened ominously, akin to a storm-laden sky, thick with ominous clouds that exuded a chilling aura. He cast a cold glance at the leader, then slowly raised his hand to pat the man's shoulder. The gesture, ostensibly gentle, sent a shiver down the spine of the leader. Leaning closer, Anton lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, "You have indeed done well to attract this flock of plump sheep. Uncle Dong is quite pleased. However, remember this, what I bestow upon you is yours, and what I do not grant you is beyond your contemplation. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he straightened up, his gaze radiating an undeniable authority. At that moment, the obsequious demeanor he had displayed earlier while ingratiating himself with Lynn in the village was utterly transformed, as if he were a different person altogether. "Why yes, Uncle Dong, I was wrong," stammered the leader, his face paling in response to Anton's sudden shift, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking with fear. He quickly averted his gaze, reciting apologies in a desperate bid to appease the elderly man, whose white hair belied a ruthless intensity. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of leaves being trodden upon pierced the air, indicating that someone was approaching the villagers. The rustling grew louder, yet the villagers remained unperturbed, as if this were a commonplace occurrence. Suddenly, the rustling ceased, revealing a host of eerie, glowing orbs that had materialized around them, emitting a ghostly green luminescence in the darkness. Witnessing this, the village chief exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, his face instantly morphed into a mask of ingratiating smiles. He hastened toward the glowing orbs, bowing deeply in utmost reverence, his tone imbued with humility as he declared, "My lord, you have arrived." With a low, rumbling acknowledgement, a figure began to emerge from the depths of the darkness. As it fully materialized, it became apparent that this was a fearsome werewolf from the Orsish clan. Towering at nearly 3 meters in height, it resembled a massive wolf standing upright, its powerful physique resembling a moving hillock. Beneath its coat of black fur, rippling muscles bulged prominently. Following closely behind, more werewolves surged forth from the shadows like a tidal wave, encircling the villagers with an impenetrable wall. Their numerous forms stood densely around, each pair of glowing green eyes flickering ominously in the dark, rendering it impossible to ascertain their exact number. The scene was both magnificent and terrifying, imbued with a palpable sense of dread. Orcs and half-orcs, though a mere syllable apart, belong to entirely distinct races. Orcs exhibit a more beastly appearance, resembling upright animals, exemplified by these werewolves. In contrast, half-orcs bear a closer resemblance to humans, possessing only minimal animalistic traits. As Lynn and his companions rode to the village's entrance, they sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere, growing tense and foreboding. The towering trees in the dense surrounding forest appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, swaying violently as if a multitude of wild beasts were poised to emerge at any moment. A whoa-whoa at this moment of rising tension, a series of long, mournful howls echoed forth from the darkened woods, surging like a relentless tide. Each howl reverberated through the still night, imbued with a primal ferocity and untamed spirit emanating from the wilderness. Lennon's eyes narrowed with intensity as he beheld a throng of werewolves pouring from the shadowy forest, advancing towards them with alarming speed. Each werewolf towered nearly 3 meters tall, resembling moving hills. Their powerful arms gripped gleaming curved blades, catching the dim moonlight and reflecting a chilling glimmer, projecting an air of imminent menace. Calmly observing the unfolding scene, Lynn maintained his composure, while Adele and Alice wore expressions of disdain. Xiaomi clung tightly to Alice, her fear evident, prompting Alice to lean down and offer her comfort. "Enemy attack," Lucas exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Prepare for battle." In an instant, the knights felt a surge of energy within them, their fighting spirit roaring like a tumultuous river. Coursing through their veins, their knightly lances, already glimmering with a fierce cold light, shone even brighter under the infusion of their martial energy. Simultaneously, the powerful bloodscale horses beneath them sensed the impending tension of battle. Rearing excitedly, their hooves tearing at the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. "Charge," Lucas commanded, his voice resonating like the clarion call to arms. 20 knights surged forth like arrows released from a bow, galloping towards the oncoming horde of werewolves with unrelenting speed. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed against the ground, creating a billowing cloud of dust in their wake, their silhouettes intertwined with the swirling dust in the moonlight, forming a breathtaking yet ominous tableau. Lucas, akin to a bolt of black lightning, rode his magnificent bloodscale horse with unmatched speed, each powerful stride kicking up a small cloud of dust as he led the charge into the oncoming wave of werewolves. In the blink of an eye, Lucas collided violently with the foremost werewolf. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted instantaneously within the tranquil embrace of the forested mountains. Before the blood-scaled steed, several towering werewolves stood as a feeble barrier. Yet they were hurled away as if mere paper dolls by the sheer force of the impact. Their massive forms flailed helplessly in the air, emitting anguished howls that reverberated through the woods. After tracing erratic arcs, they plummeted heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust intermingled with fallen leaves. Lucas did not relent. His hands gripped the knight's lance with the tenacity of iron pincers. The veins on his arms bulging with exertion, the energy within him surged like a torrential river, pouring into the lance, which shimmered with a radiant, ethereal glow. With a sudden flourish, he swung the lance, transforming it into a streak of chilling brilliance, sweeping across the werewolves on either side like autumn winds scattering leaves. The lance tore through the air with a piercing shriek, reminiscent of Death's scythe as it reaped souls. Though the towering werewolves brandished their weapons, they were utterly defenseless against the knight's indomitable lance. Their armaments, initially imposing, shattered upon contact, akin to fragile glass shattering against unyielding stone. In an instant, the werewolves had no time to evade. As the razor-sharp lance cleaved them asunder, blood and flesh flew as fountains erupted from the severed bodies, tracing horrifying arcs through the air before raining down like a sanguine deluge, staining the earth a vivid crimson, and splattering Lucas's armor with gore. Some of the blood trickled through the seams of his armor, pooling into a grotesque puddle upon the ground. In that moment, Lucas resembled a war god emerging from a blood-soaked abyss, exuding a chilling malevolence, his steely gaze fixed upon the werewolves ahead, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Simultaneously, the other knights surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, fearlessly plunging into the horde of werewolves. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. The knights wielded their lances with ferocious swiftness and unerring precision, each swing resulting in another werewolf collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The werewolves, though seemingly robust and armed, were utterly fragile before the might of the knights' lances. Nevertheless, the werewolves pressed on, undeterred, charging forth from the depths of the forest. They howled mournfully, their cries echoing through the mountains, as if to challenge the knights or summon reinforcements from their kin. The werewolves' eyes glimmered with a fierce green glow in the darkness, their sharp fangs bared, as they charged forward, exhaling the stench of blood and fury. The cacophony of clashing weapons, wolf howls, and battle cries intertwined, resonating throughout the forest, transforming the once peaceful woodland into a gruesome battlefield, thick with the scent of carnage. Branches snapped under the chaos of combat, producing sharp cracks, while knights and werewolves alike collided with the trunks of trees, generating dull thuds. Amidst this fray, countless werewolves seized the opportunity to circumvent the fierce knights, racing toward Lynn and her companions. The knights remained unfazed, confident in the exceptional prowess of the two maids beside their master, who were skilled sorceresses endowed with formidable magical abilities. In their hearts, They harbored unshakable trust in the two maids, believing that as long as they stood guard by their master's side, his safety was assured. As for the true identities of these maids, the knights remained blissfully ignorant, their focus solely on the unwavering loyalty that ensured their master's protection, before the werewolves could reach Lynn and her companions. They seemed to collide with an invisible barrier of death. Brilliant and lethal beams of light suddenly erupted into existence, akin to a multitude of shooting stars streaking across the night sky. In an instant, the charging werewolves were dismembered into ghastly pieces, painting the ground in a gruesome tableau of carnage. Nearby, atop a small hill, villagers and the werewolf chief observed the fierce battle below with rapt attention. Their expressions morphed into sheer horror upon witnessing the effortless dismemberment of their kin, as if they had seen a specter, their eyes wide with disbelief. The werewolf chief, consumed by fury, lunged forward, seizing Anton's throat with a grip akin to iron. Hoisting him aloft, his eyes blazed with wrath as he demanded, "You deceived me. You dared to betray me." His voice thundered through the mountains, laced with a chilling authority that sent shivers down spines. Anton, his face flushed and breath constricted, struggled against the grip, attempting to explain himself through labored breaths. "My lord, please, temper your anger. After all these years of cooperation, how could I betray you? We truly had no idea of their strength. Or else we would never have provoked them." The werewolf chief, upon hearing Anton's desperate pleas, momentarily calmed, releasing his grip and casting Anton roughly to the ground. Anton stumbled, gasping for breath, taking a moment to regain his composure. Indeed, the chief had acted impulsively. He had not anticipated such formidable foes. His pack of werewolves, renowned for their might, typically triumphed effortlessly over novice knights and swordsmen, with 500 werewolves at his command. He had long relied on their overwhelming numbers and strength to dominate the outskirts of Stormwind Mountains. Yet who could have foreseen encountering such formidable adversaries today? Dusting himself off, Anton approached the werewolf chief cautiously, his eyes betraying his trepidation. "My lord, what shall we do now? We cannot simply wait for our demise." The werewolf chief furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. After a moment's silence, he clenched his teeth and growled, "We must flee." With that, he unleashed a mournful howl that echoed through the still night, signaling retreat to his remaining forces. The werewolves, engaged in battle, ceased their assaults, scrambling in a frantic retreat. In the chaos, fewer than 100 werewolves remained, fleeing desperately into the forest. However, before they could escape far, they seemed ensnared by an invisible, potent force. In an instant, they stood frozen, their bodies as if sliced by countless blades. Before collapsing into a gruesome heap of flesh, T.O.B. continued. The villagers atop the mountain, along with the werewolf leader, beheld a horrifying scene illuminated by the cold moonlight. Their expressions instantly transformed into one of utter terror, their eyes brimming with despair and dread. That moment, a singular thought consumed their minds: to flee this dreadful place and run deep into the forest, as if only there could they find a glimmer of hope. "Where do you wish to go?" At that juncture, a sweet voice, akin to that of a specter, suddenly pierced through the silence. The sound was strikingly out of place in the eerie atmosphere, yet it carried an irresistible allure. Upon hearing this voice, the villagers and the werewolf leader froze as if ensnared by an enchantment, halting their movements. With grave expressions, they slowly lifted their gazes toward the source of the voice. Before them, perched upon the branches of a grand tree, sat a half-fox girl clad in a maid outfit. Her hair, as white as frost, shimmered softly under the moonlight, enveloping her in a silvery veil. Her visage was breathtaking, her porcelain skin, smooth and delicate like jade, and her finely crafted features harmoniously arranged, particularly her pair of lively, large eyes that sparkled with a blend of cunning and divine essence. Leisurely, she sat upon the tree branch, her tender white legs subtly visible beneath the skirt of her maid outfit, gently swaying. Behind her, a fluffy white tail swayed in tandem, exuding an air of serene contentment, as if she were entirely unperturbed by the gruesome scene unfolding before her. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Adele had vanished from Lynn's embrace. "My master wishes to invite you both for a chat. May I ask if it is convenient?" Adele lounged comfortably atop the high tree branch, her demeanor exuding nonchalance. With a slight tilt of her head, her large, expressive eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a gentle mountain spring, as she inquired of the village chief and the werewolf leader not far away. Convenient. Upon hearing this, Anton felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Eagerly nodding his head in fervent agreement, his motions akin to a rattling drum, His face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, his eyes filled with urgency and trepidation, desperately hoping to align with her wishes to preserve his own life. In contrast, the werewolf leader remained silent, standing still as a statue. His towering, formidable form appeared even more ominous under the moonlight, particularly his wolfish head, shrouded in dark fur, revealing no trace of emotion. His eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light in the shadows, coldly fixed on the direction of Adele. "Humph, if you choose not to respond, then come with me." Seeing the werewolf leader's silence, Adele paid it no mind. With a gentle hum, she gracefully leapt down from the tree. Her landing was nearly soundless, as light as a feather drifting to the ground. She beckoned Anton with a wave of her hand and proceeded towards the small town. Once Adele and Anton departed, the villagers and the werewolf leader collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally beginning to relax. However, before they could fully regain their composure, Adele abruptly halted, spinning around with a glint of madness in her eyes. "I forgot to mention," she began, her lips parting, "from this moment forth, should anyone dare to move a muscle, there will be a resounding bang and you shall explode. Do not doubt me. It is truly fatal, hee hee." As she spoke, her gaze held a sincere mirth, tinged with mockery. Upon hearing Adele's undeniable warning, the villagers and the werewolf leader were instantly paralyzed in place, scarcely daring to breathe or shift a fraction. The villagers' faces turned as pale as frost-bitten eggplants, their eyes wide and bulging in terror, yet they could not muster a sound, only the heavy, disordered breaths escaping their lips. A few of the more timid villagers trembled uncontrollably, fear wrapping around them like an invisible cord, rendering them utterly powerless. Despite their inner admonitions to remain still, their bodies involuntarily twitched. This minute movement proved catastrophic. With a thunderous bang, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck the stillness of the mountainside. Accompanied by that deafening sound, the body of the first villager who moved erupted, flesh and blood scattering like shattered petals in all directions, gore and entrails raining down, creating a grisly scene. The villagers around him were paralyzed with horror. Yet their trembling intensified beyond their control. Yet, should any body twitch again, another bang would follow, resulting in yet another villager's explosive demise, the macabre spectacle repeating itself. Thus, every villager who could not restrain their movements met the same fate, their suffering creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, gruesome and blood-soaked, unbearable to witness. The werewolf leader, witnessing this carnage, was seized with a shudder, his once ferocious green-eyed gaze now replaced with profound fear. He could only widen his eyes, fixated on the gory remains, remaining rooted in this stifling terror, awaiting the unknown fate that loomed. Meanwhile, Adele, leisurely guiding Anton toward the village, wore a slight smirk, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she muttered softly, "Hee hee. Even remaining still will lead to an explosion." Her voice was as light as a feather falling, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Anton walked alongside Adele, his heart racing, yet he dared not slacken his vigilance. Keenly observing her every move, upon hearing her words, he felt as if struck by lightning, his body stiffening involuntarily as his steps faltered. Terror washed over his face, his eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. However, he forcibly suppressed his fear, urging his body to resume its normal pace and hastening to keep up with her. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, coursing slowly down his cheeks. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. The scene before them was one of utter devastation, a gruesome tableau of carnage. The ground was awash with dark red blood, pooling in puddles as if the earth had been violently torn open, gushing forth its lifeblood. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly, some limbs mangled, others torn beyond recognition, while grotesque chunks of flesh emanated a nauseating stench. Yet, Adele traversed this battlefield as if walking on sacred ground, her steps light and deliberate, gliding through the blood-soaked terrain. Curiously, the blood on the ground seemed to possess a life of its own. Whenever Adele approached, it graciously parted, skillfully avoiding her, ensuring not a single drop marred her immaculate maid outfit. Thus, she passed through this realm of death and gore, untouched and pristine, as if none of it pertained to her. "Master, I have returned." Upon entering the village, Adele leaped joyfully into Lynn's embrace, curling up comfortably, her arms wrapping affectionately around his neck, exuding warmth and intimacy. "Now, tell me, why are there werewolves here, and why have you allied with them?" Lynn steadily caught Adele, effortlessly cradling her in his arms. As he leisurely played with Adele's fluffy tail, savoring its soft texture, he casually inquired without lifting his gaze, though his tone was unhurried. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes, eyeing the vast expanse of the Roland Kingdom. The Storm Mountains undoubtedly represented the most remote and perilous realm. Nestled in the wilderness, with towering peaks and dense forests, the terrain was intricate and treacherous. It was precisely for this reason that this mountain range had become a natural refuge for numerous criminals, who, having committed their misdeeds elsewhere in the kingdom, sought to escape the clutches of justice by fleeing here. The village where Anton resided was thus formed by a congregation of such wrongdoers. Engaged in theft, robbery, and various heinous activities, they had found themselves unable to survive in the outside world, ultimately retreating into the Storm Mountains, where they clung to life through unspeakable means. This moment, Anton stood before Lynn, trembling with apprehension, attempting to explain the origins of the village and his collaboration with the werewolves. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, while his body trembled uncontrollably, presenting a picture of utter disarray. "Noble lord, please allow me to explain," Anton stammered, his voice betraying boundless fear. "This village was originally formed by us desperate souls that, as you know, the Storm Mountains are remote and dangerous, beyond the reach of the law, which is why we all fled here." As he spoke, Anton furtively glanced at Lynn's expression, noting the emotionless countenance that belied the icy sharpness of his gaze, sending chills down his spine. "And what of the werewolves? Speak clearly," Lynn interrupted coldly, his deep voice resonating with a palpable sense of authority amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere of the village. Anton swallowed hard and hurriedly continued. "It is as follows, my lord. Those werewolves were originally princes of a small tribe within the Orc Empire, but after losing a power struggle for the throne, they were cast out by their kin. With no other options, they wandered aimlessly until they arrived at these Storm Mountains. On the other side lies the Orc Empire." Pausing momentarily, Anton observed Lynn's demeanor, noting the continued lack of reaction, save for the increasingly frigid gaze. He stammered on, "My collaboration with them was purely coincidental. Initially, I spotted them lurking nearby and thought, since we all reside in these Storm Mountains, why not join forces? Perhaps we could reap greater rewards together. Thus, we have been working together for several years now." As he spoke, Anton forced a strained smile, though it appeared more grotesque than pleasant. While Anton continued his rambling explanation, a sudden series of thunderous explosions erupted from the mountains not far away. Lynn and his companions remained impassive, while Anton flinched, dropping to his knees and casting his eyes toward the mountain where he had just been. Yet, the darkness obscured his vision, leaving him to imagine the calamity that had unfolded. In the distance, the villagers and the werewolf leader who had previously stood frozen on the mountain now erupted in a cataclysm of violence. Boom! 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 The deafening sounds reverberated through the solemn mountains like the roar of thunder. And in an instant, blood and flesh flew as severed limbs scattered in every direction. That once living beings were instantly reduced to grotesque heaps of carnage, the acrid scent of blood pervading the air, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Lynn's expression remained as frigid as ever, his gaze still locked on Anton, as if awaiting further elaboration. Before long, Anton divulged the location of the werewolves' lair and the covetous treasures they had amassed over the years. Realizing his worth had diminished, Anton understood that silence would lead to his demise. He mustered the courage to plead, "My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do. I beseech you to spare my life this once. I shall never dare to offend again." However, as Anton finally managed to utter these words, Lynn merely nodded impassively. In that fleeting moment, Anton felt an invisible force constraining his body, followed by a searing pain. Before he could emit a single cry of anguish, his body erupted with a resounding thud, exploding into a gruesome mass of flesh, scattered across the blood-soaked threshold of the village. Lynn coldly surveyed the devastation before him. Devoid of any semblance of pity, he would show no mercy to those who sought to harm him. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to Alice beside him. In that moment of connection, Alice understood intuitively, her lips curling into a subtle smile. She bent down gracefully, gently placing little Millie on the ground, the small creature gazing around with wide, innocent eyes. As Alice straightened, she vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. As dawn showed no signs of breaking, Lynn and his companions, having endured the tumult, found themselves wearied. Reluctantly, they turned their horses around, making their way back into the village to rest, intending to set out again once the sun graced the horizon. Approximately 2 peaks away from the village lay a hidden stronghold. Nestled against the mountains and surrounded by dense woods, it was challenging to detect, without careful observation. Here lay the werewolf's lair. In truth, it was easy to locate, given its proximity to the village. Upon hearing Anton's revelation, Alice made a beeline for this very spot. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only grows more thrilling. At this moment, the stronghold lay in complete silence. Within its confines, over 100 female werewolves and nearly 100 younglings resided. Most of the mother werewolves were nestled in the lowly abodes, either resting with closed eyes or tending to their offspring, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. The younglings slumbered nearby, their still somewhat tender claws and teeth glinting faintly in the dim firelight, occasionally emitting soft, childish howls. However, the moment Alice appeared silently in this stronghold like a wraith, the fates of these werewolves were irrevocably sealed to Alice. They were already akin to a congregation of the deceased. Alice's lively eyes swiftly scanned the dimly lit stronghold, soon discerning the location of the werewolf's treasures. In the center of the stronghold stood an inconspicuous dwelling, where Alice's figure materialized. Inside, large chests were piled high, some half open, revealing glimpses of shimmering gold coins within. These treasures belonged to the werewolves and the villagers alike. The village chief and the townsfolk understood the perilous nature of their trade, never knowing when death might strike. Thus, they entrusted their wealth to the werewolves for safekeeping. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Alice's lips as she gracefully waved her hand, a soft glow emanating from her fingertips, enveloping the treasures in an ethereal light. Instantly, all the riches were drawn into her spatial ring, as if grasped by an unseen hand. After completing this task, Alice cast one last glance at the somewhat dilapidated stronghold. Then, with a flicker, she vanished from sight. In the very moment of her disappearance, a powerful stench of blood surged forth from the stronghold, the acrid scent spreading rapidly like a relentless tide. All the werewolves, at that instant, silently transformed into grotesque heaps of flesh, and the entire stronghold morphed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. As the scent of carnage permeated the air, Alice had already materialized beside Lynn. Her face retained that subtle smile, as if she had merely attended to a trivial matter. She extended her hand, gently offering the spatial ring filled with plundered treasures to Lynn. He accepted the ring, his expression remaining as tranquil as still water. A fleeting glance into the ring revealed the bounty collected, approximately 200,000 gold coins, their golden sheen glistening enticingly. In addition, there were nearly 100 complete sets of human weaponry, along with several neatly stacked crates of potions. Lynn raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of barely perceptible astonishment flickering in his eyes. Truth be told, he had not anticipated such a bountiful yield. If one were to meticulously assess the value of these riches, it would undoubtedly reach upwards of 500,000 gold coins. It truly echoed the adage about the rewards of violence. Yet now, all of it belonged to him. With practiced ease, Lynn began to methodically transfer the treasures from the spatial ring Alice had bestowed upon him into his specially crafted spatial ring. In the Roland Kingdom, such rings were exceedingly rare and valuable. Even a standard one, with merely 1 cubic meter of space, commanded a price of several hundred gold coins. However, for Lynn, the spatial ring was not considered an extraordinary item. Given that he had Alice, a being of remarkable capabilities, by his side. As a spatial sorceress, Alice possessed astonishing powers, crafting spatial rings as effortlessly as one would perform mundane tasks. It was precisely due to Alice's extraordinary abilities that Lynn had amassed such substantial wealth, enabling him to train a formidable cadre of 20 golden knights. In the past, Lynn had sold a spatial ring with 300 cubic meters of space, which had caused quite a stir in the marketplace, ultimately fetching him a staggering 2 million gold coins. Nevertheless, he understood that the principle of attracting attention could be perilous. While selling spatial rings could yield immense wealth, excessive flamboyance would inevitably draw unwanted scrutiny, a scenario he wished to avoid. The ring he had sold, after all, could still be associated with the legacy of the Warhammer family, allowing for a plausible narrative. However, should such extraordinary treasures appear consecutively, suspicions would undoubtedly arise, for in the entire Roland Kingdom, items as precious and rare as spatial rings were few and far between. Thus, after successfully selling that ring for 2 million gold coins, Lynn decisively ceased his sales of spatial rings. With the newly acquired 2 million gold coins, coupled with the wealth accumulated by the Warhammer family over the past century, Lynn's fortune had become quite substantial. establishing him as a notable wealthy individual within the Roland kingdom. Dawn's light gradually brightened the sky, dispelling some of the night's chill. A subtle coolness lingered in the air. The knights had long since begun their preparations for breakfast. Skillfully tending to the cooking pots over the crackling campfire, the aroma of food wafting enticingly through the air. Meanwhile, within the room, Lynn sat on the edge of the bed, gently cradling little Mealy. Her petite form nestled comfortably in his embrace, exuding an aura of innocence. Alice sat beside them, and the trio shared a tranquil moment. "Mealy, where are your family?" Lynn inquired, seeking to learn more about the little one. Although he had a strong suspicion regarding her family's fate, this village not only engaged in thievery, but also in slave-catching. Beautiful half-beasts were highly sought after in human realms. Upon hearing the question, Mealy's previously innocent expression darkened with sorrow. Her fluffy ears and tail drooped listlessly, losing their vibrancy. "Daddy, many from the tribe were killed by them," she replied, her voice choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as her tiny hands clutched Lynn's garment tightly. Seeking solace. "You will have us now," Alice interjected, extending her hand to gently stroke Mealy's head, offering her tender comfort. "Yes, yes, Sister Alice, you are so kind, and Master is the best," Mealy exclaimed, her head lifting slightly as she mustered a tearful smile, not forgetting to express her gratitude towards Lynn. Most importantly, she felt immensely at ease in his embrace. Not just her, but all sorceresses found greater comfort the closer they were to Lynn, although she had yet to awaken. It was imminent. Otherwise, Lynn would not have sensed the unique aura that belonged solely to sorceresses. Observing Mealy's endearing demeanor, Lynn's heart swelled with tenderness that he smiled and gently ruffled her little head. Just then, a melodious voice rang from outside. "Master, breakfast is ready." Lynn responded with a soft acknowledgement, then carefully cradled little Milly in his arms as he slowly made his way toward the door. Alice also rose to her feet, trailing behind them. Upon reaching the dining table, Lynn gently placed Milly on a chair, taking the time to adjust its position to ensure her comfort. Adele and Alice followed suit, each finding a spot at the table. And soon, everyone began to indulge in the warm and exquisite breakfast laid out before them. Once breakfast was concluded, Lynn led the group once more onto their journey. Their destination was an ancient castle nestled deep within the Storm Mountains. This fortress had been erected during a tense period between the Roland Kingdom and the Orc Empire, serving as a bastion against the Orc invasions, preventing them from crossing the Storm Mountains into Roland. However, as time passed, perhaps due to the strategic shifts of the Orc Empire or various other reasons, this stronghold had scarcely seen any significant conflict, and gradually fell into decay under the relentless passage of time. Yet, in Lynn's eyes, this abandoned castle held a unique value. The Storm Mountains, for most, were undoubtedly a harsh environment, fraught with danger and the unknown. Towering trees stood sentinel, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, while the complex terrain provided a haven for beasts, monsters, and half-orcs alike. For Lynn, however, it represented an ideal place for development. The primary reason for this lay in its secrecy. This mountain range was largely untraveled, with few sane individuals willing to venture into its depths. Consequently, this significantly mitigated the risk of his companions, those witches, being discovered by the church that in truth, the witches had become difficult to identify. They bore little distinction from ordinary folk. Yet, Lynn feared the potential peril of their prolonged separation, which could heighten the risk of exposure. Moreover, if they were to unleash their powers and be seen by the church's personnel, their identities as witches would become apparent. Unlike conventional mages, who required mental focus and incantations to cast spells, witches wielded their power without such constraints. Their abilities and magic bore intrinsic differences, easily discernible to powerful clerics. Fortunately, they did not exude any distinct aura, allowing their true nature to be discerned only in the moment of action. Thus, throughout their journey, Alice and Adele had left no survivors in their wake. At this moment, Lynn's party advanced slowly through the forest. The surroundings exuded a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. The towering trees obscured the sky, filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the dense thicket ahead. The foliage swayed as if stirred by some unseen force. Following this, a series of grunting sounds approached, jarring in the stillness of the woods, growing ever closer to Lynn's group. Lynn maintained his calm demeanor, securely holding little Milly, his gaze steady and focused on the unfolding scene. Milly nestled closely against him, her small face betraying a hint of tension, yet predominantly radiating trust in Lynn. Knowing she would be safe by his side, The knights, too, became vigilant, gripping their lances tightly, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve as they scrutinized the agitated underbrush ahead. In an instant, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches, several towering and peculiar beasts emerged from the thicket. 5 massive creatures, each standing 3 meters tall and approximately 5 meters in length, appeared, resembling moving hills. Trailing behind them were a dozen or so smaller kin. These creatures possessed a most distinctive appearance, unforgettable to behold. Their bodies resembled that of pigs, with rotund bellies nearly dragging on the ground. Yet, atop their backs rested a thick shell akin to that of a tortoise, dark brown in hue and studded with numerous sharp spines. Their large, bell-like eyes glared fiercely, emanating a sense of menace and vigilance as they fixated on Lynn's party, seemingly warning these uninvited guests that they were trespassing in their domain. "Young master, those are Tier 3 magical beasts known as shellspike pigs. It appears we have intruded upon their territory," Lucas reported, his gaze fixed intently on the hulking beasts, tightening his grip on his lance. Just as Lucas finished speaking, the 5 adult shellspike pigs let out a furious roar, as if provoked, and charged forth like arrows released from a bow. They leapt high, their massive forms tracing arcs in the air as they opened their cavernous jaws, revealing sharp tusks, aiming to bite down on the knights with ferocious intent, as if determined to tear everything in their path asunder. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the knights displayed no hint of panic. They raised their lances high, their legs clamping firmly around their horses' flanks, steadying themselves. At the moment the beast's gaping jaws were about to close in, they exerted their strength, thrusting their lances forward with precision that a series of dull thuds echoed simultaneously as the charging beasts were each impaled through their skulls. The sharp lance tips emerged from the backs of their heads, dark red blood spilling forth and splattering the ground. The knights swiftly withdrew their lances, effortlessly extracting them from the lifeless bodies of the beasts. The creatures collapsed to the ground, their massive forms akin to kites severed from their strings, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing the immediate threat dissipate, the knights swiftly dismounted, skillfully commencing the task of processing the slain beasts. They drew sharp daggers from their waists, preparing to harvest the valuable parts of the creatures. Despite Lynn's considerable wealth, prudence remained essential. The knights adeptly sliced through the shell-spiked pig's flesh, carefully peeling away the tough, spiked hide. This hide, thick and spiked, could be fashioned into formidable defensive gear with proper treatment. They meticulously cut away tender chunks of pork, intending to preserve them for sustenance in the days to come. Lynn held Millie in his arms, quietly observing the knights as they busied themselves. Millie's gaze followed their movements with keen curiosity, her earlier tension gradually dissipating. "Young master, the meat of these shell-spiked pigs is quite palatable, especially when roasted. We can sample it shortly," Lucas remarked, chuckling as he worked with the pork. Lynn nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, let us partake in it soon." Just then, from the depths of the now quiet forest, a distant, ominous growl resonated, reverberating as if from the very bowels of the earth. Heavy and menacing, tightening the atmosphere with foreboding, the knights immediately halted their work, gripping their lances with renewed alertness, their expressions turning grave as they gazed toward the source of the sound. Lynn gently patted Millie's back to soothe her while casting his own gaze toward the enigmatic thicket. "Young master, that sound seems significant. It is likely that even more formidable beasts have been drawn to the commotion here." Lucas furrowed his brow and spoke. Lynn's gaze grew increasingly profound. He was acutely aware that within the storm mountains, danger could descend at any moment, necessitating utmost caution with every step. After a brief interlude, a colossal beast emerged slowly from the depths of the dense forest. This creature dwarfed the previous shell-spiked boar by several magnitudes. Standing an impressive 7 to 8 meters tall, with a length exceeding 10 meters, resembling a moving hillock, its appearance bore some resemblance to the shell-spiked boar, yet its shell was more robust and impenetrable, with spikes that were thicker and sharper, glinting with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes resembled 2 enormous red lanterns, emanating a fierce and avaricious light, fixating menacingly on Lynn and his companions while emitting a low, rumbling growl, as if proclaiming its dominance over this territory. "Master, it's a level 5 magical beast, the rock-armored boar. This is far more formidable than the shell-spiked boar," Lucas elucidated. The prowess of a level 5 magical beast should not be underestimated. They not only possess formidable physical strength and offensive capabilities, but also exhibit certain magical abilities. The rock-armored boar advanced slowly towards Lynn and his group, each step causing the ground to tremble as it stirred up clouds of dust. The spikes on its body rustled ominously with its movements, as if to intimidate its adversaries. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Adele appeared at ease and content. She delicately lifted her slender finger and executed a crisp snap. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, the once menacing rock-armored boar, lunging fiercely at the group, let out a deafening, tormented scream. That anguished cry reverberated through the stillness of the mountain forest, startling the surrounding birds into a frantic flight. Observing the rock-armored boar, its head began to swell in an extraordinarily peculiar manner, akin to a balloon being fervently inflated, expanding rapidly. The already enormous head now appeared grotesquely oversized, the veins on its skin bulging ominously, as if they might burst at any moment. In no time, a tremendous explosion erupted as the creature's head could no longer withstand the pressure of expansion. Blood gushed forth, hot and copious, like a fountain spraying in all directions, staining the surrounding trees and underbrush of vivid crimson. Chunks of flesh and brain matter scattered violently, releasing a pungent metallic scent, rendering the scene gruesome and brutal, almost unbearable to behold. Alice clutched little Millie tightly, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Upon witnessing this horrific spectacle, she quickly reached out and gently covered Millie's eyes, wishing to shield the innocent child from such a brutal display, lest it leave a lasting psychological scar. Lynn, too, furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards Adele. The excitement that had illuminated Adele's features upon successfully slaying the rock-armored boar faded instantly upon meeting Lynn's gaze, as if she realized her earlier actions had been somewhat inappropriate. Especially with little Millie present, such a bloody scene was not meant for her eyes. Master, I was wrong. I forgot Millie was here. I will be more mindful next time. Adele hurriedly trotted over to Lynn. Clutching his garment tightly with both hands, looking up with her large, black gemstone-like eyes, pleadingly gazing at him. Her once jubilant white tail now drooped listlessly, swaying weakly as she adopted a submissive demeanor. How could Lynn bear to scold her? He extended his hand and gently ruffled Adele's hair as she felt his touch. Her face lit up with delight. She slightly narrowed her eyes, instinctively leaning her head against his hand. Lynn withdrew his hand from her head. This was not the moment for leisurely affection towards the adorable white-haired fox. If he were to indulge her, it would have to wait until the evening when they were safely settled. Noticing Lynn retracting his hand, Adele quickly masked her contented expression, reverting to her usual obedient demeanor, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lynn, awaiting his next command. Let us collect the corpses of these magical beasts. But do not rush to dispose of them just yet. We must hasten our journey and cannot afford to linger here for too long, Lynn stated calmly, gazing at Adele. Understood, Master, Adele replied cheerfully, her voice light and melodic. As she gracefully stepped forward, with a gentle wave of her hands, a faint glow emanated from her fingertips, enveloping the scattered corpses of the magical beasts lying on the ground. Subsequently, the bodies were drawn into her spatial ring as if grasped by an unseen hand. Once the last corpse vanished, Adele dusted off non-existent dirt from her attire and swiftly returned to Lynn's side. Then, she extended her delicate, elongated hand, resembling jade, and tightly embraced Lynn's sturdy arm. With that gentle embrace, her soft form nestled against him, conveying a warmth that seeped through his clothing, akin to a tender cloud enveloping him, or a handful of delicate cotton wrapping around him, allowing Lynn to feel an extraordinary softness and intimacy. A faint smile graced Lynn's lips, a blend of exasperation and affection. Let us depart, he said, effortlessly lifting Adele into his arms as he mounted his steed. The knights followed suit, mounting their horses and advancing once more. As they delved deeper into the vast and enigmatic storm mountains, the terrain beneath them grew increasingly treacherous and challenging. Moreover, the frequency of magical beasts they encountered escalated. Various forms, whether ferocious or bizarre, would occasionally spring forth from the thicket, launching assaults on their group. Just moments ago, they had encountered another level 5 magical beast, easily dispatched by Alice, its massive form crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Alice gracefully approached and stored the beast's corpse in her spatial ring. However, at that very moment, a shadow flitted through the forest like a phantom. The shadow moved with such swiftness that the group could only catch a fleeting glimpse of its blur before it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving only the gently swaying trees to attest to the reality of their experience. In truth, such occurrences had transpired numerous times throughout their journey. Each time, they vanquished a magical beast or paused momentarily. A vague shadow would flicker in the nearby woods, only to disappear swiftly. It was evident that they were being covertly monitored. "Master, shall I seek them out?" Adele tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Leaning gently against Lynn, her voice soft as a whisper, laced with a hint of playful coaxing. "Not necessary," Lynn replied, shaking his head gently, his gaze remaining calm and profound. He glanced down at Adele, patting her shoulder softly, reassuringly saying, "These individuals are not the same. They are constantly changing. Based on their movements, they seem to be the indigenous inhabitants of this area. As long as they do not take further action, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. Our priority is to continue our journey." Once Alice had secured the remains of the warcraft, the group once again organized their gear and resumed their journey towards the ancient castle they had long yearned to see. At last, after several days of arduous and grueling travel, they caught sight of the venerable fortress that had occupied their thoughts. The castle loomed majestically at the mouth of a desolate valley, akin to an aged sage who had weathered the storms of time, quietly guarding this forsaken land. Towering peaks encircled it, their formidable heights piercing the clouds, with jagged rocks jutting out as if nature had deliberately crafted a natural barrier for the castle. Serving as the loyal sentinels of the valley, the fortress stood as the very gateway to this valley, controlling the vital passage in and out. Its walls, once grand and robust, now bore the scars of relentless time. With numerous fissures and damages marring their surface. In certain areas, stones had loosened and hung precariously, while in others, significant gaps had formed, resembling the wounds inflicted by the passage of years. The towers atop the walls had not escaped this fate. Some had collapsed, leaving shattered stones strewn about, presenting a pitiable sight. A crystal-clear brook meandered through the castle, as if it were the vibrant lifeblood of this ancient structure. The water trickled gently from beneath the towering walls, producing a melodious sound that echoed through the stillness of the valley, infusing a touch of vitality into this otherwise desolate locale. However, as their eyes fell upon the castle walls, they noticed shadows flickering upon them. It was evident that the place had been claimed by others. Indeed, such a prime location, with its strategic advantages and abundant water source, could hardly go unnoticed, and it was only natural that someone would seize its value. Led by Lynn, the knights approached the ancient stronghold atop their majestic steeds, their steady hoofbeats creating a rhythmic sound that resonated through the tranquil valley. Just as they drew closer to the castle, the sentinels atop the walls were the first to spot their figures. Suddenly, a series of sharp and urgent metallic clangs shattered the silence, reverberating through the valley and alerting those within the castle of the approaching outsiders. "Who goes there? Halt! This is the territory of the savage half-ogres, and no one is permitted to approach," cried the guardians atop the walls, their voices laced with undeniable authority and a palpable hostility towards the intruders. Yet, Lynn appeared unfazed by the warning, his demeanor as calm as still water. He merely raised his head slightly, his gaze resolute as he continued to lead his company steadily towards the castle gate. Behind him, the knights followed closely, their formation precise and their strides unwavering. When they were still about 100 meters from the gate, a deep creaking sound echoed, and the previously closed castle doors began to swing open slowly. In an instant, nearly 100 figures surged forth from within the castle, rushing towards Lynn and his companions with an air of aggression. Observing this, Lynn gently reined in his horse, bringing it to a halt. He regarded the approaching throng with a steely gaze, scrutinizing their appearances. Each of these individuals was remarkably tall, nearly 2 meters in height. Their robust physiques seemed forged from steel, every muscle pronounced and exuding immense strength, as if they harbored boundless power. Most strikingly, each one bore a pair of imposing horns atop their heads. These horns, thick and sharp, glimmered faintly in the sunlight, lending them an air of wildness and ferocity. The foremost among them towered like a giant, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, a veritable colossus amidst the crowd. His powerful frame could be likened to an iron tower, muscles bulging as if proclaiming his might and valor. As for their weapons, they were a motley assortment. Some wielded rusted longswords, others grasped thick wooden clubs, while a few brandished oddly shaped iron axes, each reflecting a unique gleam in the sunlight. The leading brute held a double-handed sword that measured a formidable 1.5 meters in length. Its broad blade gleamed with a chilling light, silently attesting to its sharpness and lethality. Before long, this fierce assembly halted mere dozens of meters in front of Lynn's group, their expressions rife with wariness, eyes betraying a sense of hostility and vigilance. As if they were poised to strike at the slightest provocation, the horned leader furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on this seemingly formidable company. Particularly on Lynn, his rugged visage bore an unmistakable displeasure as he demanded, "Noble of the human race, what brings you here?" His voice boomed like a tolling bell, laden with a distinct lack of welcome and disdain. In this realm, half-orcs traditionally harbored animosity towards humans, perceiving them as cunning and deceitful. Conversely, humans regarded half-orcs as brutish and unreasonable. Of course, the beautiful beast-eared maidens were an exception, often winning the favor of humans through their beauty and unique charm. As for the orcs, their enmity with half-orcs was even more pronounced, with sentiments running high enough to wish for the utter annihilation of the other. "What brings me here? Naturally, I have come to take up my post," Lynn replied, his countenance remaining composed. "I am the Count of the Warhammer. This land, as well as the entire Storm Mountains, has been allocated to me by the Roland Kingdom. Thus it is my domain." As he spoke, he gestured towards the ancient castle. "What do you think I have come here for?" Lynn's gaze once again bore into the horned leader. Upon hearing this, not only did the horned giant's expression grow increasingly grave, but those behind him began to murmur among themselves, their whispers rife with confusion and unease at this unexpected claim of lordship over their territory. "You claim to be the lord. What proof do you have?" The leader inquired, his thick brows knitted in skepticism. Unperturbed, Lynn calmly produced the appointment letter from the Roland Kingdom from his spatial ring. The document shimmered lightly in his hand as it floated gracefully towards the giant, akin to a delicate feather tracing an arc through the air before settling steadily before him. The giant instinctively reached out with his massive hand to catch the letter, his rough fingers gripping the fine parchment. He lowered his gaze, squinting at the document, yet the characters upon it appeared as inscrutable as hieroglyphs, leaving him utterly incapable of discerning its authenticity. After all, in this remote region, he typically interacted only with his fellow kin and had never encountered an appointment letter from the Roland Kingdom, making it impossible for him to distinguish reality from fabrication. With a dismissive grunt, the giant tossed the letter back towards Lynn. It sailed through the air, creating a brief gust of wind. Lynn deftly caught the returning letter. His movements smooth and natural, he gently patted the document before stowing it away once more in his spatial ring. Then, lifting his gaze to meet the giant's, he spoke with unhurried resolve. "Do you now believe I am the lord of this place? Have your men step aside. I wish to enter the castle." "Enter the castle? That is impossible." The giant's eyes widened in disbelief, and he bellowed, "This is the territory of the savage half-ogres, and we have dwelled here for so long. We will not relinquish it so easily. Even if you are the lord, what does that matter? We are not subjects of the Roland Kingdom and shall not heed your commands." The half-beast men nearby joined in the ruckus, brandishing their weapons with faces full of defiance. Lynn could not help but smirk inwardly, having anticipated that the royal decree from the Roland Kingdom would bear little weight in this locale. It seemed the resolution of their predicament would ultimately rely on brute force. "Adele, do not kill them," Lynn murmured, lowering his head slightly to gently pat the curled-up Adele in his embrace. His tone laced with affection. "Understood, master," Adele replied, lifting her exquisite and endearing little face, her eyes sparkling with delight. After her response, she nimbly rose to her feet upon the horse's back. Her graceful figure swayed with the wind, akin to a fairy emerging from a painting. Simultaneously, her delicate lips parted slightly as she began to chant softly, as if reciting a mysterious incantation. Of course, this was merely a facade. As sorceresses, spells were not necessary for them. After all, the half-beast men present were rather unsophisticated. While this little act might not deceive the astute members of the clergy, it would suffice to bamboozle these simple-minded half-beasts. A sorceress, the leader of the half-beast men, upon witnessing Adele's demeanor, widened his eyes in alarm and bellowed, "Everyone, be cautious. Charge with me." It was common knowledge that in the face of sorcery, close combat was the optimal choice. Instantly, nearly 100 half-beast men surged forward like a fire ignited by their fervor, shouting as they rushed towards Lynn's party. Their charge caused the very earth to tremble beneath them, and the display was indeed quite imposing. Yet, Adele maintained her slight smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes. She watched the oncoming half-beast men with the same amusement one might reserve for a group of children at play. As the half-beast men drew near, she leisurely raised her slender finger and pointed ahead, her voice ringing out like a lilting songbird. "Stop." At the moment those simple words escaped her lips, an extraordinary event occurred. All of the charging half-beast men froze as if ensnared by a binding spell. maintaining their running posture without a single movement. They resembled statues meticulously carved by a sculptor, with only the flicker of terror in their eyes betraying their living nature, in truth, as the blood sorceress. Adele had merely skillfully manipulated the blood within these half-beasts, rendering their bodies temporarily incapable of movement. After executing this feat, Adele curled back into Lynn's embrace like a well-behaved kitten. She nestled comfortably, occasionally nuzzling against him, her demeanor utterly adorable. Lynn extended his arm, tenderly holding her close, then gently shook the reins, guiding the horse forward. In no time, they arrived before the horned giant, looking down upon him. Lynn's gaze was imbued with a sense of cold authority as he slowly declared, "You will either submit to me or face death. Blink once if you choose to submit. Blink twice if you choose death. Think carefully. Should you opt for death, I will leave none of your kin alive." His words cut through the air like a chilling wind, striking a note of icy indifference in the hearts of all present. Upon hearing Lynn's proclamation, the leader of the half-beast men, his expression shifting to one of inner turmoil, exhibited a complex mix of panic, reluctance, and indecision. His thick brows knit tightly, and beads of sweat began to form upon his forehead, revealing the intense struggle within. Lynn observed him quietly, fully aware that despite the ease with which Adele had subdued these half-beast men, their true strength was not to be underestimated. The leader of the half-beast men was indeed a gem-level existence. No small fry by any means. Among the nearly 100 half-beast men, many boasted golden-level prowess, each possessing considerable strength. Furthermore, these were hulking figures, nearly 2 meters tall. Their imposing stature alone would be enough to instill fear, especially with a bit of training and quality equipment. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader of the half-beast men ultimately blinked once, a gesture that seemed to drain him of all his energy, his eyes reflecting resignation and acquiescence. Seeing this, Lynn smiled faintly, reaching out to gently pinch Adele's tail. Understanding his cue, Adele raised her porcelain-like hand and waved it forward, a soft glow emanating as the binding spell was lifted from the half-beast men. They regained their mobility, and many, upon recovering, instinctively grasped their weapons, their faces contorted with anger as they prepared to charge at Lynn and his comrades. Yet, Lynn merely regarded the leader of the half-beast men, who returned his gaze, their eyes locking in a complex exchange of emotions. Resignation and defiance intermingled. "Enough!" the leader suddenly shouted, spinning around to address the others, still clamoring to charge forth. "I have chosen to submit to him. You may either depart or follow my lead." His voice carried the weight of a chieftain's decree, urging respect from his kin. "Chieftain, we would rather die than surrender," a fiery young half-beast cried, brandishing his weapon defiantly. "Yes, chieftain, let us fight," the others echoed, their fervor ignited, seemingly resolved to resist Lynn to the bitter end. The leader, known as Gray, stood solemnly, scanning the defiant faces of his kin. Remarkably, as his gaze swept over them, those who had just been clamoring for battle gradually fell silent, heads bowed in submission. It appeared Gray's authority among the half-beast men was quite formidable. He then turned back to Lynn, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect, and proclaimed, "I, Gray, leader of the savage half-beast clan, pay my respects to you, Lord." Though resentment lingered in their eyes, the remaining half-beast men, under their chieftain's lead, reluctantly knelt as well. "Rise," Lynn said, a satisfied nod gracing his features, a hint of a smile painted across his face. "You shall not regret your choice today." With that, he shook the reins gently, guiding his horse onward. The knights behind him followed closely, the sound of hooves echoing crisply in the stillness of the air. Gray, his expression a mixture of complexity, watched Lynn's retreating figure before slowly rising and gesturing to his kin, leading them to follow in Lynn's wake. Riding forth, Lynn and his followers gradually entered the ancient castle. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by a haphazard array of buildings. These structures appeared unremarkable, neither particularly grand nor dismal, yet time had weathered them, revealing signs of age. The stones on the walls bore the marks of erosion, while the roof tiles lay unevenly, with a few askew at that moment. Several elders and children, having heard the commotion, peered curiously from the doorways, their eyes wide as they scrutinized the unexpected visitors. The elders' expressions betrayed a mixture of suspicion and caution, for it had been long since outsiders had entered their territory so boldly, while the children sparkled with curiosity, their eyes glimmering with excitement as they observed Lynn and his entourage, their small heads swiveling in delight. Further afield, some children frolicked on the road, chasing one another with simple toys, be it a stick or a stone, lost in their joyous play. Their laughter echoed through the castle, rendering the scene reminiscent of a quaint, peaceful village. My lord, please follow me, one of the townsfolk beckoned. Gray appeared to have swiftly adjusted his mindset, seamlessly stepping into the role expected of a subordinate. He took several brisk strides forward, approaching Lynn's horse with an air of respect, extending his hand to grasp the reins. After a slight bow, he gestured for Lynn to follow him, proceeding ahead with a steady gait. Guiding the horse with diligence, Lynn rode at a leisurely pace. He subtly observed the members of this race. He noted that every young half-bowman was remarkably robust, their towering figures and bulging muscles exuding strength as they strode with an imposing presence. Even through their garments, the contours of their sinewy physique were discernible, a testament to their extraordinary vigor and might. The presence of elders and children was also notably abundant, giving the entire clan an appearance of thriving vitality. The peaceful demeanor of the older folk and the joyful play of the children suggested that their lives here were quite satisfactory, possessing a semblance of stability and tranquility, while Gray diligently led the way. The half-bowman warriors trailing behind him appeared despondent, their heads bowed and weapons still clutched tightly, but their steps heavy with reluctance, as if each stride was burdened by unwillingness. The valiant spirit they had displayed during their charge had long since dissipated. Thus, under Gray's guidance, the group progressed slowly. In due course, they arrived at the heart of the ancient castle. Before them stood an estate exuding a distinct medieval charm, resembling a brilliant jewel embedded within the fortress. Surrounding the manor was a series of meticulously tended gardens, where an array of exotic flora vied for attention. The blossoms exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, fiery reds, rosy pinks, and pristine whites, each flower appearing as if it were a luscious gem. All the greenery was arranged in orderly rows, akin to disciplined soldiers standing at attention, clearly maintained with great care and affection. At the center of the estate stood a quaint yet exquisite castle. 3 stories in height, its architectural style was both rustic and elegant, steeped in the essence of the medieval era. The walls appeared sturdy and robust, constructed from large blocks of stone, the seams between them tight and uniform, seemingly narrating the remarkable craftsmanship of its builders. In contrast to the slightly dilapidated structures outside the fortress, this small castle retained an air of pristine beauty, devoid of the weariness that often accompanies age, instead radiating a unique sense of refinement and dignity. This was indeed the only castle within the ancient fortress, my lord. Gray raised his gaze slightly, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes as he spoke softly. Before this, my family and I resided here. Now that you have arrived and assumed the role of lord, this dwelling rightfully belongs to you. I hope you do not find it lacking. As soon as Gray's words fell, a melodious voice as clear and enchanting as silver bells rang out. Daddy, you're back. In an instant, 2 half-bowman girls darted from the castle. Their appearance captivated Lynn's attention. Tall and statuesque, their long, straight legs moved with a unique rhythm that exuded grace. Their beauty was striking, their fair, delicate skin resembled prized jade, and their finely crafted features seemed like masterpieces sculpted by divine hands. The 2 girls bore a striking resemblance to one another, unmistakably sisters. Notably, their figures were enchanting, harmoniously blending feminine elegance with the distinctive allure of their heritage, enhancing their charm. One girl, with hair cascading like golden waves, shimmered in the sunlight, giving her an elder sisterly aura. The other girl sported hair of a similar golden hue, interwoven with fiery red strands, resembling flickering flames dancing in a golden sea, adding a unique flair to her lively demeanor. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue the captivating narrative. These 2 girls, already strikingly beautiful, were further accentuated by the delicate, dainty horns adorning their heads, showcasing their unique charm exquisitely. Lynn found himself questioning whether they truly belonged to the fierce half-bowman clan or were instead from a gentler lineage. At that moment, the 2 girls gracefully approached the front of the gathering. Observing this, Gray quickly stepped forward, a mixture of embarrassment and helplessness on his face, and introduced them to Lynn, saying, My lord, these are my 2 daughters. He gently pointed to the girl with the golden hair, his tone laced with affection. My lord, this is my eldest daughter, named Aliana. He then gestured toward the other girl, whose hair bore a unique blend of yellow and red, continuing, and this is my second daughter, named Aliana. Lynn, wearing a warm smile, greeted the girls. Hello there. However, to his surprise, the 2 girls seemed utterly indifferent, disregarding his greeting. The eldest, Aliana, turned to Gray with a puzzled expression, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice as she inquired, "Lord, Daddy, what is going on?" The younger sister, Aliana, mirrored her sister's confusion, fixated on Gray. Sighing inwardly, Gray quickly reassured his daughters. "I will explain everything in due course. For now, let us not ask too many questions." Turning back to Lynn, he expressed his sincere apologies. "My lord, I apologize. My daughters are young and somewhat naive. Please do not hold their behavior against them," he hastily added. "My lord, let us prepare a room for you. Perhaps you would like to sit inside for a moment and rest your feet." With that, Gray hurriedly made his way toward the castle, glancing back at his daughters still standing in place, urging them loudly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and gather your things, don't dawdle." The two girls responded with a reluctant "oh." But before turning away, they shot a defiant glare at Lynn, their eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and minor irritation, before darting into the castle, their figures quickly disappearing behind its grand doors. Lynn, witnessing this, could only chuckle helplessly, not taking their attitude to heart. Knowing he would have ample opportunity to address them later, gently patting Adele in his arms, he carefully set her down, dismounted his horse, and proceeded toward the castle. Adele clung to Lynn's hand, while Alice held onto little Millie's hand, leisurely trailing behind him as they made their way toward the castle. The knights followed suit, leading their horses behind him. Meanwhile, the half-Bullman warriors dispersed, each returning home with their own complex emotions. As Lynn and his companions stepped into the castle, they were greeted by an impressively spacious hall that unfurled before them. The sheer size of the hall was astonishing, imparting a sense of vast openness. The floor was immaculate, having been meticulously cleaned, reflecting the care taken in its upkeep. The furnishings in the hall were quite simple. Apart from the large table positioned at its center, only a few wooden chairs were scattered around. The table appeared solid and substantial, while the wooden chairs, though unadorned, exuded a rustic charm, along the sides and rear of the hall. Additional rooms were discernible, judging by the layout and subtle scents wafting from them. They likely served functional purposes such as kitchens and storage spaces. Gazing up toward the staircase, one could see that the second and third floors also housed numerous rooms, each door firmly closed. "What a grand space!" Xiaomi lifted her head, her bright, large eyes wide with wonder as she exclaimed in awe. Her voice echoed through the somewhat spacious hall, infused with a childlike innocence and curiosity. Upon witnessing this, Alice displayed a gentle smile, extending her hand to softly caress Xiaomi's head, whispering, "In the future, this place might even become larger. Just be careful not to lose your way." At that moment, Lynn stepped towards a few wooden chairs, his expression slightly weary after the long journey. Upon reaching the chairs, he slowly sat down, releasing a gentle sigh of relief. Alice, Adele, and Xiaomi followed suit, taking their places beside Lynn, and the gathering created a warm atmosphere within the hall. Meanwhile, the knights, upon entering the castle, swiftly secured their horses in appropriate locations outside, ensuring they would receive proper care. Subsequently, they arranged themselves orderly beside Lynn, standing tall like loyal sentinels, ever vigilant and safeguarding Lynn and everyone's safety. Shortly thereafter, Gray and his two daughters descended from the upper floor, each carrying simple luggage, evidently having packed their belongings. "My lord, we are all set to leave. You may rest here with peace of mind," Gray said, approaching Lynn and slightly bowing in a respectful manner. Lynn's gaze instinctively fell upon Gray's daughters. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he replied, "You are welcome to stay here as well. I truly do not mind." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Gray quickly shook his head, resolutely stating, "Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but we will find accommodations elsewhere and shall not impose on you." Understanding Gray's insistence, Lynn recognized the underlying concerns and refrained from further persuasion. Gray then led his two daughters slowly toward the exit. As they passed by Lynn, the sisters exchanged a simultaneous glare, their eyes reflecting a hint of indignation. Once Gray and his family departed, Alice softly addressed Lynn, "Master, shall we proceed to tidy up the rooms?" Lynn nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, please do that. I appreciate your efforts." Thus, Alice, accompanied by Adele and Xiaomi, ascended to the second floor to select suitable rooms for organizing. "Lucas, you should also prepare. For now, we shall reside here until everything stabilizes, at which point we will construct suitable accommodations for you," Lynn said, turning to Lucas. "You may choose your rooms on the second floor." Lucas respectfully bowed and replied, "Young master, we can simply sleep in the storage room on the first floor. That way, it is more convenient for us to monitor the castle's activities. Recognizing Lucas's steadfastness, Lynn understood that these knights were traditionally rigid, adhering to rules and responsibilities, so he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well. Do as you wish, as long as it suits you." Not far from the castle, there stood a somewhat dilapidated empty house, where Gray hurriedly led his two daughters. Upon entering, Gray gently placed their luggage on the ground. Before he could straighten up, his daughters eagerly approached, their faces filled with urgency. "Father, what is the matter with this lord? How could we so easily hand over the castle to him?" Gray, observing the young faces filled with confusion and anger, could not help but sigh softly. He was aware that his daughters, in their youthful fervor, were fiercely protective of their territory, but there were aspects of the situation they did not fully grasp. Thus, Gray slowly seated himself on a nearby stool and recounted the series of events that transpired outside the castle walls in detail. "Father, how can this be acceptable? We cannot simply surrender. No, we must confront him. We cannot allow outsiders to easily seize our land." The elder daughter, Eliana, grew increasingly agitated, her face flushed with anger and her eyes burning with fury. Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly turned and made to storm out, as if ready to confront Lynn and his companions, prepared to fight to the bitter end. "Yes, father, let us fight them. At worst, we perish together. We cannot just meekly cede the castle." The younger sister, Elena, echoed her sister's sentiments, her face a mask of defiance as she hurried towards the door, her small fists clenched tightly, revealing her resolute spirit. "Come back." Gray suddenly stood up, his voice booming with undeniable authority that reverberated through the small room. His daughters froze in place, turning slowly to face him, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. "Do you think I fear death?" Gray's gaze swept over his daughters, revealing a hint of sorrow and helplessness. "I fear for your lives, my precious daughters, and what of the many clansmen within the castle? If you recklessly engage in a confrontation, do you wish to lead them to their doom alongside you?" Upon hearing their father's words, Eliana and Elena were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, the flames of anger in their eyes gradually extinguishing, replaced by a flicker of panic and confusion. Indeed, they had been blinded by their fury, solely focused on defending their territory, without considering the catastrophic consequences their actions might bring upon their people. Observing his daughters calming down, Gray let out a gentle sigh and continued, "Moreover, my dear children, think carefully. His arrival may indeed be a blessing in disguise." The sisters furrowed their brows in confusion, clearly not comprehending his words. "Do not forget, the situation outside is far from stable. Many who harbor ill intentions have long coveted our fortress. And as for both of you," Gray's gaze lingered on his daughters, concern flickering in his eyes, "your beauty has attracted the attention of many. Without sufficient protection, calamity may befall you." Eliana and Elena shivered at their father's words, fully aware of the truth contained within. Numerous suitors had come seeking their hands, but their father had consistently declined, allowing them to live in relative peace. Yet, it was not a sustainable situation. Eventually, those suitors would become desperate. However, the circumstances had shifted. With the presence of the skilled individuals he brought, they could surely navigate through these challenges with ease, though surrendering the castle to him left them with an uneasy feeling. It was, for the time being, a necessary compromise. The hint of helplessness permeated Gray's tone, yet it was intertwined with a subtle glimmer of hope. He yearned for his daughters to comprehend his earnest intentions and grasp the intricate web of consequences at play. Upon hearing their father's words, Ariane and Ariania's expressions grew increasingly complex. They bowed their heads, silently pondering every phrase he had uttered. Indeed, the prospect of relying on Lynn, who had recently seized their family castle, to safeguard them all weighed heavily on their hearts. On one hand, they harbored discontent towards Lynn's arrival and his audacious conquest. On the other hand, they recognized that their father's counsel was ultimately for the greater good. And presently, there seemed to be no superior alternative. The sisters stood there, their hearts a tumultuous blend of emotions, uncertain of how to proceed. After swiftly attending to their tasks, Alice and Adele had managed to prepare 2 immaculate rooms. They replaced the old furnishings with brand new items, from the plush bedding to the neatly arranged tables and chairs, all exuding a refreshing ambience. Once everything was in order, the two of them, accompanied by little Millie, descended the stairs once more and approached Lynn with deliberate calmness. Suddenly, in this seemingly tranquil moment, a sharp and urgent metallic clattering echoed from afar. The sound sliced through the air, reverberating both inside and outside the castle, creating an unsettling din. It was identical to the noise Lynn had heard upon his arrival at the fortress, and he sensed that more visitors were approaching. In the next instant, Gray hurriedly made his way toward them, his footsteps betraying a hint of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His daughters, Ariane and Ariania, closely followed behind, their faces mirroring an unsettling mix of tension and anxiety. "My lord, enemies are approaching," Gray exclaimed, breathless as he reached Lynn. "Let us go and investigate. Lucas, assemble the troops." Lynn responded, casting a penetrating gaze at Gray. "Yes, my lord," Lucas affirmed, swiftly turning on his heel and striding purposefully toward the open ground outside the castle. Upon arriving, he halted abruptly, inhaled deeply, and bellowed, "Assemble." His call seemed to possess an enchanting quality, as the previously scattered knights surrounding the castle converged with remarkable speed, as if summoned by the clarion call of battle. Their movements were synchronized and swift, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before Lucas. The knights skillfully mounted their steeds, their actions fluid and seamless. Lynn wasted no time. He approached his horse with measured grace, leaped up, and settled firmly onto its back. Observing this, Adele dashed forward with the agility of a nimble cat, swiftly nestling into Lynn's embrace, seeking solace in his presence. Meanwhile, Alice, holding little Millie, gracefully mounted another horse. "Gray, I would appreciate your guidance up ahead," Lynn said calmly as he sat astride his horse, his demeanor serene as he regarded Gray. "Certainly, my lord," Gray replied. Then, without hesitation, led his daughters forward. Their hurried footsteps echoed along the path in front of the castle. Gradually fading into the distance, Lynn, accompanied by his retinue, followed at a measured pace behind them. Before long, they arrived at the castle walls. Lynn dismounted, then, accompanied by Adele, Alice, and little Millie, quickly ascended the battlements, following in Gray's footsteps. The knights formed a neat line in the open space below the walls, patiently awaiting Lynn's command. Each knight bore a serious expression, weapons clutched tightly, ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice. At that moment, the walls and the entrance were teeming with furious half-bull men, all poised for action, their taut muscles and tightly gripped weapons signifying their readiness to engage in combat. The tense and solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire battlement area. As Lynn and his companions reached the parapet, they gazed down to find a formidable throng of burly, tusked figures standing in the open space below. Lynn estimated that there were over 500 of them, each towering above 6 feet, exuding an intimidating aura. At the forefront of this imposing assembly stood an especially conspicuous figure, a colossus measuring approximately 7 feet tall, with a corpulent frame resembling a moving mountain of flesh. His face was a tapestry of rolls, and his small eyes gleamed with a fierce and greedy light. In his hand, he wielded an enormous metal club, glinting coldly in the sunlight, hinting at its lethal potential. Upon witnessing this scene, Gray and his daughter's expression soured considerably. Gray's lips trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with anger and despair. Ariane and Ariania, on the other hand, wore expressions of outrage, biting their lips and clenching their fists instinctively. As if sensing their presence, the rotund figure below slowly raised his hand, pointing the massive metal club directly at Gray, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he brazenly began to taunt. "Father-in-law, you finally arrived. I've been waiting so patiently for you. Have you given any thought to our arrangement?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ariane and Ariania, as if he intended to devour them with his eyes. "This time, you either hand over Ariane and Ariania for me to take back, and our clans will be united through marriage. Humph. Then you too shall reap the benefits," he continued, his laughter causing the flesh on his face to jiggle grotesquely. "Or you can wait for me to breach this place, slaughter you all, and then take them back. Heh. Either way, those two beauties will eventually belong to me. Choose your fate." His words ignited a wave of frenzy among the half-bull men, especially the nearly 100 who had previously confronted Lynn. Their eyes now blazed with fury. To be threatened with annihilation twice in a single day was an unspeakable humiliation for them, and they could hardly tolerate such provocation. "Come on, today, it's either you or me," roared one of the half-bull warriors, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he were about to spit fire. "Kill," another half-bull echoed, raising his weapon high and preparing to charge at the enemies below the walls. "Come on." More half-bull men unleashed a chorus of furious roars that merged into a deafening cacophony, akin to a surging tide. The sudden uproar startled the crowd below, causing them to exchange bewildered glances, silently questioning, "What is happening today?" Despite their notorious reputation for volatility, the half-bull men had been tempered somewhat since Gray assumed leadership, thanks to his diligent management and mediation. Yet now, it seemed they had reverted to a state of hair-trigger aggression. The rotund figure, hearing the uproar from the walls, initially paused in surprise, only to don a disdainful smile. He felt a surge of confidence, knowing he had come well prepared, with 500 robust half-pig warriors at his command, and having recently attained Earth-level strength himself, he believed he could easily overpower Gray. The gem-level swordsman. In his mind, exterminating these half-bull men would be a trivial task. My lord, they are half-pig men, who have long harbored unsavory intentions toward my youngest daughter. With a bitter expression, Gray explained to Lynn the intentions of the group gathered beneath the city walls. His words laden with profound helplessness. Lynn cast a discerning glance at Gray, noticing his prominent brow and large eyes that exuded a sense of earnestness, coupled with his towering and robust physique. At first glance, he appeared to be a simple-minded brute. However, Lynn understood all too well that Gray was not as straightforward as he seemed. Beneath that exterior lay a mind capable of intricate calculations. Lynn pondered Gray's previous actions, recognizing that while they stemmed from a sense of helplessness, they also reflected a careful consideration of his own interests and those of his kin. What should be done? Lynn inquired, slightly raising his chin, his expression as serene and unfathomable as a bottomless lake, calmly regarding Gray. "Father, let us confront them." Before Gray could respond, Ariana erupted like a lit powder keg, her fair complexion flushed crimson in an instant, her large eyes widening with fiery anger. Gripping her spear tightly, her slender fingers turned pale from exertion, as if she might crush the weapon in her grasp. Ariana's fury simmered within her, threatening to burst forth. She thought of those detestable half-pig creatures, who had harbored ill intentions towards her and her sister, now audaciously threatening them at their own walls. Did they truly believe her sister and she were easy prey? The sight of their grotesque faces, adorned with lewd smiles, filled her with revulsion. She cared little for the odds. Her heart was set on charging out to confront the half-pigs, ready to fight to the death. Determined not to let them succeed or belittle her and her kin. It was then that Lynn noticed that both Ariana and Aliana had each taken hold of a spear, their grips firm. While Aliana did not vocalize her intentions like her sister, her lips were clenched so tightly they were nearly bleeding, and her eyes reflected a resolute fury. Gray, however, appeared troubled and conflicted, his broad forehead creased with deep furrows, resembling ravines etched into his skin. He opened his mouth, yet words seemed caught in his throat, leaving him standing there in a daze. He wished to proclaim that the Lord was present, but such words felt beyond his reach in that moment. Breaking the tense silence, Lynn declared, "I shall handle this rotund brute. As for the other half-pigs, you shall face them." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Gray and the others atop the wall, his eyes glimmering with scrutiny. "There should be no issue. I do not tolerate incompetence." Though his tone was casual, many around him felt the weight of his words, which ignited a simmering anger within their hearts. "Absolutely, my lord," Gray exclaimed, his eyes widening with fierce determination that he summoned all his strength to respond loudly, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the battlements, echoing with the pent-up rage and resolve that had long been suppressed. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "All warriors, prepare for battle. Today is the day we settle accounts with this rabble. Let us annihilate them and make them aware of our might. Slay them all." The furious half-bull warriors roared in unison, their thunderous cries merging into an overwhelming force, surging towards the horde of half-pigs below. With that, these frenzied half-bulls charged forward like a relentless tide, heedless of the odds, driven by an instinctual ferocity. Even Ariana and Aliana were not to be outdone. They gripped their spears tightly, their eyes gleaming with determination and resolve, and without hesitation, they surged forward alongside the others, although the half-bull warriors numbered little over 200. They disregarded the disparity in numbers, rushing towards the more than 500 half-pigs like a pack of rabid lions. The half-pig leader, observing the unfolding scene, smirked disdainfully, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "Foolish creatures, daring to seek their doom. Today, you shall find no return. Kill." With his command echoing across the battlefield, the 500 half-boar warriors he led surged forth like unbridled steeds, brandishing an array of bizarre and exotic weapons. Roaring fiercely as they charged towards the half-bull warriors. In an instant, the cacophony of battle erupted, dust swirling chaotically through the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a palpable atmosphere of impending carnage. Meanwhile, the half-boar chieftain remained rooted to the spot, refraining from joining his warriors in their advance. His corpulent form trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his flabby visage, as a flicker of sheer terror flashed in his eyes. The clash between the two factions was imminent, plunging the scene into utter chaos and bloodshed. A gem knight. Gray showcased his prowess to its fullest extent, gripping his massive sword with both hands. The blade shimmered with a radiant aura of battle energy. Empowered by this energy, the already formidable weapon transformed into an unstoppable instrument of death, each swing accompanied by a howling gale, leaving no blade of grass unscathed in its wake. Any half-boar warrior daring to approach was met with his lethal strikes, either having their weapons cleaved asunder or being felled to the ground, blood swiftly staining the earth around them. The sisters, Eliana and Eliania, appeared equally formidable. They moved gracefully across the battlefield, their long spears dancing with the fluidity of serpents. Each thrust found its mark, piercing through the bodies of half-boar warriors, sending sprays of crimson into the air. The spears seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly reaping the lives of their foes, causing half-boar warriors to fall one after another, their cries of agony echoing throughout the fray. Although the half-boar warriors outnumbered their half-bull counterparts significantly, in this realm of fantasy and extraordinary powers, numerical superiority could not easily bridge the gap in their respective levels. The half-bulls boasted a higher average level, with 6 warriors having attained the esteemed rank of golden-level battle energy practitioners. They descended upon the battlefield like divine beings of war, unleashing devastating energy skills that felled swathes of half-boar warriors with each strike. Coupled with the formidable presence of Gray, the half-bulls found themselves relatively unburdened in combat, deftly neutralizing the half-boar's assaults while delivering relentless counterattacks. As half-boar warriors continued to perish, their comrades fell one after another into pools of blood. The horrific scene instilling a sense of dread. Yet, confusion swirled among their ranks, questioning why their chieftain remained motionless in the rear. Initially, they had believed he possessed a brilliant strategy, but witnessing their companions fall one by one while their leader stood idly, anger began to swell within them, dampening their morale significantly. Despite their spirits being dampened by their leader's inaction, the sheer number of half-boar warriors allowed them to regroup after a brief moment of panic, launching themselves at the half-bulls with frenzied determination. Among them were also some battle energy practitioners who posed a nuisance to the half-bulls. Gray swung his great sword with the ease of a master, but the overwhelming number of foes began to wear him down. Sweat soaked his garments, cascading down his face, mingling with the blood splattered upon him, rendering his visage increasingly menacing. His gaze remained resolute, yet each swing of his sword demanded greater effort to pierce through the layers of half-boar warriors encircling him. Eliana and Eliania, back to back, wielded their spears with impeccable precision. Eliana thrust her spear forward, piercing the chest of a half-boar warrior, but before she could withdraw it, another half-boar raised an axe from the side. Startled, she swiftly dodged, yet the axe grazed her arm, causing blood to flow freely. "Sister, be careful," Eliania cried, pivoting to deflect the subsequent attack with her spear while delivering a fierce kick to the assailant's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. At this moment, the 6 golden-level practitioners among the half-bulls unleashed their signature techniques. One warrior launched a powerful punch, sending a golden beam of battle energy hurtling forth like a razor-sharp sword, piercing through the ranks of half-boar warriors, claiming several lives before they could even emit a cry of despair. Another practitioner leaped high into the air, spinning gracefully, enveloped in a swirling tempest of golden energy. He descended like a blazing meteor, the force of his descent tearing through the half-boars, leaving them battered and bloodied. Gray observed the unfolding situation, recognizing that while the odds favored the half-bulls, the half-boars continued to resist fiercely due to their sheer numbers. Resolutely, he decided to unleash his most potent technique to shift the tide of battle. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his battle energy into his great sword, which began to radiate a dazzling light. Suddenly, the blade expanded into a colossal sword over 30 meters in length, towering ominously. The swirling energy along its length reminiscent of a raging river, exuding an aura that struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Gritting his teeth, Gray flexed his muscles, raising the immense sword high above his head, and brought it crashing down upon the densely packed half-boar warriors. A deafening roar erupted, akin to the wrath of a thunder god unleashed upon the earth. The ground trembled beneath the incredible force. A massive gash etched into the earth, over 30 meters long, appearing as though the land itself had been torn asunder. Simultaneously, the energy surged forth like a tempest, radiating outward from the gash. The half-boar warriors within a 30-meter radius had no time to react. Swept away by the overwhelming force, their bodies flung like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, many falling silent upon impact. After executing this devastating technique, Gray felt as though every ounce of energy had been drained from his body. His complexion turned pale as parchment, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, pooling upon the ground beneath him. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Had he not propped himself up with his sword, he would have surely collapsed. Nonetheless, the results of his ferocious strike were staggering, claiming the lives of at least 40 half-boar warriors. Those fortunate enough to survive were grievously wounded, some writhing in agony while clutching their injuries. Others struggling to rise but clearly on the brink of collapse. The battlefield lay witness to the aftermath of this fierce melee. The number of half-boar warriors had dwindled drastically. Their earlier doubts and unease, stemming from their leaders' inaction, were now compounded by the terror instilled by Gray's earth-shattering display of power, shattering their psychological defenses entirely. Fear spread through their ranks like a contagion, extinguishing their will to fight. And they began to cast aside their armor and flee, desperate to escape the nightmare of this battlefield. However, the half-bulls would not let such an opportunity for retribution slip away. Witnessing the half-boars' chaotic retreat, their spirits soared, and they rallied together, howling in unison as they pursued their foes with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Amidst the chaos, the half-boar warriors sprinted desperately toward the direction of their chieftain. Shouting in panic, "Chieftain, save us!" The voice resonated with boundless terror and despair, as if their chieftain was their sole lifeline in this moment of crisis. Yet, their chieftain remained as motionless as a statue, standing there in unwavering silence. That it was only when the last of the half-pig men stumbled in his frantic flight, crashing down at the chieftain's feet, that the stillness was momentarily broken, bloodied and gasping. The half-pig man extended a trembling hand, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to touch the chieftain's foot, weakly crying out, "Chieftain, save me." However, before he could utter another word, a pursuing half-bull man mercilessly swung his blade, severing the poor creature's head with a single stroke. The severed head rolled away, blood gushing from the neck, staining the earth around it in a vivid crimson hue. Observing the immobile half-pig man chieftain, many of the half-bull men began to grasp the grim reality of their situation. They instinctively halted, turning their gazes towards the city wall, their expressions reflecting a newfound awareness. Sisters Aliana and Delania struggled to push through the crowd surrounding them, directing their attention towards the chieftain, who had not moved a muscle throughout the ordeal. That moment, they gained an unparalleled clarity regarding the formidable strength of Lynn and his companions, recalling their earlier impulsiveness in wanting to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. While their father chose to surrender, they had felt confusion and indignation. But now, they comprehended their father's decision with profound understanding. In every realm, the inclination to seek strength is the inherent nature of most sentient beings. Just then, Gray approached, his weary form betraying the weight of exhaustion. "Father, what shall we do about this fellow?" Elenia inquired, gesturing towards the chieftain, who resembled a stone effigy, brows furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, Gray slowly turned, his gaze settling upon the imposing figure of Lynn atop the city wall. "Eliminate him," came Lynn's calm yet authoritative voice, echoing down from the heights. Without a moment's hesitation, Aliana tightened her grip on her spear, her form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to the half-pig man chieftain in an instant. With a powerful swing of her arm, she thrust the spear, imbued with a fierce wind, directly towards the chieftain's throat. With a dull thud, the spear pierced through unimpeded, and blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, splattering the ground in a shocking crimson. The chieftain's massive body began to topple. Gray exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned to address the half-bull warriors behind him. "Let us return to the fortress." Leading the way, he strode towards the stronghold, with the other half-bull warriors following suit, sheathing their weapons and moving in an orderly fashion. Before long, they found themselves standing upon the broad avenue within the fortress, arranged in neat formation, heads held high, all gazing towards Lynn on the wall. The sunlight bathed Lynn in a golden glow, accentuating his regal and enigmatic presence. "My lord, the mission has been accomplished successfully," Gray announced, stepping forward to kneel on one knee, his right fist placed respectfully against his left breast. Offering a formal salute to Lynn, his voice resonated with authority and reverence, echoing through the avenue, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The other half-bull warriors, inspired by Gray's example, knelt in unison, their expressions solemn, their eyes reflecting sincere respect for Lynn, at least in this moment. Rise, Lynn commanded from atop the wall, his demeanor unchanged, his nod slight yet affirming. His calm tone reached each ear with clarity. Upon hearing this, the warriors stood straight, awaiting further instructions from Lynn. Gray, take a moment to rest, then proceed to eliminate the half-pig men's lair. That should not pose a problem, correct? Lynn inquired, his arms crossed, surveying the assembled warriors before settling his gaze on Gray. Understood, my lord, Gray replied promptly, bowing slightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Are there any remaining powerful foes in their lair? Should I dispatch reinforcements? Lynn continued, clearly considering the capabilities of the half-bull men. Wishing to spare Gray and his comrades from unnecessary peril. My lord, it is unnecessary. Most of their warriors and elites are here. There are only a few frail and elderly left in the tribe. Gray explained swiftly. Very well. Once you have rested, set off on your own. Also, ensure that the area outside is cleaned up, Lynn instructed, turning to make his way towards the castle. Yes, my lord, Gray acknowledged. Alice, Adele, and little Millie hurriedly followed Lynn, with the knights trailing in an orderly fashion behind them. Aliana and Elenia stood rooted in place, quietly observing Lynn's retreating figure, their expressions a mix of complexity, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds at that moment. Subsequently, Gray began to methodically organize the tribe's affairs. He first summoned the women of the tribe, urging them to swiftly attend to the battlefield. Armed with various cleaning tools, they diligently set about their task, swiftly gathering the half-pig men's corpses and stacking them in large piles in an open space before igniting torches to incinerate the remains. The roaring flames illuminated the battlefield, filling the air with a pungent stench. Yet they carried on without a hint of complaint, resolutely fulfilling their duties. Meanwhile, other tribe members busily collected the usable weapons scattered across the battlefield. They meticulously searched for fallen swords, spears, and other arms, neatly stacking them to be taken back to the fortress for sorting and distribution. On the half-bull side, several warriors had tragically perished in the battle, while many others bore injuries. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. Gray promptly organized teams to carefully carry the injured warriors back to the fortress, ensuring that those skilled in healing would attend to their wounds without delay. Arrangements were also made for the proper burial of the deceased. Once everything was in order, Gray took a brief respite before setting out with 150 robust warriors. Each of them exuded vitality, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the impending battle. Despite having just endured a fierce conflict, they felt no weariness, only eagerness to demolish the half-pig men's lair. Time flew swiftly amid their industriousness and anticipation. And soon evening approached. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a brilliant orange hue across the horizon, painting the heavens in vibrant shades of scarlet. At that moment, Gray returned, leading the warriors back. They were all adorned with radiant smiles, their faces reflecting the joy and pride of victory. Each of the formidable half-bull warriors bore a colossal burden upon their backs, a bulging pack that seemed to contain an abundance of treasures. Numerous others were seen pulling carts, which were similarly laden with a diverse array of items scavenged from the lair of the half-pig men, including gold and silver treasures, precious herbs, magical cores, and more, signifying a bountiful harvest. Notably, the most substantial collection comprised various types of food and animal hides. The food was plentiful and diverse, featuring towering heaps of grains, each bag heavy and filled with plump kernels that exuded a faint, enticing fragrance. There were also strings of cured meats, their alluring hue glistening in the fading sunlight, making one's mouth water at the mere sight. An abundant assortment of fresh fruits and vegetables was neatly arranged, emanating a refreshing aroma, adding a vibrant splash of life to the scene of harvest. As for the animal hides, they varied in texture. There were soft and smooth fox pelts, their colors vibrant and luxurious to the touch, akin to caressing the finest silk. Thick and warm bear skins, their plush fur voluminous and heavy in hand, seeming to carry the essence of wilderness and strength, and the beautifully modeled leopard skins, each adorned with unique patterns that appeared as if crafted by nature's own hand. These rich provisions and high-quality hides held profound significance for them. With these items, they could confidently ensure a safe passage through this winter, living in relative comfort and abundance. Amidst the enthusiastic crowd of their kin, Gray and the valiant half-bull warriors joyfully transported all the spoils of their expedition to the grand castle. The scene was bustling with energy, the warriors' faces glowing with victorious delight while the clansfolk were filled with curiosity and anticipation, gathering around to chatter excitedly about this bounteous haul, just as Gray was preparing to enter the castle to report the outcomes of their mission to Lord Lynn. Alice emerged gracefully from within the castle. Her elegant figure and serene countenance belied her role as a maid, radiating an innate dignity. Let us find a suitable place to store these items collectively. They must be properly arranged for future needs, Alice said, her chin slightly raised, her calm gaze sweeping over the mountain of spoils, her tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Alice's words, Gray felt no inclination to dispute her in his heart. He had never regarded her with any condescension due to her maidservant status. He promptly bowed respectfully, sincerity etched on his face, as he replied, "At your command." With that, he efficiently guided the substantial bounty toward the designated storage area within the castle. By now, the sky had completely darkened, the night enveloping the land like a vast black satin sheet. After so many days of travel, Lynn's only thought was to find respite and alleviate his weariness. "Master, the hot water is ready. You may bathe and unwind," came Alice's gentle, melodious voice, softly resonating in his ears. As Lynn slowly opened his eyes, he found Alice standing before him, her expression warm and filled with concern. At the mention of hot water, Lynn exhaled lightly, as if merely hearing those words had already alleviated some of his fatigue. He rose gradually, taking somewhat heavy steps toward the bathroom. Adele followed closely behind, her light footsteps echoing in the quiet corridor like a soft, delicate accompaniment. Soon, they arrived at the bathroom. Upon entering, Lynn was greeted by the sight of an enormous bathtub. "Goodness, what a magnificent tub!" he marveled. Its dimensions stretched 3 meters in length and width, spacious enough for 5 or 6 people to bathe together without feeling cramped. This bathtub had been specially brought by Lynn, and it was now filled to nearly half a person's height with steaming hot water. The rising steam enveloped the bathroom, infusing the space with warmth and a hazy ambience, as if one had stepped into a dreamlike realm. Adele stepped forward, delicately extending her slender hand to test the water temperature. Once assured that it was just right, Lynn disrobed and slowly sank into the tub. The comforting warmth of the water enveloped him, akin to being caressed by countless gentle hands. The temperature was perfect, causing Lynn to exhale contentedly as he felt every pore of his body relax, reveling in this rare moment of bliss. At that instant, it seemed as though all external clamor and turmoil dissipated like wisps of smoke, leaving behind a serene and delightful interlude of tranquility. The following morning, as the sun rose, its gentle rays eagerly began to showcase their vitality and warmth. With the curtains drawn aside, more sunlight flooded into the room, casting golden beams that intertwined like fine threads, forming a dazzling web of light. Amidst this poetic glow, our protagonist Lynn remained blissfully ensconced in sweet slumber, his consciousness adrift in a nebulous realm, unable to extricate itself. Lynn eventually descended from his bed, and after a brief wash, he led the 2 women out of the room. Upon stepping outside, he spotted little Millie standing nearby, her round, sparkling eyes fixed upon them. Dressed in an adorable little dress, her hair fashioned into 2 playful braids, she hugged a fluffy teddy bear. "Master, Sister Alice, Sister Adele, you're awake. I've been waiting forever." "My tummy is all empty," Millie pouted adorably. Lynn approached with a smile, gently ruffling Millie's hair. "Good girl, Millie. We're heading to eat now. I bet you can't wait for some delicious food." Yes. Millie wants to eat lots and lots of yummy food." Millie nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Thus, Lynn, alongside Alice, Adele, and Millie, made their way to the dining hall. Upon reaching the dining area, Alice retrieved an exquisite breakfast she had meticulously prepared from her spatial ring. The spatial ring proved immensely useful, preserving the items within as if they were frozen in time. Freshly baked bread wafted an irresistible aroma. Golden fried eggs gleamed enticingly, accompanied by an array of fresh fruits and rich, steaming soup. Lynn seated himself at the head of the table, with Alice and Adele flanking him, while little Millie nestled beside Alice, her petite figure dwarfed by the large chair, making her appear even more adorable. "Wow, so much delicious food. Millie is ready to dig in," Millie exclaimed excitedly at the sight of the abundant spread, promptly reaching for the bread. "Slow down, Millie. Don't choke." Alice chuckled, gently breaking the bread into smaller pieces to make it easier for her to eat. "Thank you, Sister Alice. You're the best," Millie replied, her mouth full of bread, her words muffled. Watching Millie devour her food, Lynn remarked with a smile, Are you that hungry, Millie? Didn't you eat enough last night? I did eat enough last night, but I woke up hungry again this morning. Millie is growing and needs to eat lots and lots. Millie replied earnestly, prompting laughter from everyone around. Adele chimed in with a grin. Then you'd better eat plenty, Millie. That way, you can grow tall and strong, just like your sisters. Yes, yes. Millie wants to be as strong as her sisters to protect the master. Xiaomili nodded vigorously, her eyes radiating determination. As everyone enjoyed their breakfast, engaging in lively conversation, the restaurant was enveloped in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. However, just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Gray rushed in. A look of urgency etched on his face, as if he had important news to relay to Lynn. Lynn was seated at the table, savoring his breakfast, with sunlight streaming through the window, filling the air with the delightful aroma of food. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Gray hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with anxiety. Noticing this, Lynn set down his utensils and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Gray, what is the matter? Why the haste? Gray stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and breathlessly replied, My lord, there is trouble. A horde of half-born men has suddenly appeared before our fortress, and they seem intent on causing harm. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression darkened slightly. What was happening at this fortress? In just a couple of days, so many issues had arisen. Was it the fault of these half-born men, or was it his own? He rose, somewhat resigned, and said, Come, let us assess the situation, turning to Xiaomili, who was still eating. He smiled and said, Xiaomili, be good and stay here. We shall return shortly. Okay, my lord, Xiaomili mumbled with her mouth full, her words muffled. Lynn, accompanied by Alice, Adele, and Gray, swiftly made their way toward the front of the fortress. When they arrived atop the fortress walls, they beheld a vast throng of half-born men gathered in the open space below. These half-born men were tall and robust, sporting human-like heads with long tusks protruding from their mouths. Their skin was rough and covered in bristles, and their eyes gleamed with ferocity and greed. Many donned crude leather armor and wielded an assortment of cumbersome weapons, some even carrying what appeared to be plundered goods. Shouting angrily at the fortress, Lynn's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the half-born army below, pondering their intentions. At that moment, a half-born man, seemingly their leader, stepped forward from the crowd, brandishing a large axe. He shouted up at Lynn and the others on the wall. You up there, listen. Yesterday, you annihilated the half-pig clan, which is our kin. Today, we have come to avenge them. If you know what is good for you, open the gates and hand over your supplies. Perhaps we might spare your lives. Otherwise, if we breach your walls, none shall escape unscathed. Upon hearing the leader's words, Lynn grasped their intent. They sought to exploit the guise of vengeance to pillage my lord. Shall we eliminate them? Adele tilted her head slightly, a teasing smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at the raucous half-born men below. Her voice was melodious, yet her words dripped with an unmistakable ruthlessness. As if to her, taking the lives of these half-born men was but a trivial matter. The leader, who had been bellowing threats just moments ago, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Involuntarily shivering, a fleeting look of panic crossed his previously fierce countenance, and he instinctively recoiled, sensing an oppressive aura emanating from above. Lynn's expression was steely as he cast a penetrating glance at the mass of half-born men gathered beneath. Their imposing figures and long tusks glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding an air of savagery and brutality. There were indeed a considerable number of them, estimated to be nearly 1,000. No need for that. Just restrain them, Lynn commanded. Gray, go persuade them to surrender. If they refuse, then execute them. Yes, my lord, Gray acknowledged, leaping down from the wall. Upon hearing Lynn's command, Adele recited a spell dismissively. Waving her delicate hand, a visible red energy surged toward the half-born men. As it passed, those who had been clamoring to attack the fortress were instantly frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell. Their expressions remained fierce and arrogant, yet their bodies could no longer move, standing rigidly like crude statues, rendering the scene eerily silent. Gray approached the half-born leader, surveying the group with keen eyes. Committing their appearances to memory, he then began a monologue, which was more a soliloquy than a dialogue. As the half-born men were immobilized by Adele's magic, unable to speak, save for blinking in response, clearing his throat, Gray solemnly explained the current situation to them, detailing the grim fate that awaited those who resisted. While suggesting that surrender might afford them a glimmer of hope, the half-born men could only gaze at Gray, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, defiance, fear, and hesitation, expressing what they could only through their blinking. Time passed slowly in this one-sided discourse between Gray's appeals and the half-boar men's silent reactions. Eventually, Gray concluded his monologue and decisively turned to Lynn, shouting, "My lord, they have agreed to surrender." Lynn nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Adele. Understanding the cue, Adele smiled lightly and gracefully waved her slender hand once more that a soft glow emanated from her fingertips, enveloping all the half-boar men like a gentle mist. In an instant, those who had stood like statues regained their ability to move. Stirring as if awakening from a long slumber. Under their leader's command, the half-boar men knelt in unison toward Lynn, the sound of their knees hitting the ground echoing loudly in the stillness. Creating an oddly resonant atmosphere, each bowed their heads, wearing expressions of either reverence or trepidation, awaiting Lynn's next instruction. Seeing this, Lynn swiftly descended from the wall like a gust of wind. Alice and Adele followed closely behind, gracefully floating down to the ground, and the trio approached the half-boar "My lord," Gray exclaimed, kneeling respectfully with one knee on the ground and a fist over his heart, paying homage to Lynn with a formal bow. "Lift your head," Lynn commanded, his gaze calm as he regarded the half-boar leader, his tone even yet imbued with undeniable authority. The half-boar leader slowly raised his head, allowing Lynn to scrutinize his features. Though he bore the basic contours of a human face, the elongated tusks jutting from his mouth rendered him grotesque, coupled with the large pig ears atop his head, which twitched with his movements. He appeared exceedingly bizarre and unsightly. "Now, tell me why you sought to attack here. I find it hard to believe you are here for vengeance for the half-pig clan," Lynn inquired, arms crossed, his demeanor unperturbed, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of unraveling any deceit as he locked eyes with the half-boar leader. The leader trembled slightly, evidently intimidated by Lynn's penetrating stare. Swallowing nervously, he responded, his voice tinged with resentment. "Someone informed us that the ferocious half-bull clan had annihilated the half-pig clan, but they too were gravely weakened and urged us to come here for a share of the spoils. We were misled, my lord. Please forgive us." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head, the sound of his forehead striking the ground resonating sharply in the tranquil environment. "Who could it be?" Lynn furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "That I don't know." He was masked. The half-wild boar leader raised his head, weariness etched across his face as he recounted. "He appeared so suddenly, spoke only these words to us, and then vanished. We could not discern his appearance, my lord." "Very well. I shall allow you to return, and then relocate your kin here. Understood?" Lynn pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Upon hearing this, the half-wild boars erupted with joy, their previously anxious faces now illuminated with delight. They hurriedly prostrated themselves once more, fervently chanting, "Understood, understood. We shall certainly comply with your lordship's commands. Thank you for your mercy. You may leave now." Lynn waved his hand, his expression remaining tranquil, then glanced at Alice before turning to walk towards the fortress. Shortly thereafter, the half-wild boars, under their leader's guidance, gradually rose and swiftly made their way into the nearby thicket. Their figures, obscured by the foliage, gradually faded from view, ultimately vanishing completely before the fortress, leaving behind a somewhat silent clearing. Lynn returned to the castle with Adele to tea that moment. Little Millie had finished her meal and was idly swinging her legs on a chair in the hall. Upon seeing Lynn enter, her round, sparkling eyes brightened instantly. She leaped from her chair and dashed toward him like an exuberant little kitten, then jumped into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Tilting her head to ask, "Master, where is Sister Alice?" Her voice was melodious and sweet, laced with a hint of playfulness. Lynn smiled indulgently, gently stroking the pointed cat ears atop her head, and replied tenderly, "Sister Alice has something to attend to. She will return shortly." In the lush mountains, nearly 1,000 half-wild boars were fleeing as if pursued by a ferocious beast, recklessly sprinting forward. Their robust bodies trampled the ground, kicking up clouds of dust that caused the surrounding trees to tremble slightly. After a considerable distance, their leader was the first to halt, gasping for breath. His wild boar-like visage bore eyes reddened from exertion. Yet they shone with a vigilant glimmer. As the leader stopped, the other half-wild boars followed suit, the forest echoing only with their labored breaths and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. He cautiously glanced back, his gaze scanning every corner behind him. Besides his equally fatigued half-wild boar companions, tall, robust trees swayed gently in the wind. "It's all right. It's all right. Let us take a moment to rest," the half-wild boar leader said, leaning against a sturdy tree before slowly sitting down. His towering frame appeared somewhat weary, breathing heavily as if he had just escaped a harrowing ordeal, seeing their leader in such a state. The other half-wild boars also settled down to rest, enveloping the forest in an atmosphere of exhaustion and relief. "Chief, you truly frightened me. I thought we were doomed this time," remarked one of the companions. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling from the earlier panic, the leader nodded in understanding, thumping his broad chest as he gruffly replied, "Who isn't? We truly dodged a bullet this time. I never anticipated that the new lord possessed such strange magic." Deceived by that masked man, he shook his head, his expression a mix of gratitude and anger. "Chief, shall we still follow his orders and relocate the tribe to the fortress?" asked another half-wild boar, his brow furrowed and voice hesitant. His eyes reflected uncertainty and concern, clearly torn about whether to heed Lynn's directives. The half-wild boar leader fell silent upon hearing this. He squinted slightly, his mind racing through numerous thoughts. He understood that although the half-wild boars were not the weakest force in the vicinity of the fortress, they certainly were not powerful either. With the strength and numbers of his kin, they could barely secure a place in the area, yet in the vast and perilous storm mountains, they would be nothing but a trivial force. He recognized that having a strong ally would significantly benefit the tribe's development. With the protection of the human fortress, perhaps his kin wouldn't have to worry daily about survival, food shortages, or the threat of other forces. However, therein lay the dilemma. Such an arrangement would strip him, the leader, of his supreme authority within the tribe. Everything would have to align with human arrangements, and how much power would he retain as chief? Moreover, more importantly, his beautiful half-wild boar wives would likely be taken from him. He had enjoyed the privileges of leadership, and without them, how would he endure the days to come? Contemplating this, his gaze suddenly hardened. The uncertainty in his eyes swiftly transformed into unwavering resolve. He sprang to his feet, proclaiming, "No, how can we, the half-wild boars, become mere pawns of the humans? We are pigs, yet wild boars, boars with blood and spirit. We cannot submit to being vassals, living under their thumb. That we shall survive in these woods by our own strength. Even if life is arduous, it is far better than depending on others." His voice resonated through the forest, imbued with an undeniable determination. "All right, everyone, rise. We must hasten back to the tribe and then lead our kin further away, ensuring they cannot find us. Humph, let us see what they can do to us then." As he spoke, the half-wild boar leader triumphantly shook his head, thinking to himself, I am truly clever. This way, I can rid us of human control while continuing to reign supreme within my tribe. Enjoying my good life. It's the perfect solution." Though the other half-wild boars harbored lingering doubts, they rose in response to their leader's resolute stance, preparing to follow his orders. Thus, the group of half-wild boars swiftly headed toward their tribe under the leader's guidance, leaving the tranquil forest standing silently in the gentle breeze. Yet, unbeknownst to them, above in the sky, a figure trailed them leisurely. The half-wild boars hastened toward their tribe, still bearing traces of fatigue and fear, as if the earlier encounter before the fortress had been a nightmarish specter haunting each heart. Finally, the familiar outline of their tribe appeared before them. Nestled within a relatively open valley of mountainous woodlands lies the half-wild boar people's tribe. Enveloped by lush, verdant trees that create an illusion of seclusion from the outside world, the structures within the tribe are modest wooden houses, varying in size and arranged in a seemingly haphazard yet aesthetically pleasing manner. These abodes are constructed primarily from robust logs, their surfaces retaining the rough bark, exuding an aura of primal simplicity. The roofs are fashioned from slender branches and broad leaves, providing a meager shield against the elements. Some walls are adorned with dried animal hides, either trophies from their hunts or items to ward off the chill. At the heart of the village lies a spacious clearing, a gathering place for the half-wild boar people to convene for discussions and celebrations. At this moment, the tribe's women and children, upon seeing the return of their fellow clansmen, rushed forward, their eyes brimming with concern and curiosity. "You have finally returned. What transpired? What happened?" An elderly half-wild boar woman inquired anxiously, her wrinkled face etched with worry. The tribe leader raised a hand, signaling for silence, and in a gruff voice proclaimed, "Everyone, hold your questions. We shall speak of it later. First, gather all the clansmen. I have a significant announcement to make." The crowd, though filled with curiosity, dared not press further and hurried to summon the others. Before long, The clearing was bustling with half-wild boar people of all ages, their eyes eagerly fixed on the leader. Awaiting his words, standing atop a large stone, the leader cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Our recent excursion has been nothing short of a calamity. That formidable new human lord possesses extraordinary powers and treacherous magic. Nearly leading to our annihilation, we were misled by a masked figure, hoping to gain some advantage, and almost lost our lives in the process." He paused, a flicker of rage crossing his eyes, before continuing. "Humph, that masked individual surely harbored ill intentions, deceiving us." He then resolved, "I have decided that we shall not comply with the Lord's command to relocate to the fortress. We must rely on our own strength to survive in these woods. We will gather our belongings and migrate further away, ensuring they cannot find us and avoiding further complications." Upon hearing this, the half-wild boar people began to murmur amongst themselves. Some nodded in agreement, preferring the comfort of their independence. Others appeared hesitant, fearing that leaving their familiar surroundings would lead to greater hardships, and still others whispered indignantly about the deceitful masked figure, filled with resentment towards his treachery. At that moment, a sardonic voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "Oh, so you intend to leave? It won't be that simple." The crowd turned to see the very masked figure who had previously delivered messages to them. Now leisurely approaching from behind, he remained masked, revealing only a pair of cunning eyes that sent chills down their spines. The tribe leader's expression darkened, and he bellowed, You deceiver! How dare you show your face here again? You nearly caused our entire tribe's demise. What are your intentions?" Unperturbed, the masked individual halted, crossed his arms, and chuckled. "What are my intentions? I have only your best interests at heart. I thought to guide you towards a lucrative opportunity. Yet you proved utterly inept, unable to even seize that minor human fortress." "You lie," the tribe leader retorted, his anger boiling over. "The inhabitants of that fortress are formidable. Had we not fled swiftly, we would have perished. You dare claim to have our interests at heart. You merely sought to exploit us." The masked figure shrugged nonchalantly. "And what if I did exploit you? You simple-minded half-wild boars are fit only to serve as cannon fodder. However, since you refuse to follow my plan, do not blame me for what comes next." With that, he sharply gestured, and suddenly 5 figures clad in black emerged from the surrounding woods. 4 were sword-wielding warriors. Their forms lithe and their gazes icy, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The 5th was a robed sorcerer, gripping a staff embedded with a mysterious gem that pulsed with an eerie glow. All 5 were masked, revealing only their piercing eyes, resembling a pack of wolves poised to pounce. The half-wild boar people, alarmed, tightened their grips on their weapons, wary of these unwelcome guests. The tribe leader, his eyes wide with fury, shouted, "You vile scoundrel! You dare bring reinforcements? What are your intentions?" The masked figure smirked. "What are my intentions? To ensure you comply. You will either follow my orders and seize the human fortress, or await the extinction of your tribe." Though the tribe leader possessed a shred of valor, he clenched his teeth and defiantly declared, "You wish to make us your pawns? Not a chance. We would rather risk our lives than fall for your schemes again." "Humph, you refuse my hospitality. Then prepare to face the consequences." A glint of fierce intensity flashed momentarily in the masked man's eyes, reminiscent of a cold, venomous serpent, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, and the 4 sword-wielding figures clad in black surged forth like ravenous wolves unleashed, lunging towards the half-boar men with astonishing speed. These black-clad warriors were no ordinary foes. Each possessed formidable strength, agile forms, and lightning-fast reflexes. The blades they wielded shimmered with a cold, deadly gleam under the sun, their surfaces subtly coursing with fighting spirit, indicative of their extraordinary prowess. They plunged into the throng of half-boar men, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Their strikes were grand and sweeping, each sword swing imbued with overwhelming force, as if they aimed to cleave through all obstacles in their path. The dense fighting spirit enveloped their long swords like tangible flames, roaring forth with each swing, manifesting as brilliant streaks of light. Under such a formidable onslaught, despite their renowned valor, the half-boar men found themselves struggling to withstand the assault. The 4 black-clad warriors struck down their foes with the ease of chopping vegetables, each swing of their swords resulting in the anguished cries of a fallen half-boar man. Their movements were as swift as lightning, weaving effortlessly through the melee, with each strike aimed precisely at the vulnerable spots of their adversaries. The half-boar men fought back with all their might, wielding axes, longswords, and various weapons, their furious roars echoing as they endeavored to break through the tempest of attacks. Yet, the might of the black-clad warriors was overwhelming. Their coordination impeccable. One would lead the charge while the others swiftly flanked or guarded from the rear, orchestrating a tightly woven and lethal assault. The casualties among the half-boar men steadily escalated, their kin lying lifeless across the ground, the earth soaked with the blood that stained this once tranquil land. Even so, the half-boar men showed no signs of retreat, their eyes aflame with fury. They continued to roar defiantly as they fought fiercely against their enemies, resolute not to relinquish their resistance despite the glaring disparity in strength. Amidst this fierce chaos, the mage stationed in the rear was not idle either. He muttered arcane incantations, the esoteric syllables resonating with an unsettling rhythm in the air, imbued with a mysterious power. As he chanted, the surrounding magical elements responded to an immense summons, converging towards him. The fire elements coalesced rapidly, forming a colossal fireball above his head. The sphere grew ever larger, its intense heat warping the surrounding air and emitting an oppressive wave of warmth. Flames danced and roiled within the fireball, akin to a ferocious beast poised to unleash devastation. Suddenly, the mage thrust his hand forward, bellowing a command, and the massive fireball shot forth like a fallen star, hurtling towards the heart of the half-boar tribe. Upon detonation in their midst, the explosion reverberated like an earthquake, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Many rudimentary wooden structures could not withstand the force, shattering into splinters, while debris and flames scattered in all directions. Those buildings that remained standing were soon engulfed in flames, igniting a conflagration that enveloped the entire half-boar settlement. The ravenous flames greedily consumed everything in their path, with wooden houses crackling and popping, echoing the sounds of destruction. Numerous half-boar men, caught unawares by the sudden explosion and ensuing inferno, were instantly engulfed by the flames, their desperate screams piercing the air as they writhed in agony, quickly reduced to charred remains. Others, though fortunate enough to evade the initial blast, were left in horror and despair as they witnessed the rampant fire and the continuous fall of their kin. The half-boar chieftain's eyes widened in shock and fury as he beheld the hellish scene before him. "You despicable fiends, how dare you be so cruel?" he roared, brandishing his great axe and charging with reckless abandon towards the four swordsmen, his gaze filled with a fierce determination to avenge his fallen comrades. The other half-boar men, incensed by the gruesome sight, cast aside their trepidation, their eyes aflame with rage as they surged towards the enemy with renewed fervor. Vowing to fight until the very end, regardless of the overwhelming odds, the chieftain leapt high, his eyes blazing with wrath and resolve, unleashing a thunderous roar as he brought his axe crashing down upon one of the black-clad swordsmen. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the chaotic battlefield, reverberating as if a great bell were tolling amidst the turmoil, sending ripples through the air. The black-clad swordsman reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly raising his sword to block the chieftain's powerful strike with precision. In that instant, a tremendous force radiated from the point of contact, expanding violently in all directions like a surging tide, stirring up clouds of dust. Both combatants were propelled backward by the backlash, skidding several meters apart. The chieftain's hefty frame carved deep furrows into the ground as he struggled to regain his footing, his heavy breaths echoing like a bellows, sweat streaming down his furrowed brow, dripping onto the soil beneath him. Yet, the fire of fury in his eyes remained undiminished, burning ever brighter. "Die!" the chieftain bellowed, regaining his stance and charging once more at the black-clad swordsman, his great axe swinging wildly as he became like a bull enraged. The clang of metal echoed incessantly, filling the air thick with the stench of smoke and blood, crafting a brutal symphony of combat. The two warriors clashed dozens of times in rapid succession, each impact igniting sparks that danced in the air before swiftly extinguishing. The black-clad swordsman moved with fluid grace, his sword seemingly imbued with a life of its own, deftly countering the chieftain's overwhelming strength, then swiftly launching counterattacks. His expression remained calm, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as if this fierce battle with the half-boar chief were merely a leisurely game. The entire exchange appearing effortless. In stark contrast, the half-boar chieftain's face, already flushed with anger, reddened further with each intense exchange, his breaths becoming increasingly labored as he drained his energy with every inhalation. Sweat soaked his garments, clinging to his robust form, and his movements began to slow, revealing the toll of exhaustion upon him. Humph! Worthless! A cloaked figure stood to one side, arms crossed, a disdainful expression etched upon his face as he coldly regarded the half-boar leader. His gaze was reminiscent of one observing an ant futilely struggling, brimming with contempt and scorn. Upon hearing the derisive words, the half-boar leader felt his wrath surge to an unbearable intensity. He abruptly turned his head. Scanning his surroundings, the once vibrant and bustling tribe had now transformed into a hellish landscape. The rudimentary wooden dwellings lay mostly in ruins, collapsed and consumed by flames, with only a few remnants still emitting wisps of black smoke. The ground was strewn with the corpses of his kin, blood flowing like a meandering stream, pooling into crimson lakes that stained the earth. At this moment, only a few hundred of his people remained, fighting desperately to resist. Each of these surviving half-boars bore wounds, some even gravely injured and collapsed, yet their eyes still sparkled with an indomitable spirit as they wielded their weapons, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against their formidable foes. The rest of their kin lay lifeless in the blood-soaked earth, eyes forever shut, unable to rise again. A pang of anguish gripped the half-boar leader's heart as he beheld this harrowing scene. His eyes involuntarily moistening, yet he knew this was not the time for sorrow. He must muster his resolve and avenge his fallen kin, even at the cost of his own life, high above in the celestial expanse. Alice floated serenely, her gaze cold and calm as she surveyed the battlefield below, which resembled a purgatory. Gone was the tenderness she exhibited in front of Lynn. She now appeared as a merciless arbiter descended from the heavens. "Fools," she murmured, her lips pursed slightly, the words escaping her with a hint of disdain, as if thoroughly exasperated by the foolish actions of the half-boars below. "Very well, since my master requires assistance, I shall spare you for the moment," she muttered to herself, a flicker of barely perceptible resignation flashing in her eyes. In her view, had these half-boars initially heeded Lynn's instructions, the cloaked figures would have had no opportunity to approach, and they would not have found themselves in such a dire and tragic predicament. "Enough. Cease your actions." The chilling voice resonated as if descending from the very heavens, swiftly permeating the entire battlefield. It seemed to carry an invisible power, rendering the cacophony of battle momentarily silent. All combatants involuntarily halted their actions, their gazes drawn in unison toward the source of the voice in the sky. Alice, with a grace akin to strolling through her own garden, descended step by step from the heavens, as if each footfall conjured an invisible staircase to support her elegant and mysterious descent into the bloody fray. Upon laying eyes on her, the half-boar leader felt a flash of recognition, his eyes widening with a mixture of rage and confusion. He raised his voice, demanding of Alice, "Are they your people?" His voice, hoarse with fury, resonated loudly in the stillness, echoing throughout the tribe. Alice merely cast a cold glance in his direction, her expression as indifferent as one observing an ant, utterly ignoring his inquiry as she focused her gaze on the cloaked figures. Especially on the one who had remained aloof in the back. The hint of scrutiny flickered in her eyes. "Speak. Who are you? Answer carefully, and perhaps I shall spare your lives," she proclaimed, her ethereal form hovering gracefully in the air, her garments fluttering like those of a celestial being. Yet her tone bore an undeniable authority, and her gaze seemed to penetrate their souls, instilling fear. "Lynn's maid, I never anticipated he had concealed you so deeply." The cloaked figure did not directly respond to Alice's question, his eyes glinting with unmasked provocation, seemingly dismissive of her presence. "Kill her." With this icy command, the four cloaked swordsmen surged into action, darting through the air towards Alice like arrows released from their bows. Simultaneously, the sorcerer at the rear began to utter a series of arcane incantations. His mutterings resonated like an enigmatic chant, reverberating through the air, imbued with an unsettling rhythm as he intoned his spell. The surrounding magical elements seemed to respond to a powerful summons, converging towards him, a formidable surge of magical energy emanating outward. However, before the swordsmen could near Alice, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Their bodies appeared to collide with invisible blades. Dismembered in an instant, the severed limbs, accompanied by a deluge of blood, rained down like a torrential downpour, splattering the ground in a gruesome display. A spatial magician? The cloaked figures gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the sorcerer at the back had completed his incantation, his expression grave as he intoned, "Fifth-level magic, fire dragon technique." In an instant, the air crackled with fire elements, coalescing into a massive fire dragon that materialized from thin air. The dragon roared ferociously, its body engulfed in searing flames that flickered and rolled as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. It surged forward towards Alice, the air around it distorting under the oppressive heat. Yet, as the fire dragon soared into the sky, a thunderous explosion erupted as if it had struck an invisible wall. The force of the blast radiated outward, fiery embers and debris scattering like fireworks. Dazzling yet ephemeral, before quickly dissipating into the atmosphere, the sorcerer, realizing his attack had failed, felt a surge of panic but was determined to continue his incantation, seeking another opportunity to strike. However, just as he was about to speak, a blinding light flashed like lightning. In an instant, his head detached from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his severed neck. His form crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Only you remain. Will you speak or not?" Alice's brow furrowed slightly, her previously indifferent countenance now tinged with a harsher coldness as she turned her attention to the masked figure. Ha ha ha. The cloaked figure suddenly let out a deranged laugh that echoed eerily across the silent battlefield. Infused with madness and despair, moments later, his body convulsed violently before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing this, Alice shook her head slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. She gracefully lifted her slender hand, casting forth a gentle glow that enveloped the corpses of the cloaked figures. They were then drawn into her space ring, disappearing as if pulled by an unseen force. Having completed this, Alice turned her gaze back to the half-boars, her eyes still reflecting coldness and dissatisfaction. "You were meant to perish," she declared, her voice chilling like a winter wind, sending shivers down the spines of the half-boars. "Bury your kin and report to my master. This is your final chance." After Alice finished speaking, her figure flickered and vanished as mysteriously as she had appeared. Only the half-boar men remained, standing dazed amidst the chaotic and blood-soaked battlefield, their hearts heavy with guilt and trepidation. Uncertain of how to proceed, the leader of the half-boar men gazed in the direction where Alice had disappeared, his eyes a tumult of complex emotions. He felt a flicker of gratitude for her timely assistance. Yet he was also stirred by a sense of indignation due to her cold demeanor and words. Above all, however, there was a profound sense of gratitude, and that alone sufficed. At this moment, he had no time for further contemplation. He turned to face the battered tribe, his heart laden with sorrow and responsibility. "Everyone, cease your actions," the leader of the half-boar men shouted, his voice strained, cutting through the silence that was only punctuated by the whisper of the wind and the faint groans of the wounded. Upon hearing their leader's call, the surviving half-boar men halted their movements. Some sank to the ground in utter exhaustion, while others leaned against their weapons, barely standing, each face etched with the bewilderment of having survived and the pain of lost kin. The leader approached those who lay in pools of blood, each step feeling like a monumental weight upon his shoulders. His gaze swept across the familiar corpses, those faces he had once hunted and laughed alongside. Now devoid of life, some even mangled beyond recognition. His eyes reddened, tears welling but refusing to fall. He understood that this was not the time for weeping. He had to tend to the last rites of his fallen kin and lead the surviving tribe through the shadow of despair. "Let us gather the bodies of our kin first," he said, his voice quivering yet resolute. The surviving half-boar men, hearing his words, silently sprang into action. They supported each other, enduring their wounds, and began to carry the lifeless forms. Some bodies were too heavy for one to lift alone, so they worked together, each heave accompanied by the tearing of wounds and searing pain. Yet not a soul complained or faltered during this arduous task. The leader spotted a young half-boar man weeping uncontrollably as he clutched his father's corpse. The young man's shoulders shook violently, his cries for his father filled with despair and helplessness. The leader's heart twisted painfully at the sight. He hurried over and gently placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "Child, do not weep. Your father was a brave warrior, and he would not wish to see you in such sorrow. Our duty now is to grant him peace." The young man looked up, his tear-streaked face meeting the leader's gaze, and he nodded vigorously, stifling his grief to continue aiding the others. After considerable effort, all the bodies were gathered in a clearing at the center of the tribe. This space, once a playground for children and a gathering place for kin, was now a grim sight filled with lifeless forms. The ground stained a deep crimson with blood. The leader stood solemnly before the fallen, his expression grave. He picked up a crude shovel and began to dig into the earth. Seeing this, the other half-boar men followed suit, each taking up tools to join in the labor. The digging was laborious. The ground, hardened by the recent battle, resisted their efforts, and each strike of the shovel yielded only a small amount of soil, sending vibrations through their arms. Yet the half-boar men displayed no sign of fatigue, continuing to dig. sweat mingling with tears falling onto the earth. As time passed, deep pits gradually took shape. When the first pit was ready, the leader carefully lifted a body and gently placed it within, his movements tender and reverent, as if fearing to disturb the peace of the deceased. One by one, the others followed suit, placing bodies into the pit, each placement deepening their sorrow. At last, every body was laid to rest. The leader took a handful of earth, slowly sprinkling it over the remains, murmuring what seemed to be a prayer for the souls of the departed. The other tribe members mirrored his actions, grasping soil and casting it into the pit. As the earth fell, the once vibrant lives were gradually obscured, leaving only a slight mound of soil behind. After attending to the last rites of his kin, the leader sank wearily to the ground, his gaze resting upon the surviving members of the tribe. At that moment, each of them bore wounds, some still oozing blood, the stark crimson staining their rough skin. Their eyes reflected a blend of confusion and fear, like a ship adrift in a stormy sea, uncertain of its course in the harsh reality that surrounded them. The leader understood that he must provide direction, instill hope, and establish a goal for their struggle. Only then could he unite these battered souls once more. Tribe members, the leader began, rising slowly, summoning all his strength to speak loudly, his voice resonating through the somber ruins of their home. Today, we have endured a great calamity. Our tribe has been nearly annihilated, and our loved ones have departed from us. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to be easily defeated. We, the half-born men, have always been resilient and unyielding. He paused, scanning the weary and pain-stricken faces of his kin, before continuing. Just now, we witnessed the powerful sorceress who came to our aid, vanquishing those despicable figures in black and avenging us. She is a great benefactor of our clan and is closely associated with our lord. That I have resolved to follow our lord, seeking new life for our half-born tribe. Moreover, we will unearth those who lurk in the shadows, manipulating the dark figures to harm our kin and truly avenge our departed loved ones. The leader's eyes blazed with fury and determination, his voice rising once more. Those of you willing to follow me in pursuit of our Lord, step forward. If anyone wishes to depart, I will not compel you. I respect each individual's choice. As the last words fell, not a single individual hesitated for a moment. All the clansmen silently, yet resolutely, took a small step forward. At this moment, a blazing inferno of hatred burned fiercely within their hearts, a wrath directed towards the murderers of their kin, a seething animosity aimed at the unseen puppeteers orchestrating this tragedy. This fury had eclipsed all other emotions, rendering them momentarily dormant. Subsequently, the leader of the half-born tribe began organizing the clan members to salvage whatever items remained usable amidst the ruins of war, preparing to embark on the arduous journey to the domain of Lord Lynn. During this process, they were pleasantly surprised to discover a few provisions and water that had not been entirely consumed by the flames. Though the quantity was meager, for those who were physically and emotionally exhausted, battered and bruised, it was undoubtedly a priceless lifeline, an essential assurance to sustain them through this grueling voyage. The half-born leader meticulously divided the scant rations and water into several portions, striving to distribute them as evenly as possible among each clansman. He understood that ensuring everyone had sufficient stamina for the journey was pivotal to their hope of reaching the Lord's territory unscathed. Once all preparations were complete, the half-born leader resolutely led the remaining few hundred clansmen onto the treacherous path towards the fortress. They advanced with heavy and slow footsteps, each step bringing a tide of pain that surged through their bodies, a visceral reminder of their suffering. The grief of lost loved ones weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to a colossal stone, nearly suffocating them. Yet, despite this, unwavering determination gleamed in their eyes, a fierce yearning for survival, a steely resolve to avenge their kind. As they trudged along, they navigated through the dense forest with great difficulty. The woods were tall and lush, sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. Occasionally, the chilling roars of wild beasts echoed from the depths of the forest, reverberating through the tranquil surroundings. The half-born tribesmen gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes alert and watchful, prepared to confront any potential danger that might arise. Deep within the thicket, several enormous wolves prowled stealthily, their eerie green eyes glinting with a sinister light in the dimness, constantly twitching their noses to greedily savor the scent of blood in the air. The acrid aroma of blood seemed to serve as an invisible beacon, compelling them to move with agile precision towards the direction of the half-born tribesmen. However, just as the wolves were about to close in on their prey, An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. An unseen force swept through in an instant. The wolves had no time to emit a cry of despair before they were reduced to grotesque heaps of flesh, blood splattering and bits of meat flying, scattered across the ground strewn with fallen leaves and twigs. Meanwhile, high above, the figure of Alice materialized, hovering silently, her expression cold and composed, her gaze fixed intently on the half-boar tribesmen struggling below. Unbeknownst to them, they remained oblivious to the peril that had just brushed past them. They could never have fathomed that had they not chosen to surrender earlier, the very wolves that had met their gruesome fate would have been their own imminent doom. At long last, as dusk approached, the imposing fortress loomed into view, tantalizingly close. The half-boar leader raised his gaze towards the towering walls, inhaling deeply, as if drawing courage and strength from the very air. Then resolutely led his people towards the stronghold. Within the grand and sturdy castle, Lynn sat quietly in the spacious hall, his expression imbued with a weighty contemplation. At that moment, Alice returned from outside. Having refreshed herself and made her way directly to Lynn. My lord, Alice said, offering a slight bow, before continuing with a grave demeanor, these corpses are the ones who instigated the half-boars to cause trouble here. As she spoke, she gestured towards the few bodies laid out beside her, a flicker of cold intensity flashing in her eyes. Moreover, all indications suggest that they are undoubtedly affiliated with the nobility of the Roland kingdom. Unfortunately, before we could extract any useful information from them, they all perished. A frown creased Alice's brow, her words tinged with a hint of frustration. Upon hearing this, Lynn gradually rose, his gaze settling on the corpses before him. 4 of the bodies were in particularly gruesome condition, their forms mutilated into several pieces, flesh and blood grotesquely scattered across the floor, a sight too distressing to behold. One body was even decapitated, the head rolling aside, its empty eyes seemingly still filled with terror from the moments before death. Only one individual retained a complete form, yet his complexion had turned a ghastly shade of black, clearly indicative of death by poison. Lynn was aware that Lucas had meticulously searched these individuals, yet ultimately found nothing, no items to confirm their identities, let alone anything that could provide useful information. Lucas, Lynn calmly instructed, turning to the man standing a short distance behind him, please dispose of these bodies and burn them. They are of no further use. Yes, young master, Lucas replied respectfully, then approached with several knights. They swiftly yet cautiously lifted the corpses, making their way towards the castle's exit, soon disappearing through the doorway. And one of the half-boars, Lynn resumed his seat, his gaze shifting to Alice, a hint of inquiry evident in his eyes. Alas, Alice sighed gently, her face still adorned with a sweet smile, her tone remaining tender. They have indeed suffered grievously this time. What was once a thriving tribe now counts but a few hundred able-bodied individuals. In her view, this was not necessarily a misfortune. With only the young and strong remaining, many complications could be avoided. However, having the old and young is not without its merits. Each has its own advantages. She added, they should be arriving shortly. I've already instructed Gray to bring the half-boars directly inside. Lynn nodded slightly, his heart unmoved by the plight of the half-boars. Just as Alice finished speaking, Gray's towering figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. He strode in rapidly, then knelt on one knee, respectfully announcing, my lord, the half-boar tribe has come to submit. I have brought them to the castle's exterior as per Miss Alice's instructions. Let us proceed outside to take a look. Lynn responded, rising immediately and adjusting his garments as he walked towards the castle's entrance. Following closely behind were Alice and Adele, even the adorable little Millie scampering out with wide-eyed curiosity. Upon stepping out of the castle, Lynn was met with a rather disheartening sight. Hundreds of half-boars stood in the open space before the castle, their garments tattered and torn, the rough and simple fabric now in shambles, stained with blood and dirt. Nearly every individual bore wounds, ranging from minor to severe, with some still oozing blood, evidently having endured a brutal conflict. As soon as they spotted Lynn emerging from the castle, they immediately knelt in unison, their movements synchronized, their eyes reflecting a mixture of reverence and determination. The foremost half-boar leader raised his voice, declaring, I, Tusk Sork, chief of the half-boar tribe, led all half-boars in pledging our fealty to you. My lord, from this day forth, we vow to heed your every command and serve you faithfully. We beseech you to grant us refuge. His voice resonated across the courtyard, imbued with the rugged valor characteristic of the half-boars, yet also tinged with a glimmer of hope for the future. I accept your allegiance. Lynn replied, Lucas, please take them below. See to their healing and arrange for their sustenance and lodging. Yes, young master, Lucas acknowledged. Leading the half-boars away, Gray, assistant.as the Lord. Gray turned to catch up with Lucas.at. This moment, the sun had fully set, and the moon was slowly rising. Lynn, under the attentive care of his devoted companions Alice and Adele, gradually rose to his feet. Once Lynn had completed his morning rituals and enjoyed a splendid and sumptuous breakfast, Lucas entered with Gray and the slightly recuperated Fong Sork. They had all responded to Lynn's summons and now stood respectfully before him. Young master, Lucas was the first to speak, his voice steady and powerful, his bow executed with precision, reflecting his usual efficiency. My lord, Gray promptly called out, his gaze revealing deep respect for Lynn as he knelt on one knee, performing a formal act of homage. My lord. Fong Sork followed suit, his injuries still evident, yet he knelt fully on the ground, his devotion to the Lord unmistakable. Lynn nodded slightly, his demeanor solemn as he addressed them. I have summoned you today to collaboratively plan the construction and development of our fortress. This fortress is the foundation upon which we stand, vital to the safety and future of us all. It must be meticulously strategized. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the three men, his eyes betraying the gravity he assigned to the matter. The three men listened intently, standing respectfully as they awaited Lynn's further instructions. Gray, Fong Sork, you shall heed Lucas's arrangements from this day forth. Select the strongest and most promising warriors from your respective tribes and subject them to rigorous training. They must become our fortress's steadfast guardians, ready to face any potential dangers and valiantly defend our home. Lynn's voice was resolute, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. At your command, my lord. Gray and Fong Sork replied in unison, their eyes glimmering with determination, already prepared to serve the fortress. Moreover, Lucas, Fong Sork, the construction of your quarters must accelerate. We cannot continue to make do as we have. Gray, you are to fully assist them. Ensuring everything proceeds smoothly, Lynn continued, methodically outlining his directives. Additionally, the fortress walls require significant repairs. Yesterday, I took a stroll through the valley behind the fortress and discovered vast expanses of land. These lands appeared exceptionally fertile. A veritable gift from the heavens. We must not squander such a valuable resource. It deserves to be utilized effectively. As Lynn spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if envisioning the future prosperity of that land in his mind's eye. Upon hearing Lynn's words, a look of distress briefly crossed Gray's face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, swallowing his words, his indecision creating an awkward atmosphere. Lynn, perceptive to Gray's unease, regarded him with calmness and gently inquired, Gray, do you have something to say? Speak freely. There are no outsiders present. Upon hearing this, Gray's embarrassment deepened, and he scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly confessing, my lord, to be honest, we truly do not know how to repair the walls. Constructing a wall is a skilled task, and we have had no exposure to such matters. Moreover, we are utterly ignorant of farming. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Fong Sork, who vigorously nodded in agreement, clearly affirming their collective ignorance. Realizing the situation, Lynn suddenly understood. No wonder the fortress had remained in disrepair after the rampaging half-bulls had taken it. It turned out these fellows had no knowledge of repairs whatsoever. Moreover, the fact that these half-bulls could not even farm was rather amusing. While Lynn possessed some basic knowledge of construction and agriculture from his previous life, in this entirely different world, the types of crops and methods of cultivation were vastly disparate. Furthermore, having lived a life of ease, he was even less inclined to engage in farming or wall repairs. In that moment, Lynn found himself at a loss. It appeared he would need to contemplate how to arrange the fortress's construction and development more thoughtfully. Very well, let us first focus on selecting and training the warriors. We can address other matters later. Thus, the meeting concluded without further developments, and they each dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Lynn remained seated in the hall, pondering how to attract some capable individuals. Within the fortress, Lucas worked tirelessly, akin to an experienced navigator, diligently guiding Gray and Fong Sork. Their primary task was to carefully select suitable soldiers from among their kin. This was no easy feat, as it required assessing each individual's physical condition, combat potential, and various other factors. Utilizing his familiarity with the half-bulls, Gray swiftly identified those who were robust and possessed considerable combat talent. Fong Sork was equally industrious, selecting qualified warriors from his own tribe with a discerning eye befitting a half-boar leader. Simultaneously, preparations for the training grounds were underway at a rapid pace. They discovered a spacious and level area within the fortress and began planning the layout. Different training zones were to be established, including one dedicated to physical conditioning, equipped with various obstacles such as tall wooden fences and heavy stone weights. There would also be a space for cultivating fighting spirit, filled with enormous wooden barrels, capable of accommodating 10 or more individuals each. To eye in this extraordinary realm, numerous methods existed for enhancing strength, and the cultivation of fighting spirit was of paramount importance. With such excellent avenues for improvement available, they certainly intended to make the most of them. However, it is essential to note that traditional military training should not rely solely on magical potions, as they are exceedingly costly. Therefore, they employed a more economical approach, grinding magical cores into powder and combining them with rare herbs that promote absorption, allowing the soldiers to absorb the energy through soaking, thus enhancing their fighting spirit. Although this method would yield slower results compared to direct use of magical potions, it would significantly conserve both financial resources and scarce commodities, which was undeniably crucial for the long-term development of the fortress. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following day. The gentle morning sun streamed through the window panes, and Lynn awoke, attended to by his two exquisite maids, Alice and Adele. As they emerged from the room and descended the staircase, they found little Millie already waiting for them in the hall, with her hands on her hips and her round, cherubic face slightly puffed up in mock annoyance. She looked at them and exclaimed in a childlike voice, "Master, you are so lazy. You wake up later than I do every day." Humph. Her adorable demeanor, complete with twitching cat ears and a wagging tail, was utterly charming. Ha ha. Is little Millie hungry again? Lynn chuckled at her cute antics, a smile of affection blossoming on his face as he teased her. Master, look, my little tummy is all empty," Millie replied, gently patting her round belly, her expression irresistibly endearing. All right, let us have breakfast now," Lynn laughed in response. Before long, a lavish and delectable breakfast was laid out on the table. The four of them gathered around, indulging in the feast. Among them, Millie was particularly joyous, her little mouth never pausing as she consumed the food. In no time, most of the dishes had vanished into her mouth, her contented expression eliciting chuckles from everyone. Just as they finished breakfast, Lucas approached Lynn with measured steps that he first offered a respectful bow and then reported solemnly, "Young master, the selection of warriors has been completed. We have identified 300 qualified warriors among the half-bulls, each one robust and strong. On the side of the half-wild boar men, nearly all have qualified, totaling 400 individuals. Moreover, all other preparations have been successfully completed. The training grounds have been properly arranged, and the materials necessary for the cultivation of fighting spirit are fully prepared, allowing for the commencement of formal training at any moment." Lucas's voice was steady and powerful, each word resonating with his confidence in the successful execution of this mission. Upon hearing this, Lynn gently wiped the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth before solemnly stating, "The training will be entrusted entirely to you." "Yes, young master," Lucas replied respectfully. "Additionally, we must establish clear regulations regarding military pay. Ordinary soldiers will receive 1 gold coin per month, squad leaders 5 gold coins, battalion leaders 20 gold coins, and brigade leaders 100 gold coins monthly. For now, you will assume the position of brigade leader, overseeing the training and daily affairs of the entire army." Lynn meticulously arranged various matters, fully aware of the significance of a rational military pay system in motivating soldiers. Here, a squad is comprised of 10 individuals, a battalion consists of 100, and a brigade is made up of 1,000. Currently, the selected soldiers total only 700, not yet sufficient to form a complete brigade. "Yes, young master," Lucas affirmed again. "Although gold coins hold little value in the Storm Mountains, everyone has an affinity for them, including these half-beastmen. Such is the allure of money. Moreover, currency in this world serves purposes beyond mere exchange. It is also a resource for cultivation. Most potions and weapon crafting require gold, silver, and copper coins. They facilitate the flow of fighting spirit, magical elements, and mental energy, with gold being the most effective, followed by silver, and copper being the least. Hence, they possess immense utility, and none can resist their charm, young master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. Furthermore, Lynn could leverage the value of his currency. He could sell various living supplies, as well as cultivation resources and weapons, but that would have to wait until he had thoroughly stabilized his position. Additionally, we must implement complete military management, adhering strictly to regulations regarding schedules and training content. I will also provide 3 meals a day for the soldiers, ensuring they are well fed and nourished, so they have the energy to engage fully in training. The foremost issue remains the soldiers' loyalty to me. Lynn meticulously outlined every aspect of military management that he could conceive. Rest assured, young master, give me time, and I will train them to be absolutely loyal to you, Lucas stated with unwavering confidence. His resolute gaze seemingly assuring Lynn of his commitment to fulfill this mission. Very well, commence the training, Lynn nodded slightly, signaling Lucas to initiate the training activities. As you command, young master, Lucas replied, then turned and strode purposefully towards the training grounds. Master, why go to such lengths to train those soldiers? Adele tilted her head slightly, her expression innocent and unblemished, her hair as white as frost swaying gently with her movements. The white fox ears atop her head twitched adorably, exuding an air of naive charm. With her large, clear eyes full of confusion, she gazed at Lynn and continued, look at them. They seem so weak, with just the abilities of me and Sister Alice. We could probably deal with them all in just a few minutes. As she spoke, she gently swayed her fluffy white fox tail behind her, as if to emphasize her point. Lynn, upon hearing Adele's words, couldn't help but smile faintly. He affectionately ruffled Adele's hair, his fingers gliding softly over her delicate strands and those adorable fox ears, feeling the warmth and softness beneath his touch. Then, he slowly began to explain. Adele, you and Alice are indeed formidable. I am well aware of that. However, you must understand that our future challenges extend far beyond this minor situation. This world is vast and teeming with unknown dangers and challenges. Relying solely on the two of you, regardless of your prowess, will inevitably leave blind spots. Lynn stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the soldiers vigorously engaged in training, a hint of profundity in his expression. After a moment, he turned to Adele and continued, furthermore, for us to grow and thrive, we cannot overlook the importance of an army. They are crucial in maintaining the security of our territory and expanding our influence. Adele listened intently to Lynn's explanation, her long lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, her clear, watery eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she nodded, seemingly grasping parts of what Lynn had articulated. She tilted her head slightly, blinking her starry eyes as if striving to process Lynn's words, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a flicker of imperceptible crimson light flashed in her eyes, akin to a peculiar ethereal flame briefly dancing within her pure gaze, adding an enigmatic hue to her already exquisite features. After a brief pause, she gently swayed her pristine foxtail, raising her porcelain-like face with a glimmer of excitement and anticipation. In a soft, melodic voice tinged with an undercurrent of exhilaration, she asked, Master, if there are battles in the future, will I be able to slay many people? As she spoke, her cherry-like lips formed a delicate pout, as if sharing an eagerly awaited tale. Yet, the underlying hint of madness in her words sent a chill down one's spine. Ha! Lynn chuckled. Indeed, it is so. Alice and little Millie also laughed, finding nothing amiss in Adele's words. In the kingdom of Roland, beneath the seemingly thriving facade of the capital, Glayston, lie numerous mysterious corners seldom seen by others. Among them, the estate of Marquis Dracula undoubtedly radiates an aura of mystery and eeriness. This grand estate, with its ancient architectural style, reflects its past splendor and glory. However, within its depths, one room is shrouded in profound darkness. Only a few flickering candles in the corner cast a dim yellow glow, the shadows dancing eerily upon the walls. The current Marquis of the Dracula family, Victor Dracula, sat quietly in an ornately carved armchair within the room. Time had etched deep lines into his face. His once handsome countenance now appeared aged, his pale skin resembling the first snow of winter, devoid of any color. Only his deep-set eyes occasionally sparkled with a barely perceptible glimmer at that moment. Seated opposite him was a mysterious figure clad entirely in black, revealing only a pair of eyes to eye in the dim room. Those eyes shone like two eerie, cold stars, emitting a chilling green light that flickered ominously in the darkness. Coldly scrutinizing Victor Dracula, the assassination squad has been entirely wiped out, my lord. It seems you currently lack the strength to contend with Lynn Warhammer. The cloaked figure broke the oppressive silence first. His tone laced with a mocking playfulness, as if deliberately provoking Victor Dracula's nerves. Upon hearing this, Victor Dracula's furrowed brow deepened slightly, and an expression of displeasure instantly appeared on his aged face. He fixed a scrutinizing and wary gaze upon the figure before him, coldly inquiring, "What do you propose?" "Heh." The cloaked figure chuckled softly, the laughter echoing unnaturally in the hushed room, akin to a sinister cackle emerging from the depths of hell. Leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice, he spoke with a tone rife with temptation. "I possess some exceedingly special potions. Consuming them would at least elevate your strength by 1 tier, my lord. Would you be interested?" Victor Dracula felt a subtle stir within, yet his countenance remained as tranquil as an ancient well. He was acutely aware that in this world brimming with enchantment and peril, every seemingly alluring opportunity often concealed colossal risks. A moment's carelessness could lead one to irrevocable doom. Thus, he inquired leisurely, "So formidable. What of the side effects? What price must I pay?" "Ah, this potion is effective only for those beneath the legendary tier. Moreover, the more powerful the individual, the less potent the effect," the cloaked figure calmly elucidated, observing Victor Dracula's expressions for any sign of wavering. Noticing that Victor appeared only partially swayed, he continued to entice. "However, should you join us, such potions will be at your disposal in abundance. We even possess elixirs capable of elevating one's prowess to legendary status. Imagine, if you wielded such formidable power, dealing with Lynn Warhammer would be a mere trifle. Wouldn't it? The entire Roland Kingdom would regard you with awe. You would ascend to become the second Duke of Windsor. Lynn is not yet dead. He is protected by the Duke, with such might. Even if the Duke intervenes personally, you could effortlessly eliminate Lynn. Would you not agree?" Victor Dracula listened intently to the cloaked man's discourse, yet his mind raced with calculations. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And the words of these enigmatic individuals were even less trustworthy. Resolutely shaking his head, he replied coldly, "I shall not acquiesce to your proposal. Depart, and I shall pretend you have never been here." "Will you truly not reconsider?" The cloaked figure seemed unwilling to relent, still attempting to persuade him. His eyes, hidden behind the black mask, fixated on Victor, as if seeking a glimmer of concession in his gaze. However, Victor remained silent, his expression unyielding, his eyes resembling a profound, icy abyss, cold and resolute, deterring any direct gaze. Realizing further persuasion would be futile, the cloaked figure sighed in resignation and ceased his entreaties. He slowly produced an exquisite box from within his cloak, placing it gently upon the table, stating, "A gift for you." With that, he turned and exited the room swiftly, his silhouette soon vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Victor Dracula regarded the box before him with a flicker of suspicion and wariness. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and cautiously opened the lid. Instantly, an eerie green light emanated from within, illuminating a small area around it. Inside lay 5 vials of potion, each exuding a strange green glow, pulsating as if imbued with life, radiating an unsettling aura. Victor slowly reached out, his movements deliberate, and stowed the vials emitting the uncanny green light into a hidden compartment beside him. He then sat quietly in the ornately carved chair. Enveloped in a profound silence, after what felt like an eternity, his parched lips quivered slightly as he began to mutter, his voice low and hoarse, "Lynn, oh Lynn." His eyes glimmered with boundless resentment and hatred, his gaze sharp as a tangible blade, as if it could pierce through the enveloping darkness. "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It was your father who callously took my son's life. He was my beloved child, the very heart of my being, snatched away mercilessly by your father at this juncture." The muscles in Victor Dracula's wrinkled face twitched slightly, the flames of indignation in his eyes growing ever more fervent. "I once vowed before all the deities of this world, for the honor of the Dracula lineage, that your entire family would pay for the death of my son. Now, your father is dead. Humph, perhaps this is his just retribution. Yet, it is not enough. Far from it. The time has come for you, Lynn. There is no escape for you. You are destined to pay a grievous price for the sins of your father." He paused, his expression softening momentarily, yet within that softness lay an indescribable sorrow and despair. Slowly, he lifted his gaze towards the dark ceiling, as if peering through the endless void to another realm. whispering, "My child, in that cold grave, do you hear your father's words? Just hold on a little longer. Soon, they shall join you. Then, we shall be reunited, and I will ensure that those who caused your demise will pay dearly. None shall escape." At that moment, the air in the room seemed to solidify, heavy enough to stifle a breath. Only Victor Dracula's murmurs, filled with hatred and obsession, echoed hauntingly in the oppressive darkness. The faint light of dawn struggled through the thick curtains, seeping into the spacious yet somewhat eerie hall of the Marquis's residence, casting fragmented shadows upon the floor. Within the hall, Victor Dracula sat quietly in an ancient, opulent chair. Before him, several individuals stood in respectful attendance. Among them, one man adorned in lavish attire, his garments richly embroidered, seemingly flaunting the family's wealth and nobility, each stitch exuding the scent of gold. The remaining three exhibited the typical garb of swordsmen, while two others donned voluminous mage robes, and the last was clad in heavy knightly armor. Father, the elegantly dressed middle-aged man initiated, slightly bowing with a tone imbued with both flattery and confidence. "The potion has been tested. It can elevate one's strength by 1 tier and maintain its effects for a full hour. Crucially, no adverse effects have been observed thus far." He gestured gracefully towards a nearby swordsman. Continuing, "This is Tommy, who tried the potion. As you can see, he has shown no signs of discomfort. Everything is perfectly normal." Tommy, the swordsman pointed out, quickly bowed in respect, his voice resonant as he affirmed, "Indeed, my lord. The potion is indeed remarkable. After consuming it, my strength increased by 1 tier, and I have experienced no adverse reactions. The potion appears entirely sound." However, as he spoke, a faint, almost imperceptible green glow flickered in the depths of his eyes, pulsating as if alive. Yet no one in the hall seemed to notice this unusual luminescence. Victor Dracula lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes sweeping over the assembly before settling on the lavishly dressed man. A glimmer of scrutiny and expectation in his gaze, he spoke slowly. "Edward, this task is of utmost importance. I cannot entrust it to anyone else. You are the most cunning and capable among my sons, and I believe only you can execute this mission flawlessly and avenge your unfortunate brother. At this point, a subtle intensity flickered in Victor's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Edward, his voice growing more solemn. "I promise you, should you succeed in eradicating that wretched scion of the Warhammer family from this world, you shall become the next Marquis of the Dracula lineage, inheriting the family's glory and power. But remember this well." Victor suddenly raised his voice, a warning glint evident in his eyes. "You must not involve yourselves directly. You must cleverly incite the half-orcs in Stormwind Mountains to act. This way, even if the scheme unravels, it will not be directly linked to the Dracula family. Even if the Duke of Windsor harbors suspicions, he will find no evidence against us, as long as there is no irrefutable proof. The king will naturally side with us, and the Duke, despite his grievances, will not dare retaliate against us. As Victor concluded his discourse, Edward raised his head slightly, his eyes shimmering with excitement and avarice. He nodded vigorously, his tone resolute as he declared, "Father, rest assured, I comprehend your intentions. We shall proceed with utmost caution, leaving no evidence for the Duke of Windsor to seize upon. I shall devise every possible means to incite those half-orcs against the scion of the Warhammer family, compelling him to pay a grievous price for my brother's demise, and then return with tidings of our triumph. Splendid. This is precisely the demeanor one expects from a descendant of the Dracula lineage," Victor remarked, a rare glimmer of satisfaction gracing his features. He slowly rose, cautiously retrieving 2 vials emitting an eerie green luminescence from his breast, and handed them to Edward, patting his shoulder with earnest gravity. "Go forth, my child, and exercise due caution. I shall await your safe return to inherit the title of the Dracula family." "Yes, father." Edward reverently accepted the potions, then turned, striding confidently from the hall accompanied by his 6 capable subordinates. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the dim shadows at the entrance, leaving Victor Dracula seated alone, his gaze betraying a hint of malice and anticipation. Deep within the Storm Mountains, the stronghold buzzed with fervor as Lucas led 700 warriors in rigorous training. Each warrior bore an unimaginably massive stone upon their backs. Even the smallest of these weighed several hundred pounds, pressing down on them and rendering each step a Herculean effort. Among this assembly, Gray and Tusk stood out, shouldering stones that could only be described as colossal, each weighing a staggering ton. These burdens rested heavily upon their broad backs, akin to two diminutive mountains. Yet, undeterred, they maintained steady strides and resolute expressions, showcasing extraordinary strength and tenacity. Even Lucas, the training overseer, bore a noticeably lighter stone compared to Gray and Tusk, for Lucas had yet to attain the gem-level mastery of his peers, his cultivation merely at the golden tier, a clear disparity in prowess. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The honing of the body is the most crucial aspect for practitioners of combat energy below the earth level. Only with a sufficiently robust physique can one endure and tame the ferocity of combat energy. After 10 arduous days of training, the results began to manifest. The warriors exhibited a marked enhancement in their capabilities, and they could now comprehend basic military commands, an auspicious beginning for any army. The warriors ran in unison across the training grounds, their heavy footfalls resounding like thunder within the fortress, stirring up clouds of dust that shimmered like golden mist in the sunlight. During these 10 days, Lynn was far from idle. He was acutely aware that his arrival in this world was not for the sake of comfort or complacency. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the unparalleled significance of strength in a world brimming with the fantastical and the unknown. Only by possessing formidable power could he secure his foothold in this realm and strive for all that he desired. Furthermore, based on the experiences of predecessors in similar fantastical worlds, it was evident that peculiar individuals and factions often emerged to wreak havoc and create various troubles and crises. Additionally, Lynn's circumstances were particularly precarious, as he inherently stood opposed to the most potent organization in this world, the Church. This undeniably complicated and endangered his situation, necessitating constant vigilance and relentless enhancement of his own strength to ensure he could withstand the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Of course, interacting with Adele and Alice was also a vital part of his strength augmentation. The closer the witch was to Lynn, the more comfortable she felt, thereby accelerating his own power's growth. Beyond that, Lynn had taken the time to familiarize himself with the factions and races surrounding the fortress. To the north of the stronghold lay a fearsome horde of magical creatures, the most populous being goblins. These goblins were not the caricatures Lynn had known from his previous life. Rather, they were brutal and bloodthirsty entities. Magical creatures is a term that encompasses various humanoid monstrosities, typically possessing some human characteristics but lacking intelligence, exhibiting behaviors akin to savage beasts, and devoid of magical cores, with an inclination towards violence. Examples include ogres and goblins. To the east and west of the stronghold resided two separate tribes of half-beasts. Meanwhile, to the south, the territory once claimed by half-boar men and half-pigs had become a thing of the past. At this moment, Lynn arrived at the training camp, standing at the edge of the encampment. He surveyed the warriors diligently training before him, observing the evident transformation in their spirits and accomplishments compared to 10 days prior. A surge of satisfaction welled within him. Concurrently, a notion began to take shape in his mind. The following morning, gentle sunlight bathed the sturdy fortress atop the storm mountains, bestowing a soft golden glow upon the entire camp. The training grounds, typically bustling with fervor, now presented a starkly different scene. All the warriors had gathered in neat formation. The usual tension and clamor of training had dissipated, replaced by an unusual atmosphere of tranquility, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Before long, Lynn, accompanied by Adele, approached the warriors with measured steps. Lynn stood tall and poised, exuding an extraordinary aura of confidence and resolve, as if imbued with an intangible power that compelled admiration. Beside him, Adele captured attention, with her frost-white hair gently swaying in the breeze, and her white fox ears occasionally twitching playfully, embodying both charm and vitality. Her exquisite visage bore a subtle smile, and the fluffy white fox tail trailing behind her swayed gracefully, akin to a spirit emerging from a painted scroll. 700 pairs of eyes turned toward Lynn, each warrior's gaze filled with anticipation and reverence. After 10 days of rigorous training under Lucas's unwavering guidance, they had developed a profound trust and respect for their lord, particularly among the half-boar men. Once Lynn had settled, his gaze traversed the faces of each warrior before he spoke with solemnity. Brave warriors, we have endured 10 grueling days of training here. I have witnessed the sweat and effort you have all expended, and it is etched in my memory. Today marks the moment for a modest assessment of the fruits of our labor over the past 10 days. Pausing momentarily, Lynn directed his gaze toward the west of the fortress before raising his voice. To the west, There exists a tribe of half-rabbits known as the Rabbit Spirit Clan. I now command you to accompany me in subduing them. Yes, my lord, came the resounding reply from the 700 warriors in unison. The Rabbit Spirit Clan, a faction of half-rabbits, excelled in locating seeds and cultivating crops, some of whom practiced wood elemental magic. They thrived in a valley to the west of the fortress, harmoniously coexisting with their surrounding natural environment. Having cultivated fertile fields and engaged in a self-sufficient lifestyle, let us set forth. With a command from Lynn, 700 warriors set forth in a magnificent procession. They marched with synchronized and powerful strides, their footsteps resonating like war drums against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The formation resembled a serpentine dragon, gradually advancing towards the western fortress. Lynn rode a horse, cradling Adele behind him, while Alice remained behind to guard their home. Lucas rode at the forefront alongside Gray and the formidable Sock. The dwelling place of the Rabbit Spirit Clan was indeed in close proximity to the fortress. After a little over an hour of marching, the warriors found themselves nearing the borders of the Rabbit Spirit territory. Along the way, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the shoulders of the soldiers, as if guiding them along their destined path. This moment, through the layers of lush greenery, the wooden walls meticulously constructed by the Rabbit Spirit Clan to fend off invaders came into clear view. The walls appeared remarkably sturdy, although made of wood. Their craftsmanship was evident. They stood tall, like a formidable barrier safeguarding the homeland of the Rabbit Spirit Clan. The layout of their settlement bore similarities to that of the fortress. Both nestled against a valley and fortified at its entrance to thwart potential external threats. Presently, not a single figure could be seen outside the wooden walls, creating an atmosphere of eerie stillness. In stark contrast, the wall brimmed with life. As numerous Rabbit Spirit clansmen stood on guard, their expressions tense and vigilant. They wielded simple weapons such as wooden bows and spears, or clutched staves imbued with the essence of natural elemental magic. Their watchful eyes fixed on the movements beyond the walls, clearly aware that Lynn's army was drawing near. Initially, Lucas had devised a plan to stealthily maneuver the troops close to the wooden walls and launch a surprise attack on the Rabbit Spirits, catching them off guard. However, the current situation indicated that the adversary was well prepared. The fortifications were clearly on high alert, making the previously conceived ambush seem unnecessary. Lucas glanced at Lynn, his gaze imbued with inquiry and request. Lynn slightly squinted, his expression steady and resolute, and gave a subtle nod to Lucas, signaling his agreement to alter their strategy and confront the enemy head-on. Receiving Lynn's indication, Lucas raised his hand decisively, executing a swift motion. With this gesture, the 700 warriors, who had been concealed within the forest, emerged boldly from the underbrush, marching forward with synchronized and vigorous strides towards the wooden walls. Their footsteps echoed along the silent edge of the woods, heralding the onset of battle, each step infused with an indomitable spirit. The Rabbit Spirits, having anticipated the arrival of Lynn's forces, felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the army boldly stride out from the trees, making no effort to conceal their approach. The calmness of the wall was shattered, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, causing a ripple of agitation among the clansmen. Their expressions shifted to one of apprehension, their gazes fixated on the advancing army, hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Despite the tension and unease, their grip on their weapons remained steadfast, even tightening further, the rough handles turning pale under the strain of their determination. Their eyes revealed a fierce resolve, as if prepared to defend their home and loved ones with every last drop of blood. Lynn, meanwhile, rode forward at a measured pace, sitting tall upon his steed, his demeanor calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere that surrounded him. In his arms, Adele peered out, her clear, autumn water-like eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson light. She gazed at the towering wooden walls and the anxious Rabbit Spirits stationed atop them. Among them, one woman stood out remarkably. She possessed an exquisite visage, her fair skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, her delicate features appearing as if sculpted by divine hands, every contour flawless. Her long rabbit ears stood erect, occasionally twitching as if keenly attuned to the surrounding sounds. The fine fur on her ears danced gently in the breeze, exuding a playful and lively essence. Behind her, a fluffy rabbit tail swayed in rhythm with her emotions, its snowy white hue harmonizing with her overall charm, adding an endearing touch of innocence. Her hair was equally distinctive, the roots a pristine white reminiscent of winter's frost, emanating a cool aura that as her hair flowed downward. The tips transitioned into a vivid red, resembling flames, the gradient seemingly merging ice and fire in a captivating display, rendering her an enchanting figure amidst the tense atmosphere, akin to a vibrant flower blooming in the depths of winter. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet, at this moment, her lovely face bore a weighty expression, shrouded by a cloud of concern, which dulled the brilliance in her lively eyes. She intently scrutinized the encroaching army, sensing a palpable aura of hostility emanating from the soldiers, which only deepened her sense of foreboding. "Uncle Gray," the woman's voice rang out, clear yet laced with an unmistakable tremor, a blend of anxiety and worry. "Our two clans have historically maintained amicable relations. Although our interactions have not been frequent, we have never harbored animosity. Why do you approach us with such an imposing force, disregarding the bonds of friendship we once shared?" Her incredulous words reverberated through the tranquil valley, echoing in every ear present. Gray, upon hearing her plea, wore an expression of profound difficulty, his brow furrowed slightly, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions crossing his features, frustration at the current predicament, and sorrow for the past camaraderie. Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance. His steed continued to press forward with unwavering determination. After all, the current state of the raging half-bull tribe could no longer be dictated by his will alone. Thus, the army's march persisted, swiftly closing the distance to within 50 meters of the wooden wall. The air grew thick with tension, palpable and heavy, weighing down upon every heart. The rabbit spirits atop the walls felt their anxiety peak. Acutely aware of their racing heartbeats, the sound echoing within their chests like the beating of war drums, urging them to prepare for battle. "Halt! Take another step forward, and we shall strike," the strikingly beautiful rabbit-eared woman called out, her voice rising in urgency, issuing a stern warning as her impatience grew. Yet, her plea seemed to fall on deaf ears. As the army continued its relentless advance, their measured, heavy footfalls echoing like the harbingers of death, striking at the fragile nerves of the rabbit spirits. As Lynn and his forces approached the base of the walls, the woman understood that the moment of decision had arrived. Taking a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashed in her eyes. She reluctantly commanded, "Prepare for battle." As her command resonated through the air, the soldiers stationed upon the wooden walls sprang into action with remarkable speed and skill. They swiftly nocked their arrows, the sharp tips glinting ominously in the sunlight, resembling the fangs of death as they aimed in unison at Lynn and his companions, with but a single word. These arrows would rain down upon them like a torrential downpour, staining the earth with crimson blood. However, at this critical juncture, Lynn merely smiled, a warm expression akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine, which dissipated the palpable tension hanging in the air. Calmly, he raised his hand to signal the army to halt, his gesture radiating confidence and composure. In that instant, the 700 soldiers, as if choreographed by some unseen force, came to a perfectly synchronized stop, their movements crisp and unhesitating. As though enchanted, the cacophony of footsteps abruptly ceased, plunging the valley into a profound silence, save for the lingering aura of tension that still permeated the atmosphere. Perched upon his steed, Lynn directed his gaze towards the towering wooden wall. In that moment, he found himself in close proximity to the captivating rabbit-eared beauty, so near that he could discern the subtle shifts in her expression. His eyes lingered on her for a brief moment, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile as he murmured to himself, "How intriguing." His tone conveyed a hint of playful curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon something remarkably fascinating. Lynn's decision to command the army to halt stemmed from his own calculations and motivations. He was not a man swayed by mere appearances. Though, to dismiss such beauty entirely would be folly. The rabbit-eared maiden indeed possessed an enchanting visage, with her exquisitely delicate features, lively and playful long ears, and her unique hair that transitioned from a pure snowy white at the roots to a fiery crimson at the tips. Yet, Lynn was not the type to lose his rationality over mere looks. It was paramount to note that he had sensed an unusual aura emanating from her, one that bespoke of a sorceress. Though faint and elusive, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in the breeze, it was an essence he recognized all too well. This seemingly ordinary rabbit-eared girl was, in fact, a sorceress on the verge of awakening, a most unexpected revelation. "People of the Rabbit Spirit Clan," Lynn raised his gaze, his expression serene and composed as he addressed those gathered on the wall. "Perhaps you remain unaware of my identity. I am Lynn Hammer, the lord of these storm mountains. The territory you inhabit is, undoubtedly, under my jurisdiction. He paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the faces before him, then continued with an air of indifference. Now, you stand before two choices. The first is to surrender willingly and submit to my authority. I shall ensure the safety of your clan. The second, well, should you stubbornly persist in your folly, the fate of the half-orcs will serve as a cautionary tale. Do not say, I did not forewarn you. Initially, Lynn had intended to command his troops to assault the Rabbit Spirit clan directly, leveraging his well-trained 700 warriors to decisively defeat them and capture them all for labor on his lands, thereby addressing his fort's food supply issues. However, upon sensing the rabbit-eared maiden's unique identity, he swiftly reconsidered. As Lynn's words hung in the air, the Rabbit Spirit clan atop the wall erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring to express their outrage. What do you intend to do? Release our leader. Some hastily readied their bows, arrows aimed unerringly at Lynn and his men, while others brandished their weapons, their emotions running high as they shouted in defiance. Their demeanor suggested that should Lynn dare to harm their leader, they would charge forth without hesitation. Yet, Lynn appeared impervious to their shouts of anger and threats, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the captured maiden before him. At that moment, though her body was restrained, the rabbit-eared beauty exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, she maintained an air of tranquility, akin to a still lake, which intrigued Lynn. What is your name? He inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Simultaneously, he reached out to playfully pinch the fluffy tail of Adele, who sat beside him. In that instant, the force binding the rabbit-eared beauty dissipated, and she felt herself become unencumbered, landing gracefully on the ground. She lifted her gaze to meet Lynn's, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Strangely, after their close encounter, an inexplicable fondness began to bloom within her, a sentiment that bewildered her, considering he had just ordered her capture. Nevertheless, she quickly collected herself and replied with poise, I am Olivia, my lord. I beseech you to spare us. Our Rabbit Spirit clan seeks no conflict and has lived peacefully here, posing no threat to you. Her voice was melodious and clear, exuding a calm demeanor even in the face of such a tense situation, which garnered Lynn's admiration. He shook his head slowly, his expression resolute as he replied, It is impossible for me to grant your request. I have already offered you a choice. The path lies before you, and your decision is yours to make. I truly have a choice? Olivia's face reflected a bitter reality, her eyes filled with resignation and sorrow as she countered. She understood that against overwhelming power, her clan had little recourse. The so-called choice was merely a cruel facade. No. Lynn shrugged, his tone flat yet infused with a chilling sense of reality. In this world governed by the law of the jungle. That was the stark truth. Without sufficient strength, one could only be treated as a pawn. Utterly defenseless, we will submit, and I hope you will treat my kin with kindness. Olivia inhaled deeply, her gaze drifting to the agitated clan members still shouting from the wall. A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes, overshadowed by a sense of resignation as she spoke softly. My lord, grant me a moment. I shall persuade them. Olivia made her request. Lynn nodded slightly in agreement. Turning around, Olivia walked toward the city wall with a somewhat heavy gait. Upon reaching the base of the wall, she crouched slightly and then leapt gracefully, as light as a bird, effortlessly landing atop the enclosure. The few elder members of the Rabbit Spirit tribe, upon witnessing this, immediately gathered around her, their faces etched with concern as they scrutinized Olivia and asked anxiously, Chieftain, are you unharmed? Did those individuals mistreat you? Olivia gently shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, Elders, let us submit to the Lord. No sooner had she spoken than a profound silence enveloped the elders. They exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a shared sense of helplessness and sorrow. They understood that the current situation left no room for rebellion. It was a choice they had to make for the survival of the entire Rabbit Spirit tribe. After a moment of silence, one elder sighed deeply and spoke first. Alas, let us surrender. We have no other recourse now. Any resistance would only bring calamity upon our people. The other elders, upon hearing this, lowered their heads in agreement. Slowly nodding. Observing this, Olivia took a deep breath and commanded loudly, Open the city gates. Her voice echoed through the valley with an undeniable firmness, laced with a hint of complex emotion. As she issued her order, the heavy gates creaked open, releasing a series of groans. Lynn, witnessing this, led the charge towards the gates, his eyes radiating a confidence that signified determination. the soldiers behind him followed closely, their footsteps resonating in perfect unison within the stillness of the valley. Thus, they marched forth into the territory of the rabbit spirit tribe. As Lynn entered the tribe's domain, he lifted his gaze, and a striking scene unfolded before him. The rabbit spirit tribe had skillfully constructed their settlement at the entrance of a valley, which appeared as if the Earth Mother herself, kind and generous, had opened her warm and sturdy embrace to quietly shelter the hopes and dreams of the rabbit spirit tribe for generations. The arrangement of the tribal buildings at the valley's mouth was remarkably intricate, with houses positioned in a harmonious layout, achieving an almost perfect integration with the surrounding natural environment. The wooden structures exuded a rustic charm, seemingly sprouting organically from the earth, complemented by towering trees, lush flower clusters, and babbling brooks, together creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. That Lynn's gaze gradually ventured deeper into the valley, revealing a vast expanse filled with carefully cultivated crops tended by the rabbit spirit people. As he surveyed the scene, he was struck by the sight of various grains flourishing vibrantly, a truly breathtaking spectacle. A gentle breeze swept through, akin to a soft hand caressing the land, causing the heavy ears of wheat to sway lightly, as if on the verge of bursting with life. That moment, the rabbit spirit tribe members began to emerge slowly from their homes and fields. Their eyes reflected a myriad of emotions: fear, stemming from the instinctual worry of encountering unexpected outsiders; resignation, perhaps realizing their powerlessness in the face of such a stark imbalance of strength. They stood silently, unvoiced, simply observing Lynn and the impressive array of outsiders behind him, their gazes laden with complex sentiments. "Lord, please follow me," Olivia said respectfully, bowing slightly before leading Lynn onward. The elders of the rabbit spirit tribe exchanged glances and quietly followed her lead. "You may rest here," Lynn commanded loudly to his troops, pulling on the reins of his steed. Afterward, he rode his majestic blood-scaled horse at a leisurely pace, accompanying Olivia and the others. Shortly, they arrived before a grand hall, which undoubtedly served as the tribal assembly of the rabbit spirit tribe, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. Lynn gently dismounted, cradling Adele in his arms before swiftly alighting himself, then joined Olivia and the others as they entered the hall. "Lord, please take your seat," Olivia said with a smile, gesturing politely for Lynn to occupy the most esteemed position. Lynn did not decline, walking confidently to the chair and settling in. Adele stood beside him obediently, her bright eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. Olivia and the elders stood respectfully within the hall, their gazes fixed upon Lynn. "From this day forth, your rabbit spirit tribe shall be one of my subjects," Lynn stated directly as he took his seat, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. My demands are simple. As my subjects, you must fulfill the obligations that come with your status. However, you need not worry, for I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety and allow you to live in peace within my domain. Upon hearing this, the elders and Olivia visibly exhaled in relief. After all, becoming subjects rather than slaves was a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortune, and receiving the Lord's protection was undoubtedly a more favorable outcome for the rabbit spirit tribe at this juncture. "Now, I require you to organize 300 able-bodied individuals to accompany me," Lynn declared calmly, his tone as unhurried as if he were assigning a commonplace task. "Lord, may I inquire what purpose these individuals will serve?" Olivia asked, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Lynn met her gaze and replied in a serene tone, "I have come from the fortress, as you likely know, where there lies a vast expanse of land currently lying fallow. I need you to send 300 of your best agriculturalists to accompany me back, to utilize their planting expertise and breathe life back into that land." "Very well, Grand Elder, please gather the 300 most skilled cultivators from our tribe for the Lord to take back," Olivia instructed the eldest of the elders. "Yes, Chieftain," the Grand Elder replied respectfully before swiftly departing the hall. Lynn's gaze remained fixed on Olivia, his expression calm, yet imbued with an air of undeniable authority, as he continued. "You should also prepare promptly, ensuring that all affairs of the tribe are properly transitioned, and then accompany me back to the fortress." Upon hearing this, Olivia's brow furrowed slightly, her previously composed demeanor shifting as a rare hint of panic flickered in her eyes. "Lord, if I accompany you to the fortress, what will happen to my people? As their chieftain, I must be responsible for them. I cannot simply leave." Her voice bore a note of anxiety and concern as her gaze flitted among the elders in search of support. The other elders, hearing Lynn's words, wore expressions of distress, their lips trembling as if they wished to voice their objections, yet fearing Lynn's authority and the formidable army behind him. they swallowed their words. Their eyes filled with resignation and bitterness. Lynn observed their expressions, maintaining his calm demeanor, though his tone softened slightly as he reassured, "The fortress is quite close. Should any pressing issues arise within the tribe, you may send someone to summon me at any time. Having decided to welcome your rabbit spirit tribe, I will, of course, take full responsibility for your safety." Olivia wished to argue further, attempting to persuade Lynn to reconsider. However, before she could utter her thoughts, Lynn raised a hand decisively to interrupt her, stating firmly, "Enough. This matter is settled. No further discussion is necessary." Realizing the futility of her position, Olivia could only respond with a resigned, "Yes, Lord." Though her words carried a hint of acceptance, they were laced with an undertone of reluctance. "Moreover, your tribe shall not remain here for long. Once this season's crops are harvested, they will gradually relocate to the fortress." Lynn spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if everything had been preordained. "Indeed," Olivia replied softly, and a heavy silence enveloped the grand hall, pressing down upon the hearts of those present, making it difficult to breathe. Olivia exchanged glances with the remaining elders. Though no words were spoken, a palpable sense of concern flickered in their eyes. They all understood that this series of upheavals heralded a monumental transformation for the Rabbit Spirit clan, and the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated from outside, rhythmic and powerful. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder entered, accompanied by 300 carefully selected youths. Each of these young individuals stood tall and vigorous, their eyes reflecting a humble yet earnest demeanor, indicative of the hard-earned diligence cultivated through years of toil in the fields. A mere glance at them conveyed their familiarity and passion for agricultural pursuits. "My lord, the individuals have been brought forth," the Grand Elder stated respectfully, his tone infused with reverence for Lynn. Upon hearing this, Lynn rose slowly, his gaze meticulously sweeping over the assembled youths. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, clearly approving of the Grand Elder's selections. "Very well. Expedite the transfer of clan affairs. I shall await you outside. Do not keep me waiting too long," Lynn remarked, before turning with Adele and departing leisurely. Their footsteps echoed in the silent hall, reminiscent of a countdown, intensifying the anxiety within the hearts of those left behind. Once Lynn and Adele exited, an awkward and oppressive atmosphere settled over the hall. The elders exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Olivia sighed gently, breaking the suffocating silence. She turned to the Grand Elder, her tone carrying an undertone of entrustment. "Grand Elder, all clan matters will henceforth rest in your capable hands. Your experience assures me that you will manage them well. Rest assured." "Clan leader," the Grand Elder affirmed with a vigorous nod. Olivia acknowledged him with a slight nod of her own, then swiftly exited. The other elders hurriedly followed suit, their hurried footsteps reverberating through the hall, echoing their present unease and trepidation. Outside, Lynn observed as Olivia emerged from the hall. Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and, with a gentle nudge, set off in the direction they had come, with Olivia and the youths trailing behind. Upon reaching the area where the warriors were resting, Lynn raised his hand high and waved vigorously. The resting warriors sprang to their feet, swiftly organizing their gear, following him in an orderly fashion. This outing had initially been intended as a test of training outcomes, yet it had evidently ended in disappointment. Nevertheless, Lynn remained unfazed, considering it merely a training exercise. Though the results of their training remained unverified, the expedition bore significant fruit, having not only secured the Rabbit Spirit clan but also acquired a wealth of quality seeds and skilled agricultural hands, an invaluable asset for the future development of the stronghold. Most importantly, they had discovered a witch to the east of the Storm Mountain Range. A colossal and rugged tribe loomed before them. The tribe's entrance. A rather chaotic scene unfolded as 7 individuals were being driven away by several exceptionally tall and muscular half-orcs. The half-orcs, fierce in demeanor, brandished their robust weapons and emitted low, menacing growls, as if shooing away unwelcome intruders. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the tribe, resonating throughout the mountain forest like the tolling of a great bell. "Begone! Do not let me see you again, despicable humans!" One half-orc bellowed in a rough, disdainful voice, his bell-like eyes fixed contemptuously upon the 7 individuals. The faces of the 7 were fraught with humiliation, particularly that of a middle-aged man at the forefront, whose gaze burned with intense hatred, as if he wished to incinerate the very scene before him. Yet, in that moment, they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to turn away in bitter defeat under the half-orc's relentless drive. "Young master, why don't we seek cooperation with the nearby half-orc tribes?" One of the swordsman-clad individuals inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion as he glanced at the elegantly dressed middle-aged man beside him. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of green flickered in his eyes, imbued with an air of enigma. "Dio, you think I wouldn't want that?" The middle-aged man, addressed as young master, retorted irritably, a hint of frustration and helplessness etched upon his face. "It's just that there are hardly any formidable tribes surrounding the stronghold. Look around, there isn't a single Earth-level powerhouse among them. Even those who barely qualify as capable have only just reached Earth-level thanks to potions. With their limited abilities, they certainly cannot hope to defeat Lynn." As he spoke, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, revealing a deep-seated animosity towards Lynn. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have traveled so far to seek cooperation with these detestable half-tigers," he exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation as he glanced back towards the path they had just traversed, his eyes filled with loathing for the half-tigers and frustration over their unsuccessful quest for allies. These individuals were none other than Edward Dracula and 6 of his elite followers, who had come with 2 vials of potions, intent on orchestrating Lynn's demise. Having journeyed extensively, they had hoped to find suitable allies to eliminate Lynn. Yet the path had been fraught with obstacles and difficulties. "Wait, young master, there is a place that should have powerful individuals." Tommy, the one who had spoken earlier, suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "What place? Speak quickly," Edward urged, his spirits lifted as he eagerly awaited Tommy's response. Having lost faith in finding allies in the vicinity, he was desperate to locate a formidable ally capable of dealing with Lynn. In order to achieve his goals swiftly, the half-orcs here, knowing that they were far from the stronghold, remained indifferent to Lynn's appointment as the Lord of the Storm Mountain Range, as they believed he had no bearing on their affairs. Edward had approached several half-orc tribes, only to be driven away each time, leading him to this realization. "Young master, to the north of the stronghold lies a goblin tribe. When I came here previously to hunt magical beasts, I spotted a 2-headed goblin among them. I believe he has since become the Goblin King, and I am certain he has reached Earth-level strength," Tommy recounted, recalling the encounter with a sense of certainty. "Is that true?" Edward inquired, his skepticism evident. "The 2-headed goblin. That is a rare mutation among goblins. I know well that such goblins are not only exceptionally intelligent, but also possess high innate talent and a bloodthirsty, vicious nature. If we can indeed find such an ally, we may stand a chance against Lynn." "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes," Tommy affirmed with a vigorous nod, his tone resolute, attempting to instill confidence in Edward regarding his words. "Very well, let us seek out the goblins." Edward made a swift decision, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Having spoken, he quickened his pace, hastening towards the front. The others, witnessing this, dared not show the slightest hint of slackness, promptly following suit. In an instant, their figures wove through the forested landscape, racing towards the northern stronghold. Meanwhile, Lynn leisurely made his way back to the stronghold, accompanied by the rabbit spirit tribe and his warriors in a grand procession. The sky had yet to darken when Lynn, laden with bountiful spoils, led the magnificent army back to the fortress. The scene resembled that of a triumphant royal entourage, exuding grandeur and causing passers-by to pause and gaze in admiration. Upon entering the stronghold, Lynn methodically issued orders, his expression grave as he addressed Gray and Lucas. "You two are responsible for ensuring the rabbit spirit tribe is well accommodated. Tomorrow, we shall commence organizing the valley behind the stronghold." Gray and Lucas responded in unison, accepting their orders, and then led the rabbit spirit tribe towards the designated settlement area. Observing this, Olivia too intended to follow them. "Olivia, where do you think you are going?" Lynn's voice resonated just in time, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Olivia, who was about to turn away. "You need not accompany them. Come with me." With that, Lynn headed towards the castle, while Adele, as usual, quietly trailed behind him like a well-behaved shadow. Olivia stood rooted in place, a flicker of conflict crossing her face. Her eyes darted back and forth between Lynn's receding figure and the departing tribe, until, seemingly having made a decision, she lifted her foot and followed in Lynn's stride. No sooner had she entered the castle than a petite figure, as agile as a spirit cat, leapt towards Lynn, diving straight into his embrace. Lynn, anticipating this, smiled slightly, extending his arms to securely cradle the adorable creature. "Master, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Little Millie nuzzled against Lynn, her fluffy cat tail swaying joyfully like a charming little pom-pom. "Master, you've returned," Alice approached with a smile, her eyes sparkling with delight, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of winter. Indeed, I have brought you a sister. Her name is Olivia, Lynn said with a grin, gesturing towards Olivia as he introduced her. Hello, I am Alice. Alice greeted Olivia warmly, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. I am Millie. Little Millie gazed at Olivia with wide eyes, her pointed cat ears twitching adorably. Sister, why are your ears so big while mine are so small? Millie blinked curiously at Olivia's long rabbit ears, her eyes sparkling with innocent wonder. Because I am of the rabbit spirit tribe, Olivia replied, though her expression hinted at unease. Lynn, still holding Millie, strode confidently into the hall and plopped down on the sofa. This sofa, carefully selected from the royal capital, was draped in luxurious silk, soft to the touch and radiating a gentle sheen, providing an exquisite feel. The interior was filled with fluffy cotton, offering unparalleled comfort as one sank into it like a cloud. Now, under Lynn's meticulous care, the castle had undergone a remarkable transformation, showcasing an elegant nobility that stood in stark contrast to its former state. Master, shall we prepare dinner? Alice and Adele exchanged smiles before heading into the kitchen together. Olivia silently approached Lynn, her gaze complex as she observed him. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Must I also refer to you as master like they do? Indeed, Lynn nodded matter-of-factly, a mysterious glint flickering in his eyes. Oh, you know why I want you to stay by my side? Olivia scrutinized Lynn for a moment, her eyes filled with curiosity, before she scoffed lightly. Because I am beautiful. Lynn's expression faltered, a hint of awkwardness surfacing that he cleared his throat and replied, that is but a small part of it. The main reason is that you possess something truly special. Upon hearing this, Olivia's lips curled into a faint smile, teasingly responding, specially beautiful. Lynn found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation before earnestly stating, think carefully. Don't you feel there is something about you that sets you apart from the others in your tribe? Something that has only recently emerged. At these words, Olivia's expression shifted dramatically, a flash of panic crossing her features. She instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling as she asked, how do you know this? There's no need to panic, Lynn spoke in a calm, soothing tone, his gaze imbued with a reassuring power. Look around. Each of these individuals beside me shares unique abilities that surpass the ordinary, just like you. He gently patted the sofa beside him, inviting Olivia to sit down. After a moment of hesitation, Olivia cautiously settled onto the sofa next to Lynn, her eyes still reflecting a mix of tension and uncertainty. Master, do I possess special abilities too? Millie blinked her big, watery eyes at Lynn, eagerly awaiting his response. That of course. Lynn's lips curled into a fond smile as he playfully teased, our little Millie has a remarkable talent for eating. Her appetite is insatiable, like a bottomless pit. Is that really a talent, Master? You're teasing me, Millie pouted, feigning annoyance as she gently tapped Lynn's arm with her small hand, her playful demeanor eliciting laughter. Recently, I discovered I can communicate with the creatures around me. What could possibly be the reason for this? Olivia furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with urgency, eager to uncover the answer to this peculiar ability that filled her with both curiosity and unease. I cannot divulge that just yet. The time has not come. Lynn smiled slightly, keeping the mystery alive. When the moment is right, you will naturally come to understand the secrets within. His gaze held an enigmatic quality, leaving Olivia feeling both dissatisfied and helpless. Before long, Alice emerged from the kitchen, slightly bowing, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she announced, Master, dinner is ready. The sound resonated like the delicate chime of silver bells, echoing through the warm embrace of the castle's grand hall. It was only when Olivia accompanied Lynn and the others to the dining room for their evening repast that she truly grasped the sincerity behind Lynn's earlier jest about little Millie's prodigious appetite. The dining table was adorned with an abundance of sumptuous dishes, exuding tantalizing aromas that made one's mouth water. Yet, it was Millie's astonishing performance that left Olivia utterly astounded. This seemingly petite and charming creature displayed an insatiable hunger akin to an ever-hungry gourmand, continuously shoveling food into her mouth at a pace and quantity that starkly contrasted her diminutive frame. By the end of the meal, Olivia was taken aback to discover that Millie had consumed a greater amount of food than all four of them combined. Her tiny belly resembled a magical pouch, seemingly possessing boundless capacity, ready to accommodate any quantity of food. The heartwarming dinner drew to a close. Lynn attentively arranged accommodations for Olivia, ensuring that she felt comfortable and secure in this unfamiliar environment. Once everything was in order, Lynn retreated to the bedroom with Adele and Alice, eyeing the softly lit chamber. Candle flames flickered, casting gentle shadows that danced upon the walls, enveloping the room in a cozy and tranquil ambience. Lynn reclined lazily upon the expansive, plush bed, feeling the day's weariness wash over him in that moment. Adele, like a gentle kitten, climbed onto the bed and nestled beside Lynn, her cascading hair spilling over his arm, carrying with it a faint, delightful fragrance. Meanwhile, Alice sat at the edge of the bed, deftly removing Lynn's boots with a gentle, practiced touch, her gaze filled with tenderness. Time slipped away unnoticed as they embraced one another, basking in each other's warmth, cocooned within the comforting blankets, and after a tender interlude of affection, they surrendered to the embrace of sleep, drifting into a realm of sweet dreams in the depths of the stormy mountains. The night unfolded like a vast labyrinth shrouded in darkness and mystery. The chilling winds howled through the valleys, causing the trees to rustle ominously, as if specters were whispering secrets. The eerie howls of monstrous beasts echoed throughout this expansive territory, their cries piercing the stillness of the night like the wails of tormented souls. To the north of the fortress lay a colossal cave, resembling the gaping maw of a prehistoric beast, from which an endless void of darkness poured forth, exuding an ancient and putrid aura that was both inscrutable and foreboding. The entrance was surrounded by jagged rocks, sharp as serrated blades, glinting with a cold light under the pale moon. Occasional gusts of chilling wind erupted from the cave, carrying with them a nauseating stench of decay, as though the very essence of death hung in the air. Stepping into the cave, one's feet sank into a viscous, slippery surface, a nauseating mixture of unknown liquids. Each step elicited a revolting sensation. Bioluminescent moss adorned the cave walls, its flickering glow barely illuminating a small area, enhancing the depth of the surrounding darkness. At this moment, deep within the cave, the Goblin King, a two-headed creature, sat regally upon his throne, constructed of bones and dark stones. The eyes of his two heads glimmered with a blood-red light, resembling twin orbs of ghostly fire, coldly surveying the 7 humans encircled by the goblins below. Each goblin exuded a palpable aura of bloodthirsty savagery. Their brown skin, illuminated by the faint light, bore a rough texture, reminiscent of parched earth, marred with scars that narrated tales of brutal battles from their past. Their robust physiques, with bulging muscles, radiated an aura of formidable strength, embodying their fierce and ferocious nature. Without exception, their eyes shimmered with a chilling red glow, akin to flames burning in the depths of hell, betraying their thirst for blood and fervor for slaughter. Armed with an array of crude yet lethal weapons, the goblins bared their teeth, issuing guttural roars at the intruding humans, their gazes rife with suspicion and hostility. "Humans, I hear you wish to collaborate with me," spoke one head of the two-headed goblin, his raspy, deep voice reverberating within the cave, imbued with an invisible force that thickened the air around them. Edward Dracula maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unflinching, but he raised his head slightly, meeting the gaze of the towering Goblin King, and articulated clearly and confidently, "Esteemed Goblin King, we have come to beseech your assistance in eliminating a human lord residing in the fortress to your south. His presence may pose a potential threat to you as well." Behind him, the other 5 individuals firmly grasped their weapons, leaning slightly forward to form a protective circle around Edward and the mage, their vigilant eyes scanning the surrounding goblins, wary of any lapse in attention to a human lord. The 4 eyes of the Goblin King glowed with an ominous red light, fixated intently upon Edward. "Eliminate him. What benefits do I stand to gain from this?" The voice of the two-headed goblin echoed through the cavern, laced with a tone of greed. "What benefits do you desire? Whatever is within our means, we shall fulfill," Edward responded confidently, a sly glint flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "Heh, I too wish to be a lord. Can that be arranged?" The Goblin King grinned, revealing a row of uneven, putrid teeth. "Certainly, as long as you can successfully slay Lynn, you shall be the lord, and this vast expanse of the stormy mountains will become your dominion, granting you supreme power," Edward replied without hesitation. As if discussing a trivial matter, the 2 heads of the Goblin King exchanged glances, a spark of excitement igniting in their eyes. "Very well, we also require 500 complete sets of equipment, at the very least of silver grade, and I demand them now." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation, the glimmer of greed increasingly evident in his gaze. Edward observed the unfolding scene with a cold smirk hidden beneath his composed facade. Agreed, but we currently possess only 100 sets of equipment. The remainder will be delivered upon your successful elimination of Lynn. How does that sound? Agreed, it is settled, the Goblin King eagerly replied, his hands continuing to rub together in excitement. Edward wasted no more words. He raised his hand, signaling his guards to retrieve equipment from their spatial rings. Each of them produced 15 sets, which glimmered in the dim light with a silvery sheen. Each set comprising exquisite full-body armor and a razor-sharp weapon, all of silver quality. It is worth noting that silver-grade equipment was exceedingly rare in the market, with a single set fetching nearly 1,000 gold coins. Yet, Edward nonchalantly presented 105 sets, demonstrating a display of extravagant wealth. These items had been meticulously prepared by the Dracula family, as they understood the necessity of alluring these half-beast creatures with weapons they favored while forging an alliance in the stormy mountains. In truth, Edward possessed even more such equipment in his spatial ring, but he had no intention of revealing it all. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that he would ultimately forge an alliance with such ruthless creatures as goblins. Indeed, plans often failed to keep pace with reality. My king, allow me to offer you 5 additional sets as a token of our goodwill, Edward said, his face adorned with a smile that was both flattering and just the right amount of obsequiousness, leaving no room for criticism. Very well. If that is the case, we shall mobilize tomorrow to eliminate Lynn. You must be prepared for the subsequent events, the Goblin King declared. The two-headed goblin spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm, its avaricious gaze fixated greedily on the shimmering pile of equipment strewn across the ground, as if those items possessed boundless magical allure, capturing its undivided attention. Rest assured, we shall honor our agreement, Edward vowed earnestly, a glint of cunning triumph flickering in his eyes. Moreover, this is a vial of wondrous potion that can temporarily enhance your strength. However, its effects last only an hour and carry no side effects. You must consume it during your battle with Lynn. As he spoke, Edward respectfully presented the potion to the two-headed goblin. The goblin casually accepted it, casting but a fleeting glance before redirecting its focus back to the enticing equipment. Muttering, "Very well, I understand. Remember, it must be consumed only during your confrontation with Lynn," Edward reiterated, genuinely concerned that this simple-minded goblin might impulsively drink the potion then and there, jeopardizing everything. "Okay, I will remember," the two-headed goblin replied, somewhat impatiently waving a hand at that moment. The other goblins were equally entranced by the gleaming equipment, their eyes brimming with desire and greed, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves spotting a tender lamb. They were so engrossed that they remained oblivious to Edward and the others' departure. Upon exiting the cave, Edward and his companions breathed in the fresh air outside, feeling as if they had finally been liberated. The stench within the cave had been intolerable, a noxious blend of blood, decay, and other unidentified odors. "Tommy, wasn't it said that the two-headed goblin is quite clever?" Edward asked, frowning with dissatisfaction. "Master, it can speak now." "Isn't that a sign of intelligence?" Tommy retorted, scratching his head. Edward found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, among goblins, it was rather astute. He shook his head in resignation. "All right, let us proceed, master. If it kills Lynn, will it truly become the Lord of the Storm Mountains?" Tommy inquired, his eyes filled with doubt. You don't happen to be a mutant goblin, do you?" Edward looked at him incredulously. "What I said earlier was merely to fool the simpletons." "Did you really believe that? If they kill Lynn, rest assured, others will come to exterminate them. Do you understand?" Edward replied, somewhat exasperated. "Then, master, doesn't that expose us?" Tommy persisted, not ready to concede. Edward regarded him with a frown, his tone edged with reproach. "Tommy, what is wrong with you? You were never this foolish before. They do not know our identities. All right, let us go. We still need to find a place to spend the night," Edward said, his irritation palpable. Tommy, upon hearing this, fell into a deep contemplation, sensing something amiss. His mind felt as though it had become sluggish, shrouded in a fog that rendered thinking arduous. "Tommy, what are you pondering? Hurry up and catch up." A guard ahead noticed Tommy standing still in a daze and called out, "Oh, right." Tommy snapped back to reality, hastily quickening his pace to rejoin the group. The party continued onward through the stormy mountains under the cover of night. After a protracted search through the rugged terrain, they finally discovered a somewhat concealed hollow where they could barely spend the night. It was a small nook partially shielded by several large boulders. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, Edward surveyed the area with a frown, his face contorted in disdain as he found the shabby and dilapidated environment wholly unsatisfactory. Yet, being in such a desolate wilderness left him with no alternative but to make do, albeit reluctantly. The guards, fully aware of the gravity of their situation, quickly divided tasks. Some nimbly gathered dry twigs and leaves to kindle a fire, aiming to stave off the chill and eeriness of the mountain night. Others stood vigil, their expressions alert, scanning the surroundings like hawks for any lurking dangers, prepared for any monstrous beasts or unforeseen occurrences. Tommy, forcing himself to focus, helped clear the stony and weedy ground, but his mind remained ensnared by the earlier doubts. Like an unsolvable tangle that made him increasingly anxious. Before long, a modest bonfire flickered to life in the hollow, the dancing flames casting shadows that played across the weary yet grave faces of the group, the light wavering uncertainly upon them. Edward sat beside the fire, his gaze vacant as he fixated on the flickering flames, his mind tumultuously churning with plans for the future. He pondered how to deftly manipulate the situation to ensure that the two-headed goblin and Lynn would engage in a deadly struggle, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Meanwhile, they could quietly reap the rewards, all while remaining undetected in their nefarious machinations. That night, the group wrestled with anxiety, tossing and turning in restless sleep as the bonfire flickered in and out against the biting wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Yet, amidst the oppressive gloom, Tommy appeared as an anomaly. He lay quietly to the side, eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly and calmly, seemingly in a deep slumber. His serene demeanor starkly contrasted with the surrounding anxiety. However, had anyone taken the time to observe closely, they would have noticed a faint, eerie green glow emanating from Tommy's skin, a subtle luminescence seeping from his pores, swirling around his body. With each breath, it flickered in and out, as if some mysterious and perilous force was quietly surging within him, adding an unsettling aura to the already eerie night. Meanwhile, within the fortress, Lynn slept soundly, entirely unaware of the insidious plot unfolding in the shadows. The castle exuded a tranquil ambience, punctuated only by the rhythmic footsteps of the sentinels on patrol, echoing through the empty corridors like a metronome marking the unique tempo of the serene night. As dawn broke, the sun struggled to pierce through the thick clouds, casting delicate rays upon every inch of the storm mountains, draping the foreboding landscape in a patchy veil of golden light. The two-headed goblin rose early, its eyes glimmering with excitement and greed as it eagerly began selecting its expeditionary force, having acquired 105 precious sets of silver-grade equipment from Edward the previous day. It cherished them dearly. From among the approximately 2,000 goblins in its horde, it meticulously chose the 105 strongest, most ferocious, and seemingly cleverest subordinates, outfitting them all in the gleaming gear. These selected goblins stood tall and imposing, the silver armor glinting brilliantly in the sunlight, transforming them from a ragtag group into an elite battalion. Their formerly rudimentary weapons had been replaced with the razor-sharp blades provided by Edward. Exuding an aura of chilling lethality, they stood proudly within the ranks, basking in the envious and jealous glances of their kin, feeling increasingly distinguished. Their already savage and bloodthirsty nature was now amplified, the red glint in their eyes burning with a ferocity that made them yearn to charge into the fortress and unleash a massacre, seizing more treasures and territory. The two-headed goblin stood imperiously before this seemingly formidable assembly, its eyes radiating a fierce and greedy crimson light, akin to two burning embers from the depths of hell. Its thick, veiny arms clenched tightly around a hefty spiked club, the weapon as thick as a thigh. Its surface marred with pits and scratches, the remnants of past battles, dried and caked blood, clung to it like a grim armor, exuding a pungent odor that suggested that merely approaching it would envelop one in an overwhelming aura of impending doom. Suddenly, it raised its two heads, bearing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and with a voice as grating and hoarse as a rusty bell, it bellowed fervently, "Listen up, my little ones. Today we shall trample the human fortress and slay everyone within, leaving not a single soul alive. Chop the men into bits and bring them back to roast and feast. Spare no woman or child. Seize them all as our playthings. Ha ha ha. All the treasures within that fortress belong to us. Whoever lays claim to them shall keep them. Should anyone dare to be idle, I will be the first to take action against them, letting them feel the true power of my wolf-toothed club." These goblins, already simple-minded and bloodthirsty, upon hearing such incitements to slaughter and plunder, were instantly invigorated as if injected with a potent stimulant, their faces flushed with excitement. the fervor in their eyes burning ever more fiercely. They resembled a pack of unleashed wolves, howling with anticipation, eagerly brandishing their weapons as they surged toward the fortress with menacing fervor. The thunderous march of 2,000 goblins caused the very earth to tremble, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky, as if a shroud of death were sweeping towards the fortress. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds like delicate gauze, lazily cascading upon the castle, attempting to awaken the structure still steeped in tranquility. Within the castle, a serene hush prevailed, with most inhabitants lost in slumber, relishing the peaceful moment. At tea this time, Olivia had just stirred from her dreams, her consciousness still veiled in a haze of sleep, leaving her somewhat dazed. With her bleary eyes half open, she contemplated indulging in a few more moments of rest to banish the lingering drowsiness that clung to her mind like fine threads. However, at that moment, a small bird alighted upon the windowsill, chirping incessantly. Its sharp, urgent calls pierced the room's stillness like a series of rapid alarms, instantly rousing Olivia from her stupor, the remnants of her fatigue vanishing like a startled rabbit. For she understood the meaning behind the bird's frantic cries. With little regard for anything else, she hastily threw aside her warm blanket, clumsily slipped on her shoes, and carelessly donned her outer garment without taking the time to arrange it properly. Dashing like a gust of wind toward the door, in her frenzied state, her heart raced with a singular thought, to find Lord Lynn and convey the urgent predicament. Thus, she sprinted straight toward Lynn's chamber, her mind consumed by the imminent peril facing the fortress, leaving no room for other considerations. With a resounding crash, Olivia forcefully pushed open the door to Lynn's room. The door, imbued with an almost supernatural strength, slammed against the wall, its echo reverberating through the quiet castle. Inside, Lynn reclined languidly on the bed, exuding a casual air of relaxation. Alice and Adele were dutifully occupied with their tasks, heads bowed, continuing their work at a leisurely pace. Not daring to turn, they merely faced away from the room, stammering, "Lord, there is an urgent situation. I'll wait for you outside." Having spoken, she quickened her pace and fled from Lynn's chamber. Meanwhile, Lynn remained unperturbed, casting a glance at Alice, fully aware that she must have orchestrated the commotion. Otherwise, Olivia would never have burst in without her consent. Lynn exited the bedroom at a leisurely pace, and as his gaze lifted, he spotted Olivia standing not far down the corridor. In that moment, she resembled a flower in spring, adorned in vibrant hues, her cheeks flushed like the most resplendent evening glow, the color extending to the tips of her ears, refusing to fade. Her long rabbit ears seemed almost ready to emit smoke. Her gaze flitted nervously, sometimes fixed on the ground, at other times darting to the walls, yet she could not muster the courage to meet Lynn's eyes. Observing her turmoil, Lynn approached Olivia slowly. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the corridor, resonating in Olivia's heart and heightening her anxiety. Soon, Lynn stood before her, slightly bending down to lock his gaze upon her. Speaking calmly, he inquired, "What is the matter? Take your time and explain." Upon hearing Lynn's voice, Olivia trembled slightly, akin to a startled fawn. She inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous heart, which surged like a turbulent tide. Yet, when her words escaped her cherry-red lips, they quivered with a barely concealed tremor. "Lord, I just learned from a little bird that the northern goblin army is on the move, heading towards our fortress. I fear they intend to launch an attack." As she spoke, her lovely brows knitted slightly, her eyes reflecting not only shyness but also a hint of worry, rendering her even more endearing. Upon hearing Olivia's words and witnessing her blend of shyness and urgency, Lynn maintained his composure, silently gazing at her. Olivia's heart raced like a caged rabbit, thumping wildly, entangled in a whirlwind of emotion, preventing her from meeting Lynn's gaze. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, Lynn's silence persisted. Hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered the courage to cautiously lift her eyes toward Lynn. To her surprise, she found him smiling, his gaze intense and unwavering, fixed upon her. In an instant, Olivia felt her cheeks ignite with a fervent heat. As if a flame, the flush deepening until it rivaled the most vivid hues of the evening sky. "Lord, what are you looking at?" Olivia's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a playful reproach, yet laced with an undeniable shyness. Her slightly trembling lips seemed to betray her inner turmoil, and she could hardly withstand the intensity of Lynn's gaze, feeling as if her heart might leap from her throat. "I'm admiring a beautiful lady," Lynn replied, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. his tone imbued with a teasing lightness that suggested an air of ease. Upon hearing this, Olivia froze momentarily, her heart racing uncontrollably, the rapid rhythm echoing like a frantic drumbeat. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and urgency, she found herself at a loss for words, her already flushed face now crimson as if it might bleed. Resembling a rabbit scalded by hot water. In a flurry, she turned and lifted her skirts, hurrying away with a somewhat hurried yet unsteady gait, her face aflame. As she fled, she called back, "The goblin army is truly coming. You must prepare." Lynn watched as her figure disappeared down the corridor, just as Alice and Adele, arm in arm, sauntered leisurely from the bedroom. Adele's lively eyes sparkled with mischief, a playful smile gracing her lips. She quickened her pace to Lynn's side, tilting her head slightly as she teased in a soft, slightly petulant tone, "Master, I hope we haven't interrupted your conquest of new sisters." Lynn, with a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, replied, "It seems you haven't been quite finished with your previous business, have you? Humph. I shall ensure to attend to you properly this evening." Rather than being intimidated, Adele playfully stuck out her pink tongue, responding with a teasing lilt, "Oh, master, do feel free to deal with me as you wish. I am not afraid." Alice stood quietly nearby, observing the playful banter between the two, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Once their light-hearted exchange reached a pause, Alice spoke softly, her tone imbued with concern and eagerness. "Master, may I go take a look?" Lynn understood she was referring to assessing the situation with the goblin army. "Yes, do proceed, but exercise caution." Alice nodded gently. "Yes, master." No sooner had she spoken than she shimmered and transformed into a faint silhouette, vanishing in the blink of an eye if not for the lingering scent of her unique fragrance in the air. One might doubt she had ever stood there. "Well then, I shall go prepare breakfast now." At this moment, Adele had also set aside her playful demeanor, tilting her head slightly with a smile as she remarked, "Just wait a moment. When little Millie wakes up, she will surely cry out for breakfast, and I must hasten to prepare it." With a playful wink at Lynn, she turned and made her way towards the kitchen. Just then, the petite figure of Millie emerged slowly from her room. The little one had evidently not yet fully roused from her slumber, her large, watery eyes half closed in a drowsy expression that was utterly adorable. As she ambled along, she rubbed her eyes with her tiny hands, her rosy cheeks reddening from the motion, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Upon reaching Lynn and the others, she pouted slightly, her voice tinged with mild complaint as she murmured, "Master, you are so noisy. You woke me up." Though her soft voice carried a hint of displeasure, it sounded more like a playful complaint. Lynn, upon seeing her, immediately donned a doting smile, crouched down, and gently lifted Millie into his arms, saying with a chuckle, "Oh dear, our little Millie is awake. It's our fault for waking you up. Now, let us wash up, and soon we shall have breakfast." The moment she heard the word breakfast, Millie's previously sleepy eyes sparkled with excitement, gleaming like two twinkling stars, and any trace of her earlier complaint vanished into thin air. She enthusiastically waved her little hands, her voice now bright and cheerful as she exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes, Millie is so hungry. Let us hurry and wash up so we can eat breakfast. I can hardly wait." Her impatient demeanor brought laughter to both Lynn and Adele, filling the corridor with a warm and joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, a formidable army of goblins surged forward like a relentless tide. Behind this army, Edward stood quietly alongside his 6 guards. Observing the scene at that moment, Tommy suddenly clutched his stomach. A pained expression crossing his face, he lowered his voice and called out to Edward, "Young master, you all go ahead. My stomach is hurting terribly. I must find a place to relieve myself. That I will catch up with you shortly." Hearing this, Edward frowned, his face contorted with disdain, and impatiently retorted, "Get far away. Do not delay our journey." "Yes, yes," Tommy replied hastily as he dashed into the nearby thicket, his figure soon vanishing among the dense foliage. However, strangely, no one noticed that at the moment Tommy turned away, his eyes had completely transformed into a haunting shade of green. Meanwhile, Edward and the others continued to pursue the goblin army, occasionally shaking their heads, feeling that something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint the source of their unease. In truth, their minds seemed to be under the influence of some unseen force. Otherwise, how could they fail to realize that Tommy, as a gem-level swordsman, possessed an exceptionally robust constitution and would not so easily suffer from an upset stomach due to something he ate? As they pressed on, no one noticed that Tommy had not rejoined them. Just then, the only mage in the group turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Breathing heavily, he addressed Edward with a hint of exhaustion. "Young master, I can't go on any longer. Let us take a break." Edward, upon hearing this, stiffly glanced at the mage, and after a moment of silence, replied, "Very well, let us rest." The group halted, each finding a spot to sit and recuperate. The mage wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly recalling something, and casually asked Edward, "Young master, do you think these goblins can kill Lynn?" Edward furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. That should not be a problem. The Duke of Robert Windsor would likely only send a couple of Earth-level individuals to protect Lynn. Considering the number and strength of these goblins, they should be sufficient to handle them. However, just as Edward finished speaking, a clear, melodious voice, laced with a hint of chill, suddenly rang out above them. "Your assessment seems to be incorrect." The unexpected voice startled everyone, causing them to instinctively look up in the direction from whence it came. There, perched gracefully upon a high branch, sat a stunning woman with golden hair and azure eyes. Her features exquisitely refined as though sculpted by divine hands. Yet her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze cold as she regarded them, as if they were mere corpses. This woman was none other than Alice, who had stealthily positioned herself behind the goblin army. Among the ranks of goblins, she noticed that many were clad in sturdy armor, wielding glinting blades, an unusual sight that piqued her curiosity. While she was quietly observing, her peripheral vision caught sight of Edward Dracula and his companions trailing behind the goblin forces. In an instant, Alice teleported to the tree above them, just in time to overhear their conversation, prompting her to interject. Upon hearing the frigid voice, Edward instinctively looked up, and as he recognized the woman on the branch, his brow furrowed tightly, filled with confusion and wariness as he blurted out, "Lynn's maid, Alice, what are you doing here?" He naturally recognized Alice, for when Lynn departed from the bustling capital of Glaston, he had brought along 22 individuals. The Dracula family was always cautious in their dealings. Thus they were well acquainted with the circumstances of these 22 people. Among them were 20 knights left by the previous Earl of Warhammer, possessing considerable strength, while the other 2 were the maids responsible for attending to Lynn's daily needs. In Edward's memory, these 2 maids, apart from their relatively attractive appearances, seemed to lack any remarkable traits, merely attending to trivial tasks such as serving tea and caring for Lynn's daily life. Hardly a cause for concern. Yet at this moment, Edward felt an overwhelming sense of unease. However, his mind felt as if it were shrouded in a thick fog, rendering his thoughts sluggish, and he struggled to concentrate on anything. Just then, a glimmer of eerie green light flashed in his eyes, the strange illumination flickering deep within his gaze as if it possessed its own consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the green light, seemingly startled, swiftly darted into the depths of his mind at Edward let out a piercing cry of agony, the sound echoing hauntingly through the tranquil forest, chilling to the bone that he clutched his head tightly, collapsing to the ground as he writhed in pain, repeatedly shouting, "My head hurts. It feels like it's going to split open." His face contorted in torment, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks and falling onto the earth below. "What have you done to me?" Edward cried out in anguish while struggling on the ground, directing his fury and terror towards Alice in the tree above. Young master, what is wrong with you?" The 5 accompanying guards, upon witnessing the scene, instantly became tense, hastily surrounding Edward with expressions of concern and urgency. 2 of the guards, skilled swordsmen, unsheathed their double-handed swords without hesitation. Meanwhile, the other 2, knights by nature, swiftly retrieved their lances from their spatial rings, gripping them tightly as their tips pointed menacingly towards Alice perched in the tree, their eyes brimming with hostility. The only mage in the group quickly focused his energy, preparing to utter incantations, his lips trembling as he muttered under his breath, ready to unleash magic in response to this unforeseen turmoil. "What have you done to our young master?" one of the swordsmen bellowed, his eyes wide with alarmed this moment. Alice appeared utterly bewildered and innocent, quietly seated on the branch, observing the chaotic and eerie scene below with a heart full of confusion. She truly had done nothing. From the moment she arrived and overheard their conversation to Edward's sudden agony, everything unfolded too abruptly for her to comprehend. "God hurts." Edward continued to writhe on the ground, his anguished cries echoing through the woods, reverberating as if to shake the very trees, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. In an instant, a cold glint flickered in Alice's once clear eyes. Her long, graceful brows slightly furrowing that a potent aura of murderous intent sliced through the air like a chilling beam. So swift it was nearly imperceptible, yet it carried an icy essence capable of penetrating the soul, causing the surrounding atmosphere to plummet to a frigid state. Simultaneously, the space around them seemed to tremble in response to this overwhelming and lethal force. In that fleeting moment, Edward, who had been writhing in agony, did not even have the chance to emit a final scream before his body was inexplicably cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth from his severed neck like a fountain, staining the grass below, while his head rolled aside, still etched with the pain and terror of his last moments. The guards standing nearby, witnessing this horrific spectacle, turned ashen, their lips quivering, eyes wide with terror. Their expressions akin to those who had beheld the most dreadful of demons. They were momentarily stunned, and as they regained their senses, instinctively raised their weapons to retaliate. However, in that instant, they were horrified to discover that their hands were being eroded by an invisible force. Fragment by fragment crumbling away, the scene resembled decaying wood peeling away, each piece falling away as blood seeped from the wounds, dripping onto the ground with a chilling, rhythmic sound. Even more terrifying, the rate of disintegration accelerated. And in the blink of an eye, only bare wrists remained of their hands. The excruciating pain elicited shrill screams. The sound reverberated through the silent, blood-soaked woods, echoing like the wails from the depths of hell, filled with boundless despair and dread. But this was merely the commencement of a nightmare. As their hands vanished, the horrific erosion rapidly spread throughout their bodies. Each part of their forms began to disintegrate in the same manner. And in mere moments, the guards were reduced to a heap of dismembered flesh, scattered across the ground. Amongst this ghastly pile, only the mage remained standing, his eyes wide with terror, as if his eye sockets might burst. His body trembling uncontrollably, legs weak, yet frozen in place as if under a binding spell. The courage to flee had been utterly consumed by the paralyzing fear, rendering him helpless as he watched his companions disintegrate before him. "Spare me," the mage's voice trembled violently. As if each word drained the last vestiges of his strength, he stared wide-eyed at Alice, whose beauty was ethereal and whose demeanor radiated a chilling gentleness. His gaze filled with a complex mix of fear and hopelessness. Alice's expression remained impassive, as if she had not heard the mage's desperate pleas. She gently lifted her slender hand and nonchalantly waved it in his direction. And in an instant, a peculiar light emanated from her fingertips, enveloping the mage entirely. Then, the mage's form was drawn into an invisible vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished alongside Alice into the blood-stained woods, as if they had never been there, leaving only a pile of flesh exuding a nauseating scent, silently narrating the gruesome events that had just transpired. When they reappeared, they found themselves soaring above the vast expanse of the goblin army. Below, the goblins advanced in a formidable wave, their countless forms resembling a surging tide of darkness. The cacophony of shouts and clashing weapons filled the air, showcasing the army's overwhelming might. Alice floated gracefully in midair, as light and delicate as a butterfly poised to take flight, her golden hair billowing gently in the wind, contrasting sharply with the fierce aura of killing intent radiating from her. She cast a brief, cold glance at the throng of goblins below, her gaze devoid of emotion. After a mere moment of pausing, her figure vanished like a wraith. Yet, at the moment of her disappearance, the previously boisterous goblin army froze, as if under a binding spell. Every goblin halting their advance, a chilling scene unfolded as these goblins appeared to be struck simultaneously by an invisible force, their bodies stiffening abruptly before they too were cleaved in two. Blood raining down like droplets from the sky, instantly saturating the ground in a blinding crimson hue, the stench of blood pervading the air. Even the formidable two-headed goblin could not evade this fate. Its massive form trembled violently before crashing to the ground, its two heads rolling away, still bearing expressions of excitement that in that moment, the previously raucous and battle-hungry scene transformed into a silent battlefield of the dead. In the next instant, Alice's figure materialized in the expansive courtyard of the castle. "Alice, you're back? Come help me make breakfast," came the urgent yet melodious voice of Adele from the direction of the kitchen. Adele was bustling in the kitchen, having sensed Alice's return, and called for her assistance. Alice entered the kitchen with a gentle smile. Outside the castle, in the vast open space, the mage who had been taken by Alice stood alone. Resembling a statue stripped of its soul, paralyzed with fear, with Alice's adept assistance, the symphony of pots and pans in the kitchen soon culminated in a lavish breakfast. In the dining room, everyone gathered around the table to relish the delightful meal. Olivia sat at her place, utensils in hand, eating intermittently while her gaze darted away, as if afraid to meet anyone's eyes, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Occasionally, she would steal a glance around, then quickly look down, her demeanor exuding an unusual shyness and unease. Alice, however, remained composed, elegantly enjoying her breakfast while methodically reporting to Lynn about the events of her earlier excursion. "Master, I have annihilated the entire goblin army." Alice's voice was melodious and serene as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Olivia could not help but widen her eyes, her face a canvas of astonishment. She had never anticipated that Alice, who appeared as gentle as water and quietly attended to Lynn's daily needs, possessed such formidable strength. As a native of this land, she was thoroughly acquainted with the northern goblins, known for their bloodthirsty and combative nature, not to mention their considerable numbers, making them a dominant force in the vicinity. Many factions regarded them with wariness, yet now, they had been effortlessly vanquished by Alice. Olivia recalled the urgent message she had received from a little bird, hastily rushing to inform Lynn. Now, with Alice's return, it had only been a matter of mere minutes since the chaos began. In such a brief span, Alice had resolved the troublesome goblin army, her power surpassing all imagination. In that moment, her gaze towards Lynn transformed, reminding her of his assertion that she was akin to them. "I have also discovered 6 peculiar individuals who have come specifically to trouble you, Master." The goblin army was incited by these individuals. Alice continued, her tone unhurried, her beautiful eyes calm as still waters. "These are their 6 spatial rings." With a gentle motion of her hand, 6 spatial rings materialized from thin air. She presented them to Lynn. "I also brought back a person who is currently standing outside the castle. How would you like to handle them, Master?" Alice added, her eyes seeking his guidance. "Moreover, Master, these ruffians provided the goblin army with considerable fine equipment to enhance their combat capabilities. Those items are still strewn across the goblin corpses. Would you like someone to retrieve them?" Alice tilted her head, her eyes blinking innocently. "After breakfast, have Lucas take a trip," Lynn said, nodding slightly as he lifted a cup of beast milk. Savoring it in one swift motion, the rich aroma spread across his palate, causing him to squint in enjoyment of the leisurely breakfast. Observing this, Alice's face blossomed with a gentle smile as she delicately picked up a nearby napkin and softly wiped the corner of Lynn's mouth. At this point, the others at the table had mostly finished their breakfast, leaving only little Millie, who sat at her seat, happily devouring a large piece of beast meat. Her tiny mouth was agape as she eagerly gnawed at the meat. Her cheeks puffed out like a greedy little squirrel. That a small pile of gnawed bones had accumulated before her, and the floor was littered with scattered remnants, all carelessly discarded by her. Lynn gazed at Millie's voracious demeanor, feeling no trace of reproach, instead wearing a tender smile. He mused to himself about her potential awakening and the surprises it might bring. "Millie, take your time eating. We have some matters to attend to, so we'll step out for a moment," Lynn said softly, a fond smile on his face as he looked at the grease-covered child. "Okay, Master," Millie mumbled, her mouth stuffed full, waving a tiny hand at Lynn before returning to her delightful feast, her adorable gluttony eliciting smiles from those present. Lynn rose and made his way to the hall, where he embraced Adele and Alice's slender waists, slowly sinking into the sofa. Olivia chose to sit nearby. "Bring him in," Lynn said, raising his gaze to Alice, his tone tranquil. "As you wish, Master," Alice replied, then gracefully waved her slender arm, a glimmer of light flickering as the previously anxious magician outside the castle instantly appeared before Lynn. The magician stood trembling, his legs quaking uncontrollably, as if a mere breeze could topple him. His eyes were filled with terror and confusion, standing there like a statue, scarcely daring to breathe. "Speak, from which family do you hail? Or to which faction do you belong?" Lynn inquired, his brow furrowing slightly as he fixed a keen gaze upon the magician. "We come from the Dracula family. Marquis Dracula wants to kill you." "I am merely following orders, Lord Lynn. I beg for your mercy," the magician stammered, his body shaking more violently, his bloodshot eyes pleading desperately. "I am a gem-level magician. I can serve you. Please spare my life," the magician added hastily, fearful of not being believed, his eagerness revealing his deep-seated terror and survival instinct. Upon hearing the name Dracula family, Lynn's expression remained composed. The Marquis Dracula could be considered his most prominent adversary at present. The entanglements of their enmity traced back to the previous generation. Many years ago, Lynn's mother was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the royal capital, attracting the admiration of countless nobles. While his father was merely one among many suitors. In this world that revered martial prowess, many matters were resolved through strength, even among the nobility. Thus, through many jealous confrontations, the conflict between the families escalated, eventually culminating in a duel to resolve their grievances. Lynn's father, having followed his grandfather into battle since childhood, honed extraordinary skills through the crucible of war. Consequently, during the decisive duel, an unfortunate accident led Lynn's father to inadvertently kill the most talented heir of the Dracula family. From that moment on, an unbridgeable enmity was forged between the two families, a narrative both simple and brutal. Now, as new and old grudges accumulated, the animosity had deepened further, with the recent death of another son likely pushing the Dracula family's hatred to its zenith. Moreover, Lynn suspected that his father's demise was closely linked to the Dracula family, albeit lacking evidence for the time being. Lynn continued to question the magician, who, in his desperation to survive, divulged everything he knew. Unfortunately, the information available to him was woefully limited, offering little of particular value to Lynn. After a moment of silence, Lynn gently squeezed Alice's delicate hand, prompting her immediate understanding. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Taking the magician with her, in less than a second, Alice reappeared, while the magician had seemingly vanished without a trace, likely becoming nourishment for the forest life. That moment, Lynn held a vial of green potion, extracted from Edward's spatial ring. Edward had brought 2 vials of green potion, one for the 2-headed goblin, and the remaining one now rested in Lynn's hand. Regrettably, neither vial had proven effective. Lynn scrutinized the potion, finding it utterly ordinary, devoid of any apparent abnormalities from any angle. "Master, shall I retrieve that Tommy as well?" Alice inquired upon her return, recalling the magician's mention of Tommy during his disclosures, determined not to leave any potential threats unaddressed. Lynn shook his head slightly, his expression calm as he replied, "There's no need. Even if he escaped the Storm Mountains, he won't survive. In the world of nobility, a master may die, but a guard cannot survive. Tommy will undoubtedly face his family's retribution, so we need not expend further effort on him. Moreover, he is a gem-grade swordsman, and by now, he has likely fled a considerable distance. In this stormy mountain range, concealing a person is exceedingly simple. In a distant locale, the Tommy mentioned by Lynn and his companions is in a state that utterly defies expectations, contrary to Lynn's anticipation of him panicking and fleeing or seeking a hidden refuge. He appears remarkably unhurried, meandering through the depths of a tranquil forest. His entire being exudes an eerie green glow, casting an indescribable strangeness that sends chills down one's spine. Surrounding him are wisps of green mist, swirling as if alive, rolling and twisting, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dissipating. This mist envelopes Tommy, enhancing his aura of mystery and terror. As for Tommy's visage, it resembles a ghastly assembly cobbled together from decaying corpses. The features that once defined his face have become indistinct, his skin resembling bloated, rotting flesh in a nauseating shade of ashen green, glistening with a viscous sheen as if pus might seep from the festering wounds at any moment. His sunken eye sockets contain orbs devoid of whites, replaced instead by 2 flickering green flames, burning with an eerie chill, devoid of warmth, merely vacantly gazing ahead, exuding a deathly stillness and indifference that belong not to the living. His lips are cracked and parched, akin to the withered bark of a long-dried tree, and when slightly parted, reveal an irregular array of teeth, smeared with an unknown black viscous substance, reminiscent of something foul he has recently devoured. He wanders aimlessly through the forest, leaving behind a path that appears as though it has been swept clean by the scythe of death. The once vibrant flora and fauna, upon contact with the green mist emanating from him, seem to have their very life force siphoned away in an instant. Leaves swiftly turn brittle and yellow, flowers wilt and drop like snowflakes, and the formerly robust trunks begin to wither and decay, as if they have endured countless seasons in a mere heartbeat, resulting in lifeless husks. The green mist acts like a greedy demon, incessantly devouring the vitality of all that surrounds it, drawing in life forces as if they are irresistibly attracted to this undead figure. At that moment, a few small mice scurried out from an unseen corner, initially foraging in the grass, only to become tainted by the spreading green mist. In the blink of an eye, they trembled violently as though struck with a fatal blow, collapsing lifelessly, their bodies turning rigid and cold. Yet, unexpectedly, one small mouse, after a brief period of stillness, slowly rose once more. It now bore none of its previous vitality or liveliness, its body glowing with that same sinister green light, its eyes vacant and soulless, as if its spirit had been extracted. It moved mechanically, inching toward Tommy, trailing behind him in a similarly unsteady gait. The fortress gates opened slowly, and Lucas, accompanied by 400 warriors, set forth toward the northern expanse of the fortress. Their mission was clear: to retrieve all equipment left behind by the goblin army and to delve deeper into the goblin lair, eliminating any remaining goblins to eradicate this looming threat. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Before long, Lucas and his men arrived at the site of the goblin army's demise. Here, a multitude of scavenging creatures had gathered, and several magical beasts prowled nearby. Lucas and his warriors swiftly stripped the goblins of their equipment and pressed on northward. They followed their designated route, maintaining heightened vigilance throughout their journey. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered a most peculiar sight. A vast expanse of once lush trees now stood desiccated and withered, as if life had been abruptly drained from them. The branches appeared fragile, many broken and drooping like feeble arms, helplessly suspended in the air. The few remaining leaves were scorched and blackened, adding an aura of dread to the surroundings. The warriors exchanged glances, their expressions betraying uncertainty and unease. Lucas narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Without hesitation, he raised his voice, commanding, "We shall circumvent this area. Do not approach. Everyone, stay alert and keep your wits about you." With that, he gripped his weapon tightly, scanning the environment with caution, and led the troop decisively to the side. Hearing the command, the warriors understood the gravity of the situations, tightening their grips on their weapons and following Lucas's lead with synchronized, swift steps. The entire battalion advanced in silence, the only sounds being the weighty thuds of their footsteps and the soft clinking of armor, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. They took a winding route, hastening their pace, treading carefully, not daring to relax for a moment. Soon, they successfully reached the goblin lair, nestled within a somewhat concealed cave, surrounded by jagged rocks and overgrown with weeds. It exuded a nauseating stench that made one want to retch. Lucas stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing as he peered into the lair, spotting several hundred goblins scattered within. Among them, only about 100 were robust adult goblins, their imposing size and crude weapons betraying a formidable combat prowess. The remainder were juvenile goblins, huddled behind their larger counterparts, chattering incessantly, contributing to the chaos of the already tumultuous lair. "Brothers, now is the time. Charge in and leave none behind." Swift and decisive, Lucas bellowed, leading the charge into the den. The warriors echoed his rallying cry, their spirits soaring, surging forward like a tidal wave toward the goblins. In an instant, the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons melded, echoing throughout the valley. Though the adult goblins displayed fear, they recognized there was no retreat, brandishing their weapons and charging at the warriors, attempting one final stand. Yet, how could they hope to match the trained and powerful warriors? The juvenile goblins, terrified, scattered in all directions, yet could not evade their fate. In mere moments, every goblin within the lair was eradicated, their lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood staining the earth a vivid crimson. Lucas surveyed the victorious scene before him, but felt no relief. He knew this place was no longer safe, especially after witnessing the eerie desolation of the trees. His sense of unease intensifying, he quickly organized his troops, commanding loudly, "Do not linger. Gather the collected equipment, and we shall return immediately." The bizarre dead trees presented a significant anomaly. This matter must be promptly reported to Lord, so he could be informed and make a decision. With that, he led the troops swiftly back toward the fortress, their pace increasingly urgent. Lucas hurried back to the fortress, and as he stepped through the gates, he made a beeline for Lynn's location. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his breath still unsteady as he recounted the exceedingly strange scene he had witnessed in the forest. Upon hearing, Lynn furrowed his brow and spoke. "Could it be that the Dracula family has further contingencies?" "Alice, let us investigate." "Very well, master," Alice softly replied, then gracefully glided to Lynn's side, extending her slender arms to gently embrace his waist. In an instant, a peculiar radiance flickered, and their figures seemed to dissolve into the very air, vanishing from sight in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the depths of a distant forest, Tommy, now a mere shell of his former self, continued to move forward with a slow yet stubborn determination. At this moment, the eerie green light surrounding him intensified, as if it were a ghostly flame ignited from the abyss of hell. Exuding an aura of endless dread and terror, behind him trailed a horde of various animals, including several massive magical beasts, once majestic in stature. These creatures appeared soulless, their eyes glowing with a chilling green light. Vacant and dazed, they were shrouded in a tangible green mist, resembling the zombies that emerged from the darkest of horror tales, mechanically shuffling forward, closely following Tommy. Wherever they passed, the vibrant flora withered rapidly, succumbing to decay. Just ahead of Tommy, a regiment of knights clad in resplendent golden armor advanced steadily towards him. Sunlight cascaded upon their dazzling armor, refracting a brilliant and opulent glow that lent the troop an extraordinary presence. Each knight sat tall upon their noble steeds, their golden helmets revealing only determined and piercing gazes. As they brandished long lances, the steeds beneath them were powerful and graceful, their sleek manes shimmering like satin in the sunlight. Radiating vitality, most striking was the single horn upon each horse's brow, seemingly carved from pure crystal, translucent and emanating a sacred, mysterious light, casting a spectrum of colors in the sun's rays. Among this formidable troop, leading them was a strikingly beautiful woman. Her hair shone like sunlight, cascading in golden waves over her gracefully sculpted shoulders. Her figure was enchanting, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, which gracefully curved the golden armor, enhancing her femininity and allure without appearing out of place. Her visage was breathtakingly exquisite, with skin as smooth and delicate as mutton-fat jade, flushed with a healthy glow. She embodied both the soft charm of femininity and the fierce spirit of a warrior, her unique aura reminiscent of a goddess of battle emerging from myth. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the impending strange danger, proceeding steadily towards Tommy's location. The golden-armored knights advanced, their rhythmic hoofbeats echoing through the forest. However, after a few steps, the golden-haired beauty at the forefront sensed something amiss and abruptly raised her slender arm. Gesturing decisively, the knights instinctively tightened their reins, halting their steeds in unison. The entire troop fell silent, save for the occasional snorts of the horses, which resonated clearly in the stillness of the forest. The golden-haired beauty narrowed her starry eyes, peering intently ahead, her expression growing increasingly grave. Just then, she spotted a faint green mist gradually spreading before them. Where the mist drifted, the lush trees seemed to lose their vitality instantaneously, their leaves turning brittle and yellow, trunks cracking and decaying. Something was amiss. Prepare for battle. The golden-haired beauty's face darkened, her voice cool, yet resolute, carrying an air of impending conflict that reverberated through the ranks of knights. Upon hearing her command, the golden-armored knights responded in unison. They raised their gleaming lances, their tips aimed squarely ahead, vigilant gazes fixed upon the encroaching mist, ready to charge at the slightest provocation. Just as they braced themselves, the trees shrouded in mist began to sway violently. Suddenly, from the fog emerged a multitude of eerie creatures resembling the undead. Each creature was unique. Some were agile, yet mangy wolves, others hulking bears with vacant stares, and some once nimble monkeys now grotesquely distorted. They were all enveloped in the chilling green mist, their eyes flickering with an otherworldly glow. Mouths agape and howls that sent shivers down spines, lurching toward the knights with a frenzied urgency, their advance reminiscent of a tide of terror. Abyssal corruptors? How could this be? The golden-haired beauty gaped at the oncoming horde. Disbelief and shock etched across her face as she gasped. She understood the horrors these abyssal corruptors embodied. They had not only lost their original sentience but also possessed near-immortal bodies. Conventional attacks inflicted little to no harm upon them, and to encounter them here was utterly unexpected. Yet there was no time for contemplation. As in the blink of an eye, these corrupted beings were upon them, the stench of decay and their dreadful howls overwhelming the senses. Kill! The golden-haired beauty cried out, urging her steed forward, her lance enveloped in a pale blue aura of energy. This aura blazed like a burning flame, exuding a chilling presence that enhanced the already formidable lance. With a swift thrust, she aimed her lance at an oncoming corrupted wolf, piercing through its body and emerging from its abdomen, a spray of green blood erupting forth. Yet, to her astonishment, the corrupted wolf seemed impervious to pain. Despite being impaled, it continued to thrash wildly, its claws smeared with dark green ichor, emitting a foul stench as it clawed at her relentlessly, revealing that such injuries held little consequence for it. its fierce and grotesque visage instilling fear in all who beheld it. The golden-haired beauty furrowed her brow, gripping her lance tightly and swinging it forcefully, sending the corrupted wolf hurtling away. It flew like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of trees, creating a cacophony of splintering wood, until it finally landed heavily, broken and battered. Its body lay in ruins, most of it unrecognizable, save for half of its head still clinging to the neck. Yet even in this state, its toothy jaws continued to snap open and shut, low growls escaping as it remained defiantly alive, its tenacity and terrifying vitality sending chills down her spine. The golden-haired beauty's expression grew increasingly grave. She understood the formidable nature of these corrupted beings. Without hesitation, she wielded her lance with the grace of a dancing dragon, each movement infused with tremendous force, sending the charging corrupted creatures sprawling in all directions. Establishing a brief safe zone around her as she fought, her eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing that all the knights were now fiercely engaged with the corrupted beings. The air was thick with the sounds of battle, the clash of weapons, the cries of war, and the roars of the corrupted, echoing throughout the forest. Above, Lynn and Alice hovered in the air, observing the fierce battle below. Lynn furrowed his brow, his gaze locked onto the golden-armored knights, a flicker of doubt and wariness crossing his eyes as he murmured to himself, "The church, what are they doing here? Could it be that they have come for me, in the heavens above?" Lynn and Alice gazed silently down upon the forest below, which had transformed into a scene of unparalleled carnage, a blood-soaked battlefield. The intensity of the conflict escalated at a bewildering pace. From the thick, ominous fog that enveloped the area, the corrupted creatures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, relentlessly charging towards the knights. Their numbers were simply unfathomable, a veritable tide of grotesque figures, twisted and emitting a foul stench. Blanketing the landscape as far as the eye could see, they howled and screeched, their cacophony resembling a chorus of malevolent spirits rising from the depths of hell, sharp and deafening. Some of these abominations, agile and swift as phantoms, lunged towards the knights with claws that sliced through the air, creating a chilling glimmer. Others, massive and brutish, barreled through the woods, toppling trees and shattering boulders, kicking up clouds of dust as if they were rampaging war beasts intent on annihilation. Yet, amidst such dire straits, the knights of the church stood resolute, akin to steadfast rocks against raging waves, their expressions unyielding and devoid of fear. Their fighting spirits surged like a tempest as their lances whistled through the air, launching attacks with the ferocity of a gale sweeping away autumn leaves. Grand and formidable, with each movement, they wielded tremendous force, and beams of fighting energy streaked across the sky like meteors, wherever they struck. The frenzied, clawing creatures were sent flying as effortlessly as fragile dolls tossed aside. However, these corrupted beings would quickly rise again, charging at them anew, despite the knights' formidable strength. The seemingly endless tide of corrupt creatures began to wear them down, leaving them somewhat beleaguered. After all, this intense battle had raged for a considerable duration, and the prolonged exertion was undoubtedly a tremendous trial for their inner energy. At this moment, the once brilliant and radiant aura of their energy began to dim, losing its initial fervor and brilliance. Ahead, a striking blonde beauty had just deftly repelled another creature lunging at her, her lance held firmly as she sat regally upon her steed. Her piercing gaze swept across the battlefield, her profound eyes reflecting both sharpness and determination. Observing the relentless onslaught of corrupted beings emerging from the mist, she noted with concern that their numbers showed no sign of abating. Rather, they appeared to increase in ferocity, as if seeking to engulf the entire world. Her finely arched brows furrowed slightly, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dire for her side. Maintain formation, retreat while fighting, she commanded decisively, her voice clear and authoritative, resonating amidst the chaos of the battlefield and reaching the ears of every knight. Though she possessed extraordinary strength, allowing her to cope with the corrupted creatures with relative ease, she understood that her golden knights had expended a significant amount of energy in the prolonged skirmish, and their stamina was rapidly reaching its limits. Thus, it was becoming increasingly challenging to withstand the relentless onslaught as the knights fought and gradually retreated to a narrow woodland path. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly, a sound so deep and oppressive it seemed to emanate from the very depths of the abyss. This resonating voice, akin to a tangible shockwave, pierced through their very souls, causing each individual present to feel an intense tightening in their chests, as if an invisible hand had gripped their hearts. sending a chill racing up their spines that in the next moment. A corrupted giant bear, towering at 20 meters, emerged slowly from the foreboding fog. Its immense form resembled a moving hill, each step sending tremors through the ground as if an earthquake had struck. The earth cracking beneath its weight, its fur was ragged and patchy, revealing ghastly bones beneath, and its eyes, the size of bronze bells, burned with a sinister green flame, radiating an aura of unrelenting brutality as it fixated on the blonde beauty ahead. Saliva, foul and dripping, fell from its gaping maw, hissing as it met the ground, corroding the earth into smoking pits. Before anyone could recover from this shocking and terrifying scene, the corrupted giant bear leapt high into the air, its massive form blotting out a significant portion of the sky, descending with an overwhelming force towards the blonde beauty. Seeing this, her heart raced, yet her resolute gaze showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fiercer determination within her. Clenching her teeth until they nearly pierced her lip, she instinctively tightened her legs around her steed's belly, enveloping her lance in a vibrant azure energy. "Beast, meet your end," she cried, her voice ringing with power amidst the tumultuous battlefield. With all her strength, she thrust her lance towards the bear's mountainous abdomen. Thud, the lance struck true, yet it penetrated only slightly. As if encountering impenetrable steel, producing a dull thud, the powerful recoil coursed through her arm, numbing it. Yet the corrupted giant bear seemed utterly unfazed, continuing its catastrophic charge as if it were an avalanche descending upon her. The speed and ferocity of its assault threatened to crush her beneath its malevolent force. Realizing that she must evade or perish, the blonde beauty swiftly retracted her lance, her legs clamping down on her steed's sides. Urging it to leap aside, the unicorn steed, no ordinary mount, sensed its rider's urgency and danger, galloping away with all its might, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, the bear's claws grazed the side of the steed, leaving deep gashes from which blood erupted, spilling onto the ground like blooming flowers of crimson. The steed, in agony, let out a piercing whinny that echoed throughout the woodland path. Yet, bolstered by its indomitable spirit and years of synergy with its rider, it steadied itself, carrying the beauty onward. Nevertheless, the corrupted giant bear was relentless. Upon landing, it created a thunderous crash, sending dirt flying as it smashed into the earth, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Without a moment's pause, it swiftly turned, its immense body surprisingly agile, pursuing the blonde beauty once more. Each step it took resonated like a heavy hammer striking the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Obscuring the sun, the earth-shattering roars echoed around them, threatening to rupture eardrums. The surrounding knights, witnessing this dire situation, felt a surge of urgency, their eyes filled with concern and anxiety, each one striving to rush forward to assist. They fought valiantly, wielding their lances to repel the relentless wave of corrupted creatures that surged towards them. Yet, more continued to swarm, ensnaring them and preventing any escape. Meanwhile, they could only shout anxiously towards the blonde beauty. "Captain, be careful." The cries resonated with profound concern and urgency, yet were tinged with an undercurrent of helplessness. The golden-haired beauty was acutely aware that the situation had escalated to a critical juncture, where life and death hung in the balance. However, as the commander of the knightly order, she would not easily succumb to such dire predicaments. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. A glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes, she urged her steed to gallop fiercely backward, striving to create distance from the colossal bear. She wielded her lance with deft precision, dispatching smaller corrupted creatures that dared to pursue her. The lance, in her grasp, danced like a nimble dragon, each swing imbued with tremendous force, striking true against the encroaching foes. Yet, deep within, she understood that these were merely temporary measures, facing the relentless and formidable giant corrupted beast. She needed to devise a strategy swiftly, lest everyone perish in this calamitous encounter. The overwhelming might of the giant bear weighed heavily on her heart, a bitter taste of despair creeping in. This battle seemed ominously grim. Nevertheless, she would never yield, even if it meant fighting until the very last moment against this malevolent force. Above, Lynn and Alice hovered silently in the air, observing the harrowing and perilous scene unfolding below. The golden-haired beauty clenched her jaw, beads of sweat cascading from her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the approaching nightmare of the corrupted bear. Its speed was astonishing, and she was keenly aware that retreat was no longer an option. Every breath she took seemed steeped in the scent of blood and death. Yet the indomitable spirit within her burned like a fierce flame. The corrupted bear leaped high once more, its massive form blotting out the sky as it lunged at her. Its razor-sharp claws glistening ominously in the sunlight, akin to the scythe of death itself. With a steely gaze, she tightened her legs around her steed, urging it to dart to the side in a desperate maneuver. Narrowly evading the deadly strike, the bear's claws grazed her garment, sending a gust of wind that tousled her golden locks, the proximity of death sending her heart racing, her back drenched in cold sweat. Yet, the giant bear landed without granting her a moment's respite, swiftly pivoting its enormous body and charging at her once more. This time, it opened its cavernous maw, a foul stench assaulting her senses, nearly inducing nausea, as if it intended to devour both her and her steed whole. The golden-haired beauty's expression darkened, her lance enveloped in a surge of fighting spirit, radiating brilliance as she shouted and thrust it towards the bear's gaping mouth. The lance pierced the creature's upper jaw with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to emit a thunderous roar, violently shaking its head and flinging the golden-haired beauty, lance and all, through the air. She felt an overwhelming force propel her uncontrollably upward. The rush of wind roaring in her ears, the world around her blurring into obscurity. Just then, the corrupted bear gathered itself again, propelling off the ground in pursuit of her airborne form. Its massive paw rose high, generating a howling gale, imbued with the strength of a landslide, crashing down towards her with ferocity. In that moment, suspended in midair, she felt the tumult of her fighting spirit surging within her, desperate to evade the impending strike. But it was too late. Gazing at the looming paw descending like a mountain upon her, the sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, the shadow of death enveloped her entirely. A wave of despair washed over her. In this critical instant, countless images flashed through her mind, yet she felt utterly helpless, resigned to the grim fate that awaited her, just as the massive paw was about to collide with her. A sudden flash of light erupted, followed by a dull thud, as the corrupted bear's head inexplicably rolled away from its stout neck. Its immense body lost control, the paw that had been aimed at her altered course, grazing past her as it fell, the force of the wind sending her tumbling through the air before she plummeted toward the ground. She managed to adjust her position mid-fall, barely harnessing her fighting spirit to stabilize her descent, ultimately landing safely, albeit on one knee. Gasping heavily, her body trembling with the aftershocks of her narrow escape, the golden-haired beauty stared wide-eyed, her expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion, fixated on the headless form of the corrupted bear sprawled on the ground. She recalled that even when she had battled those lesser corrupted beings, even a fraction of their brain remaining had allowed them to continue their assault. Yet now, this colossal and fearsome corrupted bear had fallen without warning. The absurdity of the situation filled her with perplexity, leaving her unable to fathom the reasons behind its sudden demise. Just then, a voice, as if echoing from distant skies, shattered the momentary silence, resonating in the air. Clear and distinct. "Seraphina, what brings you here?" Seraphina instinctively looked up to see Lynn and Alice suspended in the clear, high sky, gazing down upon her and the others. Initially taken aback, her face soon blossomed into a radiant smile, as bright as the spring sun, dispelling the shadows of fear that had clung to her heart moments before. She waved vigorously at the two in the air, exclaiming, "Lynn, I came to find you." The melodious tone of her voice was laced with unmistakable joy and excitement, as if all the dangers of the treacherous forest had ceased to matter upon seeing Lynn. "Alice, it has been too long. Your spatial magic has grown even more refined," Seraphina remarked, her gaze drifting past Lynn to rest upon Alice, filled with admiration and awe. Her envy was not of Alice's prowess, but rather of her mastery. In the midst of their exchange, her peripheral vision could not help but glance at the headless corrupted bear lying on the ground, her mind still swirling with questions regarding its abrupt death. "It has been a while, Seraphina," Alice replied with a slight nod, a gentle smile gracing her lips, "and we shall catch up properly later. For now, we should retreat to a safe location. These troublesome abyssal corruptors are too malevolent." As Seraphina spoke, her unicorn steed, as if sensing her intent, approached her with graceful strides. She reached out to pat its neck gently, preparing to mount when an unexpected scene unfolded. The abyssal corruptors, once surging towards them like a violent tide, their assault fierce as a storm and seemingly relentless, suddenly halted in unison, as if receiving a mysterious and unyielding command to retreat. They swiftly withdrew like a well-drilled army, Simultaneously, the thick green mist that had pervaded the air seemed to be drawn in tandem with the abyssal corruptors. Flowing back as they retreated, "Let's investigate," Lynn said, his brow furrowing at the sight. Before he could finish, Alice understood his intent, chanting an incantation and waving her hands to conjure spatial magic. In an instant, a gentle light enveloped them, and they vanished, reappearing high in the air. Seraphina watched the two disappear, pondering their thoughts. The surrounding golden knights gathered, one inquiring, "Commander, shall we follow them?" "No, we will head directly to the fortress," she replied, spurring her steed towards their destination. "What about Lynn? I can see that these golden knights are familiar with him. No need. If he could come, he would have waited for me here." The tone bore a hint of melancholy. Others followed her as they advanced toward the fortress. From their elevated vantage point, Lynn and Alice looked down. They beheld the once ominous green mist, which had enveloped the desolate trees and rendered the forest eerily silent. Now coalescing towards a central point, the mist was dense, resembling an inky cloud that resisted dissolution. Even from their height, they could only faintly discern numerous shapes darting within its depths. Such a sight dissuaded Lynn from recklessly venturing into the fog to investigate further. In a fleeting moment, the mist vanished as if drawn away by an invisible hand, leaving the forest momentarily restored to its former clarity, albeit marred by the chaotic remnants of destruction. It was then that Lynn finally discerned the reason for the mist's disappearance. A vast gaping hole had appeared on the ground, dark and profound, as if it were an entrance to an abyss, exuding a chilling aura. All the mist, and those corrupted by the abyss, seemed to have been consumed by this opening. Vanishing within its depths that moment, a solitary figure stood at the mouth of the chasm, a slightly stooped individual whose eyes glowed an eerie green, fixed intently on Lynn and Alice, imbued with an indescribable malice and a tinge of fear. However, before Lynn and Alice could react, the figure turned without hesitation, leaping directly into the unfathomable void, disappearing in an instant. "Master, should we pursue and uncover the truth?" Alice inquired, tilting her head inquisitively at Lynn. Lynn slowly shook his head, his gaze reflecting a well-considered resolution as he replied softly, "Let us return. The Inquisition has arrived, and young Millie's awakening is imminent. We must prioritize this pressing matter and set aside the rest for now." Alice blinked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Master, you could have simply chosen not to save them. If we had allowed those abyssal corruptors to attack, they would surely have perished, thus eliminating any future implications for us." Noticing Lynn's silence, Alice playfully batted her eyelashes, her tone growing softer with a teasing lilt. "Master, I see you are reluctant to part with Seraphina. Am I mistaken?" Lynn chuckled wearily, waving his hand dismissively. "It is not as you presume. If the Inquisition were to perish here, the ensuing complications would be monumental." Alice nodded lightly, though curiosity lingered in her eyes as she pressed. "Yet, Master, you have yet to answer my question." Lynn shot her a glance. "Back to the castle. Shall we not reunite with Seraphina? We have only just met, and she has faced considerable peril." Alice continued to know. "We shall return directly to the castle. Given my understanding of Seraphina, she is likely also making her way there." "We will wait for her return. Oh," Alice responded lightly, though her tone hinted at unspoken thoughts. Lynn noticed Alice's unusual demeanor and regarded her with curiosity. "Alice, what troubles you? You seem different today. Why is it that upon Seraphina's arrival, you have become so peculiar?" Alice paused, then a sly smile crept across her face as she leaned closer to Lynn, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Master, I am simply curious. I am especially eager to witness the intricate dynamics between you and Seraphina. Furthermore, if you were to take her in, the scene would undoubtedly be most amusing. Just imagine her joyfully entering your bed, only to discover a horde of witches lying within. The expression on her face would be nothing short of spectacular." Upon hearing Alice's words, Lynn could only smile in exasperation, raising a hand to his forehead with a quiet sigh that he found himself at a loss with Alice's seemingly gentle, yet subtly dark personality. Wondering how such a disposition had come to be, she was both infuriating and amusing as they conversed. Their figures seemed to meld into the ether, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear within the castle of the fortress. "Master, Alice, you have returned," Adele exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, akin to the warmth of spring sunshine. She bounded over to Lynn, wrapping her slender arms around his, affectionately embracing him. Lynn nodded slightly, surveying the castle with a puzzled expression. "Where is Olivia? I do not see her." Adele looked up at him, her voice bright and clear. "Olivia has taken her kin to the valley behind us to cultivate the land." Not only Olivia, but Gray and Fong also took their respective clans to assist. They should have the land cleared in a few days. That moment, a light patter of footsteps descended from the stairs, followed by a youthful and exuberant voice, "Master, you're back." Everyone turned to see young Millie scampering down the stairs with remarkable speed, akin to a little cannonball. Upon reaching Lynn, she leapt into his arms, wrapping her small hands around his neck and nuzzling her head against him. "Master, I don't know why, but after you left, I felt terribly uncomfortable, as if something inside me was swelling. It was quite unbearable. I wondered if perhaps I had eaten too much," Millie said, her rosy cheeks adorably flushed, her large, watery eyes full of distress as she nestled closer to Lynn. Lynn, gazing at the adorable Millie in his embrace, gently ruffled her fuzzy little head and asked softly, "How about now? Do you still feel unwell?" Millie blinked her bright, jewel-like eyes, assessing her condition before exclaiming with delight, "I feel fine now, Master. It's miraculous. Just your return made me feel completely at ease. And that discomfort has vanished. Why is that?" She tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she gazed up at Lynn, eager to understand this wondrous phenomenon. Alice and Adele exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They both recognized that Millie's current state was likely a precursor to her impending awakening. As this realization dawned on them, a flicker of concern briefly shadowed Alice's previously bright eyes. Adele, noticing Alice's unease, raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, whispering softly, "What troubles you? You seem rather worried." Alice bit her lip, glancing toward the castle's exterior, and replied slowly, "Seraphina has arrived." Her voice was hushed yet carried an air of gravity. Having both experienced the perilous and unpredictable nature of the awakening process firsthand, they understood the significance of this moment for Millie. It was a critical juncture that allowed for no missteps. Yet, facing awakening under the watchful eyes of the Inquisition only added layers of trepidation to an already precarious situation, leaving them understandably anxious. Adele, unfazed by Alice's words, shrugged nonchalantly. "If she has arrived, then so be it. What is there to worry about? Should those members of the clergy discover us, we could simply eliminate them all, thus sparing ourselves from their interference." Humph. Immediately thereafter, Adele's eyes twinkled with mischief as a sly smile graced her face. She turned to Lynn, teasingly suggesting, "However, Master, we could keep Seraphina here for your amusement. Heh, wouldn't that be delightful? Just imagine having such a captivating beauty from the clergy by your side. It would be quite a feast for the eyes. Wouldn't you agree, Master?" As she spoke, she playfully winked at Lynn. Lynn chuckled helplessly, shaking his head gently, and replied with firm conviction, "Not at all. You needn't concern yourselves with such trivialities. Rest assured, everything is under control." Just then, Lucas entered with measured steps, first bowing respectfully to Lynn before reporting, "Young Master, Miss Seraphina has arrived." Lynn nodded slightly, his expression calm as he instructed, "Please bring her in." "Yes, young Master," Lucas responded, promptly turning to carry out his orders, his tall figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Not long after, the crisp sound of hooves and voices grew closer. Soon, Lynn heard Seraphina's familiar voice, as she appeared to be directing something in the courtyard before the castle. "Commanding, set up camp right here, and be quick about it." "Yes, Commander," the Golden Knights responded in unison, their voices resonant and orderly. On the expansive grounds before the castle, Seraphina nimbly dismounted, her gaze sweeping over the dilapidated structure, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. Then, with light steps, she made her way towards the castle's grand entrance. Meanwhile, the Golden Knights promptly dismounted and efficiently began setting up camp. As Seraphina entered the castle hall, she was immediately captivated by the scene before her. Lynn lounged languidly on a soft, comfortable sofa, cradling the delicate figure of a little girl, none other than little Millie. Alice stood behind him, her slender fingers lightly kneading his shoulder, a gesture that spoke of familiarity. Adele, obediently crouched at Lynn's feet, was rhythmically massaging his legs, and Lynn wore a look of utter contentment. Seeing this, Seraphina could not help but chide. "Lynn, I traveled quite a distance specifically to find you. And here you are, comfortably enjoying yourself without even the courtesy to come greet me. How inconsiderate." After saying this, she plopped down beside him, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with unabashed infatuation, her eyes brimming with unhidden admiration, as if the world around her had faded away, leaving only Lynn in her sight. Lynn regarded her with calm indifference, accustomed to such displays, and casually inquired, "What brings you here?" Serafina snapped back to reality, straightening up as she nonchalantly replied, "I heard there was danger in your vicinity, so as soon as I completed my task, I hurried here with my golden knights." Lynn furrowed his brow slightly at her words and pressed, "Is that truly the only reason? You're not here to inspect me, are you?" Serafina waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, not at all. The ones sent for inspection are still behind. And I have no time to deal with that, I just worry about you." She cast a flirtatious glance at Lynn. Lynn's expression remained stoic, his tone flat yet tinged with suppressed irritation as he slowly remarked, "We've endured inspections for years now. How much longer must this continue?" Observing Lynn's weary and somewhat resistant demeanor, Serafina sighed lightly and gently advised, "I understand your frustration. I find it quite exhausting as well. However, my father assured me this would be the last time. Just bear with it a little longer. Once we get through this, there will be no further issues." Lynn raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "Really the last time? Are you certain?" Serafina nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. I wouldn't deceive you. I've pleaded with my father to ease up on you. But he is also at a loss. It's a decision from the higher-ups in the clergy. And he is merely following orders. You know how the clergy is particularly vigilant regarding matters of witches, adhering strictly to their so-called doctrines, leaving no room for error, which is why they are so meticulous in sending people for inspections." As she spoke, she shook her head in exasperation, sharing her discontent with the clergy's rigid and harsh ways, yet feeling powerless to effect change. After a brief silence, Lynn casually inquired, "When will your father arrive?" Serafina tilted her head in thought and replied, "It should be a few days from now, but he insists on spreading the word and distributing holy water to the people along the way, which has delayed his journey." Upon hearing this, Lynn secretly exhaled in relief, though his face remained inscrutable. Just then, an unexpected voice shattered the atmosphere in the castle hall. The voice, low yet tinged with mockery, sent a jolt of apprehension through Lynn, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Everyone instinctively turned towards the sound, where a figure was slowly striding through the castle's grand entrance. The sunlight poured in from outside, casting a long shadow that stretched all the way to Lynn's feet. "Father, why have you arrived so soon?" Serafina was momentarily taken aback, quickly rising with a look of astonishment at the newcomer. Her eyes filled with confusion. However, in an instant, realization dawned upon her, and she furrowed her brow slightly, speaking in a tone of sudden clarity, "It was Adrian who informed you, wasn't it? After all, as the vice-captain of her Golden Knights, he was undoubtedly the one to relay any news. Had I not come, some individuals might have found themselves in someone else's bed. What a disgrace." The newcomer's expression darkened, his tone revealing clear irritation as he shot a disapproving glance at Serafina. Her cheeks flushed slightly, caught off guard. Serafina stammered in a mix of shyness and urgency, "That's not true. Father, please don't say such things. You, young man. What's this? You seem rather unwelcoming," the newcomer remarked, stepping out of the sunlight, his posture tall and steady, each step resonating with an unspoken authority. His gaze fell directly upon Lynn, imbued with scrutiny and a subtle pressure. Lynn met his gaze unflinchingly, noting the man before him, a middle-aged figure, his visage exuding a sense of peace and fairness, his features well-defined and somewhat handsome. Time had not marred his countenance, but rather added an air of maturity and gravitas. Dressed in a resplendent white robe embroidered with gold threads, the fabric shimmered softly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of nobility. On the chest of his robe was embroidered a golden sun, the radiant emblem of the clergy, signifying his distinguished status. This was none other than Raymond Hall, the illustrious Archbishop of the Roland Diocese. In response to Raymond's inquiry, Lynn made no effort to conceal his emotions, pouting slightly as he retorted, "Of course, you impudent child. Dare you claim I am unwelcome? You ought to consider that without my intervention, you would have been dragged to the Holy Temple for judgment long ago. And then you would truly suffer," Raymond Hall declared, a self-righteous air about him as he tilted his head slightly, as if he had accomplished a monumental deed. "Oh, really?" Lynn wore a skeptical expression, raising an eyebrow, his gaze rife with doubt, clearly conveying his disbelief in Raymond Hall's assertions. "Oh, my dear child, do not fixate on such trifles." Raymond Hall, somewhat embarrassed, shook his head and then boldly approached, plopping down onto the sofa with casual abandon. He deliberately rocked back and forth a few times, relishing the sofa's softness and comfort, murmuring to himself, "You certainly know how to indulge, living quite the comfortable life." Once settled, Raymond's demeanor shifted as he recalled something of grave importance. His expression instantly turning serious, he straightened his posture and directed his concerned gaze towards Seraphina, asking in a hushed tone, "Adrian informed me that you encountered danger previously. What transpired?" At the sound of Raymond's inquiry, Seraphina's countenance grew solemn, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied in a grave tone, "Father, we faced the abyssal corruptors." "What? How is that even possible?" Raymond exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief, eyes wide as if he had just heard the most fantastical of tales. Shaking his head vigorously, seeing his reaction, Seraphina hastily clarified, "Father, it is absolutely true. If my memory serves me correctly, they were undoubtedly abyssal corruptors. They possess the unsettling trait of immortality, even when reduced to but half a head. They can still continue to function, incapable of death." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Alice, hesitating before ultimately refraining from mentioning Alice's encounter with the giant bear. The situation was complex, and she could not ascertain what consequences revealing that information might bring. Especially concerning Lynn, this was a scenario she wished to avoid. Pausing, she continued with a grave expression, "Moreover, those abyssal corruptors are surrounded by a green abyssal aura. The place we passed through has now been completely consumed by that aura, resembling the accounts found in the ancient text of the holy sanctuary. All living beings under the shroud of that aura have perished. It won't be long before that area transforms into a desolate wasteland." Raymond's expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowed deeply as he sank into profound contemplation, murmuring, "Logically, the abyssal corruptors should have been extinct for nearly 100,000 years. Their emergence at this time is baffling. What could be the cause?" Lynn, standing by, was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the conversation, and interjected with a furrowed brow, "What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. In truth, our knowledge of the abyssal corruptors is rather limited as well." Seraphina quickly explained, "We have only encountered fragments of information in some ancient text of the holy sanctuary, so our understanding is scant. However, one thing is certain. The transformation of the Tatos Desert into its current state is due to a severe infection by the abyssal aura." She added, "The Tatos Desert, notorious as the death desert of this continent, is the largest desert known. It is said that this desert formed 100,000 years ago, and since then, the Church has employed countless methods to alter its condition. All in vain. For the Church's powerful figures, converting a desert into an oasis is a trivial task. Yet, this desert, situated beside the holy sanctuary, remains beyond their control." Raymond's expression darkened significantly, as if he could extract water from the air. And he spoke heavily. "Moreover, the ancient texts mention that the abyssal corruptors possess a potent capacity for infection. Should they spread unchecked, if we do not swiftly devise a means of containment, it will not be long before we face a disaster of vast magnitude and dire consequences. At that point, the entire continent could plunge into an endless crisis." With that, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with concern. After absorbing this worrisome discourse, Lynn maintained an air of nonchalance, his expression betraying no significant alteration. It seemed as though the impending crisis posed by the so-called abyssal corruptors held little relevance to him. In his mind, he thought that if worst came to worst, he could simply abandon this territory. After all, the world was vast, and starting anew elsewhere was entirely feasible. There was no need to wear a troubled visage over it. Moreover, those corrupted beings did not seem particularly formidable. "My boy, it appears I shall need to stay with you for a few days," Raymond Hall declared, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lynn, his tone brooking no dissent. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression soured instantly. Observing his reaction, Raymond presumed he was frightened by the earlier mention of the abyssal corruptors, and quickly sought to reassure him. "Do not worry, my boy. Rest easy. With me here to guard you. Even if the abyssal corruptors were to reappear, I possess sufficient strength to ensure your safety, so there is no need for fear." With that, he puffed out his chest, projecting an air of confidence to assuage Lynn's apprehensions. "Rest assured, my strength is not far inferior to your grandfather's. With me around, there will be no trouble." Raymond continued to pat his chest in assurance, attempting to dispel the worry etched across Lynn's face. Lynn merely cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, while gently stroking the head of little Millie, internally scoffing, "Who is worried about those abyssal corruptors? What concerns me is you." Seraphina, on the other hand, appeared quite exhilarated, observing Lynn lost in thought, his face flushing with color. Raymond, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's overtly unwelcoming expression, glanced outside the castle at the sky. Noting that the sun still hung high, indicating that nightfall was far off, He then turned to Lynn, speaking with an authoritative tone. Boy, the day is still young. Take me to see the area infected by the abyssal aura. I must witness the severity of the situation with my own eyes that I have no desire to go, Lynn retorted bluntly, showing no regard for Raymond's request. With that, he leaned back against the sofa, lazily gesturing to Adele, who was massaging his legs, and Alice, who was kneading his shoulders, to take a break. Adele and Alice obediently ceased their ministrations and promptly settled beside Lynn, one on each side. Their postures silently declared their stance, making it clear they wished to disregard Raymond's demands. Raymond, noticing this, furrowed his brow slightly, feeling displeased, yet refraining from expressing his irritation. Instead, he turned to his daughter Serafina, stating, Serafina, accompany me on this trip. Serafina glanced between Lynn and her father, a sweet smile gracing her face as she replied cheerfully yet resolutely, If Lynn does not go, then neither will I. Upon hearing this, Raymond's face darkened in frustration. Pointing a finger at Serafina, at a loss for words that in the end, he could only huff in exasperation, grumbling, Humph, I will have Adrian take me. Without you two, I will still go, with a heart full of resignation. He turned on his heel and strode briskly toward the castle exit. Before long, the crisp, urgent sound of hooves echoed outside the castle, drawing nearer and then receding, likely signifying Raymond summoning Adrian to ride to the area affected by the abyssal aura. Once Lynn observed that Raymond had departed, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Slowly rising to scoop up little Millie, he then ascended the stairs, with Alice and Adele silently following him, their figures soon vanishing at the staircase's top. Lynn, where are you going? Serafina inquired, momentarily taken aback, as she hurriedly rose and dashed after him, her face still alight with a smile that it is nearly noon. I'm going to sleep. Lynn offered no glance back, her steps resolute, merely responding with a faint remark before continuing her ascent up the staircase. The nonchalant air she exuded left Serafina momentarily speechless. Ah, sleep. Serafina's smile instantly froze upon hearing those words. However, she quickly regained her composure, casting her gaze at Alice and Adele, who trailed behind Lynn. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she pointed at them, her voice tinged with confusion as she inquired. Wait, if you're going to sleep, why are they coming along? Lynn paused, turning her head to glance at Serafina, a half-smile gracing her features as she matter-of-factly replied, Of course, they are here to accompany me to sleep. What else would they do? What? Serafina stammered slightly, her attention shifting to the young Millie, and she pointed a finger at her, raising her voice to ask, And what about her? Is this little girl also going to sleep with you? Is that a problem? I want to accompany my master to sleep too. Millie's tender voice chimed in before Lynn could respond. She lifted her rosy face, gazing at Serafina with a defiant expression, her small lips protruding in a pout. Her earnest demeanor, resembling a fierce little guardian, evoked both amusement and affection in those who beheld her. Lynn, this isn't appropriate, Serafina frowned, gesturing toward Millie as if to imply her youth rendered such an arrangement unsuitable. Yet, Lynn seemed to disregard her words entirely, pressing onward up the stairs. Lynn, if that's the case, may I join you as well? Serafina, observing the situation, quickly shifted her expression, her previously skeptical and discontented visage now brimming with a radiant smile, infused with a hint of excitement, as if simply gaining Lynn's consent would be a most delightful affair. She hastened her pace to catch up with Lynn, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping for a favorable reply. No way, if you come, Raymond would surely have my head. Lynn firmly declined, quickening her steps, reaching the bedroom door in no time. With a swift motion, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, slamming it shut behind her with a resounding thud. Leaving Serafina standing alone in the corridor, Serafina stood there, her expression a portrait of despondence, her once proud posture now tinged with melancholy as she stared blankly at the closed door. She lingered outside for a considerable time, her eyes filled with a sense of loss and helplessness. Ultimately, she turned away in silence and slowly descended the staircase. Returning to the hall's sofa in a dazed she gently seated herself. She felt as though her vitality had been drained, her gaze hollow as she stared into the distance, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, sinking into a state of quiet sorrow. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bedroom, the anticipated scene of allure had yet to materialize. In truth, the space was already devoid of occupants, enveloped in a faintly glowing spatial barrier. The figures of Lynn, Alice, Millie, and Adele had long since vanished. Alice had invoked her spatial magic, teleporting them to a location nearly 100 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. As they arrived, they spotted a cave not far off, appearing rather concealed. The entrance was partially obscured by vines and underbrush, making it difficult to notice without careful observation. They proceeded toward the cave, and upon entering, Alice cast another spell, establishing a spatial barrier at the entrance. The barrier shimmered with a soft halo, forming an invisible shield that isolated the entire cave from the outside world. This ensured that neither passers-by nor ferocious beasts could easily intrude upon their sanctuary. "Master, what are we doing here?" Millie inquired, her rosy face tilted upward, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "We are here to help you awaken, dear Millie," Lynn replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he patiently elaborated. "What does awakening mean?" Millie continued to look perplexed, tilting her head inquisitively. "Awakening means you will gain immense power, and then you will become incredibly formidable," Lynn explained, bending down to gently scratch Millie's nose. Grinning warmly. "Wow, really?" Millie's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling two twinkling stars as she clapped her hands in delight. "If I have immense power, can I protect my master then?" "Haha, absolutely. From that point on, your master's safety will rest entirely in your capable hands." "You must promise to uphold that," Lynn replied with a nod, his eyes radiating affection. As they conversed, they ventured deeper into the cave. The further they walked, the darker the surroundings became, until visibility was nearly non-existent. At that moment, Alice waved her hand lightly, conjuring a bright flame that illuminated the entire cavern, revealing its features to the group. Witches are typically powerful beings in all respects, though each possesses unique strengths in specific areas. Lynn glanced around and noted that the cave was quite spacious, making it an ideal location for assisting Millie's awakening. With this thought in mind, he gently set Millie down on her feet, then looked at her with utmost seriousness, his tone firm as he instructed, "Millie, you must be obedient and listen carefully." "All right. Millie will be good," she replied, nodding obediently. Seeing her compliance brought a smile of relief to Lynn's face. He then brushed his hand across his spatial ring, and a glint of light flashed, revealing a dagger that shimmered with a cold gleam in his grasp. Lynn gripped the dagger with a grave expression, his gaze fixed on Millie as he spoke in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Millie, close your eyes and do not open them. Just listen to me." Although filled with questions, Millie had always heeded Lynn's words, promptly nodding and slowly shutting her big, watery eyes. Her long lashes cast a delicate shadow beneath her eyelids, her small face reflecting both tension and obedience. Upon confirming that Millie's eyes were closed, Lynn wasted no time. With a swift motion, he drew the blade across his forearm, a crimson stream of blood immediately flowing forth, cascading down as if released from a dam. Soon, a small pool formed, trickling down his arm. Alice, quick-witted, hurriedly positioned a prepared cup beneath the steady stream of blood, capturing each drop as it fell with a soft patter that resonated clearly within the silent cave. Before long, the cup brimmed with a substantial amount of crimson liquid, its vivid hue striking against the cup's surface, exuding a mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. At that moment, Adele approached with light steps, her gaze flickering with concern as she observed the wound on Lynn's arm. She knelt slightly and delicately licked the cut with her soft tongue. Miraculously, a gentle glow flickered over the wound, and the bleeding ceased, the injury healing at a visible pace until it appeared as though he had never been harmed. Yet, Lynn's complexion paled from the loss of blood, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Alice carefully held the cup filled with Lynn's blood, bringing it to Millie's lips as she softly instructed. "Millie, open your mouth and drink what's inside." Although Millie kept her eyes closed, she obediently listened, slowly parting her petite lips and tilting her head slightly back as she drank from the cup. Consuming the entirety of Lynn's large serving of blood sip by sip, the crimson liquid slid down her throat and into her abdomen, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly, as if she found the taste peculiar yet remarkably delightful. She showed no signs of resistance, dutifully finishing the entire cup. "Master, does this truly serve a purpose?" Adele observed the scene with a sense of uncertainty, leaning closer to Lynn and speaking in a hushed tone, her eyes betraying a hint of concern and doubt. Lynn gently shook his head, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his countenance as he replied, "I am not entirely sure, but logically, it should be beneficial. After all, as you are aware, some of my other liquids have proven quite advantageous in enhancing your strength. I would presume this blood could serve a similar function. However, I remain uncertain of its efficacy for witches who have yet to awaken. Regardless, Let us proceed with this trial. Pausing for a moment, Lynn continued, if necessary, we can delay our return for a couple of days. If Raymond grows suspicious, let him harbor his doubts. We shall devise a strategy to address it later. For now, our primary focus must be Xiamili's awakening. No sooner had he spoken than an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Xiamili's diminutive form exhibited a pronounced response, as if a mysterious and formidable force had been instantaneously awakened within her. Soon after, a surge of black-red light emanated from her, initially appearing as mere twinkling specks, akin to clusters of flickering flames in the dark. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it swiftly expanded, enveloping Xiamili entirely. Xiamili remained with her eyes tightly shut, her brow slightly furrowed, as though she were enduring some unknown agony or pressure. At that moment, a more extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Her body began to levitate gently off the ground, as if cradled by invisible hands, hovering in mid-air. It works, it has begun, Lynn exclaimed, excitement flashing in his eyes. And the worry that had once occupied his features was now replaced by anticipation. He fixated on the floating Xiamili, his hands instinctively clenching. Simultaneously, the surrounding energy seemed to respond to a powerful summons, fervently converging towards Xiamili's location. The energies that had previously hidden in the corners of the cave or drifted in the air now rushed toward her like weary birds returning to their nest. They transformed into streams of light, instantly merging with Xiamili's body, as though they had found their sanctuary. As more energy continued to flow in, the black-red light surrounding Xiamili grew increasingly robust. The aura irradiating from this light carried a sense of both reverence and trepidation, casting the entire cave in a vivid crimson hue. The intensity of the glow compelled Lynn and the others to squint slightly to behold this miraculous and pivotal scene unfolding before them. At that moment, a breathtaking sight emerged. A black-red pillar of light suddenly shot down from the distant heavens, as if it were a mysterious passageway from the depths of an infinite void. Exuding a profound and enigmatic aura, Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Alas, such a wondrous phenomenon is visible solely to Lynn. Yet it also graces Adele and Alice, albeit in different hues. It resembles a clandestine bond, enveloping the petite form of Xiaomi in an instant with precise accuracy. As the dark crimson beam of void energy cascades from the heavens and envelopes Xiaomi, the cavern seems to be swept into a mysterious and grand tempest of energy. In a heartbeat, the formerly tranquil and stable cave is beset by fierce winds, howling like a frenzied beast, rampaging and roaring, sweeping up sand and stones in all directions. For a fleeting moment, the sand and stones dance wildly in the air, colliding and grinding against each other, producing a cacophony reminiscent of the violent overture heralding this energy storm. The cave itself cannot remain undisturbed in the wake of such an abrupt and formidable force. The surrounding stone walls begin to quake violently. Rocks of various sizes tumble from the walls, crashing to the ground with a dull thud, raising clouds of dust. Lynn and the others observe in silence, seemingly unaffected by the chaos surrounding them. Xiaomi, with her eyes tightly shut, contorts her tranquil visage, anguish rapidly spreading across her features. Her delicate brows knit together tightly, resembling two twisted ropes of torment, deep creases forming at her brow, while veins throb ominously at her forehead, becoming increasingly pronounced with the influx of energy. Fine beads of sweat emerge like raindrops from her forehead and the tip of her nose, quickly coalescing into droplets that cascade down her cheeks, dampening her disheveled strands of hair, a few clinging to her pallid face. Initially, the boundless void energy surges into Xiaomi's body through the beam of light, causing her to tremble violently. An involuntary groan of pain escapes her throat, weak yet laden with unspeakable torment, akin to a wounded creature whimpering helplessly. As time progresses, an ever-increasing tide of void energy rushes into her being, unreservedly and frantically. This colossal energy stirs a tempest within her, causing her body to uncontrollably swell, every inch of her skin feeling as if scorched by searing flames, a fiery torment consuming her. She perceives her veins straining to contain this overwhelming force, a sensation of pressure radiating from her very core, deep into her bones, nearly rendering her unconscious. To Xiaomi's lips, bitten until they bled, starkly contrast the crimson droplets against her pale skin, a sight that is both shocking and poignant. Her body quakes violently, at times curling into a ball in a futile attempt to alleviate the overwhelming agony. And at other times, she straightens abruptly, as if waging a final battle against her suffering. Her breaths quicken, becoming erratic, each labored inhalation accompanied by a painful gasp, as if the very air had turned razor-sharp. Slicing through her throat with each breath, the dark crimson radiance enveloping Xiaomi intensifies with the continuous infusion of energy, becoming increasingly brilliant and resplendent. In this moment, she resembles a solitary boat tossed amidst a tempest, encased in the dark crimson glow, enduring the crucible of energy from the depths of the void, striving to break free from her shackles and achieve a crucial awakening transformation. Her consciousness ebbs and flows in this ocean of pain, nearly succumbing to the all-consuming darkness on multiple occasions, yet a resilient force deep within propels her to grit her teeth and persevere. As more energy floods in, Xiaomi's body balloons, reaching an apex before gradually retracting, a process that inflicts unbearable agony upon her, as if every bone within her frame were being dismantled and restructured. The soul-piercing agony overwhelms her resolve, eliciting a piercing scream that reverberates throughout the cavern, tightening the hearts of Lynn and the others with worry and compassion. In this cycle of expansion and contraction, Xiaomi's expression teeters on the brink of collapse. Her eyes remain shut, tears mingling with sweat cascade down her cheeks, soaking the ground beneath her. Her body sways limply, as if drained of all strength. With the final surge of potent void energy coursing into her, her body shudders violently, and then a blinding flash of dark crimson light erupts from her, akin to a resplendent blossom of energy unfurling in an instant. That radiance illuminates every corner of the cavern, even piercing through the spatial barrier at the cave's entrance, radiating outward to the world beyond. As if demanding the heavens to bear witness to the monumental moment of her awakening, the light continues to blaze brilliantly for some time before gradually receding, Xiaomi's form softly descending to the ground. Standing steadily once more. That moment, she is enveloped in a faint halo of dark crimson light, her once youthful visage now imbued with a newfound maturity and determination. Her tightly shut eyes slowly open, revealing depths that seem to harbor countless stars, shimmering with a mysterious and potent glow, signaling her successful transformation and rebirth. Yet the remnants of her harrowing ordeal linger on her face, casting a shadow of fatigue and the lingering dread of survival. Xiaomi, how do you feel? Lynn, witnessing her triumphant awakening, inquires with utmost concern. Master, I feel quite well. I now sense an incredible power coursing through me, Xiaomi responds, her previously pale face adorned with a faint smile as she playfully clenches her small fist, eager to showcase her newfound strength to Lynn. However, her expression quickly shifts to one of concern as she adds, "Yet, Master, an overwhelming amount of energy continues to surge into my body. It is far too much, and I am struggling to contain it. I feel quite bloated and uncomfortable." From Lynn's perspective, the mysterious beam of void energy enveloping Xiaomi persists in its relentless flow, continuously supplying her with void energy, akin to an unceasing river, showing no signs of abating. Indeed, this is one of the reasons why witches are despised in the mortal realm. The energy from the void, once triggered, will ceaselessly flood into the witch's body, while the witch's capacity to assimilate it often lags woefully behind. Consequently, this energy accumulates within the witch, expanding like an inflated balloon, burdening her form. Moreover, this void energy is exceedingly volatile, rampaging within the witch's body, subjecting her to immense suffering. If prolonged, the witch may lose control, becoming entirely dominated by this energy, transforming into a true fiend, descending into madness and wreaking havoc upon her surroundings. Furthermore, a rampaging witch possesses even greater strength, which is why the Church prioritizes the extermination of witches. Only by eliminating them in the early stages of awakening can the damage be minimized. Fear not, Xiaomi, do not be troubled. Simply focus on urging these energies to cease, and they shall comply, ceasing their influx into your being. Of course, if you feel capable of enduring some, you may attempt to allow a small amount to enter. This will not only alleviate discomfort, but may also bring you a sense of ease and comfort. Lynn hastily consoled Xiaomili with patience, softly imparting the methods for controlling energy. This was one of Lynn's unique abilities. Any witch in his presence could, under his influence, perfectly harness the previously unruly void energy, thus avoiding its backlash and utilizing this power more effectively. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Xiaomili immediately attempted the method he suggested. She gently closed her eyes, focusing her mind, silently urging the incessantly surging void energy flowing into her body to cease. Miraculously, as soon as this thought emerged, the once torrential energy, akin to a raging tide pouring into her, truly halted its influx as if obeying a command, abruptly stopping its relentless flow. "Indeed, master, they've stopped," exclaimed Zyamili, her eyes widening in surprise as a radiant smile illuminated her face. The pallor that had slightly marred her delicate features due to discomfort now seemed infused with vibrancy, exuding a palpable excitement. She joyfully called out to Lynn, her voice brimming with uncontainable delight. "Yes, Zyamili, you must remember this well." Lynn observed her exuberance, yet his expression remained serious. He gazed earnestly at Zyamili, solemnly imparting crucial precautions. "Everything that transpires here today must remain a secret between us. Moreover, without my explicit command, you must not use the abilities you have just acquired at Wildad. If there are outsiders present, you must immediately halt the energy within you, ensuring that no one perceives anything unusual." "Understood?" As Lynn spoke, he gently patted Zyamili's shoulder, his eyes filled with concern and caution, for this matter was of great significance and allowed no room for carelessness. "All right, master, I will remember. You can rest assured." Zyamili tilted her face up, her big eyes radiating seriousness, nodding emphatically. Her obedient and resolute demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance. "Let us return." Lynn turned to Alice and spoke softly. Alice understood, nodding slightly, then gently waved her fair, jade-like hand. In an instant, a glimmer of light flashed, and the group vanished from their location. Shortly thereafter, Lynn stealthily led them out of the castle's bedroom. As they emerged, the sound of their footsteps echoed softly in the quiet corridor, reverberating within the expansive castle. Seated on the hall sofa, Selefina, upon hearing the noise, momentarily froze before quickly rising, her gaze anxiously fixed on the staircase. When she saw Lynn and the others slowly descending from the second floor, her face instantly registered profound shock, her eyes widening and her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Her gaze roamed over the group, lingering particularly on Lynn, scrutinizing him thoroughly before she could not help but inquire, "Have you finished already? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." As she spoke, she regarded Lynn with a look of pity. At that moment, Lynn's complexion indeed appeared somewhat pale, fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his demeanor slightly feeble, which seemed to confirm Selefina's unspoken speculation. "Do not worry, Lynn, I will not think less of you." Selefina's expression was one of understanding as she spoke softly, her tone laced with a hint of comfort, as if she were aware of some significant secret and wished to preserve Lynn's dignity. Lynn was left bewildered by her nonsensical words. A look of confusion etched upon his face as he furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you talking about? What do you mean I should not be worried? I do not understand at all." "Lynn, it's all right. I understand everything." Selefina waved her hand dismissively, her face retaining that serious yet slightly mysterious expression. Lowering her voice as she continued, "Although you were up there for barely 10 minutes, rest assured, I will not disclose this matter. My lips are sealed. Furthermore, do not fret too much. We can visit the royal capital to seek out some skilled potion masters to assist in concocting that particular potion, ensuring you can endure for over an hour. So please do not feel inferior." Selefina spoke with conviction, her demeanor striking a balance between earnestness and amusement, eliciting both irritation and laughter from those who listened. Lynn finally grasped what she was referring to, causing his expression to darken. Zyamili's awakening, while it seemed prolonged, had actually lasted only a few minutes. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am fine. Were it not for your father being present, I would certainly show you the consequences of your folly, prattling on like this," Lynn retorted, his voice laced with indignation as he strode to the side of the sofa, plopping down with a face that could not have looked worse. "Do not be hasty. Everything I said is true." Selefina, however, remained utterly oblivious to Lynn's displeasure, continuing earnestly, "I recall there is indeed a potion master in the royal capital, incredibly skilled, though I momentarily forgot his name. Nonetheless, the potions he creates are well known throughout the capital, reputed to be particularly effective." Lynn could no longer bear to engage with her, his expression dark as he sat silently on the sofa, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation, feeling increasingly confused by her explanations. Meanwhile, Adele and Alice, standing nearby, observed the exchange with slightly flushed cheeks, unable to suppress their smiles. Casting sympathetic glances at Selefina, they were fully aware of their master's immense power. Although they had yet to witness the true strength of a dragon, they understood that even the legendary dragon would pale in comparison to Lynn. Given Lynn's stubborn and tenacious nature, it seemed inevitable that Selefina would face some trials ahead. Sharing a knowing glance, their amusement deepened. "Oh dear. All right, Lynn, please do not be upset." Celefina approached the glowering Lynn, her face alight with a conciliatory smile. Her tone imbued with affection and reassurance. I was only joking with you earlier. Regardless, I have always held you in high regard, so please do not take it to heart. Yes, she spoke. She gently tugged at the hem of Lynn's garment, her demeanor cautious, as if fearful that he might genuinely be angry and cease to acknowledge her. Lynn, however, wore a look of helplessness, fully aware that the more one explains such matters, the more convoluted they become, rendering clarity impossible. Why don't you tell me about the affairs of your church? Or perhaps about what will transpire after I leave the royal capital? Time flowed quietly between their conversations and silences, and before they realized it, night had fallen. Observing the darkness outside the castle, Lynn furrowed his brow. Raymond seemed yet to return, and an unsettling premonition gripped him. Let me tell you, the task I undertook this time was fraught with peril. I led a team to successfully dismantle a cult stronghold, Celefina exclaimed animatedly, her gestures animated as she reveled in her own heroic exploits. Speaking incessantly, unable to endure her relentless monologue any longer, Lynn interjected, do not just focus on your own affairs. Take a look outside. Celefina paused, casting a casual glance out the window before dismissively responding. It's dark outside. What's the big deal? As she spoke, she looked at Lynn in confusion, not comprehending why he suddenly wanted her to observe the outside. Raymond has not returned. Lynn's brow remained furrowed, a hint of worry lacing his tone as he reiterated. What does it matter if Raymond has not returned? His absence is of no concern to me, Celefina replied nonchalantly. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to snap back to reality. Her eyes widening as her expression shifted to one of tension, her voice involuntarily rising a pitch. Raymond? Are you referring to my father? Is he still not back? Lynn gazed at Celefina's oblivious demeanor, unable to suppress a resigned shake of his head, inwardly muttering, how remarkably filial of her to realize this only now. It was worth noting that Raymond had departed at noon, and as the darkness enveloped the sky, his absence was increasingly concerning. Logically, it suggested that he had encountered some unforeseen predicament. At this moment, Celefina finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her heart racing with urgency as she sprang to her feet. Hastily striding towards the exit without uttering a word, her demeanor suggesting an intense desire to locate Raymond immediately. Observing this, Lynn quickly seized her hand, exclaiming, I will accompany you. Celefina froze as though ensnared by a spell, her entire being momentarily paralyzed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, standing there in a daze. Adele, take care of the house. Alice, we are leaving, Lynn instructed the two behind him. Understood, Master, Adele and Alice replied in unison, their voices clear and resonant. Alice swiftly approached Lynn, gently closing her eyes as she began to recite a mysterious incantation. The words flowed from her lips. An extraordinary light enveloped the trio, and in an instant, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the entrance of the chasm where the corruptor had descended. The opening exuded an eerie and sinister aura, as if some unknown peril lurked within the profound darkness, sending a shiver down their spines. Let us proceed. Down we go, Lynn declared, instinctively tugging at Celefina's hand to lead her into the abyss. To his surprise, however, she did not budge. Lynn turned to see Celefina's face flushed, resembling a blooming rose, her eyes brimming with shyness, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips as she stood there, motionless. Noticing this, Lynn swiftly waved his hand before her eyes. Hey, what are you doing? It's not the time to be daydreaming. At this, Celefina seemed to snap back to reality, as if struck by lightning, her senses returning with a jolt. With a bashful expression, she looked at Lynn, her voice tinged with playful reproach. You haven't held my hand in years. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. We are on a critical mission to find your father. Lives are at stake. Can we set this aside for now? Oh, right. Let's hurry and descend. Only then did Celefina come to her senses, hurriedly nodding her head in agreement. She quickly wrapped her arms around Lynn's arm, as if fearing that he might abandon her. Lynn distinctly felt the soft touch of her embrace, pondering internally that indeed, there was substance to her presence. However, the fact that she was still clad in armor, with its rigid texture, somewhat dulled the sensation. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to swiftly enter the cave to find the others. The trio reached the edge of the cave without a moment's hesitation and leaped into the abyss. The sound of rushing wind filled their ears, akin to plummeting into an endless chasm of darkness. It was not until they had descended nearly 100 meters that they finally came to a steady halt. their feet stirring up a slight cloud of dust upon landing. At this moment, Celafina hurriedly released her grip on Lynn's arm. With a graceful flick of her right hand, a knight's lance, gleaming with a chilling light, materialized in her grasp. Almost immediately, with a wave of her left hand, a magical illumination lamp appeared from thin air, resembling an exquisite lantern that emanated a soft, yet brilliant glow, which she held firmly. In an instant, the previously impenetrable darkness transformed into a realm of brightness, the radiant light revealing everything around them with clarity. Lynn raised his gaze and beheld a remarkably majestic, yet eerily strange scene. A massive cave towering over 10 meters high unfolded before them. The cave was profoundly deep, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, extending endlessly into the distance. The air was saturated with a thick aura of the abyss, imbued with a sense of decay and malevolence. Remarkably, ever since Alice had appeared, the once oppressive stench of the abyss seemed to dissipate as if it had encountered its nemesis. Looking down at the ground, they noticed a series of distinct footprints, likely left by Raymond and his companions during their passage. Observing this, Lynn immediately exchanged glances with Celafina and Alice, and the three of them promptly followed the trail. Throughout their hurried pursuit, Celafina was consumed by worry for her father's safety. Her heart racing as she focused solely on the footprints, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere around them. In the distance, at the cave's terminus, within a vast chamber, countless corrupted abyssal creatures lay prostrate on the ground or clung to the cave walls. Ahead, an elevated platform showcased a throne composed of various skulls, upon which a humanoid abyssal corruptor sat, surveying the scene below. On the ground, a dozen individuals writhed in agony, wisps of green mist continuously infiltrating their bodies. Only Raymond remained seated, beads of sweat rolling down his face, a testament to his suffering that he sensed the relentless corruption seeping into both his soul and flesh. Realizing he could not endure much longer before succumbing, the trio moved at great speed, swiftly covering a distance of several kilometers. Suddenly, a corrupted giant python burst forth from the cave wall, its gaping maw agape as it lunged at Lynn. In a flash of cold light, Celafina swung her lance, cleaving the serpent in two with a single stroke. The severed halves thrashed on the ground, the head still writhing forward, intent on attacking them. Alice chanted an incantation, and a spatial blade sliced through the python's head, instantly rendering it motionless, lifeless. Celafina cast a puzzled glance at her again. Before she could ponder further, a chilling rustling sound echoed from ahead. Initially faint, it quickly crescendoed into a cacophony, reverberating throughout the cave. The trio looked up to see countless corrupted creatures surging towards them from the depths of darkness. Their forms varied and grotesque. Some resembled enormous spiders, their bodies adorned with sharp-boned spines, 8 long legs scuttling swiftly across the ground, their multifaceted eyes glinting with an eerie green light. Others appeared as grotesquely enlarged centipedes. In an instant, an innumerable swarm of corrupted beings surged forth, an inky tide of terror. These creatures pressed against one another in a dense mass, leaving scarcely a sliver of space visible. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Alice remained unfazed, her gaze calm as a deep lake, devoid of any ripple. She parted her crimson lips, swiftly reciting an intricate incantation, mysterious and seemingly non-existent to any outsider's ears. As her incantation resonated, ethereal spatial blades materialized from thin air. These blades were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. One could easily overlook their presence unless scrutinized closely. They glimmered like translucent crescent moons, exuding a chilling and lethal aura. Darting through the dense throng of corrupted beings, their speed was unparalleled, leaving behind ephemeral trails of light, akin to death's scythe dancing in the shadows. Wherever they passed, a cacophony of slicing sounds ensued. In that fleeting moment, whether it was the hulking corrupted beasts as large as hills, or the nimble, small corrupted insects darting between the gaps, any creature touched by these spatial blades seemed to have all vitality siphoned away, their bodies stiffening as they collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. The cavern ahead was soon transformed into a macabre tableau of blood and chaos, dismembered limbs and carcasses strewn about. The once dim space now awash with a ghastly crimson hue. What was even more peculiar was the instinctive fear that these countless corrupted beings exhibited towards Alice's spatial blades that a closer inspection revealed traces of undeniable terror flickering in their hollow, green glowing eyes, a primal despair and dread that arises only in the presence of an absolute nemesis. The spatial blades continued to mercilessly reap through the ranks of corrupted creatures, the bodies piled high, soon obstructing the path ahead entirely. Alice, her expression serene, gently waved her porcelain-like hand. The heaps of corrupted corpses, as if drawn into a mysterious alternate dimension, vanished without a trace in an instant. The passage, once drenched in blood and chaos, now lay eerily vacant, as if the horrific battle had never transpired. However, the relentless tide of corrupted beings surged forth from behind, undeterred by the inexplicable vanishing of their kin. Continuing their frantic assault on Lynn and his companions, little did they know that awaiting them was a grim fate. Under the relentless onslaught of Alice's formidable spatial blades, the assault of the corrupted beings gradually waned, until eventually no more creatures dared to surge forward. The surrounding air fell into an eerie silence, as though the countless corrupted beings had been entirely annihilated, leaving only a profound stillness enveloping the depths of the cave. Witnessing this, Lynn and his companions dared not linger for even a moment longer and hastened deeper into the cave's recesses. Their hurried steps barely carried them far when a chorus of anguished wails echoed faintly in their ears. The sound bore an excruciatingly mournful quality, laden with boundless suffering and despair. Reverberating through the stillness of the cave, it was the voice of the Golden Knight. Seraphina immediately discerned the situation. Her countenance changed dramatically, her eyes brimming with anxiety and concern. Without a moment's hesitation, she surged forward like a flash of lightning toward the direction from whence the sound had emanated. Lynn and Alice, upon witnessing her urgency, swiftly followed suit, their pace remarkably quick, and in mere strides, they found themselves within an immense space. This expanse appeared as though an enormous force had hollowed out the surrounding earth, resembling a colossal cavern nearly 100 meters in length, width, and height. At that moment, the air was thick with an impenetrable green mist. Strangely, as the mist approached Lynn and his companions, it seemed to instinctively shy away, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary, retreating from their vicinity. Specifically, it was Alice that it avoided. Wherever she ventured, the mist would swiftly recede, creating a clear area devoid of fog. Lynn cast his gaze about and beheld several golden knights sprawled haphazardly upon the ground. Their once glorious golden armor, which had symbolized honor and strength, now lay dull and lifeless. Some knights had succumbed to unconsciousness, lying motionless as if deceased. Others writhed in agony, their intermittent cries resonating with palpable torment, their bodies convulsing, faces contorted with suffering. Meanwhile, Raymond sat upon the ground, an eerie green luminescence flickering across his visage. This ghastly glow pulsated as though something malevolent sought to erode both his body and soul. His brow furrowed, his expression a mask of anguish, his eyes reflected a struggle as he seemed to grapple with an unseen force. "Father," Seraphina cried out. "Who are you? Who am I? Why do I feel this dread towards you?" At that moment, a voice resonated from within the mist. The group instantly became alert, their expressions wary as they focused on the source of the sound. As the voice echoed, the green mist surged violently, as if stirred by an invisible hand, swirling tumultuously. Soon after, a figure gradually emerged from the haze, drifting before Lynn and the others. As the apparition became clearer, they realized it was a person, though their entire form was grotesquely decayed. Features twisted beyond recognition, exuding a sickly green fog, the remnants of their clothing hung in tatters, barely concealing their form, while in their right hand, they clutched a sword, equally corroded and marred, its blade a dismal shade of dark green. Suspended in the air, though devoid of eyes, the hollow sockets glowed with a green light. Fixated upon Alice, the figure seemed poised to utter more, but a blade of spatial energy flashed through the air. "Wait!" With that exclamation, the figure's head fell away, the green light in its eyes flickering once before extinguishing. Its life extinguished, the once menacing green mist that permeated the surroundings began to dissipate rapidly. As if bereft of its master, Seraphina, frantic with urgency, disregarded the lingering tension in the atmosphere and hurried forward to assess the condition of Raymond and the others. She observed that the dense, almost tangible green mist that had enveloped them was now visibly thinning. As the fog gradually receded, their previously contorted and pallid faces began to relax, the once furrowed brows softening, lips regaining a hint of color, and their breathing steadied, alleviating Seraphina's anxious heart. Before long, Raymond slowly opened his eyes, initially clouded with confusion and weakness, as though he had just awakened from a long, harrowing nightmare. "Daughter, Lynn, what are you doing here?" he croaked, attempting to lift himself, yet his body, ravaged by the corrupting force, proved too feeble. He barely managed to raise himself slightly before collapsing back down, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Seraphina was about to respond, But before she could articulate her thoughts, Raymond's previously dazed gaze sharpened with clarity. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the eerie beings that had filled the space were now entirely absent, leaving behind a somewhat barren and silent cavern. "You saved me. What of those corrupted beings?" Raymond inquired, his expression tinged with confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. The pain and terror from the attack still lingered in his mind. Yet he could not recall what had followed. Seraphina instinctively opened her mouth to reply. "They were," but was swiftly interrupted by Lynn. "They vanished," Lynn interjected hastily. "When we arrived, it was just like this." He subtly signaled to Seraphina to remain reticent. That in truth, upon entering this space, both Lynn and Alice had sensed something unusual. They discovered that Alice seemed to possess an inexplicable power over the corrupted beings. Even the swirling green mist dared not approach her. Lynn deemed it prudent to withhold this information from Raymond, for he was knowledgeable and might discern something unusual from it. Seraphina, understanding the unspoken cue, nodded in agreement and echoed Lynn's words. "Yes, indeed. When we arrived, there was nothing here. Perhaps those corrupted beings retreated on their own. We found it quite perplexing." As she spoke, she feigned confusion, shaking her head in an exaggerated manner, attempting to render her words more credible. Meanwhile, the corpses of the corrupted creatures had long since been silently dealt with by Alice, as if they had never graced this place with their presence. Raymond listened to the conversation of the two, his brow furrowed, and a contemplative glint danced in his eyes, lost in some unspoken thought, his tightly knit brows seemingly capable of crushing a fly. He appeared to harbor lingering doubts about the entire situation, yet at that moment, he could find no discernible flaw, choosing instead to suppress his uncertainties deep within. Just then, the other Golden Knights began to awaken from their stupor, each looking around in a daze. Gradually, they regained their senses, their faces reflecting a mingling of relief at their survival and the frailty that accompanied it. Upon seeing everyone come to, Lynn exchanged a knowing glance with Alice. Understanding the cue, Alice inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and began to swiftly chant a mysterious incantation. As the incantation echoed through the air, it felt as though the atmosphere thickened instantaneously, a powerful mental force emanating from Alice. Subsequently, the surrounding elemental forces appeared to respond to an unseen summons. Growing restless, they rapidly converged, forming a vast, softly glowing sphere of spatial energy that enveloped Raymond and the others. In an instant, a flash of light dazzled their vision, and when they regained clarity, they found themselves on solid ground. The fresh air outside rushed to meet them, starkly contrasting with the stench that had pervaded the cave, prompting them to take deep breaths and relish this hard-won sense of normalcy. However, after executing this seemingly formidable spatial magic, Alice's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, dotted her forehead, cascading down her cheeks, rendering her appearance exceedingly frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Observing this, Lynn swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Alice with a look of deep concern. Alice, being a spatial witch, should have found the manipulation of spatial energy as instinctual as eating or drinking. Yet now, she was employing a standard spatial spell, one that required mental force to summon the elemental energies, and her mental strength appeared somewhat lacking. This time, it had nearly drained a tenth of her mental power. As for her current state of weakness, it was, of course, a fade. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The Raymond family had come from the Temple of Light to serve in the Roland Kingdom, and Seraphina was exceptionally naive, still caught up in the throes of infatuation. However, Raymond was different. He appeared carefree, yet Lynn did not find him as simple as he seemed. Thus he remained cautious in his presence. "Alice, are you all right?" Seraphina hurriedly approached, her expression fraught with anxiety. "I'm fine, just overexerted my mental energy. A bit of rest will suffice," Alice replied, mustering a weak smile, her pallor evident. The gratitude in the eyes of Raymond and the others was unmistakable as they observed Alice's fragile yet determined demeanor. "All right, this place is not suitable for lingering. Let us return swiftly," Lynn proclaimed, lifting Alice in his arms and heading toward the castle. Raymond and the others supported one another, following closely behind. Just as they made their way toward the castle, a mysterious figure in the high skies silently trailed them, concealed within the clouds, akin to a hidden predator waiting for the opportune moment. That moment, Alice, cradled in Lynn's arms, felt a shift in her gaze, a flicker of alertness glimmering within. She discreetly signaled to Lynn with her eyes. their silent exchange conveying myriad unspoken words, hinting at the unusual situation she had detected. Lynn understood, but merely shook his head slightly in response. The group continued on until they reached the castle. The shadow above followed them until they entered the fortress, at which point Alice exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon their return to the fortress, Lynn made his way directly into the castle. Meanwhile, Raymond and the other Golden Knights, supporting each other, slowly trudged toward the tent area they had set up in a corner of the fortress earlier that day. As Lynn stepped through the castle's grand entrance, a petite figure darted toward him like a nimble sprite, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. With a hint of playful reproach, she said, "Master, ever since you left, little Millie has felt rather unwell." Millie had only just awakened, her powers still feeble, unable to control the void energy effectively. However, weakness is relative. Even now, Lucas might not stand a chance against her in time. As she continually absorbed power and grew stronger, she would no longer feel discomfort from their brief separations. "Are you feeling better now?" Lynn inquired gently, stroking the little one's head. "Yes," Millie replied, her youthful face beaming with vitality. Her voice bright and melodious. Lynn continued into the castle, and Alice, slightly furrowing her brow, addressed Lynn, "Master, when we returned, someone was covertly following us all the way to the fortress, but they have since departed. I managed to leave a spatial mark on them while they were unaware. Master, should we take action against them?" Upon hearing Alice's words, Lynn furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before giving a gentle nod and whispering, "Go ahead, but exercise caution." Earlier, with Raymond and the others present, it was necessary to maintain the pretense, making it inconvenient for Alice to employ her abilities. Now that they were back in the castle, free from such concerns, she could proceed with her task. Following Lynn's directive, Alice vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a subtle ripple of spatial disturbance in the air. "Master, would you like to rest?" Adele's soft, melodic voice resonated gently, as if imbued with a charm that tugged at one's heartstrings, echoing through the somewhat tranquil castle hall. She approached Lynn with a graceful gait, her figure swaying alluringly, her large tail gently swaying behind her, gazing at him with a tender expression. "Let us wait for Alice to return," Lynn replied, easing himself onto the soft, comfortable sofa in the living room while still cradling Millie. Adele nodded obediently, carefully sitting beside Lynn and resting her head gently on his lapis Olivia back. Lynn inquired, stroking Adele's head lightly. "Yes, she has returned and is already asleep," Adele replied softly, looking up at Lynn. Her voice delicate and gentle. Just as a subtle atmosphere enveloped the castle, a sudden flurry of quick, crisp footsteps shattered the silence. Soon, Serafina's figure appeared in their view, rushing in with an air of urgency. Her hair slightly disheveled from her haste, a few strands sticking to her flushed cheeks, yet this did nothing to diminish her striking beauty, rather adding a unique charm. She dashed straight toward Lynn. Plopping down beside him, Adele, who had been enjoying the rare closeness with her master, had to slowly straighten up as Serafina burst in. "Why aren't you attending to your father? What brings you here?" Lynn asked, casting a sideways glance at Serafina, a hint of confusion in his eyes. After all, Raymond had just undergone such peril. Although he was now unscathed, it was only natural for a daughter to stay by her father's side at such a time. "I came to find you." Serafina, however, paid no heed to Lynn's inquiries. She fixed her gaze upon him, a playful smile gracing her lips, her face alight with joy. "There are plenty of people to look after my father. One more or one less makes no difference." As she spoke, she cheekily winked at Lynn. "Lynn, I have concealed the matter regarding Alice for you. How shall you reward me?" Upon hearing this, Adele cast a discreet, icy glance at Serafina, a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent flickering in her eyes, vanishing almost instantaneously, scarcely perceptible. "What do you wish for me to reward you with?" Lynn replied, his expression remaining unruffled, as if the matter Serafina referred to bore little significance. His calm demeanor rendered his thoughts inscrutable. "That I do not wish to return. I long to remain here, by your side. That I ask that permissible." Serafina remained blissfully unaware of the earlier subtle tension. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Lynn's, resting her head against him, gently swaying his arm as she spoke in a soft, somewhat coquettish tone. "Do you realize what it means to stay?" Upon hearing her words, Lynn's tone wavered slightly, no longer as placid as before. He furrowed his brow, his gaze turning serious, imbued with a sense of gravity as he looked at Serafina. It seemed he wished to convey that such a decision could not be made lightly. for it entailed considerable implications. I understand. It simply means I belong to you. After all, I have long since made up my mind. I shall marry no one but you. A faint blush crept onto Seraphina's cheeks, the hue spreading from her face to her ears, reminiscent of the splendid twilight sky, radiating the unique shyness and determination of youth. You must contemplate this carefully. There will be no room for regret in the future. Observing Seraphina's expression stirred something within Lynn, yet he felt compelled to remind her once more. I have already considered it thoroughly. I resolved this years ago. Seraphina replied without hesitation, her tone laden with conviction, her eyes glinting with reminiscence. 5 years prior, Seraphina had accompanied her father, Raymond, to the capital of the Roland Kingdom for their duties. At that time, Lynn, as a focal subject of the church's scrutiny, held a unique and prominent status. For various reasons, Raymond frequently brought Seraphina to Lynn's residence, and through these encounters, they gradually became acquainted. Initially, Lynn paid little attention to the young girl who trailed after her father. He regarded her merely as an ordinary visitor. Yet, who could have foreseen that Seraphina would develop a profound fascination for Lynn? Each time they met, her gaze instinctively followed him, keenly observing his every movement and utterance. Their time together extended. This interest blossomed like seeds in spring, taking root and growing into the deep and fervent affection she now harbored, compelling her to yearn to remain by his side, undeterred by the many challenges that lay ahead. You should return. After a moment of silence, Lynn spoke softly, believing that Seraphina was merely acting on impulse at that moment, hoping she would take the time to reflect on her decision and its true implications. Do you not like me? Upon hearing Lynn's words, the anticipation and excitement that had once illuminated Seraphina's face dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of disappointment. That is not the case. I wish for you to think this through. If you still wish to stay by tomorrow, I will speak with Raymond. Lynn observed Seraphina's sorrowful expression, feeling a pang of compassion, and quickly clarified. As for whether he liked her, Lynn himself was uncertain. However, as a commendable young man, he certainly possessed the admirable quality of being appreciative of beauty. Very well, I shall contemplate it earnestly. Seraphina gently bit her lip, leaving a delicate imprint upon her vibrant lips. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of longing as she slowly rose, her steps light as she departed the castle, and no sooner had she left than Alice emerged from the shadows, almost ghost-like. Simultaneously, a lifeless body thudded to the floor of the hall. The corpse lay sprawled upon the ground, blood oozing from its severed neck, spreading across the polished marble floor, forming a stark crimson pool that exuded a pungent metallic scent. The head rolled slightly, the eyes wide open, seemingly unable to find peace in death. Master, it was this individual who followed us, Alice murmured. Lynn's gaze shifted to the body, clad in dark attire that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Emanating an air of mystery, the mask that had once obscured the face had been removed by Alice, revealing an unremarkable visage, with features utterly ordinary, lacking any distinguishing traits. It resembled the countenance of those easily overlooked in a crowd. Had it not been for the cold embrace of death, few would have taken note of such a face. His strength should be at the sky level. Upon seeing my appearance, he attempted to consume this potion. But I did not afford him that opportunity. As Alice spoke, she produced a vial glowing with an eerie green light and offered it to Lynn. The potion in her palm resembled a gem from the abyss, its surface faintly shimmering with arcane runes, the liquid within flowing of its own accord, emanating an enigmatic magical aura. Lynn accepted the potion, a flicker of familiarity crossing his features as he furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, moments later, he focused his mind and retrieved 2 vials of potion from his spatial ring. These 2 vials bore a striking resemblance to the one Alice had handed him. Differing only in hue, the newly acquired vial appeared even more vividly green, as if imbued with a greater potency of magic or a purer essence of some substance. It seems this individual is connected to the Dracula family. Lynn scrutinized the 3 vials, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The abyss corruptors must also be related to them. It is highly likely that such potions are the cause. Lynn continued his analysis, his brow furrowing deeper. If the Dracula family indeed utilized potions to create the abyss corruptors, what could their intentions possibly be? Or are they merely pawns of others with ulterior motives? To kill me? That seems unlikely. If the church were to uncover this, it would not merely result in a shattered family, but a price too steep for most to bear. The church employs exceedingly cruel methods against such heretics. Then, Master, shall we inform the church's representatives? Alice inquired softly. Let us assess the situation. We certainly cannot disclose everything directly. At most, we shall issue a warning, Lynn replied. Lynn gently shook his head as he spoke. He carefully cradled the peacefully sleeping little Millie in his arms. Her cherubic face glowed with a rosy hue, and her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow beneath her closed eyelids, her breaths even and steady, clearly lost in the realm of sweet dreams. Lynn rose cautiously, treading lightly as he ascended the stairs, each step deliberate and measured, fearful of disturbing the precious bundle he held. Upon reaching Millie's own room, he softly pushed the door open, where a faint floral fragrance enveloped the air, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Lynn approached the bed, bending down to gently lay Millie on the soft mattress, tucking her in snugly. This day had indeed been filled with a series of heart-stopping events for little Millie, and both her tender spirit and fragile body had borne significant strain. Now, in this cozy and comforting bed, she slept soundly, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Exiting Millie's room, Lynn found Alice and Adair waiting patiently nearby, their eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and warmth as they accompanied him toward the washroom. There, beside the spacious and exquisitely adorned bathtub, steaming water awaited, adorned with floating flower petals that exuded an enchanting fragrance. Under the attentive care of Alice and Adair, Lynn slowly shed his garments and stepped into the bath. The warm water enveloped his body, bringing forth a sensation of bliss and relaxation. In the days that followed, Lynn seemed to exist beyond the mundane world, leisurely passing his time within the castle, content to let the hours drift by without a care. Meanwhile, Raymond was akin to an unyielding top, tirelessly consumed by his duties. He personally led the Golden Knights each day, tirelessly traversing every corner in search of any trace left by the Abyss corruptors. They scaled mountains, navigated dense forests, and ventured into deep valleys, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Yet, how could they possibly uncover anything? Despite their relentless efforts, days passed without a single lead, and the weariness etched upon Raymond's weathered face grew ever more pronounced, as if a heavy boulder pressed upon his heart. Until today, Raymond once again sought out Lynn, having achieved nothing after several fruitless days. It was time to conclude certain matters. Lynn lifted his gaze to see Raymond entering the room with a slightly labored step, taking a seat directly opposite him. Meanwhile, Seraphina sat quietly beside Lynn, her eyes betraying a hint of uncontainable shyness and anticipation, occasionally stealing glances at him, much like a young girl smitten with love. Her heart and gaze filled with thoughts of her beloved. A mere glance at this scene was enough for Lynn to comprehend Raymond's purpose for coming, as well as Seraphina's ultimate choice. Raymond sat there, his expression grave, his furrowed brow capable of crushing a fly, his gaze burning with suppressed anger, as if he were battling some intense emotion. Slowly extending his hand, he produced a crystal orb that emanated a mysterious glow. The orb was translucent, with lights swirling gently within, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority. Place your hand upon it. This is the final time. Raymond's voice was deep and serious, carrying an undeniable tone. Lynn raised his eyes slightly, observing the familiar orb with a relaxed smile gracing his face. Unhurried, he extended a hand, gently resting it upon the crystal. In that instant, the entire room seemed to fall silent, all eyes fixated on the point of contact between his hand and the orb. Yet, the crystal remained unchanged, lying quietly beneath Lynn's palm, the flowing light undisturbed. In truth, this orb was an old acquaintance for Lynn, one he had come to know well. Recalling 8 years prior, Lynn had nearly daily interactions with this crystal, repeating the same gestures day after day. It was only after Raymond and his daughter arrived in the Roland Kingdom to serve as bishops that their encounters dwindled to once a year. To be fair, Raymond had treated Lynn reasonably well over the years. However, due to certain undisclosed secrets he harbored, Lynn found it challenging to be candid with Raymond, often failing to display warmth towards him. Initially, Raymond too had been somewhat resistant to Lynn, influenced by Seraphina's unique feelings for him, which colored his demeanor. Yet, as time passed, the edges of their relationship seemed to soften, and after all these years, Raymond's attitude toward Lynn appeared to have shifted noticeably, becoming less hostile and more understanding and accommodating. At this moment, witnessing the orb's unchanged state, Lynn quietly exhaled in relief, while Raymond's expression also relaxed significantly. He sighed softly, the anger in his eyes having dissipated, replaced by a sense of solace and resignation. Deep within Raymond's heart, He too harbored no desire for anything ill to befall Lynn. He turned his gaze toward his daughter, who sat beside him, her eyes starry with admiration for Lynn, filled with complex emotions, both a sense of helplessness regarding her fervent feelings and deep hopes for her future happiness. Lynn, there is little more to say. You must take good care of my daughter. She has truly sacrificed much for you. She is now withdrawn from the clergy. Raymond straightened slightly, his expression serious, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, landing heavily upon Lynn's heart. Upon hearing this, Lynn turned in shock to Seraphina. She wore the same radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness, gazing dreamily at him, but Lynn's lips moved slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. As if a torrent of expressions were caught in his throat, unable to escape. I am leaving, Seraphina. You must take care of yourself. If Lynn dares to mistreat you, come back. Raymond slowly rose, his gaze filled with reluctance and worry as he addressed Seraphina. After speaking, he resolutely turned and began to walk away. After a few steps, as if recalling something, he turned back to Lynn, saying, Lynn, if you dare to mistreat my daughter, don't blame me for being rude. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The warning in his words was unmistakable, and with that, he strode away without looking back, his silhouette appearing somewhat desolate and lonely under the sunlight. Father, you must take care of yourself too. I will return to see you when I can. Seraphina hurriedly rose, her eyes fixed on her father's departing figure as she called out, her voice trembling slightly. Glistening with tears, an expression of both longing and concern for her father, despite her heart being full of love for Lynn. Raymond, upon hearing his daughter's words, merely waved his hand dismissively, not turning back. His voice resonating softly, don't worry, there's no need to see me off. His words echoed in the air, gradually fading into the distance until only Lynn and Seraphina remained, standing silently in place. Having exited the castle, Raymond found members of the Golden Knights waiting for him outside. He turned to gaze deeply at the castle before mounting his horse and riding away into the horizon. He was returning, not to the Roland Kingdom, but to the Holy Light Cathedral, which was precisely why he had so easily left his daughter here. The Holy Light Cathedral. The light? Hyman, seated atop his steed, gazed into the distant horizon, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips, escaping a light chuckle laced with self-mockery and resignation. Seraphina stood before the grand and majestic castle like a beautiful yet sorrowful statue, her bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, fixated on her father's retreating figure, which gradually faded from view, as if she wished to etch that familiar silhouette into the depths of her heart forever. Gleaming tears shimmered in her eyes, akin to stars flickering in the night sky. Nevertheless, her stubborn and resilient nature compelled her to suppress the tears, to the point where her lips turned slightly pale from the force of her biting them. As time ticked away, it seemed Seraphina could no longer bear the tumultuous tide of emotions within her. Suddenly, like an injured fawn, she whirled around and dashed into Lynn's broad and warm embrace with a swift motion. Her hands clutched his garment tightly, akin to a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Unwilling to loosen her grip, a series of low, intermittent sobs emerged from her slightly parted throat, resonating with distress. Lynn enveloped Seraphina's slender waist with his strong arms, holding her gently yet firmly against him. Lynn, hold me tight, Seraphina whispered softly as the first light of dawn gently spilled into the castle. The two emerged slowly from the room. At that moment, Millie and Olivia were already awaiting them in the hall, as per their daily routine. Upon spotting Seraphina exiting Lynn's room, a flicker of unusual light passed briefly through Olivia's eyes. Lynn, it's time for breakfast, Olivia called out, addressing him by name as she always did. She had risen early to prepare breakfast meticulously, and the enticing aroma of the food wafted throughout the hall, infusing the new day with warmth and vitality. Master, hurry up, I'm hungry, Millie urged, bouncing beside them, her charming and adorable demeanor reminiscent of a lively little sprite, evoking smiles from all around. Her small belly seemed to have already begun its own symphony of hunger. All right, let us hurry, Lynn replied, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips as he observed them. And he proceeded with a light-hearted step towards the dining hall. In truth, Lynn had previously instructed them that if they were hungry, they need not wait for him and could commence their meal. Yet they insisted daily on waiting for him. Upon entering the dining hall, they found the spacious table laden with an array of diverse dishes, the rich variety and exquisite presentation captivating their attention. A flicker of confusion crossed Seraphina's eyes, as she pondered how they could possibly consume such a bounty of food among just the few of them. However, her curiosity did not linger for long, as she soon grasped the reason behind it. During the meal, Millie's small frame seemed to harbor boundless energy, devouring the food on her plate with the insatiable appetite of a tiny black hole. Yet, Serafina refrained from questioning further, silently observing the scene. Just as Lynn finished his breakfast, Gray hurriedly entered, approaching Lynn with urgency. Leaning slightly, he reported, "My lord, the Half-Serpent clan is currently outside the fortress, seeking an audience with you." The Half-Serpent clan? Lynn's expression remained calm and composed, though a subtle arch of his brow indicated an introspective thought. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand gently, saying, "Bring them in," upon receiving Lynn's command. Gray swiftly turned and exited the dining hall with brisk footsteps, akin to a gust of wind. Before long, he returned, leading a woman who walked in with a grace that seemed to carry an invisible charm, drawing everyone's gaze as if it were magnetically attracted to her. Her beauty was unparalleled, resembling a celestial being descended from a mythical scroll, with a visage so exquisite it appeared sculpted by divine hands. Every contour and line measured by the most stringent standards of aesthetic perfection, evoking awe. Her eyes sparkled like stars, deep and mysterious, seemingly concealing countless stories and enigmas steeped in time. Her delicate nose stood proudly, and her lips, tinted like ripe cherries, seemed to silently convey endless allure. Yet, the most striking aspect of her was undeniably her lower half. Instead of human legs, she possessed a long, sinuous serpent tail, its red scales glistening like meticulously polished rubies, radiating a chilling yet captivating sheen that exuded an aura of mystery and danger. Her long, fiery red hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing gracefully down to her slender waist, which swayed like a willow branch in a gentle spring breeze, embodying a soft yet vibrant beauty. As her serpent tail glided smoothly over the ground, her slender waist seemed infused with a lively spirit, rhythmically twisting like a solitary sprite dancing in the night, performing a silent yet irresistibly seductive ballet. Each movement exuded an intangible allure, her posture epitomizing enchantment in its most exquisite form. Yet, amidst this allure, her countenance bore an innate air of nobility, as if she were a queen hailing from a mysterious realm. "I pay my respects to you, my lord," Elotia Serena said, bowing gracefully in an elegant and respectful manner. As she spoke, her voice resembled a nightingale serenading in the tranquil depths of a forest, clear and melodious, carrying an ethereal quality that floated through the air. "I am Elotia Serena, the sister of the Half-Serpent clan's chief. I have come to discuss the matter of procuring grain with you, my lord." Her fiery red eyes, ablaze with sincerity and frankness, were fixed intently on Lynn, revealing her straightforward intentions. "My lord, our clan has traditionally engaged in grain trade with the Rabbit Spirit clan. However, when I approached them to negotiate, they informed me that they have now sworn allegiance to you, and all matters must heed your command. Hence they cannot independently conduct trade with us. They specifically instructed me to seek your decision. Reluctantly, I have taken the liberty to disturb you, my lord." Elotia articulated her thoughts clearly, elucidating the situation. Upon hearing this, Lynn felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He had been puzzled as to how the Half-Serpent clan had learned of his grain supplies, which he had never publicly declared. Now, understanding it was linked to the Rabbit Spirit clan, he instinctively turned to Olivia, who nodded in silent confirmation of Elotia's words. Lynn squinted slightly, his gaze traversing from Elotia Serena's stunning face, down her slender waist, and finally resting on her serpentine tail. After a brief pause, he met her gaze again, his expression marked by curiosity and deliberation as he inquired, "Are you in dire need of grain?" "Indeed," Elotia replied softly, a hint of resignation and bitterness in her tone. "I can provide you with grain free of charge." Lynn's lips curved into a meaningful smile, his voice calm yet assertive. Upon hearing this, Elotia's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily replied, "My lord, I sincerely appreciate your kindness and am deeply grateful. However, we would prefer to acquire the grain through purchase." Her tone carried a hint of determination. She was unaware of Lynn's intentions, yet she was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Suddenly, Lynn erupted into a hearty laughter that resonated through the vast hall, declaring, "This is not something you can simply decline. I have promised to grant you this without charge, and I shall undoubtedly follow through." His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Elotia, as if attempting to pierce through to the very depths of her thoughts. As long as you submit to me, this request should not be considered excessive, correct? Lynn tilted his head slightly, observing her, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, elusive smile that nevertheless exuded an undeniable authority. My lord, is it not possible for us to forego the provisions? Alosha's expression darkened further, her hands instinctively clenching as a flicker of resentment and anger danced in her eyes. Yet under Lynn's overwhelming presence, she appeared somewhat powerless. I have stated that this is not something you can refuse, Lynn replied, shaking his head slightly as he regarded her. He was contemplating expansion, and the half-serpent tribe had conveniently presented itself. A fortuitous surprise, Alosha Serena's ruby-like eyes were fixed intently on Lynn, her once graceful and noble visage gradually consumed by threads of anger. She bit her lip, striving to maintain a steady tone. Yet her frustration was palpable as she questioned, My lord, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Lynn merely gazed at her in silence, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, remaining mute as if he were an immovable mountain. Cold and imposing. Witnessing Lynn's response, Alosha Serena felt her anger surge anew. She raised her chin slightly, her tone now tinged with stubbornness and firmness. My lord, you must not underestimate our half-serpent tribe. Our overall strength is not inferior to many races within the Storm Mountains. Do you not fear that your coercive tactics might incite unnecessary conflict? Yet, Lynn continued to gaze at her, unwavering, refusing to offer even a single word in reply. Alosha Serena, now genuinely anxious, found her serpent tail twitching rapidly against the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. The once melodious noise was now tinged with a sense of urgency. My lord, your actions disregard the will of our half-serpent tribe. Are you not concerned that other races in the Storm Mountains might unite against you? If that were to happen, you might find yourself expelled from the Storm Mountains, suffering a loss that far outweighs any gains. Where is this? Lynn inquired with a chilling smile. This is the Storm Mountains, my domain. Every blade of grass, every brick, and every creature residing here falls under my purview, and all must adhere to my will. His words resonated with a commanding authority, each syllable brimming with an unassailable dominance. Now, prepare to relocate your people. I shall grant you ample time to make arrangements. Lynn furrowed his brow slightly, his tone seemingly indifferent, yet unmistakably issuing an irrefutable order to depart. Alosha Serena's face flushed with indignation as she pointed a trembling finger at Lynn, wanting to voice further objections, yet the words caught in her throat. After casting a fierce glare at Lynn, she resolutely turned away, her serpent tail gracefully undulating on the ground, causing her waist to sway alluringly, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Lynn silently observed her retreating silhouette, his gaze inscrutable. Concealing his thoughts. In truth, he was contemplating whether the serpent tail could transform into legs. If not, that would not be an insurmountable issue. Gray silently witnessed this scene, a glint of profound understanding flickering in his usually calm eyes. My lord, I shall take my leave now, Gray said, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect before departing with measured steps, leaving no sound in his wake. Olivia, did the half-serpent tribe procure provisions from you annually? Lynn turned his attention to Olivia, inquiring. Olivia nodded gently, her long, fluffy rabbit ears bobbing adorably, exuding an air of vivacity. As winter approaches, the half-serpent tribe typically refrains from outdoor activities during the frigid months. Therefore, they must stockpile substantial provisions before winter arrives, relying on these reserves to see them through the season. Olivia explained earnestly. Do you know the exact location of their tribe? Lynn continued his questioning. I do. Olivia replied softly, nodding. Lynn mused internally, knowing their location would significantly facilitate his plans. This way, even if Alosha Serena harbored intentions of rebellion, she would find it exceedingly difficult to escape his grasp. Olivia, tell me about the formidable races within the Storm Mountains. Lynn raised his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination as he sought to swiftly consolidate the various forces in the Storm Mountains, developing strength while awaiting the opportune moment to expand outward. This strategy had been meticulously crafted prior to his arrival, only to be interrupted by Raymond's sudden visit, which had derailed his progress. Now that Raymond had departed, some of his concerns had been alleviated. At least for the moment, the church's attention had shifted away from him. This undoubtedly provided him with a prime opportunity to develop his influence without concern. After all, only a powerful force with a substantial population could hope to discover more witches. Yet, he pondered whether they would resume their investigations into the Abyss corruptors. it would be best if they did not. But if they did, you would address it then. The formidable races I am aware of include the half-tiger, half-bear, half-centaur tribes, as well as the giants, Olivia stated, blinking her large, lively eyes with seriousness. These races are primarily concentrated in the east. I am not well informed beyond that. Olivia furrowed her brow in concentration, recalling the powerful tribes she knew of, listing them exhaustively. Giants, Lynn echoed, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he murmured. There are giants within the Storm Mountains, Master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more exciting. The giants are renowned for their formidable strength, often naturally possessing earth level might upon reaching adulthood. With some effort and a touch of talent, ascending to sky level would not be insurmountable. However, the giants also possess inherent weaknesses due to their immense size. They generally struggle to soar through the skies at the sky level. Furthermore, the giants are divided into numerous branches, with significant disparities in size, appearance, and strength among the different branches. They only appeared in the Storm Mountains last year. Previously, there had been no signs of giants here, Olivia explained methodically. They currently reside on Giant Mountain, 200 kilometers east, and I have only heard rumors from other races. But the credibility of the information should be quite high. Lynn pondered, I wonder if there are any legendary giants among their ranks. He mused softly, his eyes narrowing slightly, hinting at a blend of anticipation and curiosity. After all, should legendary giants exist, the trajectory of the unfolding situation would undoubtedly become more complex and unpredictable, significantly impacting his plans to consolidate power within the Storm Mountains. I am uncertain, Olivia replied gently, shaking her head, her fluffy rabbit ears swaying slightly. Alice, take Olivia and head to the territories of the half-tiger, half-bear, and half-centaur tribes to deliver my message. Lynn turned to the graceful Alice beside her and instructed their chieftain to ensure his presence at the fortress on the morrow, as she had matters of utmost importance to discuss with them. She emphasized that should anyone dare to neglect this summons, they would bear the consequences. Very well, my lord, Alice replied respectfully, then glided away with Olivia, vanishing in an instant. Lynn, what are your intentions? Seraphina inquired, approaching with a light step, her exquisite visage adorned with a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze. That I plan to unify the Storm Mountains in one decisive action, Lynn replied languidly, reclining on the soft sofa, extending her hand to pull Seraphina's slender waist into her embrace, while her other arm effortlessly lifted the seated Adele. I shall assist you, Seraphina said, raising her head slightly, her gaze resolute as her words were brief yet firm. Indeed, Lynn responded with a smile, nodding gently before turning slightly to place a tender kiss on Seraphina's smooth forehead. At that moment, the little Millie seated opposite them pouted, her face reflecting dissatisfaction and a hint of grievance, childishly complaining, my lord doesn't hold me. I have but 2 hands, and at this moment, I simply cannot embrace you. What shall we do about that? Lynn remarked, her smile deepening as she gazed at Millie's adorable demeanor, her eyes filled with affection and playful teasing. I shall ignore you now, not speaking to you for a full minute, Millie declared, crossing her arms and turning her head away, feigning anger, resembling a child whose beloved toy has been snatched away, evoking a chuckle from those present. Ha! Our little Millie is truly the epitome of cuteness. Lynn laughed, her hearty laughter resonating through the room, infusing it with a sense of lightness and joy. The Storm Mountains, an expansive and boundless land, lay like a slumbering dragon across the continent, its vastness astonishing, stretching nearly 5,000 kilometers in length and reaching up to 300 kilometers at its widest. It serves as a natural barrier that separates diverse regions. To the north, it borders the Orc Empire, where numerous tribes thrive, revering strength and combat. Ever watchful of the surrounding territories, the east lies the vast and unending sea, with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, the ocean breeze carrying a briny scent that adds a touch of moisture to the mountains. To the south is the Kingdom of Roland, the Storm Mountains, as a crucial line of defense for the Kingdom of Roland against the Orc Empire, hold significant strategic importance, occupying nearly half of the kingdom's northern border. However, due to the mountain's inhospitable terrain for large troop movements, the Orc Empire has seldom launched attacks against the Kingdom of Roland from this region. The fortress where Lynn resides is situated in the very heart of the Storm Mountains. As one travels further east, closer to the sea, the terrain becomes increasingly complex and diverse, with the climate influenced by the ocean's whims. In this area, the power of the half-orc tribes has been steadily rising. They have developed a formidable tribal civilization thanks to their unique environment and inherent racial talents. Approximately 500 kilometers to the east of the fortress lies a grand tribe, whose spectacle is both peculiar and mesmerizing. The tribe's members are predominantly tall and robust, with an astonishing average height of around 2.5 meters. Their appearances vary, with some possessing human upper bodies, muscular and streamlined, embodying strength and vitality. Yet, their lower halves take on a structure reminiscent of horses, though not entirely equine legs, rather limbs that exhibit human characteristics. These four powerful legs support their massive frames, and glimpses of their smooth, elastic skin can be seen through the gaps in their simple leather armor, indistinguishable from human skin. They sport long horse-like ears that twitch slightly, seemingly attuned to their surroundings, and a long horse tail sways gently behind them, marking their unique identity. However, this represents only a portion of the tribe's members. Another segment resembles humans more closely, save for the addition of a horse's tail and a pair of horse ears. At this moment, Alice and Olivia had quietly arrived above this tribe, their forms concealed among the clouds, gazing down upon all below. Olivia softly introduced, "Alice, this is the territory of the Centaur tribe. Their race is quite extraordinary, possessing the rare ability to shift between human and equine forms at will, a talent that is exceedingly rare across the continent." As she spoke, Olivia pointed to a centaur below, currently demonstrating this remarkable ability. "Look, that individual is showcasing the astonishing capabilities of their race right now." Following Olivia's direction, Alice observed as the centaur, initially in a four-legged horse-like form, began to undergo a miraculous transformation. In an instant, his legs fused into two, his body realigning fluidly, and within the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a bipedal human form. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any awkwardness, as though it were an innate instinct. Leaving one in AWE.it is said that their veins run with elven blood, granting them extraordinary talents and abilities. Coupled with their unique forms, they possess formidable prowess in battle. They move with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind sweeping across the earth. Olivia continued, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence for this race. And they are natural archers. Their superb archery skills combined with their rapid mobility make them a fearsome presence on the battlefield. Whether in long-range attacks or close-quarter assaults, they maneuver with ease, ranking among the most formidable tribes within the Storm Mountains. Alice hovered in midair, her gaze sweeping across the vast tribe, quickly assessing its scale with her keen perception. She concluded that the tribe boasted a population of approximately 5,000, a considerable force within the Storm Mountains that could not be underestimated. Subsequently, Alice and Olivia began to gently descend from the clouds, their figures resembling two delicate feathers approaching the tribe. The members of the tribe below quickly sensed the anomaly, triggering a minor commotion. A few quick-witted tribesmen abandoned their tasks and darted into the depths of the tribe to report the situation, while the others swiftly sprang into action, skillfully knocking arrows, their tips aimed directly at Alice and Olivia in the sky, their eyes filled with vigilance and wariness. "Who dares intrude upon my centaur tribe? What is your purpose?" boomed a voice from the crowd below, laced with evident hostility and inquiry, echoing across the open expanse of the tribe. Alice appeared unfazed by the accusations, remaining serene and composed as she awaited the arrival of someone of greater authority from within the tribe. Moments later, a burly, muscular centaur emerged, striding with powerful steps, flanked by several equally robust tribesmen. Alice immediately sensed the formidable aura emanating from him, a unique pressure characteristic of an Earth-level powerhouse, a level of strength that was indeed formidable. He approached beneath Alice, tilting his head slightly to fixate on her with a gaze filled with curiosity and scrutiny, and he was the first to speak. "Who are you? Why have you suddenly come to my tribe? And what is your purpose? Are you the chieftain of the Centaur tribe?" Alice countered, her tone calm and indifferent. "Indeed, I am." The centaur, with a slight furrow in his brow, was filled with perplexity in his understanding. Those of the sky-level strength among humans rarely ventured into the Storm Mountains, yet this woman had arrived here without any forewarning, leaving him utterly confounded as to her intentions. "My master commands you to meet him at the fortress tomorrow. Should you fail to comply, you shall bear the consequences." Alice's countenance was steely, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority, as if the decree she uttered were an unassailable fate. "By the way, my master is the lord of the Storm Mountains," Alice added, her voice resonating in the air, ensuring that all present among the centaur kin heard her clearly. Having said this, Alice lingered no longer. She and Olivia vanished in a flash, soaring above the clouds. It was as if they melded into the void, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a gathering of centaurs, their faces etched with astonishment and confusion. Sky level. Master? Lord? The chieftain of the centaur tribe furrowed his brow slightly. Murmuring to himself, his eyes revealing a hint of skepticism and gravity. He pondered silently, could she be the subordinate of the newly appointed Lord of the Storm Mountains? Hearing the chieftain's mutterings, a nearby tribesman could not help but express concern. Rushing forward to inquire, Chieftain, what shall we do? Are we to go or not? Let us go and see, the chieftain replied after a moment of contemplation. Although doubt lingered in his eyes, he reasoned that since a messenger had already been sent, in the past he might have outright refused, but this was a different time. With the emergence of a sky-level presence, he had to deliberate carefully. Failing to attend might provoke unnecessary trouble. It would be wiser to investigate and discern the true intentions of this lord. In truth, when Lynn became the Lord of the Storm Mountains, nearly all the significant tribes within the region had been made aware of this development. At that time, upon Lynn's arrival in the Storm Mountains, these tribes, motivated by concerns for their territorial security and the future trajectory of events, dispatched personnel to ascertain the situation. The Centaur tribe had acted similarly. On that occasion, their scouts reported that Lynn had brought with him merely over 20 individuals, all of whom were of golden level strength. While golden level might not be considered weak in this realm of formidable beings, it certainly paled in comparison to the truly elite warriors. Consequently, upon learning of Lynn's relatively modest entourage, the tribes unconsciously failed to regard the new lord with the seriousness he warranted. However, the Centaur chieftain was taken aback by the realization that the envoy sent by this lord was, in fact, a sky-level powerhouse. It was common knowledge that in the power dynamics of the Storm Mountains, sky-level beings could shake the very foundations of the land with but a stomp. This revelation compelled the chieftain to reassess the significance of the lord, instilling within him a heightened sense of caution and consideration regarding the forthcoming audience at the fortress. Within the castle, Lynn reclined lazily upon the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Celafina about trivial daily matters. The atmosphere relaxed and congenial. Adele sat obediently beside them, cradling a plate of freshly peeled fruit in her delicate hands, gently offering a succulent piece to Lynn's lips. That moment, the tranquility was disrupted by the sound of soft footsteps. It was Gray returning, his expression somewhat solemn, accompanied by his two daughters, Eliana and Eliana. The trio approached Lynn directly, and without hesitation, Gray knelt before him. His daughters, though reluctant, followed suit at their father's behest. Eliana and Eliana's faces were marked by grievance, their rosy lips slightly pouting, and tears seemed to shimmer in their eyes, yet they held them back valiantly. Lord, I have come today with a bold request, filled with trepidation, and I sincerely hope you will show mercy and grant my plea. Gray said, raising his gaze to Lynn, his expression earnest and serious, a glimmer of determination and hope in his eyes. Lynn paused momentarily, then sat up, his gaze settling on Gray with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Slowly responding, "Oh, pray tell, what is it? My lord, I dare to hope that my two daughters may remain by your side, tending to your daily needs. That I understand this is an impertinent request, yet I firmly believe that in your presence, they would receive unparalleled training and growth. That I implore you to consent." Gray spoke earnestly, each word imbued with sincerity, as if he had placed all his hopes upon Lynn's response. Upon hearing their father's words, Eliana and Eliana could no longer suppress their feelings of grievance and dissatisfaction. Despite Gray having explained the benefits of following Lynn, they remained furious and resentful, their eyes fixed on their father. Lynn's gaze casually swept over the sisters, who, undeterred, shot back defiant glances at him, their eyes brimming with stubbornness and discontent. "Very well, since you have made this request, I shall allow them to stay. Coincidentally, I find myself in need of additional maids to assist with daily affairs in the castle." After a moment of contemplation, Lynn nodded in agreement to Gray's request. "Thank you, my lord," Gray replied, hastily bowing in gratitude, his forehead pressing against the ground with a dull thud. Expressing his profound appreciation, he then rose slowly and exited with utmost respect. Celafina, observing Gray's departing figure, let a playful smile grace her lips, before leaning in close to Lynn's ear and whispering, "This boisterous centaur chieftain certainly has his clever designs." Lynn merely smiled nonchalantly, not overly concerned, and shifted his gaze to the still kneeling Eliana's sisters, gently commanding, "Rise." The sisters stood slowly, yet their lips remained sealed, silent, their eyes still ablaze with defiance, as if they wished to scorch a hole through Lynn with their gaze. "What is this expression you bear?" If you truly do not wish to remain here, you are free to return. I will not hinder you. Lynn's expression was calm, his tone steady, as he regarded them quietly. Return? Do you think we want to? Eliana could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, Our father has no idea what spell you have cast upon him. His mind is now solely occupied with thoughts of you. Even if we were to return now, it would not be long before he forcibly sends us back. She grew increasingly agitated, her cheeks flushed, her eyes ablaze with fury, reflecting her helplessness regarding her father's decision and her resentment towards Lynn. Lynn was not angered by her impudence. Rather, he found her spiritedness intriguing and surveyed the sisters with keen interest. They were undoubtedly graceful, with striking features, their brows like distant mountains and their eyes akin to twinkling stars. Exceptionally beautiful, especially with their ample bosoms, Lynn suspected they must have some lineage of dairy cattle. What do you wish to do then? Lynn inquired, tilting his head slightly. Eliana's eyes darted, seemingly formulating a plan in an instant. She lifted her chin and declared, Let us have a contest. If I win, you shall command my father to cease interfering in our lives from henceforth, allowing us to choose our own paths. Very well, but what if you lose? Lynn crossed his arms, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes revealing curiosity and anticipation, eager to see what the two young ladies would devise if we lose. We shall submit to your will, but I demand to compete with you alone. You must not summon any aid. She spoke. She cast a wary glance at Adele, her eyes reflecting vigilance and caution. Agreed. You may both compete together. Lynn nodded in agreement to their wager. When shall we commence? Ariana inquired, her eagerness palpable. Let us begin now. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Lynn's form flickered, instantly transforming into a blur of indistinct shadows. His speed astonishing. The Ariana sisters scarcely had time to react before Lynn materialized before them like a specter. His hands shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, each gripping a neck with unerring precision. The entire motion executed seamlessly, like a flowing river. Ariana's eyes widened in terror, the color draining from her face as she stammered, How can you possess such strength? In that fleeting moment, her sister, Ayana, seemed to grasp something profound. Her previously furious visage crumbled into one of utter despondency. Slowly lowering her head, her eyes brimmed with a sense of loss and resignation, as if she had foreseen the fate awaiting her and her sister, and could only accept it with a heavy heart. You have lost. Lynn's voice was calm and deep as he gradually released his grip on their throats, yet his hands did not withdraw. Instead, they gently caressed the sisters' cheeks. His touch was tender, his fingertips warm and lingering, gliding over their skin as delicate as fine jade. Instinctively, the Ariana sisters recoiled slightly, their bodies leaning back, their eyes betraying a mix of resistance and shyness. Observing their reaction, Lynn cast a dispassionate glance their way, though he did not scold them. An undeniable authority radiated from his gaze. A shiver ran through them, as though bound by an invisible force, compelling them to obediently return their faces to Lynn's hands, allowing his fingers to caress their cheeks. That is more like it. A faint smile graced Lynn's lips, a look of satisfaction illuminating his features as he nodded slightly. As if to commend their compliance, he then slowly withdrew his hands and turned to Adele, saying, Adele, please escort them to change into suitable attire. Of course, master. Adele inclined her head slightly, and after receiving her instructions, she offered the Ariana sisters a gentle glance, signaling for them to follow her. That moment, the sisters resembled soulless puppets, their eyes vacant as they mechanically shuffled behind Adele, drifting away with a sense of melancholy. As if engulfed by uncertainty and trepidation about the future, Lynn watched their departing figures with a soft sigh, then turned to embrace Serafina, resting his chin upon her soft bosom, quietly asking, Am I truly wicked? Serafina lifted her gaze to meet Lynn's eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she nodded without hesitation, Very wicked, but I quite like it. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, filled with love and adoration for Lynn. As if every action of his was worthy of understanding and acceptance in her eyes. So does Zymili. The little girl seated across from them suddenly chimed in, propping her chin on her hands, her sparkling eyes fixed on Lynn, her adorableness radiating charm. Ha ha. Lynn erupted into hearty laughter at Zymili's words, the sound resonating throughout the castle, dispelling the earlier tension. Shortly thereafter, Adele returned, leading Ariana and Ayana with graceful steps. The scene instantly caught Lynn's attention. The coarse leather armor they had worn previously had been shed, revealing a striking transformation. Sister Ariana donned a long maid's dress of blue and white, the colors intertwining like a meeting of sky and clouds. Pure and refreshing, Delicate golden trim meandered across the dress, akin to radiant sunlight outlining its exquisite contours, shimmering brilliantly. Her golden hair, radiant as the sun, cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, gently swaying with her movements. Reflecting an enchanting luster, observing her legs, she wore sheer stockings that softly enveloped her slender limbs, their subtle allure complemented by golden garters, every detail harmoniously accentuating her elegance and poise. Sister Ayana was adorned in a long dress interspersed with black, white, and red, a unique combination reminiscent of the clash and fusion of night, day, and passion, exuding an unusual charm. Similarly, golden accents adorned the hem and cuffs of her dress, adding a touch of luxury and nobility. Her legs were clad in striking red stockings, vibrant as flames, echoing the playful hints of red woven through her golden locks, as if a carefully orchestrated symphony of colors that as she moved, the hem of her dress swayed. Her hair danced, and the ensemble was nothing short of perfection, captivating all who beheld it. Quite impressive. Lynn's gaze lingered on Ariana and Ayana, his eyes brimming with fervor as they roamed over their forms. Satisfaction nearly overflowing from his expression. He nodded slightly, scrutinizing the two beauties before him with a bemused smile. The Ariana sisters felt an acute discomfort under his unabashedly intense gaze, an inexplicable shyness washing over them like a tidal wave. Their cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a brilliant sunset, warmth creeping up to their ears as they hastily lowered their heads, unable to meet Lynn's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through them. Instead, using their long, feather-like lashes to shield their embarrassment and unease. "Come here, give my legs a gentle massage." Lynn's voice was low and languid, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent, the last note rising as if teasing the air. He reclined comfortably against the soft sofa, his body slightly arched back, the collar of his shirt loosely open, revealing a small expanse of sun-kissed skin, his firm chest rising and falling with his breaths. The Ariana sisters found themselves momentarily at a loss. Observing their bewilderment, Lynn shook his head lightly, his lips parting as he murmured to himself, "A wager is a wager, if some refuse to accept it. I am powerless." He elongated the last syllable playfully. "Massage, indeed. Who dares to deny it?" Ariana could no longer contain her stubbornness, suddenly raising her head, her beautiful eyes wide and glaring at Lynn, a flicker of ire igniting within them. She took a few defiant steps closer, her movements imbued with a hint of petulance. As she crouched before Lynn, her figure was graceful, her curves accentuated. She raised her delicate hand high, pausing momentarily in the air, as if gathering all her strength, poised to strike down in an outburst of frustration and discontent. Yet, Lynn would not allow her to prevail. With a flash of intensity in his gaze, quick as a leopard, he acted, his long, strong fingers snaked around Ariana's delicate wrist with pinpoint accuracy. "What sort of massage is this? Do it properly." He did not release her hand. Instead, he exerted a slight pull, drawing her closer. Ariana's complexion deepened in hue, her blush blooming like a radiant rose, enchanting and alluring. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling as she desperately sought to escape Lynn's grasp. Yet, her mere silver-tier strength was as inconsequential as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Her struggles utterly futile. "Hurry, if I am satisfied, I shall naturally release you." Under Lynn's insistence, Ariana reluctantly acquiesced, using her right hand to gently massage his legs. Her movements were stiff and clumsy, each strike laden with reluctance and embarrassment. The gentle patting feeling less like a massage on Lynn's legs and more like a frantic drumming on her own flustered heart. "Some people, why not come over quickly? Do you wish to be punished?" Lynn spoke leisurely, her voice akin to the whispers of a demon, echoing in Ilyana's ears. Startled, Ilyana felt a jolt in her heart, and without a trace of hesitation, she gracefully glided forward, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Slowly approaching Lynn's side, imitating her sister, she began to massage Lynn's other leg. Adele and Serafina sat nearby, their gazes laced with amusement and curiosity, a subtle smile playing at the corners of their lips as they watched with keen interest. Meanwhile, little Millie blinked her innocent, wide eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Just as the atmosphere turned delicate, the space shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, undulating gently. Alice, accompanied by Olivia, gradually emerged from the flickering void. The moment Olivia stepped into this ambiguous and enchanting setting, a fleeting glimmer of indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. A blush, reminiscent of clouds at dusk, crept silently across her fair cheeks. She lowered her head slightly and murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, I am going back to my room." With that, she turned swiftly like a startled fawn and hurried up the stairs. Alice remained calm and composed, her demeanor as serene as still water, having served beside Lynn for an extended period. She was well acquainted with her master's temperament. Moreover, Alice understood her master's nature intimately. Beauty was her greatest indulgence, closely followed by a robust desire for vengeance, from the very first encounter of Ilyana and her sister with their master. When they displayed such disrespectful attitudes, she had foreseen that they would inevitably face a severe reprimand from Lynn. "Master, I have successfully delivered news regarding the centaur, tiger, and bear tribes." Alice stepped forward gracefully, slightly bowing as she reported respectfully to Lynn. Her gentle voice reverberated in the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, like a soft breeze dispersing a hint of the amorous tension. Lynn murmured lightly, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, her eyes remaining closed as she reveled in the comforting ambience, fully enjoying the sisters' somewhat shy and clumsy ministrations. After a while, they gradually adjusted, their faces less flushed. Thus, the day hastily passed amidst Lynn's playful teasing of the two. As night fell, Ilyana and her sister, under Alice's guidance, took their baths and entered their designated room within the castle. However, upon their entrance, a figure was already lounging on the bed, waiting for them. "What do you want?" Ilyana glared at Lynn, who lay lazily on the bed, their eyes burning with indignation as they questioned him. "That I want." Lynn's lips curled into a smirk, his expression a playful blend of mischief and nonchalance. With a glint of cunning and defiance in his gaze, the sisters froze momentarily, and after a brief spell of confusion, they swiftly grasped the underlying implications of Lynn's words. "You shameless cad." Ilyana's face turned crimson with anger. She scolded loudly, grasping her sister's hand tightly as she turned to march towards the door. "We're leaving." Her resolute posture suggested she wished to linger not a moment longer. "Where do you think you can go?" Lynn's languid voice drifted over, akin to an invisible rope halting the sisters in their tracks. "Rest assured, I won't harm you. I merely wish to discuss a few matters." His tone was calm and steady. Yet the truth behind his words was elusive, leaving them in uncertainty. The two halted their hurried steps and turned to face Lynn, their expressions betraying their internal conflict and struggle. Countless thoughts raced through their minds, swirling in a tempest of emotions. After a brief moment, their gazes met, and within each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sense of resignation and compromise. Ultimately, they slowly approached the bedside. It was not that they had blindly trusted Lynn's dubious assurances. Rather, they had contemplated all possible outcomes prior to entering the castle. In the brutal realm of the Storm Mountains, the laws of survival were starkly evident, unmasked. If one lacked formidable strength as a shield, then striking beauty would not serve as an asset but rather as a perilous liability, inviting endless calamity. Just as their father Gray had indicated, entrusting them to Lynn, though begrudgingly, would at least provide a semblance of protection and security. Would it not? With this thought, though they still harbored resentment and indignation, they could only silently accept the reality before them. "Speak. What is it?" The first rays of morning sunlight broke through. Lynn gently caressed their hair. "My little maids, tidy yourselves up. It's time for breakfast." With that, he stood and exited the room, leaving Ilyana and her sister exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, they began their morning routines. Lynn strode into the grand hall, his stature upright and commanding. Alice had long been standing respectfully, and upon seeing Lynn, she hurriedly spoke. "Master, you're awake. Breakfast has been lovingly prepared." Some people, upon finding new love, forget their old flames, Seraphina remarked from her seat on the sofa, her beautiful eyes swirling with a hint of jealousy, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lynn, seemingly awaiting his response. Lynn, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at her, rolling his eyes but choosing not to respond as he continued towards the dining area. Seraphina, observing this, quickly rose and gracefully moved to Lynn's side, affectionately wrapping her arm around one of his, gently swaying as she playfully pouted. "Won't you coax me a little?" Her voice was sweet and soft, akin to a playful kitten, hard to resist. Lynn paused, turning to gaze at her, then lowered his head. "Are you ready?" Though his tone carried a hint of nonchalance, it concealed an imperceptible warmth. I'm ready." Seraphina's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers in full bloom during spring, as she joyfully led Lynn into the dining room. Inside, Adele, little Millie, and Olivia were already seated, patiently awaiting Lynn's arrival. Lynn took Seraphina's hand and slowly approached the dining table. That moment, Ilyana and her sister descended the stairs, both adorned in pristine white-made dresses, the tailoring accentuating their graceful figures exquisitely. Their skirts swayed gently with each step, resembling rippling water, exuding a captivating charm. Their faces bore slight shyness, their eyes reflecting a hint of timidity as they timidly stood at the entrance of the dining room. Akin to two startled fawns, all eyes in the dining room turned to them, captivated by their presence. "Come, take a seat. Breakfast is served." Lynn raised his hand slightly, gesturing for them to join, his voice gentle and calm, shattering the brief silence. Upon hearing this, they lifted their gazes to the empty seats at the table, hesitating for a moment before cautiously making their way over and taking their places to enjoy breakfast. Yet, every so often, their eyes would flicker towards Lynn, their gazes intertwined with a complex array of emotions: shyness, unease, and a hint of unnameable anticipation and dependence. After breakfast, Lynn strolled into the spacious hall to lie in a short while. Others finished their meals and gradually gathered in the hall. Seraphina, her face alight with joy, glided gracefully to Lynn, nestling into his embrace as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Ilyana and her sister, slightly bashful, quietly entered the hall, standing silently to the side. Lynn, noticing their demeanor, smiled and said, "Don't be so reserved. There are no formalities here today. As long as you obediently listen, you may do as you please. Come, have a seat." Upon hearing this, the sisters hesitated momentarily before complying and moving closer to take a seat not far from Lynn. "Alice, provide them with a set of training resources." Lynn turned to Alice and commanded her. Alice promptly stepped forward, presenting each sister with a spatial ring. Both women gazed in astonishment at the rings before them, lingering in a daze without reaching out to take them. "Take them, and remember, apart from accompanying me, your foremost task is to diligently cultivate your skills. Your strength is woefully inadequate." Observing their hesitation, Lynn's tone grew slightly more serious. Only then did the two snap back to reality, extending their hands to accept the rings, adorning their fingers before concentrating to explore the ring's inner space. As they peered inside, their hearts raced in disbelief. Nearly 100 vials of potions were stored within, predominantly of the 3rd and 4th grades, with several precious 5th grade potions among them. Additionally, a set of exquisite armor and a sharp lance lay within. Instantly, their spirits surged, and they lifted their gazes to Lynn, their expressions a complex tapestry of surprise, gratitude, and disbelief. They understood well that in the outside world, the value of potions and weaponry was considerable. Generally, a 1st grade potion was worth around 10 gold coins, a 2nd grade approximately 30, a 3rd grade around 100, a 4th grade 500, and a 5th grade could fetch as much as 2,000 coins. The value of armor and weapons typically paralleled that of potions of the same grade. The weapons and armor within their rings were evidently of exceptional quality, classified as 5th grade gemstone level equipment, their worth immeasurable. Furthermore, the spatial rings themselves were even more precious. It was conceivable that the entire wealth of their tribe might not match the value of what lay within these rings. A singular thought emerged in their minds. Perhaps their father's decision was indeed profoundly correct. Time seemed to slip away like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was midday. Lucas hurried into the hall, his demeanor respectful, reporting to Lynn, who reclined comfortably on Seraphina's lap. "Young master, the centaur chief, the half-tiger chief, the half-bear chief, and the half-snake chief have all arrived." "Show them in," Lynn replied, lifting her gaze slightly, her tone calm, while her body remained languid against Seraphina's soft thigh. "Yes, young master," Lucas acknowledged, swiftly turning to leave with a steady and decisive stride. Shortly thereafter, he ushered the chiefs into the room, and upon seeing them, Lynn slowly straightened her posture, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized each newcomer. The first to catch her eye were 3 imposing figures: the centaur chief and the half-tiger chief, both standing tall at an impressive height of nearly 2.5 meters, exuding an innate aura of ferocity. The half-bear chief resembled a small mountain, towering nearly 3 meters, his massive frame seemingly brimming with boundless strength, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. All 3 were muscular, their sinewy bodies a testament to their unparalleled status and might within their respective tribes. That Lynn's ability to discern their races at a glance stemmed from their uniquely distinctive ears and tails. The centaur chief sported sharp, horse-like ears and a flowing mane from his long tail, while the half-tiger chief bore regal tiger ears atop his head and a tail that swayed with a fierce grace, both unmistakable markers of their lineage. Following closely behind them were 4 half-snake individuals, their lower halves resembling elongated serpentine tails. Lynn observed them, noting that their features were strikingly similar, as if cast from the same mold, with only slight variations in hair, eye, and tail coloration. Quadruplets? Lynn speculated silently at that moment. These figures stood proudly in the hall, their gazes unabashedly scrutinizing Lynn, who met their stares with composure, though her attention was particularly drawn to the 4 half-snake women. "I wonder what brings our Lord Lynn to summon us," the half-bear chief's voice boomed, breaking the silence. Lynn straightened slightly, her expression turning earnest as she replied, "It's nothing too grave. Merely, you now find yourselves within my territory, and I wish to inquire whether you consider yourselves my subjects." Upon hearing this, the faces of the chiefs darkened instantaneously, becoming quite grim. Only the 4 half-snake beauties in the back remained calm and composed, having anticipated this moment, as they had previously received Lynn's ultimatum and were prepared for the situation. "What if we say we are not?" the half-tiger chief challenged, his gaze fixed on Lynn with a hint of provocation. "No, no, no." Lynn gently shook her head, her tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Should you choose not to be my subjects, then you are, by definition, invaders, and for invaders, I adhere to a singular principle: merciless extermination." Lynn's resolute words echoed through the expansive hall, reverberating like a chilling wind that penetrated every corner. The already tense atmosphere thickened, taut as a drawn bowstring, the impending conflict palpable. Upon hearing Lynn's declaration, the chief's expressions darkened ominously, as if drenched in ink. The centaur chief clenched his lips tightly, his white teeth grinding audibly, veins on his forehead bulging like twisted earthworms. His hands, seemingly beyond his control, formed tight fists, knuckles whitening from exertion, as if this was the only way to suppress the surging tide of rage within him. The half-tiger chief's eyes widened in fury, flames of anger burning fiercely within. Resembling 2 blazing infernos, he took a decisive step forward, the ground beneath him trembling in response. His muscles, taut as iron, revealed the prominent veins beneath his bronzed skin, akin to a predator lurking in the grass, ready to pounce on its prey. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, were locked onto Lynn, the ferocity and determination within them threatening to consume her entirely. The half-bear chief raised his massive head, resembling a small hill, and unleashed a deep, resonant roar that echoed like thunder from the ancients, reverberating throughout the hall, deafening in its intensity, distorting the very air itself. Yet, amidst this storm of fury and pressure, Lynn remained poised, akin to an unyielding mountain, calm and collected. Her expression was as tranquil as still water, showing no signs of fear. Instead, a subtle hint of amusement and disdain flickered in her eyes. Indifferently, she lifted her long, pale hand in a graceful gesture, as though conducting a grand symphony, signaling the assembly to temper their impulses. "Gentlemen, there is no need for rashness." Her voice, though not loud, resonated like a striking bell, clearly echoing in the eerily silent hall. Each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking the hearts of those present. "Lynn, am not one who engages in reasoned discourse. Should you act impulsively, the consequences may prove dire. That price could very well be your lives." Lynn's words penetrated the hearts of the chiefs like a cold dagger, swiftly dousing their fervor. Their backs involuntarily chilled, as if a wave of frost had surged from their feet to their hearts. The 4 half-snake beauties stood as detached observers, calmly watching the unfolding drama, their serene expressions indicating their disconnection from the escalating conflict. Upon hearing Lynn's warning, the 3 chiefs fell into a moment of silence, exchanging glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons in their minds, contemplating their next move. Lynn, observing their predicament, gradually shifted her gaze toward the 4 half-snake women, her eyes reflecting a mix of scrutiny and anticipation. "Ladies, what have you decided?" The 4 enchanting quadruplets of the half-serpent clan exchanged knowing glances, and one of them, adorned in a magnificent purple robe, stood out remarkably. Her cascading hair, a deep shade of purple, flowed gracefully down her back, harmonizing beautifully with her equally vibrant purple serpent tail. Even her bright eyes sparkled with a faint purplish hue. She appeared to be the leader among the 4. Taking a graceful step forward, her poise exquisite and captivating as her ruby lips parted. Her voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of birds singing joyfully in a morning forest or the gentle tinkling of silver bells swaying in the breeze. In this suffocatingly tense atmosphere, her words floated softly. "Lord Lynn, your renown precedes you. Your strength and wisdom are known far and wide. After careful deliberation, we, the half-serpent clan, are willing to become your subjects. Unwaveringly devoted to your side, we firmly believe that under your vast protection, as boundless as the heavens and as steadfast as towering mountains, our people shall flourish like blossoms in spring, radiating vibrant hues. Her words, akin to a gentle spring breeze, wafted through the gunpowder-laden hall, dissipating some of the oppressive tension. Lynn's lips curled into a satisfied smile, tinged with a hint of pride. Indeed, being lauded by such a breathtaking beauty was a delightful experience. Ah, what a wise and discerning choice. Truly, the half-serpent clan possesses remarkable insight, he chuckled, returning the compliment to the purple-clad beauty. And what of the three of you? He inquired, his gaze sharpened like an arrow. Piercing the leaders of the centaur, half-tiger, and half-bear clans, his eyes laden with pressure. The centaur leader furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation, his eyes flickering with hesitation and struggle, as if engaged in an intense inner conflict. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. Lord Lynn, the matter you speak of concerns the rise and fall of our clan, the life and death of our kin. We cannot act rashly. We require time to deliberate. Please grant us this opportunity. At this moment, his tone had softened considerably compared to before. Lynn nodded slightly, his expression serene. Indeed, this is a significant matter for you. I shall grant you an hour to consider. Very well, an hour it shall be, replied the half-bear clan leader, his deep voice betraying an eagerness that was hard to conceal. That a subtle smile crept upon his lips. The centaur and half-tiger leaders exchanged quick glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Subsequently, they too nodded slightly, indicating their agreement. From their demeanor, it seemed this outcome was precisely what they desired. Lynn's brows furrowed slightly. Pondering to himself, the three were too quick to accept the hour for consideration, suggesting a deliberate delay. Observing how they had arrived at the fortress together, it was evident that their presence was no coincidence. Though their territories were separated by several hundred kilometers, it was not an insurmountable distance, nor was it a mere happenstance that they had arrived simultaneously. The only plausible explanation was that they had conspired and planned in advance. What schemes were they plotting in the shadows? Lynn's gaze sharpened, filled with scrutiny and suspicion, as he slowly turned his attention to the four half-serpent beauties. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, they all glanced back at Lynn, shaking their heads in unison, and then, with remarkable synchrony, they retreated a step, silently indicating their disassociation from the matter. Lynn's countenance remained as tranquil as water, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his profound eyes. He was eager to see what kind of schemes these imposing figures could devise. Suddenly, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, time slipping away quietly. During this interval, the trio occasionally cast anxious glances out the window, their expressions revealing a mix of urgency and anticipation. As time progressed, their restlessness grew increasingly palpable, akin to ants on a hot skillet. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Have you reached a decision? Lynn inquired, fixing his gaze upon the three, his tone steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. Their faces darkened instantly, and after a shared glance, they remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the window. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly, starkly contrasting the heavy atmosphere within the hall. It seems the individuals you are waiting for have yet to arrive, Lynn remarked, a faint, cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions soured further, anxiety evident as they resembled ants on a hot pan. Lynn, do not get too comfortable, the half-bear leader bellowed in anger. But before his words could fully escape his lips, a thunderous noise erupted from outside. Boom. The sound resonated as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing the entire fortress to tremble slightly. In an instant, the previously clear sky transformed. Dark clouds surged like a tidal wave, obscuring the sunlight and plunging the world into a pitch-black abyss. Thunder roared deafeningly, echoing through the cloud layers as if the thunder god was furiously bellowing. Ha! The half-tiger clan leader erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with arrogance and triumph. Lynn, you may possess sky-level strength, and we dare not provoke you. But do you truly believe that such power can act with impunity within these stormy mountains? As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Lynn. Outside, the world appeared as if doomsday had arrived. The howling winds roared like a demon, threatening to sweep away all existence. The sky was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility near impossible, save for the blinding flashes of lightning that danced like silver serpents, slicing through the inky night. Then came the deafening thunder, reminiscent of the very fabric of the universe tearing apart. The cacophony relentless, as the stormy mountains trembled and moaned beneath this terrifying celestial display. Adele and Alice swiftly approached Lynn, their expressions grave. "Master, powerful beings are approaching. Are they formidable?" Lynn inquired, raising an eyebrow. A hint of surprise and skepticism in his gaze as he cast a fleeting glance at the three triumphant clan leaders. "Very formidable, Master. The magical fluctuations emanating from this entity are exceptionally potent and peculiar. We may not be able to contend with them," Alice replied, her expression serious, her tone rife with concern. Adele nodded in agreement, mirroring Alice's apprehension. "Ha! Lynn, did you ever imagine this?" The half-bear leader opened his wide mouth, releasing a coarse laugh, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision, fixated intently on Lynn. "Not at all. You truly are a fool of a bear," Lynn retorted, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. His gaze icy as he regarded him. "But it seems you have entirely forgotten that your lives rest firmly in my hands. Believe it or not, I could extinguish your existence with but a thought." Lynn's voice, though low, carried an unsettling chill, reminiscent of a verdict pronounced from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing his words, the half-bear leader's laughter ceased abruptly, his previous confidence instantly evaporating, replaced by a barely perceptible flicker of fear. He instinctively swallowed hard, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he replied, "Lynn, do not intimidate us if you dare to act against us. Our allies will not spare you." Lynn ignored the half-bear's bluster, directing his gaze towards Alice, his eyes inquiring, "Can we depart?" His tone remained calm and steady, as if the chaos and peril outside could not disrupt his tranquility. "Absolutely, Master," Alice responded promptly, her voice resolute and powerful. Lynn nodded slightly. As long as they could withdraw safely, it would provide him with greater flexibility in dealing with the situation, bringing him some solace. "Master, we need not flee. Alice and I wish to test our strength. Even if victory seems unlikely, we should be able to retreat unscathed." Adele stepped forward, her gaze shimmering with fearless resolve. She raised her eyes to the sky, which loomed ominously like the herald of apocalypse, her words imbued with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the heavens roared with winds akin to a tumultuous tsunami, emitting sharp, piercing howls. Dark clouds churned like a furious tide, layer upon layer obscuring the entire firmament, devouring all light in their wake. The thunder echoed like the cataclysmic sound of the world fracturing, reverberating so intensely that the earth quivered beneath its might. In the next instant, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand had clenched the fabric of reality, causing space to contort violently, producing a chilling creaking sound, as though it were on the brink of shattering. The already tumultuous clouds, infused with boundless power, surged and roiled at an unimaginable speed, coalescing into an immense, bottomless vortex of darkness. Within this whirlpool, thunder roared like a furious tide, its reverberations shaking the ground, causing mountains to tremble, as if intent on tearing the very world asunder. Just as this apocalyptic scene reached its zenith, a blinding light burst forth like a celestial blade from the core of the dark vortex, instantly piercing through the heavy gloom that enveloped the land. Following this, a colossal beauty, towering at 100 meters, emerged from the radiance, exuding an aura of boundless majesty and dominance. With each step she took, the very void trembled violently, distorting as if unable to bear her extraordinary strength. The clouds beneath her feet crumbled like fragile ants, disintegrating into dust scattered by the howling winds, adorned with a crown. Her silken hair flowed like satin, dancing wildly in the gale, each strand seemingly imbued with the power of thunder, flickering with an eerie blue luminescence. Her visage was nothing short of breathtaking, her brows like distant hills, and her eyes akin to profound, shadowy pools, where flashes of lightning danced, concealing an endless tempest. A mere glance could stir one's soul, yet the overwhelming power within them deterred prolonged gaze. Her slightly lifted chin and the cold, deep gaze further exemplified a regal demeanor, as if she surveyed the realm with sovereign disdain, commanding all existence at her whim, capable of determining life and death with but a thought. Her proportions were nothing short of perfection, her ample bosom resembling two towering peaks, not mere metaphor, but an actual likeness to twin mountains. Below, her legs, sculpted with fluid lines and an aura of strength, gleamed with a metallic sheen under the thunderous light, standing firmly apart, as if she were the very pillars supporting the heavens, unyielding and indomitable. Surrounding her was a tempestuous surge of thunder, cloaking her in a resplendent battle armor, radiating brilliance and unparalleled might, rendering all before her insignificant and trivial in her every movement. There emanated an aura that commanded reverence from the earth and awe from all living beings, as if she were the arbiter of order in this world. An absolute presence above all. Lynn gazed at the legendary giant, standing like a colossal peak, exuding an aura that instilled dread, his expression calm yet resolute as he steeled himself to step outside the castle. After all, in the presence of a legendary powerhouse, one ought to extend courtesy, no matter the hidden dangers and challenges that lay ahead. Celafina, you shall remain here. Lynn's voice was steady and firm, carrying an undeniable tone. Be cautious. Celafina's beautiful eyes brimmed with worry and concern, fixated on Lynn's retreating figure, her gaze seemingly attempting to convey all her apprehensions. Master, I shall go too, Xiaomili urged eagerly, her petite form leaning forward as if to follow him outside. Listen, stay with your sister Celafina and sister Olivia. You must protect them well. Also, the two new little maids I just took in, ensure their safety for me. Lynn gently shook his head, his tone tender yet laced with an irresistible authority, and then steadily made his way outside. All right, master, I will protect them. Xiaomili nodded obediently, her youthful face displaying seriousness and determination. Lynn, the sisters, Eliana and Alyssa, called out in unison, their voices tinged with complex emotions. Lynn turned back, casting them a confident and reassuring glance. Upon stepping outside the castle, several clan leaders hesitantly followed. Lynn glanced at them, a flicker of coldness passing through his gaze, and whispered to Adele beside him. Adele, if we find ourselves outmatched, we will seek an opportunity to retreat, but before we leave, we must ensure these three are dealt with. Understood, master. Adele inclined her head slightly, her icy gaze sweeping over the three clan leaders like a blade, as if assessing prey destined for slaughter. Lynn, the half-tiger clan leader exclaimed, his face twisted in anger and disbelief as he pointed a finger at Lynn, attempting to voice his grievances. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was seized by a paralyzing terror. Realizing his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile, the Centaur clan leader and the Half-Bear clan leader were similarly ensnared, their eyes wide with fear and confusion, powerless to do anything but watch Lynn and Adele. Master, I have already controlled their blood. Their demise is but a thought away for you. Adele spoke calmly, then slowly lifted her gaze toward the storm-laden sky, thick with dark clouds and raging thunder. Esteemed giant sovereign, what brings you to my territory? Lynn summoned the robust energy within him, his voice resonating like thunder as he addressed the colossal figure, whose presence loomed like a deity. The giant beauty inclined her head slightly, her breathtaking visage overshadowed by an air of chilling authority and arrogance, looking down upon those below as though they were mere ants. Humph, feigning ignorance, her voice rumbled like thunder. Reverberating within the ears of all present, these three have bartered their annual tribute of 10,000 tons of grain for my protection of their tribes, and naturally, I have come to fulfill my promise. Upon hearing this, Lynn's eyes momentarily flickered with an imperceptible glimmer, pondering silently. This giantess so bluntly lays bare their transaction. Might it imply there is room for negotiation? Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it seems the giant tribe is indeed facing a food shortage. After all, only upon reaching the legendary level of existence does one no longer rely on sustenance for survival. The giant tribe's enormous stature and remarkable appetite were renowned, making their famine understandable. Your Grace, if you were to ally with me, I could provide you with 50,000 tons of grain annually. What say you? Lynn's gaze was resolute and sincere, tinged with a hint of tentative inquiry. Ally? Do you possess the strength for such a pact? The giant beauty lowered her head once more, her cold, star-like eyes fixed intently on Lynn, scrutinizing him with skepticism. Strength? Lynn's heart sank, realizing that this giantess was determined to gauge his might through combat. A fierce battle was indeed unavoidable. He cast a glance at Adele and Alyssa, his eyes filled with concern and gravity. Be cautious. Understanding his intent, Adele and Alyssa nodded, their feet barely touching the ground as they gracefully ascended into the air. Resembling two elegant birds soaring into the sky, swiftly positioning themselves to face the giant beauty to sky level. The towering beauty gazed intently at the two individuals, her originally exquisite yet frigid countenance momentarily shadowed with a hint of disquiet. No, you are not. Her words abruptly faltered, leaving her innermost thoughts unvoiced, as she cast a meaningful glance towards Lynn. In truth, Alice and Adele did not embody the traditional notion of pure, sky-level powerhouses that to be precise. They were merely first-tier witches at present. According to their own accounts, their strength had been steadily increasing, yet they had never experienced the sensation of breaking through their limits. It was only 6 months ago that they found themselves unable to advance further. Trapped in stagnation. To achieve further elevation, they would need to awaken once more and ascend to the rank of second-tier witches. However, they remained ignorant of the means to attain such elevation. Come now. Allow me to test the prowess of you war instruments. The giantess seemed to sense the extraordinary qualities of Adele and Alice. Her previously dismissive demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a gravity and respect that was palpable. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The thunder that enveloped her grew increasingly tumultuous, as if it were rejoicing in anticipation of the imminent battle. The air crackling with an overwhelming aura of dominion, as if the very fabric of the universe existed solely as her battlefield. Alice and Adele exchanged a knowing glance, each recognizing the resolve and unspoken understanding reflected in the other's eyes. In an instant, both women acted without hesitation. Alice, with a graceful poise, floated effortlessly in midair, her profound gaze shimmering with ethereal light, fixated upon the giant ensconced in the tempest of thunder, without a trace of superfluous movement. Her eyes became like solidified arrows, piercing directly towards the colossal figure at that very moment. The space surrounding the giant seemed to be meticulously woven by unseen hands, forming an almost imperceptible spatial cage that rapidly took shape, ensnaring the towering 100-meter giant along with the surrounding chaotic tempest. The winds and thunder that had previously howled beside the giant, akin to the heralds of doomsday, abruptly ceased their tumultuous dance. As if caught in a stasis spell, following this, Adele swiftly commenced her actions. Remaining still, she resembled an ancient, enigmatic statue, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon the giant, glimmering with an eerie and arcane light. Moments later, a horrifying transformation began to unfold within the giant's formidable body. The blood that surged within its vast form seemed to awaken under the influence of a mysterious and malevolent force. Swirling uncontrollably, boiling like tumultuous magma racing through constricted channels, desperately seeking an outlet for its fury. Even more chilling, accompanied by a series of ominous thuds, a portion of the giant's blood erupted like miniature bombs. Each explosion triggering a minor seismic tremor within its resilient frame, causing it to quiver slightly. However, neither Alice nor Adele displayed the slightest hint of relief. Rather, their brows glistened with beads of perspiration. They were acutely aware that the giant before them was a legendary powerhouse, its strength unfathomable. Although their combined assault had yielded some initial results, it was certain to incite the giant's wrath. And the forthcoming retaliation would be as ferocious as a tempest.as anticipated. A low, ominous grunt, reminiscent of the very depths of hell, resonated from the giant. The space that had been so tightly confined around it shattered like fragile glass, scattering into countless glimmering shards that dissipated into the ether. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming pressure, akin to a force capable of crushing all existence, surged forth from the giant's immense form, erupting like a volcanic blast in all directions. Where this pressure swept through, the very fabric of space groaned under the burden, emitting agonized creaks in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the entire fortress, instilling a profound tremor of dread and fear deep within the souls of all present. Almost everyone in attendance found themselves rendered as helpless as frail insects beneath the colossal might, their legs bending beneath the weight of this oppressive force, causing their bodies to topple forward uncontrollably until they lay sprawled upon the ground. Their faces etched with terror and despair, their eyes reflecting a deep reverence for this overwhelming power. Yet, amidst this chaotic tableau, shrouded in an apocalyptic gloom, stood only Lynn, like a resilient ancient pine, defiantly upright against the tempestuous pressure. His feet seemed firmly rooted in the depths of the earth, unwavering and immovable. The depth and resoluteness in his gaze, beneath slightly furrowed brows, signified not the extent of his strength, but rather that this oppressive force had not befallen him at all. The giantess figure appeared to break free from the earth's grasp, ascending ever higher as she rose. The sky churned with dark clouds, the winds howled, and thunderous dragons ravaged the heavens. These elements seemed to converge. And in an instant, a colossal throne, woven from pure thunder and violent storms, slowly materialized against the lofty firmament. This throne exuded a chilling aura of annihilation, as if forged from boundless celestial might. The giant alighted gracefully upon her throne, her unparalleled beauty rendered even more resplendent beneath its radiant glow. Her cascading hair billowed wildly, each strand shimmering with the ghostly luminescence of thunder, reminiscent of a magnificent river of stars flowing across her shoulders. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed down upon Alice and Adele, her expression devoid of compassion or mercy, replaced instead by a cold scrutiny and the indifference of an impending executioner. Then, with a delicate wave of her hand, as if issuing a decree of destruction, countless bolts of thunder, as thick as barrels and resembling a wrathful legion of thunder dragons, surged forth with a deafening roar and a ferocity capable of rending the heavens. Sweeping relentlessly towards Alice and Adele, wherever these bolts traversed, the space was seared, leaving behind charred fissures, while the air crackled with a sizzling sound, causing the very cosmos to tremble beneath the weight of this dreadful onslaught. The thunder approached in a flash. Alice's eyes glimmered with icy determination, and in an instant, her figure vanished without a trace, seemingly devoured by the void, leaving no remnants behind. Simultaneously, Adele transformed into a dense mist of sanguine vapor, emanating a haunting crimson glow, moving through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a blood dragon navigating tumultuous waters. Just as the two vanished from sight at that critical juncture, two massive bolts of thunder, radiating blinding blue light, hurtled towards the very spot they had occupied. The thunder clashed violently with the air, producing a cacophonous crackle as the space ignited with a brilliant blue-white luminescence, contorting and rippling under the immense energy. Alice's silhouette emerged amidst the shimmering waves of space, barely having time to adjust her form before a more formidable bolt, reminiscent of a thunder dragon's descent, followed closely behind. The overwhelming pressure contained within the thunder rendered the air around Alice seemingly solidified. Yet, her reflexes were swift. Almost instinctively, she activated her spatial magic once more, vanishing from the perilous brink, leaving behind the bolt to wreak havoc, shattering the surrounding clouds into fine particles that scattered upon the gale. The thunder continued to descend, and Alice's figure flickered in and out of existence. Meanwhile, Adele, despite having evaded several strikes due to her fluid form as blood mist, ultimately succumbed to a colossal bolt of lightning that struck her unawares. The lightning pierced through the center of the blood mist, and in an instant, the impacted vapor erupted like a detonated crimson bomb, expanding outward to form a horrifying cloud of sanguine mist that filled the sky. However, this blood mist did not dissipate. After a brief moment of chaos, it seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, swiftly reconvening to continue weaving through the skies. Evading the relentless thunder, the storm raged on, transforming the heavens into a battleground of lightning. Yet it appeared that these bolts were under some restraint, striking only in the aerial realm and sparing the ground below. Otherwise, the fortress would have surely succumbed to utter destruction. The two women deftly navigated the tempest, seemingly in perfect harmony, consciously ascending higher into the sky. They understood that only by increasing the distance from the giant could they hope to find a sliver of opportunity to counterattack or discover a weakness in the giantess' assault, thereby breaking the impasse of their passive defense. With every inch they climbed, they faced increasingly formidable pressure and increasingly intricate trajectories of attack. From her throne, the giant observed Alice and Adele's relentless approach through the storm, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. That moment, Alice and Adele had closed in, now merely a kilometer beneath the throne, gazing upward at the giant seated high above. Their eyes flickering with determination, and in unison, they unleashed a fierce assault. Alice moved her hands as if conducting a grand symphony. In that instant, boundless spatial power surged forth at her behest, flooding in from all directions, once more sealing off the area around the giant. This spatial force created an independent dimensional prison, thoroughly isolating the giant from the outside world. The once tumultuous and violent realm fell eerily silent, as the roaring thunder that had mirrored a furious dragon ceased its tumult.